Ah? Inviting Delia to help out. That might not be a good idea, Professor Oak said with a tinge of hesitation. Despite the persistent rumors among fans about the relationship between Professor Oak and Ash's mother, Delia, the truth was far less scandalous. Delia's frequent visits to the Oak laboratory were mainly because she missed Ash. Since Ash often contacted Professor Oak while traveling, Delia would stop by in the hope of catching one of his calls. Gary, who had grown up under Professor Oak's guidance, knew there was nothing untoward between the two. Having spent most of his life at the lab, except for a couple of years training with Chuck, Gary was well aware of Delia's role. She was a caring mother who genuinely loved Pokémon and was far from curious about Professor Oak's research, unlike many others who had visited the lab. Professor Oak's reluctance stemmed from a different issue. Delia is a widow, Gary. Having her here might invite unnecessary gossip. It could complicate things, he explained. Grandpa, that's overthinking it, Gary replied confidently. Delia's great with Pokémon. She's reliable, patient, and knows her way around the lab. And besides, she's not here to meddle in your research. It's all about taking care of Ash's Pokémon and helping out. It's not like you wouldn't compensate her fairly. Although Gary admired Delia's skills, Professor Oak remained firm. We'll see, Gary. For now, it's not the right time. Gary knew better than to push the topic further. All right, Grandpa. It's your decision, he said, leaving the conversation at that. 3 days later, Gary set off with his Aerodactyl to search for a Machoke, based on tips from locals in Pallet Town. Pallet Town was relatively close to the Indigo Plateau, making it common for townsfolk to travel there for supplies. Rumors of a strong Machoke training in the area had piqued Gary's interest. Riding Aerodactyl, Gary scanned the landscapes below as they flew. Aerodactyl, lower our altitude, Gary instructed when the Pokémon suddenly let out a cry, signaling it had spotted something. As they descended, Gary noticed a massive boulder rhythmically moving up and down. Squinting, he realized a Machoke was underneath, using the rock for squats. The sheer display of strength brought a smirk to Gary's face. Land here, he ordered Aerodactyl, who obeyed and landed a few meters away from the Machoke. The Machoke, noticing the newcomers, straightened up and eyed them cautiously. Machoke, Gary called out. I want to challenge you to a battle. If I win, you'll join my team. If you win, I'll leave behind a set of custom fitness equipment for you. The Machoke paused, considering the proposition. It had fended off many trainers before, but the mention of fitness equipment was a tempting offer. With a determined nod, it agreed to the battle. Gary smirked and tossed a Pokeball. Let's do this. Your opponent will be Haunter. The ghostly Haunter emerged from the Pokeball, its mischievous grin revealing sharp fangs. Machoke tensed, sensing the strength of its opponent. Shadow Punch, Gary commanded. Haunter's spectral fist shot forward, striking Machoke, who braced itself by crossing its muscular arms. The impact caused it to stagger slightly, but Machoke quickly retaliated with a punch of its own. To its surprise, the attack phased right through Haunter's intangible body. Nice try, but you'll have to do better than that, Gary taunted as Haunter grinned mockingly. Machoke narrowed its eyes, recognizing it needed a different strategy. With a sharp glare, it used foresight, locking onto Haunter's energy and countering its ghostly defenses. Good thinking, Gary acknowledged. But that alone won't close the gap in power. Haunter Dynamic Punch. Haunter lunged forward, its glowing fist colliding with Machoke's outstretched arm. The resulting impact sent Machoke skidding back, its feet digging furrows in the ground. Refusing to back down, Machoke's fists began to glow red as it retaliated with its own dynamic punch. The two Pokémon clashed again, but Haunter's superior strength overwhelmed Machoke. Seizing the opportunity, Haunter grabbed Machoke's leg, spinning it around and slamming it into the boulder. The rock cracked under the force, and Machoke collapsed, unconscious. Not bad, Gary said, retrieving an empty Pokeball. You've got great potential, Machoke. Welcome to the team. The Pokeball absorbed the Machoke, rocking gently before clicking shut. Gary approached and checked its stats with his Pokédex. Species, Machoke. Type, Fighting. Level, 42. Potential, Elite. Ability, Perseverance. Attack increases when inflicted with a status condition. Skills, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Revenge, Foresight, Knock Off, Brick Break, Submission, Bulk Up and more. Gary grinned. 15 Awaken skills? That's impressive. With a little training, you'll be unstoppable. Satisfied with his new teammate, Gary climbed onto Aerodactyl and took off, eager to prepare Machoke for the challenges ahead. We've got Machoke. Now, only Heracross and Gyarados are left, Gary said, sliding the Pokeball into his pocket. Machoke was one step away from evolving into Machamp, which only required an exchange. After that, capturing Heracross would be his next goal. As for the shiny Gyarados, it hadn't even been born yet. The infamous Team Rocket experiment was still in the future, which meant the Magikarp destined to become the powerful heterochromatic Gyarados was currently just an ordinary fish. For now, Gary decided to focus on evolving Machoke. Instead of returning to Pallet Town, Gary rode his Dragonite directly to the Indigo Plateau, where he entrusted Machoke to Nurse Joy for treatment. Once Machoke was healed, Gary found a quiet spot outside the bustling plateau and released the Pokémon from its ball. Aligu. Machoke emerged, calm and composed. It had no complaints about being captured. The terms of the battle had been clear, and Gary had earned its respect through skill. As long as it was treated well, Machoke would follow Gary loyally. Machoke, I plan to help you evolve into Machamp tomorrow. Are you willing? Gary asked. Aligu. Machoke nodded without hesitation. Evolution was something it had long desired. It had seen evolved Machamps working on construction sites in human towns, and it dreamed of reaching that stage itself. No matter how much it trained, though, it had remained a Machoke. To evolve, you'll need the energy triggered by an exchange. Training alone can't achieve this transformation, Gary explained patiently. Machoke listened intently, nodding in understanding. Good, Gary said, relieved. Now I want to prepare you for your evolution by teaching you a few new skills. From his bag, he pulled out a soothe bell. Take this and keep it in your carrying space. It'll help you stay calm and focused. Aligu. Machoke tilted its head curiously as it took the small bell. It gave it a gentle shake, producing a pleasant chime. Stop playing around. Put it in your carrying space, Gary said with a smirk. It's time for some serious training. Machoke obeyed, placing the bell into its carrying space. What followed was a surprising experience. Placing a hand on Machoke's shoulder, Gary taught it 5 powerful moves: Mega Kick, Dig, Rest, Hyper Beam, and Fire Blast. Aligu. Machoke was stunned. It had never experienced such a method of learning before. The sheer ease with which these complex moves entered its repertoire left it amazed. Relax, Gary said, amused by Machoke's astonishment. I can teach you even more in the future. Stick with me, and you'll surpass even the Elite Four's Machamp. Machoke didn't know who Bruno, the Elite Four's fighting-type specialist, was, but the title sounded impressive enough. It nodded earnestly. Gary then used 8 intermediate rare candies, instantly boosting Machoke to level 50. The sudden surge in power left Machoke momentarily disoriented, marveling at its newfound strength. Don't be alarmed. This is just the beginning, Gary assured, recalling Machoke to its Pokeball. The next morning, Gary visited the Pokémon Center and found a random trainer willing to help with an exchange. After explaining the process and offering a payment, the trainer agreed. Machoke, come out, Gary said, releasing the Pokémon after the exchange. Aligu. Machoke barely had time to react before its body began glowing with the white light of evolution. The power of the exchange triggered cellular changes, and within moments, Machoke grew taller, gained an additional set of muscular arms, and transformed into a Machamp. Machamp, it roared, marveling at its enhanced physique. It flexed its new arms experimentally, each one radiating raw power. It felt as though it could carry 2 massive boulders with ease. Your strength is impressive, but you'll need to work on stability, Gary said, observing the newly evolved Pokémon. Start by practicing the horse stance. A stable lower body is key to unleashing your full potential. Machamp tilted its head, unfamiliar with the term. It had trained in the wild, learning from its environment and other wild Pokémon. This structured approach was new. Watch me, Gary said, dropping into a classic horse stance. His years of martial arts training with Chuck had made the position second nature. Copy this posture and hold it. Let's see how long you can last. If you make it to 30 minutes, I'll buy you a Macho Brace. Hearing the promise of a Macho Brace, a prized training tool, Machamp's eyes lit up with determination. It mimicked Gary's posture, squatting low and holding steady. At first, the stance seemed simple, but as minutes passed, its legs began to tremble. By the 20-minute mark, Machamp's muscles were screaming in protest, but it refused to give up. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Gary called out, "Time's up." "You did it." With a relieved grunt, Machamp collapsed onto the ground, exhausted but exhilarated. "This simple exercise might be the toughest thing you've done yet," Gary said, helping it up. "But trust me, it's incredibly effective." Machamp nodded, realizing it had found a trainer who could push it beyond its limits. Later that day, Gary visited the Pokémon department store and purchased a Macho Brace for Machamp. As they prepared for their next challenge, Gary checked Machamp's updated stats on his Pokédex. Pokémon, Machamp.
Type, Fighting. Level, 50. Potential, Elite.
Ability, Perseverance, boosts attack when inflicted with a status condition. Skills, Low Kick, Brick Break, Cross Chop, Dynamic Punch, Seismic Toss, Mega Kick, Dig, Rest, Hyper Beam, Fire Blast. Intimacy, 255, max.
Held item, Soothe Bell. Gary smiled.
We're just getting started, Machamp. With training like this, you'll be a force to be reckoned with in no time. Machamp nodded confidently, ready for whatever came next.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Machoke has evolved into Machamp, and Gary is also planning to go to Johto region to challenge Silver Conference. Although the time may be a little early, if you collect all the badges early, you can go to Mahogany Town and wait. 1 hour later, Moltres arrived at Pallet Town. Is that Team Rocket? From a distance, Professor Oak's laboratory was covered by a beige leather cover, and there was a Meowth-style hot air balloon above the leather cover, and there was a hook on the leather cover hanging on the hot air balloon. Ash is back? Gary thought of Ash. Anyway, where Ash is, the 3 members of Team Rocket must be there. Even if Gary tried to put the 3 members of Team Rocket in prison many times, they could somehow escape and return to Ash again. Moltres, let's go, Gary said. Moltres immediately flew towards Professor Oak's laboratory. Gary was very confused. How could the Pokémon in the laboratory not notice such a big leather cover? Moltres arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory very quickly. There was no Pokémon on the grass around. It seemed that Professor Oak had put all the Pokémon into the Pokeball, which allowed Team Rocket to get the Pokémon. Moltres, use Air Slash to attack the leather cover, Gary ordered. Moltres flapped dual wing beat, hitting countless wind blades, swish, swish, swish. The wind blades easily tore the leather cover open, completely exposing Professor Oak's laboratory. At the same time, in front of Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash and his team were confronting the Rocket Trio, and Professor Oak was there. Ash and his team were in a very bad condition. Mook fell asleep, and Pikachu and Ash were tied up with a rubber rope, so Ash could not release other Pokémon. But as the leather cover fell off, Ash and the Rocket Trio were all startled. Moltres, flamethrower, Gary ordered. Moltres spit up flames at the Rocket Trio, and the merciless flames instantly engulfed Lickitung and Victreebel, and the 2 Pokémon were severely injured with just one move. LV40 Victreebel 3/Gym. LV42 Lickitung 3/Gym. The 2 Pokémon of the Rocket Trio have low potential, and are only at the gym level. Ash was too careless to be defeated by them. Damn, it's Gary again. Meowth, do you have any weapons? No, Meow. The Rocket Trio suffered a lot at the hands of Gary, but they didn't expect that they would be stopped by Gary at the critical moment today. You are so brave that you dare to come here to steal Pokémon, Gary said coldly. Meowth, go and use Crazy Fury swipes, Jessie ordered. Meow, Meowth was speechless. He couldn't catch it even if he wanted to. Didn't he see Moltres was in the sky? Fire blast. Gary didn't bother to talk nonsense with these 3 guys. Moltres spit up and burst into flames. Boom! Fire blast exploded, turning the Rocket Trio into meteors in the sky again and disappearing into the distant horizon. After driving the Rocket Trio away, Moltres also landed. Gary looked at Ash and others who were trapped by the rubber ropes and threw a Pokeball casually. Release the Mantis. Caesar, go and cut the rubber ropes that tied everyone up, Gary said. Che. Caesar nodded, ran to Professor Oak first, untied Professor Oak, and then untied Ash and the others. Grandpa, are you okay? Gary asked. It's okay. Fortunately, you came back in time, Professor Yinmyu said thankfully. Grandpa, please put some Pokémon outside next time. Otherwise, if this happens again, I won't be around. What can I do? Gary said. You're right. Put some Pokémon outside next time. Professor Oak agreed. Professor Oak didn't expect the Rocket Trio to suddenly attack, so he couldn't react in time. If it was a fair fight, Professor Oak wouldn't be afraid of the Rocket Trio. And Ash, how come you can't even beat the Rocket Trio? You're so disappointing, Gary criticized. Gary originally thought that the Pokémon of the Rocket Trio were so strong, but it turned out to be just gym potential. The key point is that the Rocket Trio didn't even make robots this time. They just used a few rubber ropes to deal with them. I was careless. If it was a fair fight, the Rocket Trio would not be my rival, Ash said unconvinced. You're talking about fair fight with the Rocket Trio, it's funny, Gary complained. Look carefully, those people are all bad guys. Ash, Seeing Ash silent, Gary looked at Misty and others, and when he saw Xiaogang, he was surprised. Hey, Xiaogang, aren't you in Professor Neimu's laboratory? Why are you here? Don't ask anymore. Xiaogang's whole person suddenly hid away gloomily, his body curled up, as if he had suffered a huge blow. What happened to him? Gary asked puzzledly. This. Gary, don't say it. Misty said. Okay. Although I am very curious about what Xiaogang experienced in Professor Neimu, it shouldn't be a big deal. It feels like a broken heart at most. Gary, let's have a Pokemon showdown, Ash suddenly said. Gary was a little confused about Ash's sudden challenge. He didn't understand where Ash's confidence came from. Although Ash successfully defeated Drake, there was still a big gap between him and Gary in terms of record. Are you sure you want to fight me? Gary asked. Of course, I decided before that I would challenge you once after defeating the Orange Alliance, Ash said. The defeat at the Indigo Plateau Conference did not hit Ash. Ash just knew that the gap between him and Gary, Wongli, was too big, so he had been forbearing. When he decided to challenge the Orange Alliance, Ash decided to challenge Gary once after challenging the Orange Alliance. Ash came to Professor Oak today. In addition to visiting his Pokemon, he also heard that Gary was back and wanted to challenge Gary. As a result, when he arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory, he learned that Gary was away on a long trip, and he was immediately disappointed. Now that Gary is back, he naturally can't let Gary go. Okay, then I'll have a duel with you, just one-on-one, Gary said. So the duel between the two began. Professor Oak and the others were also quite curious. After all, it had been 3 months since the Indigo Plateau Conference. They were all curious about the gap between Ash and Gary now. The two came to the open grassland. Ding! Task released, defeat Ash again / reward, Bronze Crown X1. The system suddenly released a task. Gary was stunned. Issuing tasks at this time. Gary was confused and didn't understand why the system suddenly issued tasks. Except for the first time when he fought with Ash, the system issued tasks. After that, when he fought with Ash at the Indigo Plateau Conference, the system did not issue tasks. Does it mean that if you want the system to issue tasks related to Ash, Ash needs to take the initiative to challenge Gary? Because the system issued tasks related to Ash twice, they were issued only after Ash took the initiative to challenge Gary. It seems that he still needs to encourage Ash to challenge himself more in the future. Pikachu, it's you? Ash said. Pika. Since Pikachu defeated Dragonite, he is now full of confidence and stood up without hesitation. There is no trace of cowardice. Before, at the Indigo Plateau Conference, Pikachu was a little timid when facing Gary's Pokemon, but now he is not afraid at all. LV54 Pikachu 3/champion. Ash's Pikachu also grew very fast, and its strength reached the quasi-elite level. It was only 5 levels behind Gary's Blastoise. Ash could already release waves to speed up the growth of Pokemon accidentally. Seeing Eevee, Gary thought about it and decided to respect the original work. He shouted in the direction of Professor Oak's laboratory, 170 Eevee, come out. Chai. Eevee, who was in the laboratory, heard Gary's shout and ran out immediately, running to Gary's side. Eevee. When Ash saw Gary's Eevee, he thought of this Eevee's performance in the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Orange Alliance Challenge. This Eevee has many skills. Eevee, you come and fight with Pikachu, Gary said. Chi-yi. Eevee nodded, walked onto the field, and looked directly at Pikachu, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Pikachu. Pikachu showed a serious expression, making his expression look fierce, but these two Pokemon are cute pets. Even if they are fierce, they are still cute and fierce, without any deterrent power. Then I will be the referee, and the battle will begin, Xiaogang announced. Gary, I will show you my current strength. Ash said. Okay, attack quickly, Gary urged. Pikachu, quick attack. Ash gave an order, and Pikachu quickly rushed towards Eevee with a white light. Psychic. Eevee, Akbi's eyes emitted blue light, and an invisible telekinesis spread out. Pikachu suddenly couldn't move, his body floated up, and then suddenly flew behind him and fell heavily to the ground. Psychic-type moves. Pikachu, use Volt. Ash ordered. Pikachu immediately stood up and shot a golden thunderbolt at Eevee. Too naive, dig. Eevee immediately went underground, and the thunderbolt landed on the grass, leaving no damage, and then pushed the grass away. Pikachu, use agility to run on the grass, don't give Eevee a chance to attack. Ash ordered. Pikachu immediately ran on the grass, running around everywhere, not giving Eevee a chance. Ash's method can prevent Dig's attack, but it is very tiring for Pikachu to keep moving. Eevee, come out and use Swift, Gary ordered. Bang! Eevee came out from the ground, and a circle of golden stars condensed on its tail. As Eevee swung its tail, these golden stars automatically flew towards Pikachu. Pikachu immediately accelerated and tried to shake off the Swift, but these Swifts stuck to Pikachu tightly and could not be shaken off at all. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to smash the Swift, Ash ordered. As Pikachu ran, his cheeks flashed with arcs. He stopped suddenly, turned around and shot out a Thunderbolt, turning all Swift into ashes. However, just as Pikachu smashed Swift, a large flame rushed towards Pikachu from the front. Pikachu. Because Pikachu had just released Thunderbolt, he had not recovered yet and could not use the skill immediately. Knowing that he could not dodge, Pikachu immediately took a defensive posture. Boom! The fire blast exploded, and Pikachu was blown away like a kite with a broken string, but Pikachu did not fall down and sealed the damage of the large firebolt. Pikachu, use Thunder, Ash ordered. Pikachu used Thunder, but Eevee went directly underground. Facing Eevee who could dig, Pikachu had no way to deal with it. Currently, Pikachu's melee skills are only Quick Attack and Self-Sacrifice Attack. Neither of these two skills can attack underground. Pikachu has no way to deal with rival who can dig. He can only rely on agility to move quickly to prevent being attacked by Dig. After all, ground skills are used to restrain Pikachu. If it is hit by Dig, it will definitely be seriously injured. Eevee followed suit. After coming out from underground, Swift pursued, but this time, Ash did not take the usual route and let Pikachu use Spark to break through Swift. Pikachu also trusted Ash's decision 100% and forcibly broke through Swift's blockade, and then used the strongest Thunder to attack Eevee, but Thunder was blocked by Eevee's Fire Blast. Boom! The shock wave generated by the skill explosion affected Pikachu and Eevee, and they were pushed back several meters away. It turns out that they can fight so fiercely. It seems that Ash has really become stronger, Misty said. She was worried that Ash was not Gary's rival before, but she didn't expect Pikachu to be able to fight Eevee back and forth. Yes, Ash and Pikachu have become stronger, but Eevee is not Gary's vitality Pokémon, Xiaogang reminded. Hearing this, Misty and Xiaojian were stunned for a moment. They only cared about the close battle in front of them, but forgot that Gary's strongest Pokémon was not Eevee. And from the situation, Eevee's Fire Blast hit Pikachu once, and Eevee has not suffered any damage so far. At most, it was hit by the aftermath of the skill explosion, and Pikachu consumed more physical energy. Ash, your Pikachu has too few skills. Go back and practice more, Gary reminded, then snapped his fingers and ordered, use Waterfall. Buletin. Eevee was covered with a layer of water, assist the water flow to accelerate, and rushed towards Pikachu with amazing momentum. The speed was very fast, so fast that Pikachu did not have enough time to release Thunder Shock. Pikachu, use self-sacrifice attack. Pikachu. Pikachu sacrificed himself and struck Eevee. Bang! The two Pokémon collided and were instantly thrown back by the force of the collision, flying several meters away. Eevee landed safely, while Pikachu fell heavily on the grass. Pikachu did not lose the battle, dragging his injured body and standing up again. Pikachu. Looking at the seriously injured Pikachu, Misty couldn't bear it, and her face was full of worry. Quick attack. Gary showed no mercy and took the initiative to attack. Chai. Eevee pulled out a white light and rushed towards Pikachu quickly. Pikachu, Thunder. Ash quickly counterattacked. Pikachu extracted the electricity in his body, but because of the serious injury, the speed of power extraction was not as fast as before. Until Eevee approached, Pikachu didn't condense the power to release Thunder, and was knocked out by Eevee and fell down completely. Pikachu loses the ability to fight, Eevee wins. Xiaogang announced. Ding, the mission is completed, and the reward has been issued to the space backpack. Chai. After the victory, Eevee immediately ran to Xiao Mao's legs to ask for a reward. Good boy, you performed very well. Gary took out 2 energy cubes from his waist bag for Eevee to eat, and rubbed Eevee's hair by the way. After the battle, it was almost evening, and everyone had dinner in Professor Oak's laboratory. With Xiaogang and Xiaojian present, the Pokémon's meals were prepared quite quickly. Evening. Everyone had dinner in Professor Oak's laboratory. Ash's mother came along, and everyone was congratulating Gary and Ash for winning the Orange Alliance. By the way, Gary, Ash, what are your plans for the future? Professor Oak asked. Currently, both of them have participated in the 2 highest-level Alliance events in Kanto region. Although Ash did not win the Indigo Plateau Conference, he would have to wait until next year to continue participating. Especially since Ash has already collected 8 badges, there is no need to collect Kanto region badges anymore. He can just go and participate when the Indigo Plateau Conference is held again. I'm going to challenge the Johto Region Alliance, and by the way, see if there are any Pokémon worth breeding in the Johto region. Gary said. Johto region, what is that place? Ash asked curiously. Johto region is west of Kanto region, and it is also a large region. There are Pokémon that Kanto region doesn't have. Gary's Banjira is a Pokémon unique to Johto region. Professor Oak explained. So, to challenge Johto Region Alliance, is it to participate in a competition like Indigo Plateau Conference? Ash continued to ask. Professor Oak continued to answer, yes, Johto Region Alliance will also hold an alliance, but the location is Silver Town. The conditions are the same as participating in Indigo Plateau Conference. You must obtain 8 gym badges in Johto region to be eligible to participate. Then I want to participate too. Ash has not forgotten the defeat of Indigo Plateau Conference. Seeing that Gary is going to participate in Silver Conference, how could he not participate? Then you must work hard and bring back a trophy for our Pallet Town. Professor Oak said. That will definitely be no problem. Gary said. As for the championship of Silver Conference, Gary will definitely take it in his pocket. I must be the one who gets the trophy. Ash stood up and argued, Gary, I will never lose to you again in this Silver Conference. You should first find a way to enter the final all-player battle stage. Gary didn't care about Ash's taunt at all. Then if you go to Johto region this time, you all have to go to New Bark Town first. Professor Oak interrupted. Why? Ash didn't understand why he had to go to New Bark Town first. Because if you want to challenge the Silver Alliance, you must first go to New Bark Town to register, and then you can challenge the gym in Johto region. After all, you are outsiders, so you need to register your identity information. Professor Oak said. I see. Ash nodded, indicating that this was not a problem. I heard that there are many Pokémon in Johto region that are not available in Kanto region. I really want to see them. Misty said expectantly. Yes, then I will go to Johto region with you this time. Xiaogang said. That's great. Ash was very happy that Xiaogang was back. After all, he was responsible for all the food for Ash and his group during their trip to Kanto region. Gary also smiled at the three of them who were planning to travel together again. With two people accompanying them during the trip, they would not feel lonely on the road and would have someone to take care of them. It must be said that Ash relied on his companions along the way. Otherwise, with Ash's careless personality, he would have died in the wild long ago. Gary, didn't you travel with Sabrina before? Why are you alone in the Orange Islands? Misty suddenly asked. I didn't pay much attention to it before in Pomelo Island, but now that I suddenly have to travel, Misty found that there seemed to be one less person around Gary. 0, please give me flowers. Yes, Miss Sabrina is not here. Ash also realized that Sabrina was not with Gary. Gary was also speechless. Sabrina's presence was so low, and he only realized that Sabrina was gone now. Sabrina was spotted by a scout and went to Pokemon Hollywood in the Unova region to film a TV series. Gary said, what? Spotted by a scout, going to film a TV series. Ash and the others were stunned. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Then Sabrina will be a female celebrity. Misty was envious. After all, Stephanie's wife had a celebrity dream, and Misty was no exception. Although Misty was not ugly, she had a face that needed to be nurtured. In short, Misty was a wine-type beauty. Although she was beautiful when she was young, she was not stunning. As she got older, she would gradually exude her own charm. Not necessarily. She is currently filming a TV series. It is estimated that it will be broadcast next year. It depends on whether it can be broadcast. Gary said. Oh, what TV series is that? Misty asked. It seems to be a TV series related to Psychic, but I don't know what it is. Gary asked Sabrina on the phone, but Sabrina said that there was a confidentiality contract. Before the TV series was released, the actor could not reveal too many details of the TV series. I'm really looking forward to it. I will definitely watch it when it is released. Misty said. I didn't expect Sabrina to go to film a TV series. Then Gary, you travel alone, don't you need to find a companion to go with you? After all, he is his grandson. Professor Oak still cares about Gary very much. Yes, Gary, you are going to challenge the Silver Alliance anyway, so come with us. Misty invited. What? Let Gary go. Without waiting for Gary to agree, Ash stood up excitedly. Ash, why are you so excited? Isn't it good to have Gary traveling with you? Misty held Ash down. Okay. Gary interrupted Ash and said, Ash and I are competing for rival, how can we travel together? That's right. Ash also nodded in agreement. Then forget it. Misty shrugged and shook her head helplessly. After dinner, Professor Oak suddenly had something to ask Ash and Gary. By the way, I have something to trouble you. Professor Oak said, you go to challenge the Johto Region Alliance, and you have to pass through Azalea Town. Please give the GS ball to Mr. Orberg. Professor Oak said, opened the browser, searched for Mr. Orberg's photo, and showed it to the two. Seeing the photo on the computer screen, Ash wondered, what does this old man do? Mr. Orberg is a master of Pokeball manufacturing and a good friend of my grandfather when he was young. Gary introduced. Yes, Orberg was my good friend when I was young. He specializes in making Pokeball. If it's him, he might know the secret of GS Ball. He lives in Azalea Town. Professor Oak said, and pressed the button on the detection instrument beside him, and a Pokeball came out of the instrument 863. The Pokeball is half gold and half silver, which is the legendary gold and silver ball, also known as the GS Ball. Who of you has time to help me deliver the GS Ball? Professor Oak looked at Gary and Ash and said, if you are in a hurry to study, you can let me deliver it. My speed is faster than Ash and the others. Gary said. Who said that? My speed is not slow at all. This time I must collect 8 badges before you. Ash said unconvinced. Really, let's see how it goes, Gary said. Let's compete. How do we compete? Ash asked. The rules are simple, just see who collects all 8 badges in Johto region first, but when challenging the gym, the Pokemon used in the first challenge can only be Pokemon captured in Johto region. Gary said. This. Ash was a little surprised. He didn't expect Gary to come up with such a plan. As a trainer, it's not enough to just capture a few Pokemon at the beginning. This is also a test for trainers. Gary said. Okay, I promise you, what if I win? Ash asked. Gary never thought that Ash would win, but since they were going to compete, he must give some prizes. Gary said, how about this, if you collect all 8 badges before me, I will help your Charizard learn Blast Burn. Oh, really? Ash has always been thinking about the ultimate skill, but he has no money. After defeating Drake, he hurried back to Pallet Town. Of course, but if you lose. Gary thought about what benefits he could get from Ash, but he couldn't think of it no matter how hard he thought. Ash was penniless and couldn't provide anything. The only wave power, this guy couldn't control it. Thinking carefully, the only value of Xiaokui to Gary is the spiritual park. Ash was also waiting for Gary to make a request, and was worried that if Gary made any excessive requests, how would he deal with it? To be honest, I can't think of what you can provide me for the time being, so just owe me a request, and I'll tell you when I think of it. You can rest assured that it won't be an excessive request. Gary thought for a long time and decided to let Ash owe him a request. After all, Ash will become a trainer who surpasses the 8 masters in the future. Sooner or later, he will enter the alliance and hold a high position. Just treat it as a bet on the future. Okay, I promise you. Ash agreed immediately, thinking that this is a good thing. If you win, you can get the cost of learning ultimate skills, and if you lose, you don't have to pay anything. It's a huge profit. Ash is still too young. After all, children don't think so far. They just think that they don't have to pay anything, and they just make money. Your fighting style is good. Professor Oak interrupted, but can you please stop changing the subject? Who will help me deliver the GS ball? Then leave it to me. Ash volunteered. After all, he got the GS ball from Professor Uchiki, so naturally he should deliver it to Mr. Orberg. Okay, then leave it to you. Professor Oak felt that there were 3 people on Ash's side, so they could better keep the GS ball. Although I feel relieved to leave it to Gary, I still try not to cause trouble for Gary as he is traveling alone. After agreeing on the trip to Johto region, Misty and Xiaogang followed Ash to his house. As for Xiaojian, he was hired by Professor Oak as an assistant and stayed in Professor Oak's laboratory to study and take care of the Pokémon in the laboratory. Gary went to the backyard and thought about which Pokémon he should bring with him to Johto region. Articuno and Molter's intimacy with Gary is not yet full, so they have to stay with him for the time being. It is estimated that it will not take long for the intimacy to reach full. As for Blastoise, his level is too high now. The speed of raising it by his side is no different from that of keeping him in the laboratory, so he will not bring him with him for the time being. In addition, Gary also plans to capture other Pokémon in Johto region, so he can't bring too many Pokémon with him this time. Gary decided to bring Eevee with him. Eevee, Moltres, and Articuno are enough for Gary to protect himself in the wild, especially Eevee has the ability to predict danger, which is very suitable for traveling. Early the next morning, Gary rode a mountain bike and drove westward. As for Ash and his group, they had more people, so they set off later. If they wanted to get to New Bark Town, they had to pass the Indigo Plateau first, and they could quickly reach the Johto region by following the highway. The Kanto region and the Johto region are connected together, and the Indigo Plateau and MT Silver separate the 2 regions. When they came to the Indigo Plateau, Gary bought a fishing rod. Every time it was almost dusk, he would set up camp, prepare food for the Pokémon, and then go fishing. According to the tasks released by the system, Gary still has Gyarados to capture. Although he has reserved the Gyarados of the different color in Mahogany Town, it is not impossible to catch Breeder if he encounters the King Carp 3.6 with better potential in advance. But Gary has Shiny Charm, and he can only encounter a large number of Pokémon in the wild, so that he has a chance to encounter shiny Pokémon. Ash did capture a different color Noctowl in Johto region, and Gary wondered whether he should intercept it. After all, Ash will not use Owl much in the future, so it is better to capture it by himself to complete the tasks released by the system. Thinking of this, Gary decided to intercept Ash's Owl. Anyway, catching this Pokémon will not affect Ash. He just can't remember where the different color Noctowl is. But it should be based on the city route of the gym. As long as you pay more attention, it is not difficult to find it. After riding for 5 days, Gary finally arrived at New Bark Town, the town where the wind of opening blows. This wind comes in gusts, it's really strange. Gary rode on the road and felt the breeze blowing from time to time. The wind was not very strong and it was quite comfortable, but it was too frequent. Chai. Eevee enjoyed being blown like this, because the hair on his body was relatively thick, and it was so cool when the breeze blew. Your hair is a bit thick, I'll go to the Pokémon beauty salon to trim your hair later, Gary said. Bye. Eevee nodded obediently. It also felt that it was a bit hot recently, and it was not impossible to cut some hair. Let's go to the Pokémon Center to register. Gary increased the power of Stomp and accelerated into New Bark Town. Although New Bark Town is a small town, it can also be described as a city. The buildings are very modern, and even the scale of the Pokémon Center is the same as that of a big city. After entering the Pokémon Center, Gary came to the front desk. Nurse Joy was waiting at the front desk. When she saw Gary coming over here, she bowed politely and said, "Hello, is there anything you need?" "Hello, Nurse Joy, I am from Pallet Town in Kanto region. I am here to attend the Silver Conference and want to register my personal information here," Gary said. Gary is now a foreigner in the Johto region, and the registration information is equivalent to a visa. "Please show me your ID," Joy said. Gary took out the Pokédex given by Professor Oak. Joy took the Pokédex and put it into the groove of the instrument next to the computer. After scanning, Gary's personal information appeared on the computer screen. Joy played quickly on the keyboard, and the instrument made a broadcast sound. "Gary from Pallet Town, officially recognized your qualifications to participate in the Johto Region Alliance Conference. Okay, now your information will be in the Johto Region Alliance's general database. As long as you get 8 Johto Region Gym badges, you can participate in the Johto Region Alliance Conference." After Joy registered Gary, she returned the Pokédex to Gary. "Thank you." Gary thanked him and put the Pokédex away. After the information was registered, the next step was to collect badges. The gym closest to New Bark Town was in Violet City, which was quite far away and had to pass through the Wordflower Market to reach it. Gary was going to leave New Bark Town after lunch because there were no strong trainers in New Bark Town and it was a waste of time to stay here. The only acquaintance in New Bark Town was Professor Elm, but Gary didn't want to go to him because Professor Elm was an academic chatterbox and could talk endlessly about Pokémon. When Kong Mew was a student with Professor Oak, Gary had listened to him nagging a lot. The key point was that Gary had no interest in the Johto region Pokémon. Although the Johto region Pokémon were cute and good-looking, they didn't have any outstanding features. The species strength distribution was also very average, and the hidden ability was not strong. It can be said that the Johto region Pokémon were good-looking but not useful. They only had good looks but their strength was not satisfactory. Of course, this does not mean that the Johto region's 3 main Pokémon are not worth training. After all, such a high species strength is stronger than most Pokémon. Excuse me, are you a trainer? Just as Gary was about to leave, a voice came from behind him. Judging from the tone, the other party seemed to be in a more excited mood. Gary turned around and saw a boy wearing a green short-sleeved shirt. The boy was about 10 years old, with a grey crew cut. Only the hair in the middle of his head was not cut, and he deliberately left 3 tufts of hair. Are you? Gary felt that the boy in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember his name. My name is Vincent, I'm from New Bark Town. I just heard that you were going to challenge the Johto Region Alliance Conference. Vincent introduced himself. I want to challenge as well. Since we have the same goal and we are both trainers, let's have a duel. Gary immediately remembered who the other party was. This Vincent was the trainer who took Chikorita from Professor Elm, and then participated in the Silver Conference and fought against Ash once. Gary didn't expect to meet him here. Seeing how excited he was, it was obvious that he wanted to challenge Gary to a Pokémon duel. However, Vincent is a rookie no matter how you look at it. He is asking for trouble. You just became a trainer today, right? Gary said. Hey, how did you know? Vincent was surprised. I just got Pokémon from Professor Elm today, and I'm planning to have a Pokémon battle. Can you be my rival? Vincent, Gary has been a trainer for 1 year, and you just got a Pokémon, which is definitely not his rival. I advise you to forget it. Joy knew Vincent and quickly dissuaded him. Oh, that's more interesting. Only by fighting with a strong trainer can I become stronger. Knowing that Gary has been a trainer for 1 year, Vincent was even more excited. Let's fight. Okay, let's go outside. Gary thought about it and agreed. Vincent will also become a good trainer in the future, so let's laser focus him in advance. Joy looked at the 2 people who walked out, and was also quite speechless. She quickly called someone to come over so that she could comfort Vincent later. On the public ground outside the Pokémon Center, Gary and Vincent stood in the command area. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gary from Pallet Town. Gary said. $67. I just heard your name at the Pokémon Center. Can we start the battle? Vincent asked. Looking at the excited Vincent, Gary could not help but see that this was a rookie who was eager to try Pokémon battles. Eevee, I leave it to you. Gary said. Bui. Eevee rushed into the venue. What Pokémon is this? Vincent noticed Eevee and took out the Pokédex to check. Pokédex, Eevee, normal type. In order to adapt to changes in the environment immediately, Eevee contains multiple possibilities for evolution. Normal type Pokémon, then don't worry. Seeing the information given by the Pokédex, Vincent was immediately relieved. This is your first battle, go ahead, Chikorita. Vincent threw the Pokeball. Great. Chikorita, a cute girl with a leaf on her head and light green body, appears. Gary likes Chikorita very much, but it's a pity that Chikorita's final evolution Meganium is not only not powerful, but also a bit ugly, which is a Pokémon that ruins everything. LV7 Chikorita 3/Elite. Professor Elm is quite generous. The Pokémon he gave has such high potential. It seems that he values this group of rookie trainers very much. You attack first. As a senior, Gary still has to give in to the juniors. Okay, Chikorita, use Razor Leaf. Vincent quickly issued an order. Chikorita shook her head vigorously, and a leaf shot out from the long leaves on her head, rushing straight towards Eevee. Eevee looked at the Razor Leaf like this, and dodged it with a light jump. This Razor Leaf not only has low power, but also slow flying speed. Eevee's grandmother can dodge it. It actually dodged it. Vincent didn't think Chikorita's Razor Leaf was slow, but was surprised that Eevee could dodge it, so Vincent changed the order and said, it actually dodged it, then we will tackle. Cheek. Chikorita rushed towards Eevee, with a posture of a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger. However, this is mainly because Eevee is also very cute, and the other party also thinks Eevee is a little cute, but not a scourge. Eevee, use the water flow to break. Gary ordered. Eevee smiled crookedly, and the water flow wrapped around its tail, turning into a water blade. In Chikorita's surprised eyes, it swept away with its tail. Bang! Chikorita was directly knocked out and fell to the ground, and she didn't say a word. What? Chikorita, are you okay? Vincent was also dumbfounded. He immediately went to Chikorita and found that Chikorita's eyes were rolling around and he had lost his ability to fight. Shouldn't grass-type Pokémon be afraid of water-type skills? Why? Vincent looked at Gary's Eevee in confusion. Chee. Eevee looked at the fallen Chikorita, just feeling bored, and ran back to Gary. Don't be surprised. Grass-type Pokémon are not afraid of water-type skills, but Chikorita's level is too low compared to my Eevee. Gary responded, the level difference is too big. Even the skills that are not restrained can still cause great damage. Really? Vincent looked at Eevee beside Gary. The main reason was that Eevee was too cute. He didn't look like a powerful Pokémon at all. Hurry up and send Chikorita to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Gary reminded. That's right. Vincent only thought of Chikorita at this time, and immediately carried Chikorita to the Pokémon Center. Joy saw Vincent returning with Chikorita in his arms, and shook his head helplessly. This young man really doesn't listen to advice, and always likes to act on his own. This way, Pokémon will suffer a great loss. Nurse Joy, quickly treat my chrysanthemum, Vincent said anxiously. Angry as she was, Joy still took Chikorita to the treatment room for treatment in the spirit of a white angel. Gary and Eevee followed in, mainly because Gary wanted to see if Vincent would be depressed after being defeated. Unfortunately, Gary obviously thought too much. Although Vincent looked unhappy, he was not discouraged, but was aroused. Senior Gary, when I become stronger, can I challenge you again? Vincent said. Gary was ashamed. This Vincent was exactly the same as Ash in some aspects. See you at the Silver Conference. Gary said. Okay, I will definitely attend the Silver Conference. Vincent clenched his fist and rekindled his fighting spirit. Vincent, how are you? At this time, a man and a woman walked in. Gary and Vincent both looked at the door. Gary saw the man and woman walking in and immediately recognized each other's identity. The man was called Jimmy and the woman was called Marina. Like Vincent, they were all rookie trainers of this batch of New Bark Town. The three of them also knew each other and were friends since childhood. Marina. Seeing Marina, Vincent immediately came over and said, Marina, do you want to travel with me? I will take care of you along the way. Thanks, but no need. Marina said with disdain, seeing you like this, you didn't feel any blow. Did you win the battle? Oh, Marina, you care about me so much. You even know about my battle. Vincent said excitedly. Don't get me wrong. I just happened to be at Professor Elm's place. It was Nurse Joy who called Jimmy. I came to see you. I'm not concerned about you. Marina explained immediately, fearing that Vincent would misunderstand. Marina has clearly stated that she doesn't like Vincent, but Vincent is so shameless that he always shows his courtesy to her. Vincent, is your Chikorita okay? Jimmy asked. When mentioning Chikorita, Vincent said a little frustrated, it's okay. I've handed it over to Joy for treatment. I didn't expect that my first battle in my life would end in defeat. It's really unfortunate. Who beat you? Marina asked curiously. Although the three of them were all rookie trainers, Marina still knew Vincent. Vincent looked very confident, but he also worked hard on his homework. He had a rich knowledge of Pokémon. The trainer who could beat him must be extraordinary. Didn't you see it was him? Vincent pointed at Gary and said, it was his Eevee that beat me. Jimmy and Marina both looked at Gary, and suddenly had different opinions in their hearts. This is the trainer who beat Vincent. He looks very calm. I really want to challenge him. Jimmy thought to himself. Wow, so handsome, even more handsome than Jimmy. Marina thought to herself. Hello, my name is Gary. Gary also greeted politely. Hello, my name is Marina. Marina responded enthusiastically when she saw the handsome guy. Vincent on the side was a little jealous. She was so enthusiastic when they first met. She was really a woman who only liked handsome guys. Hello, my name is Jimmy. You just defeated Vincent. Can you fight me? Jimmy directly challenged him. Jimmy, you. Marina wanted to stop him, but she didn't say much when she saw that it was the decision of her sweetheart. Marina is a very philandering girl. She aspires to be Lance's lover, but she likes Jimmy in her heart. She is a complete philandering girl, just like Xiaoshu. Good job, Jimmy. Gary is very strong. I suggest you forget it. Vincent said righteously. Vincent was very confident before, but after the defeat, he calmed down. As a rookie, he is indeed not a veteran trainer rival. He doesn't want to see his good brother lose. That can't be forgotten. You challenged me, so I want to challenge you too, Jimmy said with high morale. Well, you are also a rookie like June. Gary said. Yes, I just got Pokemon today. Jimmy nodded. Gary, are all the rookie trainers in New Bark Town so fearless? Okay, let's fight again. Gary agreed. Gary naturally had no intention of bullying rookies, but the three in front of him were the trainers favored by Professor Elm, and Gary, as a senior, could give them some pointers. After deciding to fight, Gary, Vincent and the other two went to the public area outside again. Gary and Jimmy were already standing in the command area. Marina and Vincent were watching the battle from the side. Gary was thinking about whether Marina would challenge him, but was clearly rejected. Marina had no interest in Pokemon battles. She wanted to become a Pokemon coordinator, so she didn't plan to challenge Gary. The Pokemon I sent out is Eevee, Gary said. Chi-yi. Eevee rushed into the field. The previous battle did not satisfy it. She hoped that Jimmy could send out some powerful Pokemon. Obviously, Eevee's expectations would definitely be dashed. Jimmy and Vincent are both rookie trainers. They just got Pokemon from Professor Elm today. According to the development of the plot, the Earl Dervish Pokemon Jimmy got from Professor Elm is Cyndaquil, which is a good fire-type Pokemon, but it is far inferior to Charmander. Go ahead, Cyndaquil. Jimmy threw the Pokeball. Great! A Pokemon that looks like a mole appeared. LV8 Cyndaquil 3/Elite. Looking at Cyndaquil's potential, it can be seen that Professor Elm has invested a lot of money this time, and actually gave Cyndaquil with such high potential. I don't know if the Pokemon given by Professor 480 are all high in potential, or because the professors are interested in rookie who received Pokemon. Cyndaquil, show your fighting spirit. Jimmy said. Right. Cyndaquil growl is very cute, and the red spots on its back burst into flames, which shows that this Cyndaquil is quite aggressive, much more aggressive than Ash's Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, attack with Ember. Jimmy ordered. The fireballs spit up Ember the size of a stone, and Ember falls towards Eevee. The appearance of Ember is unbearable to look at, too weak. Swift will solve it. Gary also felt that it was meaningless. Bullying Rookie satisfied his bad taste, but after the fight, it was really meaningless. Chi-Yi. Eevee used Swift, and golden energy stars were generated, lingering around Eevee's tail. As Eevee waved its tail, the golden stars smashed Ember and rushed towards Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, use Dig quickly. Jimmy ordered. Cyndaquil immediately drilled into the ground, and all the Swifts fell to the ground, turning into powder and dissipating in the air. Cyndaquil lives underground, and Dig is a skill it is born with. Gary looked at the ground and said calmly, trust your instincts and use the water flow to attack the position that threatens you. Chai. With the water flow wrapped around Eevee's tail, Eevee immediately felt the threat from the ground under him. According to his instinct, he jumped forward and swung the water blade to chop the ground. Daa. The ground in the public area was not solid. It collapsed in an instant, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Cyndaquil was shaken out. Eevee saw Cyndaquil and swung his tail again, sweeping Cyndaquil away. Bang! Cyndaquil hit the guardrail net and then fell to the ground. The flames on her back were extinguished. Cyndaquil. Jimmy ran over worriedly and picked up Cyndaquil to check her injuries. Don't worry, Eevee didn't hit her hard. She just fainted. Leave it to Nurse Joy for treatment, said Gary. Jimmy nodded, holding Cyndaquil and rushed into the Pokémon Center. Vincent and Marina followed closely behind Jimmy. It was obvious that Jimmy was the leader among the owners. Gary also followed them into the Pokémon Center to take a look. Jimmy, Professor Elm called just now and said that he has something to give you and asked you to go back. Joy said, oh, I'll go after Cyndaquil is treated. Jimmy said. As soon as Gary entered the Pokémon Center, he heard the conversation between Joy and Jimmy. Jimmy looked at Gary, walked up to Gary, and said, Gary, Vincent said that you are participating in the silver and gold, right? Yes. Gary nodded, wondering why Jimmy, would ask this. Could it be that Jimmy also wants to participate? According to the original plot, Jimmy and Vincent have the same goal, both want to become Pokémon Masters, but Jimmy did not participate in the Silver Conference, but Vincent did. I admit that you are very strong. Let's put our second battle at the Silver Conference. Jimmy said. Okay, then you guys do your best. By the way, if you are going to Professor Elm later, please say hello to him for me, and I won't bother him. Gary said. Huh. Do you know Professor Elm? Vincent and Marina looked confused. They grew up in New Bark Town and often went to Professor Elm to play, but they had never seen Gary. Of course I know him. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Gary didn't want to delay here any longer, he still had to capture new Pokémon. Gary didn't forget his agreement with Ash, to use the Pokémon he captured in the Johto region to fight, but Gary hadn't captured any Pokémon yet. Jimmy and the other two watched Gary leave, and after Cyndaquil was treated, Jimmy and the other two returned to the aerial laboratory. Professor Elm, I'm back, what do you want to talk to me about? Jimmy asked. You left in a hurry, you and Marina forgot to take the Pokédex. Professor Elm handed two Pokémon Pokédex to Jimmy and Marina. After receiving Joy's call, the two guys rushed to the Pokémon Center and forgot to take the Pokédex, which can prove their identity documents and is a must-have item for travel. Oh, I almost forgot. Jimmy realized that he didn't take the Pokédex, so he quickly took the Pokédex and put it in his pocket. Marina also put the Pokédex away. By the way, Marina just said that Vincent fought with a trainer. How did it go? Professor Elm asked. Professor, I lost. Vincent said a little embarrassedly. After all, when he first went out, he boasted that he would become a Pokémon Master, but he lost in the first battle. It was too embarrassing. Is the opponent a rookie trainer like you? Professor Elm asked. He looks a little older than us, but he said he knew Professor Elm and asked us to say hello to you. Vincent said. Know me? Who? My name is Gary, from Pallet Town. Vincent said. What? Gary. Professor Elm was shocked. Professor Elm, do you know him? Seeing Professor Elm so surprised, Jimmy was also curious about Gary's identity. Of course I know him, he is the grandson of my teacher Professor Oak, I saw him when he was a child. Professor Elm said. What? Professor Oak's grandson. Marina was also shocked. Professor Oak is a very famous professor, he is world famous. I didn't expect that Gary is the grandson of such a famous person. Grandson of Professor Oak, I didn't expect that Gary has such an identity. Vincent was surprised. He just picked a random person to fight, but he could find such a great person. And Gary won the championship in the last Kanto Alliance conference. It's normal for you to lose to him. Professor Elm said. Kanto Alliance Conference Champion. Vincent and Jimmy looked at each other. They didn't know Gary's identity before. Now that they know it, they realize that they are so overestimating themselves. Gary has won the Alliance Conference Champion once, why does he want to participate in the Silver Conference? Marina asked puzzled Dash. Oh, Gary is also going to participate in the Silver Conference. Professor Elm was surprised, then you have to work hard and don't lose to Gary. Professor, Gary has won the Alliance Conference Champion once. Vincent and Jimmy have just become trainers. How can they be Gary's rival? Marina said. Who said we are not rival? It's just a battle. It can't determine the final victory or defeat. Vincent immediately retorted. Although Vincent usually dotes on Marina, He doesn't dote on Marina at all on this issue. Yes, Gary has been a trainer for a short time. Before the Silver Conference started, we had a long time to breed Pokemon. We must defeat Gary. Even Jimmy's fighting spirit was ignited. Very good, then you must work hard. If you can beat Gary, it will indirectly prove that I am better than the teacher. Professor Elm said with great anticipation. The alliances in each region have commissioned these professors to train rookie trainers. Professor Elm naturally hopes that the trainers he trains can become Pokemon Masters. Okay, Jimmy and I will work hard together. Yes, let's start by collecting all 8 badges. Vincent and Jimmy regained their confidence and also had a new goal, which was to defeat Gary. Afternoon. After having lunch in New Bark Town and taking a rest for a while, Gary continued to ride west, entered Route 29, and headed to Cherry Grove City. Along the way, Gary was paying attention to the Pokemon he encountered on the road. When he first went out to travel, most of the Pokemon he encountered were ordinary and elite potential, and he didn't encounter any Pokemon with gym potential. As for why Gary wanted to capture new Pokemon, in addition to the agreement with Ash, it was also to use up the extra low-level rare candy in the space backpack. Because in order to maximize the benefits, Gary waited until the Pokemon reached level 27 before using low-level rare candy, and using 3 low-level rare candy could reach level 30. After Pokemon reached level 30, low-level rare candy could no longer be used, resulting in 42 low-level rare candy left in the space backpack. Anyway, Pokemon above level 30 cannot use low-level rare candy, so Gary planned to capture a few lower-level Pokemon breeders in the Johto region and use up these low-level rare candy. Because of the experience of challenging Kanto region gyms, the quest rewards are determined based on the strength of the current gym owner. The first few gyms were not very good, so the rare candy rewards were definitely low-level. So Gary continued to capture Pokemon with high potential and below level 30 to use up some low-level rare candy. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any Pokemon he liked along the way. After all, Gary would not capture Pokemon with potential below elite. However, Gary was not without preparation. He planned to capture a Heracross. On the way to Cherry Grove City, he would pass by the Heracross forest. Ash's Heracross was captured in the Heracross forest, and Gary also planned to capture one here. It took 3 days for Gary to finally find the Heracross forest. He encountered many bug-type Pokemon on the way, and the bug-type Pokemon here were not afraid of people at all, and the forest was full of the smell of peace. Because the bug-type Pokemon living in the Heracross forest all suck tree sap, they will not fight each other for food. The only thing you need to be on guard against is the bird Pokemon. LV18 Heracross/Elite. LV16 Heracross Male Sign Elite. LV20 Heracross 3/Gym. None of them will work. Gary shook his head slightly. He did meet quite a few Heracross along the way, but none of them satisfied Gary. 0. Asking for flowers. Huh? Why are the trees withered here? Gary was puzzled. The Rocket Trio should not be here, so this should not happen. In the plot of Ash's travel route, they came to the Heracross forest and found that the trees were withered. That was because the Rocket team temporarily occupied the Pinsir's habitat, causing the Pinsirs to run to the Heracross's territory to grab tree sap to eat. Because Heracross is a gentle Pokemon, facing the invasion of Pinsir, it chose to give in, and finally could only absorb the sap of those abnormal trees, which led to the tree withering circle. But now Ash and his friends have not yet reached New Bark Town. After all, walking and traveling are still much slower than Gary riding a mountain bike. Even if the Rocket Trio took action in advance, it should not be at this time. This also shows that the withering of the trees is not caused by the Rocket Trio, but other reasons. I want to see what's going on. Gary thought it was interesting and continued to walk deeper into the forest. If he wanted to find the reason, he only needed to go to the area with the most sap secretion. The sap production of the Heracross forest, with the number of Heracross here, would not cause a large number of trees here to wither. As he walked deeper into the forest, Gary saw more Heracross, and even found 2 Heracross with quasi-elite potential. However, these 2 Heracross with quasi-elite potential were not in Gary's eyes, but one of them attracted Gary's attention. On a tree that is nearly 10 meters high and so thick that 3 or 4 adults holding hands can only hug it, a Heracross is lying on the trunk sucking sap. The key is that the skin of this Heracross is different from other Heracrosses. The skin of this Heracross is black, while the skin of normal Heracross is dark blue. Because Heracross has a Mega Evolution form, Gary naturally noticed the color of Heracross's flash form. The Heracross normal is pink, and the Heracross in front of him is black. Under the sunlight, the hard skin of this Heracross is shining with metallic luster, and its defense ability is very strong. Novel image. LV25 Heracross 3/Champion. The Heracross in front of him is not only handsome in color, but also has champion potential. Except for the 3 sacred birds, this is the first time Gary has seen an ordinary wild Pokemon with such high potential. As for Electivire, when it was still illiquid, it was only elite potential. It was only because of the baptism of thunder that its potential was raised to champion, and the Heracross in front of him has natural champion potential. Heracross. Gary walked to the tree and shouted, "Heracross, I want to capture you and make you my Pokemon." Heracross, who was sucking the sap, rolled his eyes downwards. When he saw Gary and Eevee, he ignored them and continued to suck the sap. "Ignore me." Gary looked at Heracross, who ignored him. 4. 2, 3 and looked around again, and found that there was only this Heracross on the tree, and the other Heracross did not dare to approach here. It seems that the reason why the tree withered is because this Heracross occupied the tree in front of it, which caused Heracross to suck the sap of other trees, causing the tree to wither. Eevee, you should also taste this tree sweat, Gary said. Chee. Eevee has wanted to taste it for a long time. Since entering here, he has smelled the sweet tree sap. With Gary's permission, he immediately went to the big tree and licked the tree sap that overflowed from the tree mark. Chai. After just a taste, Eevee's eyes curved into crescents. He ate without making a sound, which shows that the tree sap is very delicious. Heracross. However, Heracross, who was lying on the tree, saw that Eevee dared to eat his own tree sap, and immediately warned Eevee. Chai. Although Eevee is docile, he grew up in Gary's hands and would not be frightened by Heracross's intimidation. He immediately fought back and yelled. Seeing that Eevee dared to resist, Heracross was not polite and immediately pounced on Eevee. Eevee immediately retreated more than 2 meters away. With a bang, Heracross hit his head on the grass, and his big horns were inserted into the soil. Heracross exerted force with his head, the ground cracked instantly, and the big horn was pulled out of the soil. What a great power! Gary didn't expect that Heracross, at level 25, could have such great power. If a Pokemon of the same level encountered Heracross's situation, it would most likely be trapped. However, Heracross was born with 500 species strength and 125 physical attack species strength, which is definitely a strong physical attacker. After Heracross pulled the big horn out of the soil, the carapace unfolded, revealing transparent wings, and quickly rushed towards Eevee, facing Eevee with the big horn, trying to knock Eevee away. Psychic. Gary ordered. Eevee's eyes glowed blue, and Heracross immediately felt that he could not move. Then, his body slammed towards the ground, and after several consecutive hits, he fell to the ground. Heracross. The Heracross hiding around also noticed the situation here, but when they saw the bully Heracross being knocked down, no one came to protect it. It can be seen that this Heracross has committed many evil deeds and is in trouble, and no one of its kind helps it. Your insect luck is really bad, so just follow me. Gary saw this and took out a Pokeball and threw it. Bang! The Pokeball hit the Heracross and took it in, successfully catching it. Eevee quickly ran to the big tree and continued to lick the sap. Is it so delicious? It was the first time Gary saw Eevee so greedy. It was not like this usually. The surrounding Heracrosses saw that the bully Heracross was gone, and they all came closer. If you want to eat it. I will take that Heracross away and will not monopolize the sap of this tree anymore, Gary said. Hearing this, all the Heracrosses flew to the big tree and began to suck the sap from the tree. What a bunch of greedy ghosts. Gary didn't expect these Heracross to be so naive. He defeated the bully. Didn't they think that Gary might be worse than the bully Heracross? Gary didn't care. He walked over to pick up the Pokemon and checked the data of Heracross. Pokemon, Heracross, Flash. Attribute, Bug, Fighting. Level, 25. Potential, Champion. Ability, Overconfidence. If you defeat rival, you will be full of confidence and your attack ability will increase by 1 level 0. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Arm Thrust, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Horn Attack, Counter. Intimacy, 90. Maximum value 255. Overconfidence. No wonder this Heracross can dominate. It's because of the overconfidence ability. Although Heracross is gentle, it does not mean that they will not fight each other. This Heracross relies on its overconfidence ability. As long as it defeats a Heracross, its physical attack ability will increase by 1 level. Then it will become more and more courageous, surpassing all the Heracross here, and can monopolize the tree with the richest sap. The intimacy is a bit low, but it does not have much impact. A few rare candies and skill teaching can make this Heracross surrender obediently. After conquering Heracross, Gary did not stay in the Heracross forest for long. He released Moltres and quickly went to Cherry Grove City. After landing near Cherry Grove City, he rode in. After treating Heracross, Gary came to the public area and released Heracross. Great! Heracross looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and glared at Gary, but when he saw Eevee on Gary's shoulder, he immediately put away his anger and remained silent. Seeing Heracross wanting to beat him up but unable to do so was hilarious. Gary suppressed his laughter and said, Heracross, don't be sad, you are my Pokemon now, be obedient, I can help you become stronger. Heracross ignored Gary, and was angry. He was originally the little bully of the Heracross forest, and was well fed every day, so why did he have to follow a trainer for no reason? Here, you should like this. Gary took out the honey he had just bought on the road and opened the lid. The 2 tentacles on Heracross's head suddenly twitched, and he immediately looked towards Gary. When he saw the jar in Gary's hand, he immediately drooled. The sap of the Heracross forest is delicious, but it is far inferior to honey. Especially honey has a fatal captivating power for bug-type Pokemon. As long as you follow me, I will give you honey every day. It will be much more comfortable than staying in the forest, Gary said with the honey in his hand. Heracross tried to resist the temptation, but he was hungry after a battle. He unconsciously moved closer to Gary, and the closer he got, the more he could smell the sweetness of the honey. I don't care. Heracross rushed forward, took the honey from Gary's hand, and began to suck it. Seeing Heracross surrender so quickly, Gary smiled and said, "Don't worry, no one is competing with you. I still have some." Gary then took out a large bottle of honey, which immediately excited Heracross, and the intimacy rose to 105. Until Heracross finished the small and large bottles of honey, Gary took out the Soothe Bell and asked Heracross to put it in the carrying space. Heracross did not refuse for the sake of the honey, and honestly put the Soothe Bell in the carrying space. As long as Soothe Bell is placed in the carrying space, Heracross will never escape Gary's palm. 02 Gary stretched out his hand and placed it on Heracross's shell. He first used 5 low-level rare candies to directly upgrade Heracross's level to level 30. Heracross, surprised face? Heracross immediately felt the change in strength and was completely stunned. Gary smiled and did not continue to upgrade Heracross's level. Instead, he began to teach skills, and taught each skill once. Heracross mastered the 4 skills of Dig, Stone Edge, Rest, and Destruction and Death Ray, and the intimacy was rising like a rocket. Dynamic Punch can't be learned, it shouldn't be. Gary looked at Heracross and couldn't learn Dynamic Punch, and he was speechless in his heart. Dynamic Punch is a very bug skill. Only the first 3 generations of Pokemon have the opportunity to master it. Pokemon in later generations can only awaken it by themselves, and they can't learn it. Heracross is also a fighting type, so he should be able to master it, but he just can't learn it, which makes Gary a little depressed. Heracross. Heracross was stunned. It couldn't accept awakening 4 skills at once for a while, and it felt like living in a dream. Come in. Gary put Heracross into the Pokeball, went to the store to buy some berries, and started to make energy blocks for Heracross. Gary also planned to stay in Cherry Grove City for a few days, because there is a cold area outside Cherry Grove City, even snowy mountains, where ice Pokemon live. Gary has a system reward for the top Razor Claw. He really wants to use Razor Claw to evolve Sneasel and see if he can capture a Sneasel that he likes. The next day, Gary came to the outside of Cherry Grove City, released Articuno, and flew on Articuno for more than 10 minutes before arriving near the snowy mountains. Gary checked around the snowy mountain bit by bit, looking for the Sneasel's figure. Sneasels live in very cold places, and are cunning and vicious. They are very smart and will hunt in groups at night. Normal likes to eat fine bird eggs. Moreover, Sneasels will communicate with each other and carve various patterns on the surface of trees and ice to convey signals to their partners. According to research, there are 500 kinds of patterns that Sneasels use to convey information to each other. You should know that humans can convey information by writing with thousands of words, and Sneasels can invent 500 kinds of patterns, which is almost the same as words. Found it, there are Sneasels living here. Gary soon saw the mark left by Sneasel on a tree. It was obviously left by claws, and it was a pattern similar to feathers. Feather. Gary secretly lowered his chin and looked around, and soon saw a Noctowl on 10 trees. LV28 Noctowl/Elite. Noctowl was nesting in its bird nest. Because it was daytime, the owl was resting and did not react at all. Is there an egg in the nest? Gary looked at the owl and then at the mark on the tree. It should be a mark that there were bird eggs here. It seems that we need to stay here for a night. Gary looked at the snow-white ground very helpless. There was no way. Sneasel is a nocturnal Pokemon. It hunts at night. As for the daytime, it hides in the cave to rest. They also cover their cave entrances very well. It is very difficult to find them. Decided to wait here. In order to lure Sneasel into the trap, Gary specially made several bird nests, put the eggs bought from the department store in them, and prepared some tree fruits that ice Pokemon like to eat. He didn't believe that Sneasel would not be fooled. After that, Gary temporarily built a tent nearby and waited for the night to fall. Night fell. The forest outside gets dark very quickly. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, but the whole forest is in darkness. Gary and Eevee are hiding in the tent. Gary is holding the night vision goggles developed by Silphco to observe the situation outside. This night vision goggles is very advanced. Not only can you see things at night, but you can also see invisible ghost Pokemon. Gary bought it at the Silphco department store when he passed by Saffron City. He originally planned to use it to capture ghost Pokemon, but he never encountered a ghost Pokemon that he liked, so he kept it in his backpack. Unexpectedly, he used it to catch Sneasel this time. 147. Gary and Eevee waited here for 2 hours without any movement. Instead, at 8 o'clock, the moon came out. The bright moonlight shone on the snow-white ground. Because of the refraction of ice crystals, the night became a little cal. In the quiet night, a rustling sound suddenly came out, and Gary and Eevee were alert. This sound was obviously the footsteps of Stomp in the snow, but because the other party was very light, the sound was not so loud. Soon, several short dark figures appeared in the woods ahead. The owner of the dark figure was Gary's target Pokemon, Sneasel. Gary immediately checked Sneasel's potential. If the potential was not good, it would not be worth capturing. Gary's requirements were not high. As long as the potential was close to elite, he could capture it. LV30 Sneasel 3/Gym. LV25 Sneasel 3/Elite. LV27 Sneasel 3/Elite. LV32 Sneasel/Gym. LV35 Sneasel 3/Elite. There are 5 Sneasels in total. The Sneasel with elite potential is much stronger than the other 4 Sneasels, and this Sneasel is obviously the leader of this small team. Gary felt that his luck had changed. This Chengdu region seemed to be tailor-made for him. He captured 2 Pokémon in a row, and their potential was not low. Novel image. Ubi. The leader Sneasel looked at the mark on the tree and began to wonder. According to the mark, there should be only one bird's nest here, so why are there so many nests on the tree? The key is that Noctowl is gone, because owls, like Sneasel, are nocturnal Pokémon. Although Sneasel's attribute restrains owls, it still doesn't want to conflict with Noctowl. After all, if it is injured in the wild, it can't get treatment, and it will be infected and die if it is not careful. So the Sneasels know the habits of owls, and wait for the owls to go out to hunt, and then come to steal the eggs. But according to the report of their companions, there should be only one bird's nest here, so why are there so many bird's nests suddenly? Ubi. Sneasel pointed to a companion and asked him to go to the tree to have a look. The assigned Sneasel inserted his claws into the tree trunk and climbed up little by little. Soon he came to the bird's nest and saw several eggs placed inside. Sneasel was confused because he had lived in the snowy mountains and had seen Pokémon eggs, but he had never seen chicken eggs. After all, the climate in the snowy mountains was so cold that there would be no chickens living here, so he had never seen chicken eggs. The 4 Sneasels under the tree stared at the Sneasel on the tree in a daze, wondering what the Sneasel on the tree was doing. The Sneasel on the tree heard the calls of his companions, and directly took the bird's nest together, quickly came down from the tree, and gave the eggs in the bird's nest to his companions. The Sneasels were all stunned when they saw the eggs. It was also the first time they saw eggs. They were much smaller than Pokémon eggs, but they were still eggs. A Sneasel picked up an egg and tapped it lightly with his sharp claws, instantly smashing it open, and the egg liquid splashed everywhere. Seeing the splashing egg liquid, Sneasel immediately realized that it was really an egg, and immediately sucked it up, and the wonderful taste swept through his entire mouth. The rest of the Sneasel saw that the eggs were edible, so they all took the eggs, cracked a hole, and began to suck. The taste of the eggs was similar to that of Pokémon eggs, which was very suitable for their taste, including some tree fruits in the bird's nest. Suddenly, the Sneasel realized that they were hit by the pie. After eating the food in one bird's nest, they began to take down the next bird's nest and ate happily. It seems that the research is not entirely correct. Such an obvious trap, these Sneasel did not care at all and started eating directly. It seems that they are not very smart. Gary sighed. Gary is a full man who does not know the hunger of the hungry. Let him starve for a few days, eat 1 meal and then starve for 9 meals. When he sees food again, he will not say that about Sneasel. Eat, eat, eat more. Gary did not intend to do it, because he put a few sleeping fruits. If the Pokémon eat too much of these fruits, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep. When the Sneasel falls asleep, he can just capture them directly. Soon, the 5 Sneasels finished eating the food Gary prepared, but things did not develop as Gary expected. Among the 5 Sneasels, only 4 Sneasels fell asleep, and the elite potential Sneasel did not fall asleep. The reason is that the Sneasel does not like the taste of the sleep fruit, and this elite potential Sneasel, as the leader, naturally eats the unpalatable food by his subordinates, and he naturally eats the more delicious eggs, so he is not affected by the sleep fruit. However, the other 4 Sneasels fell asleep, which made the leader Sneasel very confused. Even if he rested, he had to return to the cave first. Although the evil Sneasel has a bad personality, these 4 little brothers are his reliance for survival, and he must not ignore them. Sneasel tried to wake up his companions, but no matter how he shouted, the 4 Sneasels fell asleep and could not be woken up. If they were not breathing, he would have thought that the 4 Sneasels went to see Tiny. Don't shout, your companion is fine, he just fell asleep. A voice came from behind. BCH. Sneasel turned his head immediately, and when he saw Gary and Eevee, he immediately showed a vigilant look. As a highly intelligent Pokémon, Sneasel knew the danger of humans very well, because there were still many trainers who would come here to look for Pokémon in order to capture ice Pokémon, and Sneasel had also seen humans. Sneasel, come and fight, as long as you beat me, I will leave here and give you enough food, but if you lose, you have to follow me, and as for your subordinates, I can also prepare food for them. Gary said. Gary originally thought about whether to keep Sneasel together, but thought about it and gave up, because Sneasel's temperament was sinister and cunning, and trainers who were not fully trusted would definitely be naughty and mischievous. It would be safest for these Sneasel to stay here. Sneasel looked at Eevee beside Gary. Seeing that Eevee was so short and not strong, he had a great chance of winning, so he nodded and agreed to fight with Gary. Eevee, leave it to you. Gary said. Chai. Eevee jumped out immediately. Although it was not afraid of the cold, it did not want to stay in the snow for too long, and would quickly return to a warm place. Whoosh! Sneasel suddenly rushed towards Eevee, pulling out a white light band behind him. This should be quick attack. Bang! Eevee, who was not prepared, was knocked out by Sneasel. Eevee fell into the snow and was very dissatisfied. With hot air coming out of his mouth, he was ready to release Fire Blast. Sneasel saw the flames and immediately ran to the side. Boom! Fire Blast fell on the snow and exploded directly. Although it did not hit Sneasel, the heat wave generated by the explosion still affected Sneasel. Sneasel saw the horror of Fire Blast and dared not approach Eevee anymore. He used Icy Wind for long-range attack. Eevee used Thunderbolt, and Icy Wind was instantly torn apart by thunder. Thunderbolt hit Sneasel and electrocuted him to the ground. The level difference between the two was too big. Sneasel's special attack ability was low. If he fought with special attack moves, he would be courting destruction. Gary took out the Pokeball and threw it at No is good, Sneasel, successfully subduing it. Gary also took a look at the attributes of this Sneasel. Pokemon, Sneasel 3. Attribute, Evil, Ice. Level, 35. Potential, Elite. Ability, Mental Power, possessing a trained spirit, and will not shrink from rivals' attacks, and will not be shaken by intimidation. Skills, Grab, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes. Intimacy, 65, maximum value 255. The intimacy is really low, it is indeed notoriously difficult to tame evil Pokemon. Gary said, evil Pokemon are notoriously difficult to tame, but if the trainer really tames them, they will be very loyal to the trainer, so evil Pokemon are not suitable for novice trainers and breeders. Even for Gary, an old hand, it takes some time to breed evil Pokemon. Come out. Gary let Sneasel out after reading Sneasel's attribute. Sneasel was still in a coma, so Gary treated Sneasel on the spot, sprayed full restore on him, and then waited for Sneasel to wake up. However, Sneasel did not wake up, but its 4 younger brothers woke up from their sleep. When they saw a human next to their leader, they all looked over, their eyes full of confusion. I have subdued your leader. When your leader wakes up later, he will say goodbye to you, Gary said. Although he could use the props rewarded by the system to increase Sneasel's intimacy with him to the maximum, Gary did not want to do that. He planned to let Sneasel say goodbye to its younger brothers, so that he could increase the intimacy a little bit and use fewer props. By the way, you will have trouble hunting without a leader in the future. You can take these food. Gary took out a bunch of bottles and cans, which were filled with Pokemon feed. Wild Pokemon can also be eaten. The 4 Sneasels looked at each other, and one of the highest level Sneasel came out, looked at the food Gary gave him, tasted a few bites, and confirmed that it was edible. He called the other 3 companions, moved all the Pokemon feed away, and then planned to slip away. Hey, aren't you going to say goodbye to the leader? Gary asked in confusion. Ooby. The 4 Sneasels shook their heads in unison, not intending to say goodbye to the leader Sneasel. Although they would act in groups, if any Sneasel in the team had an accident, they would decisively abandon it, even if the Sneasel was the leader. Anyway, Sneasel is almost invincible in this snowy mountain. If one less of the same kind is missing, they can get more food. Gary didn't know what to say. The evil Pokemon did have such a habit, but the leader Sneasel didn't abandon the 4 Sneasels just now, but now he is abandoned by the 4 Sneasels. It's really sad. However, if you think about it carefully, if Sneasel has a deep relationship with its younger brothers, it will miss them all the time when it stays by its side, so it's not bad to break the relationship like this. Then when your leader wakes up, you can tell him directly, and then I can give you more delicious food, said Gary. The 4 Sneasels nodded their heads when they heard that there was something delicious to eat. They didn't even think of resisting because Gary could defeat their leader and they wouldn't resist. The 4 Sneasels were not idle either. While waiting, they ate the Pokemon feed given by Gary. This Pokemon feed is the staple food for Pokemon and can completely fill their stomachs. About 10 minutes later, the leader Sneasel woke up. The leader Sneasel felt a little weak. When he raised his head, he saw his 4 younger brothers eating stuffed cheeks. The leader Sneasel looked confused. He didn't understand why his younger brothers were eating and didn't care about him at all. The 4 Sneasels also saw the leader the Sneasel woke up and greeted him. At the same time, they all looked at Gary, asking if they could leave. Okay, go if you want, Gary said. The 4 Sneasel left happily with the food, showing no mercy to the leader Sneasel. The leader Sneasel was also dumbfounded. His younger brother just abandoned him. The key point is that they are a team, and Gary and Eevee are only 2 people. Don't they plan to fight and see? It seems that your younger brother doesn't agree with you as the leader. He abandoned you for some food, said Gary. Accustomed. Sneasel felt bad. He was worried about their safety at the beginning, but they sold him out when he fainted. Although he was a little domineering in the team, he always gave them soup every time he ate meat. They were really a bunch of untamable Sneasels. Don't feel bad. Follow me. I will take good care of you. You don't have to eat 10 meals a day and go hungry 10 times in the future, Gary said. Sneasel looked at Gary and felt that the human in front of him was kind-hearted. He could even give food to his minions. At least he could be sure that he would not go hungry if he followed Gary. Accustomed. Sneasel nodded to Gary, which was considered to be an acknowledgement of Gary's identity as a trainer. Gary smiled and checked Sneasel's attributes. Pokemon, Sneasel. Attribute, Evil, Ice. Level, 3-5. Potential, Elite. Ability, Mental Power, possessing a trained spirit, it will not shrink from rivals' attacks, and will not be shaken by intimidation. Skills, Grab, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes. Intimacy, 70, maximum value 255. After reading Sneasel's attributes, Gary was silent. He spent so much time just to impress Sneasel and increase his intimacy, but after all the effort, he only increased his intimacy by 5 points. Here, put this in your carrying space, I want to teach you skills. Gary took out the Soothe Bell. Sneasel looked at Soothe Bell and was sure that it couldn't be eaten, but it was very smart and believed that Gary would not harm it, so he put Soothe Bell into the carrying space. Gary grabbed Sneasel's arm and began to teach Sneasel skills. In an instant, he taught a lot of skills, and Sneasel also mastered 5 skills. Just like Heracross, Sneasel was stunned by mastering so many skills in an instant. If he could master these Pokémon earlier, he would have dominated these areas. Why would he come out every night to take bird eggs? Let's go back to the city. Looking at the time, it was almost late at night. Gary didn't plan to go back to Cherry Grove City, so he decided to fly directly to Violet City. He dismantled the tent and packed it up. Under Sneasel's shocked eyes, he released Articuno and flew to the sky with Sneasel. As an Ice-type Pokémon, he knew the legend of Articuno to some extent. After all, Pokémon have intelligence. When they are feeding their offspring, they will also tell their offspring what they see and hear. As an Ice-type legendary Pokémon, Articuno often appears in cold areas and will help those Pokémon and humans who are in trouble. Therefore, among wild Ice-type Pokémon, Articuno is a very noble existence in their eyes. Gary naturally released Articuno in front of Sneasel on purpose, just to prove to Sneasel that even Articuno is my Pokémon, and you are not at a loss to be my Pokémon. In the future, you can brag that you have the same Pokémon as Articuno. Trainer, what a cool guy. After flying for less than an hour, Gary arrived at Violet City. Novel image. In order not to attract attention, Gary let Articuno land around Violet City, and then rode into the city. Arriving at the Pokémon Center and booking a room, Gary handed Sneasel and Heracross to Joy, and then went back to the room to rest. The next day, in the public area next to the Pokémon Center, Gary is training Sneasel and Heracross. Because of the agreement with Ash, he must challenge the gym first with the Pokémon captured in the Johto region. Only after the first challenge fails can other Pokémon be used, so Gary has been rushing to capture new Pokémon in the past 3 days. The Pokémon used in the Violet Gym are flying type, and the strength of the gym owner Faulkner is not weak. In the battle with Ash, in addition to the Hoot used at the beginning, the other 2 Pokémon are Dodrio and Pidgeot, which are not Pokémon that Rookie can deal with. Of course, this is also because Faulkner judged Ash's strength, so he sent out stronger Pokémon. It is estimated that Faulkner has 6 Pokémon, 3 gym-level Pokémon and elite-level Pokémon, and the first Pokémon is Hoot. If the Pokémon sent by rival is too strong, the remaining 2 Pokémon will use gym-level Pokémon. So Gary plans to train Heracross and Sneasel for a week to adapt them to the Pokémon battle. Heracross and Sneasel have strong learning ability. Under Gary's training, they quickly adapted to the battle between Pokémon, no longer the wild way in the past, and every afternoon, Eevee will fight with the 2 Pokémon in actual combat. 1 week is definitely a devilish training. The levels of Heracross and Sneasel have been upgraded. Heracross has been upgraded from level 30 to level 32. Sneasel has been upgraded from level 35 to level 36. Almost. Watching Heracross and Sneasel practicing against each other, Gary felt that it was almost time and he could try to challenge the Violet Gym. However, before challenging the Violet Gym, Sneasel had to evolve. Gary was curious about the Razor Claw, a top-quality reward from the system, and how much the potential of Pokémon could be improved by using it to evolve Pokémon. After the afternoon training of the 2 Pokémon was over, Gary did not rush to put Sneasel into the Pokeball, but left it outside and told him, "Sneasel, I plan to let you evolve." Sneasel was shocked. It didn't expect that it could evolve. After all, it had lived in the wild for so many years and had never seen what its evolved form looked like. Of course you can evolve. Your evolved form is called Weevil. After evolving, your speed and attack ability will rise to another level. Gary said, Sneasel was startled, and immediately looked forward to what he would look like after evolving. Anyway, he was not opposed to evolution. Then wait until night. Gary said, Sneasel wondered why he had to wait until night. Can't he evolve now? Your evolution is a bit special. Not only do you need props, but you also need to evolve at night. Gary said, Hearing about his own evolution method, Sneasel felt that it was quite cumbersome. No wonder none of his elders could evolve. It turned out that evolution was so difficult. Night fell. Gary waited for the moon to appear before releasing Sneasel. Sneasel was looking forward to the arrival of evolution. It was ready. Here, take this, and you can evolve. Gary took out the top-quality Razor Claw from the space backpack. The top-quality Razor Claw given by the system is larger than the ordinary Razor Claw, and the claw blade is sharper. Boo! Seeing the top-quality Razor Claw that Gary took out, Sneasel also widened his eyes, and could feel that Razor Claw had a great effect on it. Take it. Gary handed the Razor Claw to Sneasel. After Sneasel evolved into Weevil, the intimacy would be full, and there was no need to worry about Sneasel betraying him. Sneasel took the top-quality Razor Claw handed over by Gary. The moment he got it in his hand, the cells in Sneasel's body were instantly activated. Under the illumination of moonlight, Sneasel's body emitted the incandescent evolution light. The difference between Weevil and Sneasel was not very big, so the form change was over quickly. The evolution light dissipated, and the ferocious Weevil appeared. Compared to Sneasel, Weevil's claws were sharper, from 2 claws to 3 claws, including the claws from 2 to 3. More red fluff grew on his body, and he had a wicked smile on his face. LV36 Weevil 3/Champion. Weevil's potential has only increased by 1 level, and it has not increased its potential more. 0*. It's only increased by 1 level. Gary sighed inwardly. He thought that the top-quality Razor Claw produced by the system would be improved a lot, but it was only increased by 1 level. However, the champion level is also very good. How does it feel? Gary asked. Mara. After Weevil evolved, the only feeling was that his body became tighter and could burst out with great power at any time. The strength of his arms and legs was stronger. Adapt to the evolved body well. Tomorrow afternoon, we will challenge Violet's gym. We must perform well in the first gym battle, Gary said. Mara. Weevil nodded and showed an expectant smile, but its ferocious face looked very evil no matter how it smiled, giving people the illusion that it wanted to do something bad in secret. 0. The size of Sneasel and Weevil is not much different, but after evolution, they have faster speed and explosive power, so they quickly adapt to the evolved body. Gary also took a look at the attributes of Weevil after evolution. Pokémon, Weevil 3. Attribute, Evil, Ice. Level, 36. Potential, Champion. Ability, Pressure, gives rival great pressure, making rival consume more energy when using skills. Skills, Grab, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes, Hone Claws, Night Slash. Teaching skills, Mega Kick, Dynamic Punch, Dig, Rest, Destruction Death Ray. Intimacy, 255, full value 255. After evolution, Weevil has mastered the sneak attack. After a night's rest, the next afternoon, Gary came to the door of Violet's gym. Ding! Task released, get Violet Gym Badge/rewards, Intermediate Candy X10, Brave Bird Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Quality Sharp Bird Beak X1. The rewards are quite generous. It seems that this Faulkner is quite capable, Gary said. It can be confirmed that Faulkner is a gym trainer who decides which Pokémon to send out based on the strength of the challenger. He is quite responsible. Compared with the gyms in Kanto region, the gym trainers in Johto region are more responsible. Basically, every gym trainer is very capable. Eevee, let's go in. Chai. Gary and Eevee approached the gym door, and it opened automatically when it sensed someone approaching. The Violet Gym is a tall building, and the competition venue is on the roof. It is the battle site for soaring in the sky, and this building is obviously not just a gym, it should also have other businesses. Hello, my name is Gary, and I'm here to challenge the gym. Gary walked to the counter and explained his purpose. Okay, please give me your ID, I need to confirm your identity, said the lady at the counter. Gary handed his Pokédex to the lady at the counter, and the lady inserted the Pokédex into the groove together. Confirmed identity, Ash from Pallet Town is qualified to challenge the Johto region gym. Okay, please follow me. After confirming Gary's identity, the young lady took Gary into the elevator and went directly to the top of the building. As soon as the elevator door opened, several men in blue kimonos were seen training bird Pokémon. The Violet Gym is said to be a flying gym, but the Pokémon that the gym owner breeder has are all bird Pokémon, not all flying Pokémon are breeder. Faulkner Gym, there is a trainer coming to challenge the gym, I have brought him up. The young lady shouted. Faulkner, who has blue hair and air bangs, turned around and saw Gary, and took the initiative to come over and said, Hello, I am the gym owner of Violet Gym, Faulkner. Your name is Gary, from Pallet Town, can we have a gym competition? Gary asked. It seems you can't wait, let's start. Faulkner didn't waste any words and immediately asked his apprentice to put away the Pokémon and clear the field. Both of them stood in the command area. Faulkner's apprentice acted as the referee and announced, the following will be a 3-on-3 gym battle. The gym owner trainer cannot replace Pokémon, but the challenger can replace Pokémon. Are both sides ready? No problem. Then let's start. First, my number 1 player is this. Faulkner threw the Pokeball. Great. Hoot Hoot. A spherical Hoot Hoot appeared. Hoot Hoot was round and looked like an owl's head. LV20 Hoot Hoot 3/Gym. Sure enough, Faulkner's first Pokémon would not be too strong, and Hoot Hoot was used specifically to test the challenger's strength. Heracross, you go. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. The black Heracross appeared. Heracross. Seeing Gary send out Heracross, Faulkner asked in confusion. Heracross is a Pokémon with both fighting and bug-type attributes, but it is very restrained by Hoot Hoot. Are you sure you want to fight with Heracross? Heracross is indeed restrained by Hoot Hoot, but your Hoot Hoot is too low level, it can't be rival of Heracross. Gary said. Level suppression, then let me see how strong your Heracross is. Faulkner looked at Heracross and asked in surprise, is your Heracross a different color? I didn't notice it just now, but Faulkner just took a closer look and found that the Heracross sent by the group to Gary was black. Yes, I met it in the Heracross forest. Gary said. It seems that this is the first gym battle for the newly captured Pokémon. Faulkner asked. It's the first gym battle for Heracross. Can we start? Gary felt that Faulkner was talking too much, so he urged him. It seems you can't wait, so let's start, you attack first. Faulkner said. Use Brick Break. Gary ordered. Heracross deployed Dual Wing Beat, quickly rushed towards soaring in the sky, and rushed directly towards Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot, don't fight with the enemy, spin and dodge and then use Peck. Faulkner ordered, knowing that Heracross was very powerful, and in a head-on collision, Hoot Hoot would definitely not be rival. You said I can dodge it? Gary thought to himself. Hoot Hoot's flying speed is not fast, compared with Heracross, it is far behind. Bang! Hoot Hoot wanted to dodge with flying skills, but the speed difference was too great, and Heracross knocked him to the ground with one claw, lying on the ground motionless. Hoot Hoot loses the ability to fight, and Heracross wins, the referee announced. Although Hoot Hoot has flying type, it also has normal type, and it is not highly resistant to fighting skills. In addition, the level difference is so large, it is normal to be killed in seconds. Oh, the level is really high, Hoot Hoot, come back. Faulkner was not panicked at all. He took back Hoot Hoot and continued, just now I was testing your strength. It seems that I can't treat you as a novice. I will send out the main Pokemon next. 0. My second player is it, right? Faulkner threw the Pokeball again. Great. Dodrio with 3 heads appeared on the field. LV38 Dodrio 3/Quasi Elite. This Faulkner really has some skills, but not too much. It is enough to deal with rookie trainer. Dodrio, drill peck. Faulkner ordered. Dodrio quickly ran towards Heracross, and the speed was very fast. Heracross also rushed into the sky immediately. Although it has flying type, Dodrio can't fly. My Dodrio can fly. Faulkner didn't care about this. Although Dodrio can't fly, he can jump very high. Dodrio used his legs to jump lightly, his body as light as an arrow, and rushed towards soaring in the sky and Heracross. Heracross could not avoid it, so he used horn attack. Bang! The two sides collided in the air and were bounced off each other by their own strength, but Heracross was obviously at a greater disadvantage because Dodrio had 3 bird heads, one of which used drill peck to hit Heracross's shoulder, effectively attacking once. Heracross, use Leer. Gary ordered. Hearing this, Heracross glared at Dodrio below, reducing Dodrio's physical defense ability. It's useless, Dodrio, continue to attack with drill peck 3.8. Faulkner saw that Heracross was not Dodrio's rival in close combat, and attacked again. The wind power lingered in the beaks of Dodrio's 3 bird heads, and jumped towards soaring in the sky again. Humph. Gary snorted coldly and ordered, now, attack with stone. Heracross. Heracross waved his hand, and a large number of stone blades were formed around his body, and quickly shot towards Dodrio. Dodrio could not move in the air, and faced with the dense stone blade attack, he had no way to dodge, and was instantly submerged in the stone blades and was smacked down to the ground. Bang! Dodrio fell hard and suffered serious injuries. Horn attack. Gary took advantage of the victory and pursued. Heracross attached himself to Dodrio, not giving Dodrio any chance, and collided with Dodrio with the horn. Eevee, let's go in. Chai. Gary and Eevee approached the gym door, and it opened automatically when it sensed someone approaching. The Violet Gym is a tall building, and the competition venue is on the roof. It is the battle site for soaring in the sky, and this building is obviously not just a gym, it should also have other businesses. Hello, my name is Gary, and I'm here to challenge the gym. Gary walked to the counter and explained his purpose. Okay, please give me your ID, I need to confirm your identity, said the lady at the counter. Gary handed his Pokédex to the lady at the counter, and the lady inserted the Pokédex into the groove together. Confirmed identity, Ash from Pallet Town is qualified to challenge the Johto region gym. Okay, please follow me. After confirming Gary's identity, the young lady took Gary into the elevator and went directly to the top of the building. As soon as the elevator door opened, several men in blue kimonos were seen training bird Pokemon. The Violet Gym is said to be a flying gym, but the Pokemon that the gym owner breeder has are all bird Pokemon, not all flying Pokemon are breeder. Faulkner Gym, there is a trainer coming to challenge the gym, I have brought him up. The young lady shouted. Faulkner, who has blue hair and air bangs, turned around and saw Gary, and took the initiative to come over and said, hello, I am the gym owner of Violet Gym, Faulkner. Your name is Gary, from Pallet Town, can we have a gym competition? Gary asked. It seems you can't wait, let's start. Faulkner didn't waste any words and immediately asked his apprentice to put away the Pokemon and clear the field. Both of them stood in the command area. Faulkner's apprentice acted as the referee and announced, the following will be a 3-on-3 gym battle. The gym owner trainer cannot replace Pokemon, but the challenger can replace Pokemon. Are both sides ready? No problem. Then let's start. First, my number 1 player is this. Faulkner threw the Pokeball. Great. Hoot Hoot. A spherical Hoot Hoot appeared. Hoot Hoot was round and looked like an owl's head. LV20 Hoot Hoot 3/Gym. Sure enough, Faulkner's first Pokemon would not be too strong, and Hoot Hoot was used specifically to test the challenger's strength. Heracross, you go. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. The black Heracross appeared. Heracross. Seeing Gary send out Heracross, Faulkner asked in confusion. Heracross is a Pokemon with both fighting and bug-type attributes, but it is very restrained by Hoot Hoot. Are you sure you want to fight with Heracross? Heracross is indeed restrained by Hoot Hoot, but your Hoot Hoot is too low level, it can't be rival of Heracross. Gary said. Level suppression, then let me see how strong your Heracross is. Faulkner looked at Heracross and asked in surprise, is your Heracross a different color? I didn't notice it just now, but Faulkner just took a closer look and found that the Heracross sent by the group to Gary was black. Yes, I met it in the Heracross forest. Gary said. It seems that this is the first gym battle for the newly captured Pokemon. Faulkner asked. It's the first gym battle for Heracross. Can we start? Gary felt that Faulkner was talking too much, so he urged him. It seems you can't wait, so let's start, you attack first. Faulkner said. Use Brick Break. Gary ordered. Heracross deployed Dual Wing Beat, quickly rushed towards soaring in the sky, and rushed directly towards Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot, don't fight with the enemy, spin and dodge and then use Peck. Faulkner ordered, knowing that Heracross was very powerful, and in a head-on collision, Hoot would definitely not be rival. You said I can dodge it. Gary thought to himself. Hoot's flying speed is not fast, compared with Heracross, it is far behind. Bang! Hoot wanted to dodge with flying skills, but the speed difference was too great, and Heracross knocked him to the ground with one claw, lying on the ground motionless. Hoot loses the ability to fight, and Heracross wins, the referee announced. Although Hoot has flying type, it also has normal type, and it is not highly resistant to fighting skills. In addition, the level difference is so large, it is normal to be killed in seconds. Oh, the level is really high. Hoot, come back. Faulkner was not panicked at all. He took back Hoot and continued, just now I was testing your strength. It seems that I can't treat you as a novice. I will send out the main Pokemon next. 0. My second player is it, right? Faulkner threw the Pokeball again. Great. Dodrio with 3 heads appeared on the field. LV38 Dodrio 3/Quasi Elite. This Faulkner really has some skills, but not too much. It is enough to deal with rookie trainer. Dodrio, drill peck. Faulkner ordered. Dodrio quickly ran towards Heracross, and the speed was very fast. Heracross also rushed into the sky immediately. Although it has flying type, Dodrio can't fly. My Dodrio can fly. Faulkner didn't care about this. Although Dodrio can't fly, he can jump very high. Dodrio used his legs to jump lightly, his body as light as an arrow, and rushed towards soaring in the sky and Heracross. Heracross could not avoid it, so he used horn attack. Bang! The two sides collided in the air and were bounced off each other by their own strength, but Heracross was obviously at a greater disadvantage because Dodrio had 3 bird heads, one of which used drill peck to hit Heracross's shoulder, effectively attacking once. Heracross, use Leer. Gary ordered. Hearing this, Heracross glared at Dodrio below, reducing Dodrio's physical defense ability. It's useless, Dodrio, continue to attack with drill peck 3.8. Faulkner saw that Heracross was not Dodrio's rival in close combat, and attacked again. The wind power lingered in the beaks of Dodrio's 3 bird heads, and jumped towards soaring in the sky again. Humph. Gary snorted coldly and ordered, now, attack with stone. Heracross. Heracross waved his hand, and a large number of stone blades were formed around his body, and quickly shot towards Dodrio. Dodrio could not move in the air, and faced with the dense stone blade attack, he had no way to dodge, and was instantly submerged in the stone blades and was smacked down to the ground. Bang! Dodrio fell hard and suffered serious injuries. Horn attack. Gary took advantage of the victory and pursued. Heracross attached himself to Dodrio, not giving Dodrio any chance, and collided with Dodrio with the horn. Boom! Heracross's big horn attacks Dodrio, and the huge force is transmitted to the ground through Dodrio's body, causing the ground under Dodrio to tremble. When the dust clears, Dodrio lies on the ground, motionless, and the eyes of the 3 heads are spinning in circles. Dodrio loses his ability to fight. Heracross wins. The referee announced. Stone Edge. Faulkner felt that he was deceived by Gary. Even though Faulkner had never bred bug-type Pokemon, he knew that Heracross could not awaken Stone Edge. Heracross is a bug and fighting Pokemon. How can it awaken rock skills? It may require a trainer to teach. But just now Gary said that this Heracross was captured in the Heracross forest not long ago. You just captured a Pokemon that can master Stone Edge immediately. It's too ridiculous. However, deception is also a means. If you want to blame 02, you can only blame Faulkner for being too naive and easily believing Gary's lies. If Gary knew that Faulkner thought of him this way, he would definitely cry out for injustice. He really just captured Heracross not long ago, and there are only about 10 at most. Next, I will use Trump Card Pokemon. After losing 2 games in a row, Faulkner was too embarrassed to say anything pretentious. Pidgeot, I leave it all to you. Faulkner didn't waste any more words and sent out the 3rd Pokemon. Great! LV40 Pidgeot 37 Quasi Elite. Faulkner finally sent out his Trump Card Pokemon, which was 40 levels higher. When Gary saw Pidgeot's level, he finally understood why Faulkner and Ash had fought, but Pidgeot had launched so many effective attacks on Charizard but failed to defeat it. It turned out that its level was too low and it had been left there for a long time. Gary thought of his agreement with Ash again. If Ash was not allowed to use Pikachu and Charizard, he would definitely lose this first battle, and he didn't know if it would delay Ash's journey. There didn't seem to be any disasters that endangered the world in the Johto region. The only thing related to the legendary Pokemon was Celebi. Although Celebi controlled the power of time, the scope of influence was not large. At most, the vegetation in a city would be destroyed. Heracross uses Leer. Gary suddenly ordered, don't think too much now, win the game in front of you first. Heracross used Leer on Pidgeot, and Pidgeot used Gust to attack Heracross. Fortunately, Gust was not very powerful. After Heracross whirlwinded a distance, it had no power. Is it too weak? Seeing that Heracross was not seriously injured by Gust, Faulkner immediately changed the order and said, Pidgeot, use Wing Attack. Pidgeot rushed towards Heracross quickly, very fast. Heracross, use Aerial Ace. Gary said. Heracross used Aerial Ace, assist acceleration skills to increase his speed, and fought with Pidgeot in the air. After several rounds, he did not lose. Even though Pidgeot's level was a little higher than Heracross, the strength of the two sides was evenly matched, and neither of them could take advantage. It was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Heracross, use dig, Gary suddenly ordered. Hearing the sound, Heracross immediately rushed to the ground, and before Pidgeot could catch up with him, he went directly underground. You can even dig. Faulkner hadn't expected this trick, but he was sure that he had just been tricked. This Heracross was definitely not a Pokemon that Gary had just captured, and it must have been breeder for several months. Come out from underground and use Stone Edge, Gary ordered. From the battle just now, Faulkner's Pidgeot doesn't have any special attack skills. Then ground can stay here. Heracross. Heracross came out from the ground and used Stone Edge to attack Pidgeot in the sky. Pidgeot used his superb flying skills to dodge Heracross's attack and fly out of the attack range, but with such skills, Pidgeot's skills can't hit Heracross. Pidgeot, forcefully break through Stone Edge, use Brave Attack, Faulkner ordered. Pidgeot cried out, quickly rose into the air, and then leaned down. The violent wind power lingered around his body, and the air faintly made a sound of being cut. The wind power lingering on Pidgeot turned into a violent red, and the speed of the charge became faster. Heracross, use Endure to resist this move, and then use Counter to counterattack, said Gary. Heracross did not move, lying directly on the ground, with his back armor facing soaring in the sky, his arms protecting his head, taking a defensive posture. With a bang, Pidgeot slammed into Heracross's side, knocking him out. Heracross was immediately hurt, and a layer of red light appeared on his body, and he resisted Pidgeot's attack. And because Pidgeot used Brave Bird, he was suffering from the backlash of this skill, and his body emitted blue arcs, which made Pidgeot unable to move for a while. Heracross. Heracross endured the weakness of his body, and used all his strength, covering his body with red light, and rushed towards Pidgeot. Bang! Counter rebounded the damage Heracross received twice, and directly knocked Pidgeot out, and stopped when he hit the wall outside the field. Pidgeot fell to the ground, and suffered the backlash of Counter, and had lost his ability to fight. Heracross was still barely standing on the ground, but its life was like a candle in the wind. It would be extinguished if blown. Pidgeot has lost its ability to fight. Heracross wins. The referee announced, the 3 Pokemon of the gym owner have all lost their ability to fight, and the challenger Gary wins. Faulkner was in a bad mood now. He could accept the defeat, but he couldn't accept being defeated 3 in a row. Heracross, come back and rest. Gary also quickly took back Heracross. To be honest, Gary didn't expect Heracross to be able to win 3 in a row. After all, he was fighting against a flying-type gym. He just kept fighting until the end, so he tried to win 3 in a row, and he didn't expect it to work. However, this was also thanks to Faulkner. If Faulkner was not in a hurry to decide the winner and slowly consumed the opponent, Pidgeot could still defeat Heracross. If Faulkner used Pidgeot early, Heracross would not be able to win 3 in a row. After all, Heracross would have to do its best to defeat Pidgeot. Congratulations on your victory. Your Heracross breeder is good. This is my gym's Zephyr badge. Take it. Faulkner walked up to Gary and handed the badge to Gary. I admit it. Gary took the badge. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Goodbye. After getting the badge, Gary also said goodbye and left. After leaving the Violet Gym, Gary looked at the Brave Bird skill learner in the space backpack. This skill teaching is limited. In addition to Crobat and Mew, the only Pokemon that can learn Brave Bird are bird Pokemon. Gary currently only has Articuno and Moltres to learn, which is quite good. It can at least increase the intimacy by 20 points. At present, the intimacy of these 2 holy birds to Gary is not full. Finding a deserted place, Gary released Moltres and Articuno and taught them Brave Bird. Articuno's intimacy with Gary has reached 195, Moltres is 230, which is a little short of full intimacy. Next stop, Charizard Valley. Gary plans to visit Charizard Valley before going to Azalea Town. Gary also likes Charizard, but he has never met a Charmander with good potential. This time when he came to Johto region, he naturally wanted to visit Charizard Valley. Charizard Valley is located between Violet City and Azalea Town. It is a national park that ordinary people cannot enter because Charizard is a very aggressive Pokemon. Although Charizard does not like to bully the weak, there may be some rebellious Charizard. If the trainer who comes in is not strong enough, he may be attacked by Charizard. Gary came here, of course, to capture a Charizard, because Gary is short of fire Pokemon. Although he has Moltres, he can't always send Moltres to the field when he needs fire Pokemon, so he still has to capture a fire Pokemon. As for whether Charizard can be captured in Charizard Valley, it is of course possible. Trainers can not only capture their own Charizard is placed in the valley for training. If you want to capture the Charizard in the valley, you can do so. However, you need to pay money, but you don't pay to buy Charizard. Instead, you pay to get a challenge opportunity. As long as you can beat the wild Charizard in the valley, you can take it away. This is probably the process, but Gary is not very clear about the specific rules. Anyway, there is a chance to capture Charizard. Especially in the original plot, when Ash first came to Charizard Valley, his Charizard was abused very badly. Compared with the Charizard in the valley, it was a whole head shorter. It was completely underdeveloped. However, before going to Charizard Valley, Gary went to the Pokemon Center first, treated Heracross, and then teleported Heracross to Professor Oak's laboratory, and teleported Zapdos by the way. The Charizards in Charizard Valley are very strong. The Charizards in it are basically wild, and their strength is basically above elite level. Ash's Charizard was abused when he first arrived at Charizard Valley, and even GK's Charizard couldn't beat him. Although Charizard was beaten first, it shows that Ash's Charizard is about the same strength as GK's Charizard. Although Gary can teleport Blast Waz, if he wants to tame a wild Charizard, defeating it by attribute restraint may not necessarily tame the Charizard inside. After all, most of the Charizards living in Charizard Valley are at the elite level, and their strength is very terrifying. Gary doesn't care about intimacy. He can teach skills to improve intimacy, but Earl Dervish can increase intimacy a little bit, so that Charizard can be tamed faster. After teleporting Pokemon, Gary replenished in Violet City and set off for Azalea Town the next day. Charizard Valley is a must-go place to Azalea Town, so you can get there by following the road. If you ride Pokemon Flying, it will take less than 2 hours to reach Charizard Valley, but Gary chose to ride. Because of the Flash Amulet, Gary has a 1 in 1,000 chance of encountering shiny Pokemon, so he still needs to see more Pokemon in the wild, just as if he is brushing shiny Pokemon. After riding for 2 days, Gary arrived at the Tommy region, where Charizard Valley is located. Gary originally wanted to ride along the road to the entrance of Charizard Valley, but before he arrived, he saw a Charizard flying towards him. Chi-Yi. Eevee immediately became alert. It was left outside, but to protect Gary's safety. Along the way, Gary and Eevee were attacked by many wild Pokemon. So when Eevee saw Charizard appear, he immediately became alert. Don't worry, this Charizard has someone on its back, Gary said. The Charizard that suddenly appeared was the Charizard guarding Charizard Valley, GK's Charizard, named Little Lisa. The main reason was that this Charizard wore a bow ornament on his head, which made Thousand Eyes recognize it. Gary also stopped riding and waited for the other party to get off. The other party stopped at the edge of the cliff, and the person sitting on Charizard's back was GK. GK was responsible for guarding the Charizard Valley. He would patrol the situation in the valley during the day, and would go up to ask outsiders when he met them. Excuse me, are you passing by here? GK asked. No, I came here on purpose to capture a Charizard in Charizard Valley. Gary said. Oh, you want to capture a Charizard? GK was quite surprised and said, the Charizard in Charizard Valley is very strong, little brother, you may not be rival. GK did not lie. The Charizard in Charizard Valley is a gathering place for powerful wild Charizards from all over the world. Only Elite 4 level trainers have the opportunity to capture the Charizard in the valley. How can I know if I don't try it? I believe in the strength of my Pokemon. Gary said. Really? GK is also a trainer with good strength. She looked at Gary's Eevee and could see that the breeder was very good, but GK still made the same mistake as most people, thinking that Eevee was not evolved and was not very strong. Gary didn't want to explain more about strength, so he changed the subject and said, by the way, who are you, miss? My name is GK, and I am the administrator of Charizard Valley. I prevent poachers from stealing here, GK said. Gary was sweating profusely. Does anyone dare to steal Charizard in Charizard Valley? They are all elite level Charizards. Who would come here to steal Charizards for no reason? So you are Miss GK, then how should I pay? Gary asked. Hearing Gary say this, GK said, it seems that you know the rules of Charizard Valley. The challenge fee is 100,000 yuan. As long as you can defeat the Charizard in the valley in a fair and square manner, you can take it away. The fee is not expensive, but if you want to defeat the Charizard in the valley in a fair and square manner, ordinary trainers can't do it at all. What are the specific rules of the battle? Gary asked. The specific battle rules are naturally a one-on-one duel. As long as you can defeat Charizard under my witness, you can use the Pokeball to capture it, GK explained. The rules are quite simple, but it is very difficult to tame an elite level Charizard, even an Elite 4. After all, it is best to start Pokemon breeder from childhood. It is very difficult to tame a powerful Pokemon right away, but Gary, a man with a system, does not have to worry about the taming problem. Can I pay with a credit card? Gary asked. Of course, since you insist on taming the Charizard here, come with me. GK asked Gary to get on the back of his Charizard and fly directly to the location of Charizard Valley. Along the way, GK introduced the history of Charizard Valley to Gary. The Charizard Valley was created by humans, because the people here especially worship Charizard, and a Charizard stone statue was specially built here. The entire valley is surrounded by rivers, and the interior is all valley rock, where fruit trees suitable for growth are planted, specifically for the Charizards here to eat. Over time, a natural Charizard ecological chain has been formed here, and those wild Charizards who pursue strength will come here to compete to see who can become the strongest Charizard. Soon, little Lisa brought GK and Gary to the entrance of the Charizard Valley. There was a huge iron gate at the entrance. Obviously, this iron gate was man-made. Can I pay now? Gary asked. No hurry, I suggest you take a look first before talking about the challenge. GK didn't want to cheat the child, so he took out a remote control from his pocket and pressed the button. The iron door vibrated and opened outward, revealing a series of orange-red figures. All of them were Charizards, and the Charizards here were all very strong. It's not like Gary hasn't seen other Charizards before, but the Charizards in the valley are definitely the largest Charizards Gary has ever seen. The Charizards here are of a very high level. You'd better think carefully before deciding whether to challenge them, GK said. She thought that Gary would probably give up the challenge after seeing the Charizards in the valley. Gary didn't respond, but stared at the Charizards in the valley. LV60 Charizard 3/Elite. LV62 Charizard 3/Elite. LV62 Charizard 3/Elite. LV61 Charizard 3/Elite. LV63 Charizard/Elite. LV63 Charizard 3/Elite. The 6 Charizards that caught his eye all had elite potential and their strengths had reached the elite level. No wonder Ash's Charizard couldn't beat them. Are these all the Charizards in the valley? Gary asked. Of course not, these are just Charizards living on the outskirts of the valley. The closer to the center, the stronger the Charizards are. There are even Charizards that the Elite Four can't do anything to, GK said. The Elite Four can't do anything to them? Gary was shocked. The Elite Four were very strong. Even the Charizards that they couldn't do anything to must have great potential. Although the Charizards with elite potential have reached Gary's current breeder Pokemon standard, since there are stronger Charizards, he must take a look. Can we go and take a look? Gary asked. Hey, are you listening to me? The Charizards here are very strong. You can't deal with them now. If you want to challenge them, it will be a waste of money. GK reminded again. Trainer breeder Pokemon is very expensive. The challenge fee of 100,000 yuan is not a small amount for ordinary trainers. I understand what you mean, Miss GK, but if I don't have enough strength, I won't come here, and this little money is nothing to me, Gary said. Seeing that Gary insisted on challenging, GK stopped trying to dissuade him. Follow me? GK led Gary into the center of the valley, where 4 Charizards lived. One of them had a scar on his eye, and his face looked a bit ferocious. LV65 Charizard 3/Elite. LV64 Charizard 3/Elite. LV65 Charizard 3/Elite. LV66 Charizard 3/Champion. Finally seeing Charizard's potential as a champion, Gary looked around again and asked, are there only 10 Charizards in the valley? Why? You think it's too little? GK preached. Charizards are not social Pokemon, and most Pokemon live in groups of 3 or 5. There are 10 Charizards here, which is already a lot, and these are all elite Charizards. Gary nodded, agreeing with GK's statement. After all, it takes so long to search for Pokemon in the wild. It is difficult to find a Pokemon with gym potential in a group, let alone elite. The 10 Charizards in Charizard Valley all have potential above elite. It is estimated that even if you search the whole world, you may not be able to find them all. Miss GK, I have made up my mind. I will challenge that Charizard. Gary pointed at the Charizard who was taking a nap. GK was stunned for a moment and said, you are really good at choosing. This Charizard is the strongest Charizard in the valley. Really? Then I really made the right choice. How should I pay? Gary took out a wallet from his pocket and took out a black card. GK, who was about to say something, stopped talking when she saw the black card in Gary's hand. She immediately took out the card reader, entered the number, and swiped the card directly. Okay, I've received the money, you can start fighting that Charizard. Let me tell you first, that Charizard is very strong, even the Elite Four can't easily take it down. GK kindly reminded. Thank you for the reminder, but can you find a wider place? Gary said, it's too narrow here, it's not easy to play. There is an open space over there, but before that, you should let this Charizard be interested in you first. This Charizard won't attack weak Pokemon. GA said. Gary nodded and walked in front of Charizard. Charizard was taking a nap. He sensed a strange smell, opened his eyes and saw that the person coming was a teenager, so he didn't care and continued to take a nap with his eyes closed. Charizard, I know you are not asleep. My name is Gary. I am destined to become a Pokemon Master in the future. I hope you can help me, Gary said. Charizard opened his eyes, looked at Gary, then looked at Eevee beside Gary, and turned around and changed his posture, with his back facing Gary and Eevee, obviously looking down on Gary. I've said before, if you don't show some strength, this Charizard won't pay attention to you. Release the Pokemon you want to fight. GK reminded. Okay. Gary thought about it and decided to release the Pokemon first. After all, Eevee didn't look very intimidating. Zapdos, come out. Gary took out the Ultra Ball and opened it. Great. A ball of white light flew into the air, and when it dissipated, a flashing bird covered in golden feathers floated in the air. What? Flashing Zapdos. GK couldn't believe his eyes. This was the Pokemon that Gary released. Could this Zapdos be Ditto? GK questioned. Whether it is or not, we'll know in the battle later. Gary said. Zapdos let out a cry. Instantly, all the Charizards in the Charizard Valley looked at Zapdos. Even in the face of the power of thunder, these Charizards were not afraid and looked directly at the lightning in the sky. Including the Charizard that Gary had taken a fancy to, he did not doze off anymore, but looked at Zapdos. Charizard, my Zapdos is enough to be your rival, let's fight. Gary said. Roar. Charizard roared, and the flame on his tail burned violently, and his fighting spirit gradually rose. The surrounding Charizards were also eager to try, but seeing that the strongest Charizard in the valley was going to fight Zapdos, they all quieted down and watched this side. GK was also confused, and immediately asked, who are you? Didn't I say it just now? Gary said, my name is Gary, from Pallet Town. GK looked suspicious, and couldn't remember where Pallet Town was. It should be a town in another region. However, Gary must be extraordinary to be able to subdue Zapdos's trainer. Miss GK, can we start the battle? Gary asked. Of course, Charizard is already very motivated, said GA. Zapdos, use Rain Dance. Gary ordered. Zapdos can easily manipulate the weather. In an instant, soaring in the sky in Charizard Valley was covered by a layer of dark clouds. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds and rain fell. Roar. Charizard felt the rain and immediately spit up a flame at Zapdos. The flame quickly rushed towards Zapdos. Just at the distance of Flamethrower, it can be seen that this Charizard is very powerful. For normal Charizard, the distance of Flamethrower is only 5 meters, while the distance between Zapdos and Charizard is more than 10 meters. However, Flamethrower is not powerful enough. Zapdos blew away the flame with a hurricane. Countless wind blades fell and kept falling on Charizard. Charizard used his body to resist the wind blades and flew directly to soaring in the sky, spit up a huge blue flare. The flame seemed to come alive and turned into a series of fire snakes to surround Zapdos. This move should be Inferno, after being hit, will be 100% burned. Zapdos, use Discharge. Zapdos' feathers made a crackling sound, and a circular electric current spread out with Zapdos as the center, blocking the surrounding flames. Boom! The flames, lightning, and rain directly produced explosion. This Charizard is not simple, he can fight Zapdos on equal terms, worthy of being the #1 Charizard in Charizard Valley. But the fun ends here. Just now, Gary was just testing Charizard's strength. You know, Gary not only has the attribute advantage, but also the weather advantage. Charizard has no chance of turning the tables. Zapdos, use Thunder. Zapdos shot a thunderbolt towards the dark clouds, and then a lightning flash appeared. Before the thunder spread, a lightning bolt instantly fell on Charizard. Boom! Charizard was thunder hits, the effect is outstanding. Charizard, who was baptized by lightning, was covered with white smoke, but he did not fall down and was still flying in the air. Thunderbolt. Gary continued to attack. Zapdos shot a thunderbolt at Charizard. Charizard saw the strength of Zapdos and did not choose to fight hard. He flew to the side quickly to avoid thunderbolt. Then, Charizard was filled with red flames, which instantly turned into blue flare and rushed towards Zapdos at high speed. Then I will play close combat with you, Zapdos, use Brave Bird. Gary ordered. Although Charizard can be defeated by special attack moves, doing so may make Charizard unconvinced. To defeat Charizard, he must be defeated head-on. Only in this way can Charizard's intimacy with Gary be improved. Zapdos' skirt was filled with blue energy, which instantly turned into violent red energy. Zapdos rushed towards Charizard quickly. 0, seeking flowers. Fight. 2 Pokémon collided in the air, and a firestorm suddenly formed. The firestorm was immediately filled with flames and wind power. Finally, the flames dispersed, and Charizard fell to the ground. Is it over? Seeing Charizard falling to the ground, GK felt a little unreal. The battle ended too quickly. Suddenly, Charizard roared while falling, and the flames on his tail burned violently. His orange-red skin turned red, and hot breath spread from Charizard. Dual Wing Beat gently waved, and Charizard stabilized his falling body and flew to soaring in the sky again. Fierce. Gary was very surprised. He didn't expect to trigger Charizard's Fierce Fire ability, and judging by the power of this Fierce Fire, it was quite strong. Roar. Charizard sprayed flames at Zapdos with the Fierce Fire ability. The power of the flames was even more terrifying than before, and it could almost be called a beam of light. Use Light Screen to block it, then use Thunder. Gary ordered. Zapdos immediately built a series of white light screens in front of him. Bang! Flames sprayed on the light screens and instantly spread around. The light screens did not last long before they were directly scorched by the flames and exploded, engulfing Zapdos. Roar. Seeing his own flames hit Zapdos, Charizard vented his anger. However, the next moment, a thunderbolt broke through the smoke and shot towards the dark clouds in the sky. A golden thunderbolt fell. Boom, boom, Thunder Rosa exploded at the same time. Charizard was hit by thunder again. It had little physical strength to begin with, and it completely lost its strength and fell to the ground. It will be injured at this height. Little Lisa, go assist Charizard. GK ordered hurriedly, but was stopped by Gary. No need, leave this to me. Gary ordered. Eevee, use Psychic to get Charizard to the ground safely. Chi-Yi. Eevee's eyes started to dream blue, and a wave of confusion quickly rushed to the falling Charizard, allowing it to land safely without suffering any damage from the fall. Novel image. The battle between Zapdos and Charizard ended, and Gary and GK came to Charizard. Charizard's body was covered with burns from the electric shock, and the injuries were quite serious, but they were only external injuries. After treatment, he only needed to rest for a day or two. Heal first. Gary did not rush to capture Charizard, but treated Charizard first, and specially prepared ointment to apply on Charizard's wounds. GK also helped on the side, and she could see that Gary really loved Pokémon. He actually chose to treat Charizard instead of capturing it as soon as he defeated it. This was not something a normal trainer could do. During the treatment of Charizard, Charizard also woke up, and when he saw Gary treating him, he did not resist. Gary also found that Charizard had woken up, and smiled and said, "How about it? I'm very strong, right? 437, would you consider becoming my Pokémon? I can help you become the world's mightiest Charizard." Like before, Ash wanted his Charizard to become the world's mightiest, but it was a pity that even in the final world competition, Charizard was not allowed to appear, and Pikachu defeated Dante's Charizard. Since Gary wants to become a Pokémon Master, he can consider competing for the title of world's mightiest Charizard. Roar. Charizard nodded slightly, which was regarded as agreeing with Gary as a trainer. After all, Charizard Valley itself has such a rule, and it is not a dragon that cannot afford to lose. Then please give me more advice in the future. After that, Gary took out the Pokeball and gently let Charizard touch it. Great! The button was triggered, and Charizard was directly put into the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook 3 times in Gary's hand and then stopped shaking. In this way, Gary successfully captured an elite-level Charizard. Congratulations, Gary. I didn't expect you to really capture the strongest Charizard in the valley. GK congratulated. Miss GK, I will take good care of Charizard and make sure it will reach the top of the world competition. Gary said. I believe you. GK nodded. Even if Charizard was not captured, GK felt that Gary would sooner or later be on the world competition stage. After all, a trainer who can capture legendary Pokémon will have great achievements in the future. Gary didn't talk to GK anymore, and quickly looked at Charizard's attributes. Pokémon, Charizard 3. Attribute, Fire, Flying. Level, 6-5. Potential, Champion. Ability, Fierce Fire. When the physical strength is reduced to 1/3, the power of fire type moves increases by 1.5 times. Skills, Grab, Growl, Ember, Smoke, Dragon Breath, Fire Fang, Slash, Flamethrower, Opposite, Flame Vortex, Air Slash, Inferno, Dragon Claw, Flare Blitz. Teaching skills, Overheat, Dragon Pulse. Intimacy, 120, maximum value 255. This Charizard has mastered many awakened skills, and the teaching skills include Overheat and Dragon Pulse, because they were learned from other Charizards. Remember Ash's Charizard, it was during the training period in Charizard Valley that he mastered the 3 skills of Dragon Tail, Steel Wing, and Overheat. And the intimacy of 120 made Gary very satisfied. Because of the skill learning device in the space backpack, Charizard can learn a lot of skills, and carrying Soothe Bell is enough to maximize the intimacy. After conquering Charizard, Gary was not in a hurry to leave Charizard Valley, because it was already late, and if he set out now, he would not be able to reach Azalea Town, so it would be better to rest in Charizard Valley for a night. Moreover, GK's home is here, and staying at her place for a night also saves Gary from setting up a tent by himself. GK was very happy to let Gary stay at her house for a night. It was lonely to guard Charizard Valley alone, and finally someone came, and he was a handsome boy, so it was nice to chat together. GK was naturally very curious about Gary's ability to conquer legendary Pokémon Zapdos. In order to understand Gary, GK was also very generous. Not only did she let Gary live in her house, but she also treated him to a meal. However, the food in this wilderness was just some ordinary food and some naturally growing fruits. Gary didn't hide it, and released the 3 sacred birds to eat in front of GK. GK was stunned when she saw the 3 sacred birds, especially the Charizard that Gary captured. As a fire-type Pokémon, he may not know Zapdos, but he definitely knows Moltres. Moltres can be said to be a totem among some fire-type Pokémon. Some powerful fire-type Pokémon are proud to challenge Moltres. Charizard may have been a little dissatisfied before, but after seeing Moltres, Charizard immediately became very breeder to Gary. If it weren't for Moltres' low level, Gary was going to use Moltres to fight Charizard. Oh, I didn't expect another Charizard trainer to appear. While watching TV, GK saw the group chat on her phone and suddenly mentioned Charizard. Charizard. Ash? Gary immediately thought of Ash. Calculating the time, Ash was almost at Violet City. But Gary felt very strange. He and Ash had agreed to use the Pokémon captured in the Chengdu region to fight, so why did he use Charizard? Was this his second time to challenge a gym? Miss GK, did the trainer with Charizard you mentioned just challenge the Violet Gym? Gary asked. Well, how do you know? GK was shocked. She only mentioned Charizard, but didn't say that the other party challenged the gym. Because there is a fellow villager in my hometown who came with me to attend the Johto Region Alliance Conference. His name is Ash, and he has Charizard in his hand. Gary said. Oh, really? Let me ask. GK immediately started asking in the chat group. At present, the mobile phone has been released, and some chat software can be downloaded. In order to facilitate communication, some gym trainers in the Johto region have created a 3.7-day chat group specifically for gym-related matters. If you encounter a more powerful challenger, you will talk about it and let other gym owners pay attention. Of course, not everyone can join this group. GK is not a gym leader, and she can join this group only because of Claire's relationship. Claire and GK are close friends. Claire is the gym leader of Blackthorn Gym and the cousin of Champion Lance. Just because of this relationship, the gym leader of Johto region has to give Claire a face. Faulkner also knew that GK loved Charizard very much, so he talked about Charizard in the group and was noticed by GK. The challenger is really called Ash. After GK asked, he confirmed that the person who challenged Violet Gym was called Ash, so he should be Gary's fellow countryman. That should be right. His Charizard is a bit arrogant. If Miss GK meets them later, it's better to give that Charizard a blow. Gary said with a bad taste. According to the original plot, Ash's Charizard was asking for trouble. It was not until he saw his kind in Charizard Valley that he realized how weak he was. In fact, Ash's Charizard is not weak, but the Charizards in Charizard Valley are all the strongest wild Charizards in the world. It is normal that Ash's Charizard cannot beat them. Isn't Ash from the same hometown as you? Is this okay? GK said with some embarrassment. Of course it's okay. He is too weak now and needs to be tempered. Charizard can't grow much with Ash. Charizard Valley is more suitable. Moreover, Ash's Charizard has great potential, not inferior to the Charizard I captured today. Gary said. Okay, I'll try my best. GK heard Gary's high evaluation of Ash's Charizard, and was very curious about what kind of Charizard it was. The two ended their conversation about Ash and talked about interesting things in the Johto region. One night later, 02 with GK's farewell, Gary left Azalea Town on a mountain bike. During lunch break, Gary released Charizard and taught him 8 skills, which directly maxed out his intimacy. Charizard was shocked. Mastering 8 new skills at once was too amazing. Charizard was sure that he had followed the right trainer. My trainer is definitely a master. 3 days later, Gary arrived in Azalea Town. Mr. Orberg, a famous Pokeball maker, lives here, and the shops in the town also sell Pokeballs specially made by Mr. Orberg. Normal Pokemon department stores only sell Pokeballs, Great Balls, and Ultra Balls. Better department stores will have more Pokeballs such as Heavy Balls, Net Balls, and Dive Balls. Azalea Town sells the Fast Ball, Moon Ball, and Lure Ball, all of which are specially made by Mr. Orberg. Fast Ball is used to capture fast Pokemon. Lure Ball is used to capture water Pokemon, and the capture rate is very high. Moon Ball is used to capture Pokemon that evolve with Moonstone, and the capture rate is very high. Since we are in Azalea Town, we naturally have to buy some special Pokeballs, and Gary is no exception. Anyway, it's okay to prepare more Pokeballs, just be prepared. Because these habits developed from playing the Pokemon series games, basically every player has this habit. Before catching legendary Pokemon, Pokeballs must be prepared. Gary did not visit Mr. Orberg either. After all, the GS ball is with Ash, and there is nothing to say if he comes to visit, so he should not disturb him. After a day of rest in Azalea Town, Gary came to the Azalea Gym early in the morning. Ding! Task released. Get Azalea Gym Badge/Rewards, Intermediate Rare Candy X10, Lunge Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Silver Powder X1. Lunge, not bad. Gary murmured. The skill Lunge has a power of 80, and also comes with an additional effect, 100% chance to reduce the target's physical attack by 1 level. This skill is very suitable for Caesar to learn. It can not only trigger ability, but also reduce rivals' physical attack ability. It is simply a skill tailor-made for Caesar. Gary looked at the Azalea Gym in front of him. It was called a gym, but it was more like a botanical garden. You could vaguely see a lot of bug-type Pokemon hiding in the treetops and bushes. The gym owner of Azalea Gym is named Bugsy, a gym trainer who is proficient in bug-type Pokemon. He is also the youngest gym owner in the Johto region, and is only 1 year older than Gary. Gary approached the gate and was looking for the doorbell, but the gate opened automatically. Seeing that there was no doorbell, Gary walked in directly. The gym was full of trees, like a small forest. Excuse me, is anyone there? Is anyone there? Gary shouted as he walked, and soon someone responded. Who are you? A voice came, and Gary looked up and saw a boy standing on the top of a big tree. The boy was Bugsy, the owner of the Azalea Gym. Hello, my name is Gary, from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge your gym. Gary replied. So you're the challenger, wait for me. Bugsy said, climbed down the ladder on the side, and took Gary to the gym. The battlefield is inside, follow me. The two came to the battlefield in the gym. The field was an ordinary field, but it was surrounded by large trees of verdant turf, and many tree branches grew into the field. Such a field is very suitable for some electric Pokemon to fight here. Although Bugsy is young, he is still very responsible to be a gym owner. After calling the referee over, the game officially began. The referee was a middle-aged man, standing in the command area, and announced, then let's start the official gym match between the gym trainer Bugsy of Azalea Gym and the challenger Ash of Pallet Town, with badges as the stakes. The Pokemon used are limited to 3 each, and only the challenger can replace Pokemon, but not the gym trainer. So, are you two ready? You can start at any time. Gary said. I have no problem. But, Gary, have you heard that people who can conquer bug-type Pokemon are equivalent to conquering the world? Have you heard of it? Bugsy said 880. Who said that? Gary looked suspicious. He knew that Bugsy loved bug-type Pokemon, but this love was a bit too crazy. And bug-type Pokemon, so far, not even a legendary Pokemon has appeared. Buzzwola and Pheromosa are Ultra Beasts. Strictly speaking, they are not Pokemon from this world, but Pokemon from a parallel world. Although Genesect is publicly said to be a phantom Pokemon, it is a Pokemon transformed by humans. If it is not transformed, it cannot be considered a legendary Pokemon. So strictly speaking, among bug-type Pokemon, the only bug-type legendary Pokemon so far is the Ground Wing. I said it. Bugsy said. Gary, I didn't expect that Bugsy likes to tell jokes. Bugsy didn't care that his words silenced Gary, and immediately took out a Pokeball and said, Silent Warrior, go ahead, Spinarak. Great. A light green Spinarak appeared. Although Spinarak is a spider, it still looks pretty cute. LV22 Spinarak 3/Gym. It can be confirmed that Bugsy mistook Gary for a rookie trainer. Could it be that this Bugsy didn't join the gym's chat group and didn't know anything about himself? Gary thought to himself. Your first gym, do well. Gary saw that he was being underestimated, so he threw out the Pokeball without saying much. Since he was underestimated, he would use his strength to prove it to the other party. Great! Mara, Weevil, who had a ferocious face, appeared. Weevil, don't you know that dark Pokemon are restrained by Bug-type Pokemon? Bugsy asked. Although you are restrained by attribute restraint does not mean that you will definitely win. Gary said. It's not that Gary doesn't want to send out other Pokemon, but the Pokemon he has now, except Weevil, can kill all of Bugsy's Pokemon in seconds. Then let me see the strength of your Weevil. Bugsy said. Okay. Gary smiled confidently and immediately ordered, Weevil, use Ice Shard. Weevil condensed ice in front of his mouth, and the ice turned into Ice Shard, which flew quickly towards Spinarak. Spinarak immediately spit up a ball of spider web to block Ice Shard. Gary didn't know where Bugsy got the confidence from. He actually used String Shot to defend against Ice Shard. He was too confident. The spider web fell on the Ice Shard, but it didn't stop the Ice Shard. Instead, it was cut by the edges of the Ice Shard and all fell on Spinarak, knocking him several meters away. What? Bugsy was shocked. He didn't expect Spinarak's spider web to not stop the opponent's attack. Don't give Spinarak a chance to counterattack. Heavy light flash. Gary ordered. Whoosh! Weevil rushed towards Spinarak quickly, without giving Spinarak a chance to react, and knocked him out. Bang! Spinarak fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Spinarak loses his ability to fight. Weevil wins, said the referee. The Spinarak sent by Bugsy is only level 22, while Weevil is level 36. The gap between the two is too big, and they are not at the same level at all. Of course, this is also because Bugsy is the gym leader, and the first Pokemon he uses are used to test the strength of the challenger. From this point of view, the gym trainers in the Johto region are very responsible. However, a big part of the relationship is that the above is too positive, because Lance is not only the Johto Region Alliance champion, but also a Pokemon searcher, who secretly stopped the Rocket Team's plan, and is considered the most responsible of all the champions. The reason why the Rocket Team in the animation fell so quickly is that Lance has made a lot of efforts. Spinarak, come back and rest. Bugsy took back Spinarak and said, it seems that he is not a rookie trainer, but he didn't say it alone. You didn't ask. Gary said. Okay, I'm going to be serious next. The Pokemon I'm going to send out next is my main force. Bugsy waved his hand, threw out the Pokeball, and said, Go, Lonely Warrior. Great! A green figure appeared on the field. It was a Scyther. The sickle of this Scyther was shining with a metallic luster. Obviously, this pair of sickles is often polished and very sharp. LV35 Scyther 3/Quasi Elite. Bugsy, the gym leader, you should have Heracross. Why do you use Scyther? It is restrained by Weevil. Gary said. The main Pokemon in the hands of each gym leader are basically the Pokemon unique to the region. The Bug-type Pokemon unique to the Johto region is naturally Heracross, and Bugsy's trump card Pokemon Knight should also be Heracross. I didn't expect you to know all the Pokemon I have. It seems you are well prepared. Bugsy said, I do have Heracross, but it's not on me right now. I see, let's get started. Gary said, Weevil, use Ice Shard. Hearing the sound, Weevil used Ice Shard, and several Ice Shards quickly shot at Scyther. Scyther was not panicked at all, and used Slash to split all the Ice Shards in two. Then Scyther's dual wing beat unfolded, revealing transparent insect wings, and quickly rushed towards Weevil, swinging the sickle to chop. Weevil waved his claws to fight back, and the sickle and claws kept colliding. Every collision would rub out Ember. The characteristics of both sides were similar, and both were fast attackers, so it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Keep the distance and use Icy Wind. Gary ordered. Don't let Weevil do it, use Double Team. Bugsy shouted immediately, and Scyther immediately split into Double Team. Weevil was also confused. After it evolved, its ability became a sense of oppression, and it was no longer possible to distinguish its true form. Don't panic, use Taunt. Gary said. Mara, Mara. Weevil cursed, and Scyther on the field was broken by the curse. His eyes were bloodshot, and his clones disappeared in anger. Only Scyther himself was left, staring at Weevil. Fury Cutter. Because of the influence of Taunt's skills, Bugsy could only bite the bullet and attack. Use Night Slash after Hone Claws. Gary said. Weevil's claws rubbed against each other for a few times, and then dark red energy covered the claws, and Weevil rushed towards Scyther. Bang! Wow! After the fight, Scyther was shocked. His sickle was bounced by a huge force. Weevil's other claw aimed at Scyther's thin waist and stabbed. Bang! Scyther flew backwards and rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. Scyther, who stood up, was already struggling to survive. Oh, did you hit the vital point? Seeing Scyther's miserable state, Gary judged that Night Slash hit Scyther's vital point. Night Slash has a higher chance of hitting the vital point than other skills. Hitting the vital point causes more damage than the damage caused by restraining skills. Mara. Weevil also saw that Scyther was not good. With the confidence that he would hit, he ran towards Scyther, and his claws were covered with black light. Use Slash. Bugsy also counterattacked immediately. He thought too much, but Scyther, who was hit by Taunt, could only use attack skills to attack. Ja. Mara, great. The two Pokemon's figures intertwined, and the attack speed of both sides was too fast. No one could see clearly whether they hit or not. The next second, Scyther wailed, his legs lost strength, his body fell straight forward, and his eyes turned in circles. Scyther lost his ability to fight. Weevil wins, said the referee. Weevil successfully won 2 consecutive victories. In the previous challenge to the Azalea Gym, Heracross defeated 3 Pokemons with 1 shot. Weevil had no chance to attack, but it made Weevil very angry. This time Gary started Weevil, and Weevil decided to defeat 3 Pokemons with 1 shot, not giving other Pokemon a chance to play. Bugsy took back Scyther and said, "Not bad, I recognize your strength, and the main event is next." Although Bugsy became a gym leader at a young age, he obviously still had a childish mentality and some youthful and frivolous characteristics. Go, Gyarados. Bugsy sent out his last Pokemon. Great. LV42 Gyarados 3/Gym. Gyarados. Gary never expected that Bugsy had another Gyarados. This was a Pokemon with both bug and steel attributes, and its physical defense was extremely high. Weevil couldn't beat Gyarados at all. Gary pouted. Bugsy was obviously trying to disgust him on purpose. He probably felt very embarrassed after losing 2 games in a row, and he knew that he was destined to lose the gym battle. I was trying to disgust Gary 10 times on purpose. Seeing Bugsy's thoughts, Gary would not let him have his way. Weevil, come back. Gary took out the Pokeball and took back Weevil. What? You don't want to continue fighting with Weevil? Bugsy was quite surprised. He thought Gary wanted to kill him 3 at a time, so he deliberately sent out Fortos. Unexpectedly, Gary was actually scared. Although I really want Weevil to fight the whole game, Fortos's attribute resistance is too high. It will take too long for Weevil to win. And as a challenger, I have the right to replace Pokemon. Gary said. Then release your Pokemon quickly. Bugsy said with an unhappy face. After all, he was about to be defeated, so how could he be happy? Didn't you see that when Ash challenged the Hoenn region gym, he used Pikachu to kill all 3 Pokemon of Tetsuya in seconds, which directly made Tetsuya autistic. Tetsuya 993 is an old man. Logically, he should have seen things in a relaxed way at the age of retirement, but he still became autistic, not to mention that Bugsy in front of him is still a young man. I'll leave Fortos to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great, roar. Charizard appeared. There was no way, the Pokemon Fortos was tough and smelly, and the smelly thing was that this guy could self-destruct and explosion. If you can't beat him, he will explode with you. It's better to deal with it quickly. Charizard. Bugsy was speechless when he saw Charizard, a fire-type Pokemon that could kill Fortos. Don't think that a fire-type Pokemon can deal with my bug-type Pokemon. Bugsy said seriously. Gary smiled kindly. How could he not know Bugsy's method of dealing with fire, which was nothing more than assist rotation force to break the fire, but this trick could only resist skills like flamethrower that shoot in a straight line, and it couldn't defend against explosive fire-type skills. Really? Then Charizard, use Fire Blast. Gary said. Duh. Charizard didn't say anything, and quickly spit up a big flame, and Fire Blast quickly rushed towards Fortos. Acme. Fortos, use Gyro Ball to resist the flame. Bugsy ordered. Fortos quickly spun, like a metal gyroscope normal. Fire Blast hit Fortos in rapid spin straight, and there was a boom sound. Bang! Fortos was directly blown away by the explosion of Fire Blast and fell to the ground. His eyes were already spinning. Fortos lost his ability to fight. Charizard won. The referee announced, the winner of this gym competition is the challenger Gary. Gary successfully won the 2nd badge of Johto region. The Hive badge is yours. Although he was not convinced, Bugsy was willing to accept the loss, and after the battle, he immediately handed his own gym badge to Gary. Thank you. Gary responded modestly and took the badge. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. After leaving the Azalea Gym, Gary came to the Pokemon Center, handed Weevil to Joy, went to the teleporter, teleported Zapdos back, and teleported Heracross over. After Weevil was healed, Gary came to the public area and released the 2 Pokemon. Heracross. Heracross was very happy to see Gary. Although they hadn't seen each other for a few days, they still missed each other very much. Mara. Weevil was confused. He didn't know when Heracross would come back. Besides, he had fought today. Would he have to practice fighting in the afternoon? Gary was not so cunning. LV36 Weevil 3/Champion LV34 Heracross 6/Champion. Gary looked at the 2 Pokemon he planned to raise the levels of Weevil and Heracross to level 50. After defeating 2 gyms in the Johto region, the intermediate rare candy in the space backpack has been stored to 76 pieces. Although it is good to stock up, you still need to use it when you need it. Gary walked to the 2 Pokemon, put one hand on each Pokemon's shoulder, and began to use rare candy on them. Hera, QAQ, Mara, Sigma, VA. Both Pokemon were shocked. They felt that their strength was increasing rapidly, and they also awakened some racial skills. Gary spent 30 intermediate rare candy and raised the levels of both Pokemon to level 50 before stopping. In the shocked eyes of the 2 Pokemon, Gary preached, for the time being, your strength can only be improved to this level. After that, you have to train hard. In the afternoon, you will adapt to your sudden increase in strength and master the newly awakened skills. Eevee will be your sparring partner in the afternoon. Chi-Yi. Eevee volunteered to stand up. During this period, Eevee was the one who trained Heracross and Weevil. Because the levels of the two Pokemon were far behind Eevee, Eevee was very comfortable and interesting in training them. Seeing Eevee volunteered, Gary smiled slightly. Heracross and Weevil have been upgraded to the quasi-elite level, and they are not as easy to deal with as before. Eevee will definitely be in trouble in the afternoon. At night, Gary prepared food for his Pokemon. Eevee, Weevil, and Heracross all had serious injuries. Eevee, who originally wanted to train, was severely taught a lesson by Weevil and Heracross, especially when Eevee was attacked by these two guys together and was defeated by Weevil and Heracross for the first time. Therefore, Eevee was depressed for a while, and ate several portions of food in depression before he calmed down. Gary did not stop him. Eevee usually had a smooth life, and it was time for him to be under some pressure. After resting for a night in Violet City, Gary set off without stopping and headed for the next city, Goldenrod City. Gary originally did not want to leave so quickly, but after passing through Charizard Valley, he knew that Ash had successfully challenged the Violet Gym. Gary decided to speed up the process. After riding for 5 days, Gary finally arrived at the vicinity of Goldenrod City. Finally here, it's so tiring. Gary panted. The distance between Azalea Town and Goldenrod City is quite far, and Gary rode for 5 days to get there. Chee. However, Eevee suddenly called out in a vigilant voice. Chai. Eevee suddenly became alert and looked behind Gary on the left. Gary also turned around immediately, and when he turned around, he caught it on the spot. There was a huge 4-legged Pokemon standing in the woods behind the left side, only 10 meters away from Gary. LV80 Entei / Quasi-Legend. Entei. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect to meet Entei in the wild. The two sides stared at each other. Why are you staring at me? Gary didn't understand why Entei was staring at him. There was nothing on him that was worth Entei's attention. Although he wanted to subdue the Entei in front of him, he looked at the level and decided to go to bed. Entei looked at Gary and Eevee for more than 10 seconds, then ran into the depths of the forest. After a few jumps, he disappeared. What does this Entei mean? Is he interested in me? Gary muttered. Ho-Oh guards often appear in Johto region and Kanto region. Many people have seen them. However, it is rare for Entei to keep watching Gary. Moreover, Entei is the leader of Ho-Oh guards. He and Ho-Oh are both fire types. Entei has mastered the sacred fire. Not only that, Entei can use the fire of life to heal all injuries and diseases. Even patients with advanced cancer will recover immediately after being burned by the fire of life. We are lucky. It is said that people who see Entei will get good luck. Gary said. Chai. Eevee nodded, thinking about what his good luck would be. Let's go to the city. Gary didn't think much about it and just regarded it as a lucky encounter. Chai. Gary rode a mountain bike into Goldenrod City. After riding for 5 days, even though Gary is a mega rookie, he is a little tired and plans to take a good rest for a day. I will challenge the Goldenrod Gym tomorrow afternoon. The next day, Gary, who has rested well, will go to the Goldenrod Gym in the afternoon. Ding! Task released. Get the Goldenrod Gym badge / reward, Intermediate Rare Candy X5, Body Slam Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Silk Scarf X1. Holiday. Although the system has released the task, the Goldenrod Gym is on holiday today and there is no way to challenge it again. Can the gym owner take a holiday? Gary has challenged gyms so many times, but he has never seen any gym owner take a holiday. And Whitney's strength seems to be not good, but she only rewards 5 intermediate rare candy, which shows that Whitney's strength is normal. This Whitney is the gym owner of the Goldenrod Gym. She is a Stephanie girl who uses normal type Pokemon. She likes cute Pokemon, so she has all Pokemon are cute, and cute Pokemon are not strong in normal. Today is Saturday. It seems that not only today but also tomorrow will be a day off. It seems that we can only walk around the city for the next 2 days. Gary said. Chai. Eevee was very happy because Weevil and Heracross became stronger, and Eevee could no longer enjoy the pleasure of bullying newbies, so it was better to go crazy on the streets. Let's go to the Pokemon department store to have a look, said Gary. Goldenrod City is a very developed city in the Johto region. The Pokemon department store here has almost all the props related to Pokemon, and the goods are abandoned. I don't have many energy cubes on me. Gary also needs to buy some tree fruits to prepare energy cubes for the Pokemon on me. It just so happens that the Pokemon department store here has a complete range of goods, so I will quickly replenish the energy cubes. When I came to the Pokemon department store, there was a tree fruit mixer on the first floor. I could just buy tree fruits and make them on the spot. The area around the tree fruit mixer was also very good. There was a public area outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and there were trainers fighting there. It was a unique experience to watch and make energy cubes at the same time. Sigh. Gary was making energy cubes when Eevee suddenly shouted, reminding Gary something. Gary looked around with doubts, and saw a boy with long bangs walking towards him. Jimmy. Gary was confused. He didn't expect to see Jimmy here. He left New Bark Town first, but he didn't expect to be caught up by Jimmy. It's yours. Jimmy felt very familiar when he saw Gary's back just now, but he was not sure, but now he was sure it was Gary, and walked over excitedly. Zero, asking for flowers. Gary, I didn't expect to meet you here. Jimmy said enthusiastically. Yes, what a coincidence. Gary said. Since I lost to you last time, I also plan to participate in the Silver Conference, and I have collected 2 badges so far. Jimmy said. Really? Then you are really fast. Gary thought he was fast enough to collect badges, but Jimmy did it too. However, Gary was puzzled as to how Jimmy got 2 badges. Faulkner and Bugsy were both strong. Jimmy got 2 badges, which only meant that the 2 gym leaders did not send out their main Pokemon. I remember when Ash challenged Bugsy, Bugsy even sent out Pokemon like Metapod to fight, which shocked Gary who was watching the animation at that time. 0. Jimmy got 2 badges so quickly, probably because the 2 gym leaders saw that Jimmy was a rookie trainer, and the Pokemon they sent out were not very strong. Otherwise, Faulkner's Dodrio alone would have made Jimmy return empty-handed, and he would not have been able to pass in less than 3 months. How about you? How many badges did you get? Jimmy asked. Same as you, 2. Really? Unfortunately, I just went to the Goldenrod Gym, and the gym leader was on vacation, and I don't know when I can challenge him, Jianshui said. Gary was stunned. He didn't expect that Jimmy also came here because the gym owner was on holiday. The 2 people's situations were basically the same. What a coincidence. I also came here to make energy blocks because I saw that the Goldenrod Gym was on holiday, Gary said. Really? In that case, let's have a fight, right? Jimmy challenged. From the moment he saw Gary, Jimmy wanted to avenge his defeat in the first battle. Since both sides were planning to challenge the Goldenrod Gym today, and the challenge failed, the Pokemon contest condition in hand was full, and a battle could be carried out. Chi-Yi. Eevee immediately became interested. He had been suppressed by Weevil and Heracross during this period. Obviously, with Jimmy, a rookie, coming to the door, he could finally experience the feeling of bullying. Look, Eevee also wants to fight, Jimmy said. Gary was speechless. It seemed that Jimmy still didn't see the gap between him and himself. He thought that he could defeat 2 gyms. Okay, let's have a fight. Gary agreed. Great. Seeing Gary agreed, Jimmy was very excited and decided to give Gary his all later. Jimmy is no longer the same person he was in New Bark Town. The 2 came out of the Pokemon department store and came to the public space outside. There happened to be a space that no one was using. How do we fight? Gary asked. 3-on-3 battle. Jimmy said. No problem, let's start. Gary said. Chi-Yi. Eevee was also ready to enter the field, ready to go, but Gary took out a Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. Heracross, you come to fight. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Heracross with black armor appeared. Eevee, Chi-Yi? *degree. Are you kidding me? 750 didn't even let me go. Eevee, you should take a break first. You are too strong. Gary said. Yeah. Although he wanted to bully the weakling, Eevee didn't ask to continue playing because Gary praised him for being strong. Faye stayed beside Gary. Heracross, bug-type Pokemon, I'll leave it to you. Jimmy threw the Pokeball. Great. A Bumblebee appeared. LV24 Beedrill 3/Gym. Jimmy's starting Pokemon was Beedrill, which made Gary a little confused. Don't you have Cyndaquil? Why do you want to use Beedrill? Cyndaquil is my trump card. How can a trump card Pokemon appear at the beginning? Jimmy said. When I watched the Pokemon Gaiden before, Jimmy looked very calm, but I didn't expect that he also had some problems of a middle school boy. Then let's start, you attack first. Gary said. Okay. Jimmy was very confident now, and immediately ordered, Beedrill, use Twineedle to attack. Hearing the sound, Beedrill quickly rushed towards Heracross, and Twineedle was ready to stab out at any time. Seeing Jimmy's command, Gary felt that Jimmy was still too rookie. Although Beedrill was good at close combat, he could not compare with Heracross at all. Heracross was the first generation of Insect King. Use Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Heracross summoned Stone Blades, and Stone Blades flew quickly towards soaring in the sky. Beedrill did not dodge, but faced the Stone Blades directly. Seeing several Stone Blades flying towards him, he bravely stabbed Twineedle out, trying to smash the Stone Blades, but Beedrill overestimated his own strength. The Stone Blades that rushed over had a strong power, which directly bounced Drill's Twineedle away, and the subsequent Stone Blades followed, instantly smashing Beedrill down. Bang! Beedrill fell to the ground, because he lost his fighting ability. What? Jimmy was shocked. He challenged Gary this time, not to see himself being killed instantly. Your Beedrill is too low level, change to a higher level Pokemon to fight, otherwise you are not my rival. Gary reminded. If Jimmy wants to fight with Gary, he needs to practice hard for at least 3 or 4 months, otherwise the Pokemon in his hand will be killed instantly. Beedrill, come back. Jimmy took back Beedrill and retorted, high level does not mean everything. Then release your second Pokemon. Gary didn't want to continue persuading Jimmy, so he told him with a cruel reality, high-level Pokemon can easily abuse you. Donphan, please. Jimmy threw the Pokeball. Great. Donphan, covered with hard skin and with 2 fangs protruding from his mouth, appeared. LV27 Donphan 3/Elite. Seeing Donphan, Gary was stunned for a moment. This Donphan has good potential, even god potential. Donphan is a very good ground-type Pokemon, with species strength of 500. Unfortunately, the ability and skills are a bit lagging, but it is still worth breeding. Donphan, use Fire Fang. Jimmy ordered. Donphan roared, and the teeth exposed outside were covered with a layer of flames, and then quickly ran towards Heracross. Use Lunge. Gary said. Heracross bent down slightly, and his legs suddenly exerted force, like a mantis not a prey. Normal, pounced out fiercely, leaving a shadow at such a fast speed. Bang! The two Pokémon collided with each other, and the powerful force instantly knocked Donphan 10 meters away. What? Jimmy couldn't believe it. His Donphan was very powerful, but facing Heracross, he was completely no match. Although Donphan is a good Pokémon, its level is too low. It can withstand a hit and not fall down, which is still good, but can your Donphan withstand a second hit? Gary said. Don't look down on people, Donphan, use Bulldoze. Jimmy countered 0.014210002112400370. Donphan dragged his injured body, raised his front limbs, and prepared to stomp ground, but Heracross didn't give him any chance at all and used Pin Missile. Heracross's big horns flashed white light, and sharp needles emitting white light shot out. Donphan didn't even use Stomping Tantrum before he was pinned. Missile hit, fell to the ground, lost the ability to fight. Seeing Donphan was defeated so easily, Jimmy's originally confident face was replaced by seriousness, and the confidence in his heart was instantly worn away. Do you want to continue? I suggest you give up the game. As a rational trainer, you need to judge the situation and clearly understand your current strength. Gary suggested. It's not over yet. I won't give up until the last moment. Jimmy said. Gary was stunned for a moment. He thought Jimmy was mature and steady, but he didn't expect him to be an iron-head kid. It seems that he still needs to laser focus. Then let your Cyndaquil out, said Gary. Jimmy took back the defeated Donphan, took out a red and white ball, and threw it hard. Quilava, please. Great. LV30 Quilava 3/Elite. Jimmy's Cyndaquil has evolved into Quilava, which is almost an evolution within the normal cycle, and the level is not low. If Gary hadn't upgraded Heracross some time ago, 3.7 Quilava would have had some chance of winning, but now it has no chance at all. Elite level Pokemon. If you want to defeat elite level Pokemon, you have to stand still and let you hit it 7 or 8 times, and all of them must be restrained skills, otherwise there is no chance of winning. Quilava, use Flame Wheel. Jimmy ordered. Go. Quilava saw that rival was Gary, and the flames on his back burned violently, covering Quilava's body, and rushed over quickly. Defeat it head-on. Mega Horn. Heracross's horns shone with white light, and it rushed forward courageously. Its powerful horns collided with Flame Wheel, and the rat flew out without any stalemate or burning. Bang! Quilava stopped only after hitting the wire fence, and the flames on his body dissipated, and he lay on the ground motionless. Instant kill? Quilava. Jimmy still loves his Earl Dervish Pokemon more. Seeing Quilava being defeated, he immediately ran over to check the injury. Although Quilava, a fire-type Pokemon, has high resistance to bug-type skills, Quilava's own defense is relatively low. In addition, Gary brought silver powder to Heracross, and with the power of Megahorn 120, not to mention Quilava, even Gary's Charizard would not be easy to get hit. Gary thinks that Charizard can be trained specially. He plans to let Eevee, Weevil, and Heracross challenge Charizard together in the subsequent battle training. The three heroes slaying the dragon will definitely be a good show. After the battle, the two went to the Pokémon Center together. Along the way, the two did not talk to each other because Jimmy seemed to be autistic after being beaten. Arriving at the Pokémon Center, Jimmy handed the 3 defeated Pokémon to Joy. Gary also gave the Heracross to Joy for maintenance. Although it was not injured, it had been hit several times, so it was better to treat it. Gary looked at the silent Jimmy, feeling helpless. Ken02 was a good guy, like the second Ash. Although it was a headache for such iron-head kids, their stubbornness for their goals still touched people's hearts. So, Gary decided to enlighten Jimmy. Jimmy, why are you so depressed? You won't be autistic because you lost to me twice, right? Gary said. I'm not. I'm just thinking about the battle just now and reviewing it. Do you understand? Jimmy said stubbornly. There's no need to review it. After all, the person who defeated you is the champion of the Kanto Alliance Conference. It's normal that you can't win. If I let you win, I will be autistic. Gary said. Jimmy, rightward arrow. Jimmy saw that Gary was comforting himself, but why did he always feel that this guy was being Versailles? I admit that you are strong, but I will surpass you sooner or later. I have decided that our third competition will be at the Silver Conference. Jimmy said firmly. Yes, then you should work hard to collect badges. I will wait for you at the Silver Conference, said Gary. According to the development of the original plot, Jimmy did not participate in the Silver Conference, but his own strength is not inferior to Vincent at all. If he wants to participate in the Silver Conference, it should not be a problem. In addition to Vincent and Ash, Gary now has 3 strong opponents for himself. Ash and Jimmy are both protagonists. It is really exciting to be the protagonist's strong opponent. By the way, I won the game just now, so Goldenrod Gym let me challenge first. Gary suddenly suggested. After all, in a competition, the winner should also have some benefits. Jimmy was not very willing. After all, this matter was not agreed in advance, but thinking that he lost so badly, he needed to adjust his Pokemon mentality later and let Gary challenge first. Okay, then when do you plan to challenge? Jimmy asked. I don't know. It depends on when the Goldenrod Gym will be closed. Tomorrow is Sunday, so it should be closed. Anyway, I will go and take a look. If it is closed tomorrow, I should go back to work on Monday. After that, Gary went back to the Pokemon department store and continued to make energy cubes. The next day, Gary came to the Goldenrod Gym again. I thought the Goldenrod Gym was closed, but it was open. Hello, I am here to challenge the gym. Is anyone there? Gary walked into the conduit and found that there was no one in the hall. He could only shout loudly. Who is it? Don't you know it is Sunday today? After a while, a voice came, and a pink-haired woman came out from the inner door. The person was the owner of the Goldenrod Gym, Whitney. Hello, my name is Gary, and I am here to challenge the gym. Gary explained his purpose. Today is Sunday, a holiday. Don't you consider the time when you challenge the gym? Whitney said. Gary curled his lips. He knew the rules of challenging gyms, but he had never paid attention to the gym's business hours. Gary always believed that as long as he didn't challenge the gym at night, he could challenge it during normal working hours. But think about it, gym owners are also human beings. They have to train Pokémon and have their own lives. They should also have rest time. As for the gyms in Kanto region, although those gym owners don't have rest days, they seem to be resting most of the time, or some gyms also rest, but when Gary challenged, there was no rest day. I'm so sorry, then when can I challenge your gym? Gary asked. Really? Whitney looked at Gary and found that he was a handsome boy, so she sighed. Anyway, I don't have anything to do, so let's have a gym battle. Follow me. Thank you. Gary thanked him and followed Whitney to the battlefield in the gym. Goldenrod Gym is a very ordinary gym. The Pokémon used by Whitney are all normal type, so the battlefield is naturally the most ordinary field. Whitney called the referee, and the two stood in the command area. The referee also briefly introduced the rules. The rules of the game are 33, and the rest of the rules are the same as normal gym battles. Gary found that the gyms in the Johto region like 3-on-3 battles very much, which can better detect the strength of the challengers, but Gary thinks it is too troublesome. Because the Pokémon sent by the gym owner are limited, and the highest strength will not exceed level 50, it is quite boring to fight 940. If it were not for the task reward, Gary would not want to challenge the gym. Originally, Gary wanted to breed new Pokémon, but there were too many intermediate rare candy stored. If they were not used, they would rot in the space backpack. There are still 6 gyms left to fight. After defeating all of them, there will be 70 or 80 intermediate rare candy, which is enough for Gary to breed a team of quasi-elite Pokémon. If you capture a Pokémon that is over level 50, you can't use the intermediate rare candy, and you have to save some intermediate rare candy. It seems that Gary can breed 9 more Pokémon in the future. Are you both ready? Asked the female referee. Whitney said. Okay. Gary said, no problem, we can start anytime. Then let's start. My first Pokémon is this one. Go, Nidorina. Whitney threw the Pokeball. Great. Nidorina, who looks like a big rat, appeared. LV30 Nidorina female sign/gym. Nidorina is level 30, so the Pokémon that Whitney sends out later should not be weak. Why are there only 5 intermediate rare candies as rewards? Weevil, this gym battle is up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. LV50 Weevil 3/champion. Nidorina, use Poison Barb attack. Whitney saw Gary sending out Pokémon and gave the order first. Nidorina. Nidorina opened her mouth and spit up a small and sharp poison barb towards Weevil. Icy Wind. With a command, Weevil used Icy Wind, freezing all the poison barbs that were shot at her. Icy Wind also hit Nidorina, but the effect was not ideal. Weevil's special attack species strength is very low. Nidorina has not evolved yet and is only a single poison-type Pokémon, so it is not afraid of ice skills. But this move also hurt Nidorina. Night Slash. Weevil rushed towards Nidorina quickly. Seeing this, Whitney quickly ordered, Nidorina, use Takedown. Nidorina attacked and the two sides collided. As expected, Nidorina was slapped away by Weevil's claws and fell to the ground. Nidorina loses her ability to fight, Weevil wins, said the female referee. What? Whitney was shocked. She didn't expect her Nidorina to lose so quickly. Whitney looked at Weevil and then sent out the second Pokémon. Go ahead, Clefairy. As Whitney threw the Pokeball opened and a pink Clefairy appeared. LV18 Clefairy/Quasi-Elite. Gary? Seeing Clefairy's level, Gary was stunned. Such a low level, if you were the Earl Dervish gym, it would be okay. The Goldenrod Gym is the 3rd gym in the Johto region. Is such a weak Pokémon sent out to give away experience? Clefairy, use Metronome. Whitney ordered. Gary instantly realized that Whitney was betting on Metronome to see what kind of skills it could randomly produce. If it could randomly produce powerful skills, it would be pretty good. But Pokémon has hundreds of skills, and there are not many powerful skills. The probability of getting a skill randomly is very low. I really don't understand what's the point of betting. Even if you bet on a powerful skill, you can't kill Weevil instantly. The level gap between the two sides is too big. Don't give Clefairy a chance, use Metal Claw, Gary ordered. Mara. Weevil quickly rushed towards Clefairy. Clefairy, hurry up, Whitney said hurriedly. Obviously, Whitney's Clefairy had just awakened the metronome skill not long ago, and was not very skilled in using it. After shaking for several seconds, it didn't shake out the skill. Clefairy. Fortunately, just when Weevil was about to approach, Clefairy finally shook out the skill. Clefairy suddenly jumped up on the spot, and Weevil was frightened by 10 hits. However, Clefairy just jumped up, and nothing happened next. Gary and Weevil were both stunned. They didn't know what skill Clefairy used for a moment, but it looked like a useless skill. Weevil, attack. Gary reminded immediately. Mara. Weevil reacted, and slapped Clefairy's round body with its sharp claws shining with silver light. Clefairy was hit out like a normal volleyball, smashed to the ground, and bounced several times on the ground before finally falling. Clefairy loses the ability to fight, Weevil wins, said the female referee. Ah, was it Splash just now? Whitney was embarrassed. She didn't expect Metronome to use Splash. Metronome's skill was really unreliable. Clefairy, come back. Whitney took back Clefairy in a discouraged manner, but soon cheered up and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, the battle just now doesn't count. I'm going to be serious. Gary was also frightened by Whitney's sudden momentum. After all, Whitney was a gym trainer who defeated Ash 3 times in a row. Her Miltank grew up with her and was only stronger than ever. Whitney made a pitcher's pose and threw the Pokemon in her hand. Go, Miltank. Great. A pink cow appeared. LV54 Miltank female sign/Quasi Elite. Gary saw Miltank's level, which was obviously beyond the gym's level, but outsiders couldn't see the level of Pokemon, so he could only continue fighting. No wonder Ash was defeated by Whitney 3 times in a row. It turned out that her Miltank was of such a high level. Miltank, use rollout. Whitney ordered. Miltank jumped lightly, turned his body into a ball in the air, and after defense curl, he began to roll out when he landed, and quickly rushed towards Weevil. Don't give Miltank the opportunity to roll out continuously, use dynamic after Hone Claw's punch. Gary ordered. Ash didn't know how powerful rollout was, but Gary knew it very well. In the game, rollout will double its power every time it hits a target, up to 16 times the power. It will double again after using defense curl, which is 32 times. The basic power is 30 rollout, and the maximum power can reach 960. Of course, this is just the value in the game. The rollout skill in reality will definitely not reach such a high power. However, rollout does not need to hit rival, and the faster the rollout speed, the higher the power. Mara. With the sparks of fire produced by the friction of the claws, Weevil quickly ran towards Miltank, and a dynamic punch hit the back of Miltank in the rollout. The huge force stopped Miltank and knocked him back, correcting Miltank's rollout. What? Whitney couldn't believe that her Miltank's rollout was actually stopped by the opponent. Weevil was so short, but he had such a strong explosive power. Agility approaches Miltank. Gary said. Weevil's fast main system, pulling out a series of phantoms on the field, so fast that Miltank's eyes can't catch up. Use Earthquake. Although the rollout tactic was broken, Miltank is not without other skills. Miltank immediately jumped up and prepared to stump ground to trigger the address. Dynamic Punch. Gary suddenly issued an order at this moment, and saw Weevil came under Miltank, punched out, and hooked Dynamic Punch. Weevil's fist hit Miltank's back, making it rise again, and then Weevil played Dark Pulse. Boom! Dark Pulse hit, Miltank fell rapidly and fell to the ground. A fierce attack directly injured Miltank. If Miltank was not strong enough to resist, he would have been defeated. Miltank, use Play Rough. Whitney frowned and issued an order. Hearing the sound, Miltank rushed towards Weevil, but Miltank's speed could not keep up with Weevil, and his flexibility was not as high as Weevil's, so Weevil played him around. Weevil was like a surgeon normal, seizing Miltank's opportunity and performing surgery on Miltank with his sharp claws, easily wearing out Miltank's last physical strength. Miltank has lost his ability to fight, Weevil screamed. The female referee announced, all of the Pokemon of the gym owner Whitney have lost their ability to fight, and the winner of this gym competition is the challenger Gary. Weevil successfully completed a 1-on-3, and Gary won the Goldenrod Gym badge. Miltank, come back and have a rest. Whitney looked a little depressed. After all, being beaten 3 times by 1 was a very embarrassing thing. If a gym is always beaten 3 times by 1, it will be audited by the Alliance for a long time. If it fails the audit, it will lose the qualification of the Alliance gym. So being beaten 3 times by 1 is a very influential thing for the gym, but it is actually nothing. Because people from other regions often come to Johto region to participate in the Alliance conference, their strength is not weak. If they use the Pokemon that was breeder at the beginning to fight, they will often achieve a record of 1-on-3. As a gym owner, the main task is to test the trainer level of the challenger and whether he is qualified to participate in the Alliance conference, so he will not send 2 strong Pokemon to challenge. You won, this is a regular badge. After the battle, Zioxy handed the badge of her own gym to Gary. Thank you. Gary took the badge. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been sent to the space backpack. After getting the regular badge, Gary said goodbye to the Goldenrod Gym and returned to the Pokemon Center. After packing his luggage, he will set off for Yuzu City tomorrow. Yuzu City is a historic city that has existed since ancient times. The traditional Bell Tower 150 has existed from 700 years ago to the present day. It is said that the Bell Tower is related to Ho-Oh. The Ho-Oh guards were the Burning Howl, and were resurrected by Ho-Oh to become the Ho-Oh guards. According to the time, it was 150 years ago. After resting for a night in Goldenrod City, Gary left Goldenrod City on a mountain bike the next morning. 10 days later, Yuzu City finally arrived. The road is really bumpy. Gary entered the border of Yuanzhou City, and it took him a full week to get there. Looking at the map, the distance from Goldenrod City to Yuanzhou City is not far, much closer than from Azalea Town to Goldenrod City, but the road is full of mountains, and it took Gary 10 days to climb over the mountains. Also, he encountered many trainers who challenged Gary along the way. Because Weevil and Heracross were inexperienced in combat, Gary naturally accepted them all, mainly to let the two Pokémon learn more about the attack methods of other Pokémon, so as to facilitate future battles. Let's visit the Burn Tower and Bell Tower in the afternoon, Gary said. There are 2 towers in the city of Injo. In addition to the famous Bell Tower, there is also a Burn Tower. The Burn Tower is located in the northwest corner of the city. The Ho-Oh guards were burned to death in the Burn Tower. The Burn Tower is related to Lugia. The Bell Tower is on the east side of the city. This tower has been preserved from 700 years ago to the present day and is related to Ho-Oh. However, since the fire 150 years ago, Lugia and Ho-Oh have never been seen again. The 3 holy beasts were not Lugia's guards before, but became Ho-Oh's guards after being resurrected by Ho-Oh. Gary pondered. Although the 3 sacred birds are bound to Lugia, in fact, the 3 sacred birds and Lugia are not subordinate to each other. Lugia can only check and balance the 3 sacred birds, just like Rayquaza can suppress Kyogre and Groudon. After arriving at the Pokémon Center and handing the Pokémon that had been fought during this period to Joy for treatment, Gary took Eevee and went to the Burn Tower to have a look. There is nothing to see in the Bell Tower. Because it is well preserved, naturally someone will repair any damage. It is said to be an ancient building, but its appearance has long been replaced by modern technology. On the other hand, the Burn Tower has been preserved until today after it was burned down 150 years ago, and no repairs have been made. The charred wooden boards of that year have also been there. Gary came to the street near the burned tower and found that there were not many people nearby, and there were not even a few houses. He couldn't understand why no one came here, as if there were not many people living in the northwest corner of Yuanzhou City. When Gary arrived at the door of the burned tower, he saw a sign introducing the burned tower, tower information, and also said that there are wild Pokémon inside. If you are not a trainer, don't go in. Gary looked at Eevee's reaction and saw that Eevee was fine, which meant that there was no danger in the tower, so he took Eevee into the burned tower. It really hasn't been repaired at all. Entering the burned tower, the walls and pillars inside were all black. If there was no light shining in from the cracks, it would be absolutely dark. As I entered the interior of the burned tower, I felt the temperature inside suddenly drop, as if I suddenly walked into an air-conditioned room. Chi-yi. Eevee also immediately became alert and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Don't worry, it's Ghastly and Haunter, Gary comforted. Because no one has come to the burned tower for a long time, all the ghosts have moved in. It is also because of the Ghastly and Haunter in the tower that there are not many people living nearby. It seems that we have arrived at the place where Ghastly lives, Gary said. LV20 Ghastly 3/Elite. LV18 Ghastly 3/Gym. LV24 Haunter/Gym. LV25 Haunter/Elite. Although Ghastly and Haunter can be invisible, Gary, who has the Eye of Insight, can easily see their names and levels, as well as potential information. Alas, the qualifications are not good enough, Gary said regretfully. Gary really wanted to breed a Gengar, but the Ghastly and Haunter he encountered so far have too low potential, and Gary doesn't like them. After all, Gengar has a Mega Evolution form, and if it is not elite potential, Gary can't breed it. After all, the system gives too few items to improve the potential of Pokémon. Gary still has a lot of quasi-elite potential Pokémon waiting in line for the Bronze Crown. Gary doesn't have extra resources to breed Pokémon with potential below elite. Ghastly, Haunter, we just came in to visit here, and we don't mean to attack you. I hope you can forgive us, said Gary. After a while, the hidden Ghastly and Haunter left one after another, and the dark walls were revealed, and the broken windows and floors were revealed. The Ghastly and Haunter here are relatively friendly to humans. As long as there is no malice, they will not care. The main reason is that the owner of Zuidao Gym, Sanjay, often comes here. Seeing that Ghastly and Haunter have dispersed, Gary continued to take Eevee to visit the interior of Burned Tower. Gary really wanted to see the place where the 3 sacred beasts fell, which is the center of Burned Tower. Ho-Oh also resurrected the 3 sacred beasts here. Without the interference of Ghastly and Haunter, Gary and Eevee quickly came to the middle of Burned Tower. There was a huge crack in the floor, and a blue light shone from the crack. Huh? How come there is light? Gary wondered in his heart. Novel image. Let's go and take a look. Gary still wanted to see if there were any high-potential Ghastly or Haunter in the Burned Tower, so he approached the breach. When he got closer, Gary was stunned on the spot, and his pupils widened a little. LV80 Suicune/Quasi-Legend of Osos. Eevee was about to scream, but Gary covered her mouth. SHH. Be quiet, Gary reminded in a low voice. The Suicune below did not notice Gary and Eevee. The Suicune had its eyes closed, so it should be resting here. Gary did not expect to meet Suicune here, so he immediately took out his Polaroid camera and secretly took a few photos of Suicune. He could send them to Professor Oak later, which would definitely make Professor Oak very envious. He did not know who disturbed Suicune. The resting Suicune suddenly opened his eyes, looked up and saw Gary taking a photo of it. Gary found that Suicune was looking at him, so he moved his Polaroid camera away and stared at Suicune. The two sides stared at each other. After a few seconds, Suicune suddenly moved, jumped directly to the gap, passed Gary sideways, and then disappeared from Gary's sight in a few jumps. What a fast speed! Gary sighed. He was thinking about whether to catch up, but he couldn't keep up with Suicune's speed. Gary looked at the direction where Suicune left and couldn't help sighing. Originally, Gary liked Suicune the most among the 3 sacred beasts, but since Suicune was captured by Gogo, Suicune's status in the hearts of Pokémon fans has greatly declined. Gary decided to wait for his breeder to produce a team of level 80 Pokémon, and then come to Johto region to find Suicune and capture Suicune first to avoid being tarnished by Gogo. It seems that there is nothing to gain today, Eevee, let's go, Gary said. I wanted to see if I could meet Ghastly, who has good potential, in the Burned Tower. Unfortunately, I only met Ghastly and Haunter, who have gym potential, neither of which suited Gary's wishes. Gary returned along the same route, and just as he reached the entrance of the Burned Tower, he saw a blonde man standing at the entrance. The blonde man was also very surprised to see Gary, because the Burned Tower was occupied by ghost Pokémon, and people in Yaju City would not run here for no reason. Gary was also surprised to see the blonde man at the entrance, because the other party was the owner of Yaju Gym, Song 2. Who are you? Why are you here? Sanjay asked. My name is Gary, I'm from Kanto region. I heard that there are ghost Pokémon in the Burned Tower, so I came to see it by the way. Gary said. Oh, you like ghost Pokémon? Sanjay said unexpectedly. Although ghost Pokémon are very strong, people in this world are not willing to come into contact with ghost Pokémon, because ghosts are still very scary, so most people in this world don't like to get close to ghost Pokémon. There are also very few trainers who specialize in breeding ghost Pokémon, and Matsuba is one of them. As a trainer specializing in ghost Pokémon, Matsuba naturally hopes that ghost Pokémon will be liked by the public, so when she saw Gary came to Burned Tower to look for ghost Pokémon, she was a little surprised. It's okay, I don't like it very much, I mainly want to breed a Gengar. Gary said. Did you find ghost Pokémon in there? Matsuba asked. Yes, but I can't be satisfied with it. Gary waved his hand. It seems that you came here in vain. Matsuba could see that Gary had very high requirements for Pokémon. As a ghost trainer, Matsuba was very clear about the situation of ghost Pokémon in Burned Tower, and there were also relatively potential ghost Pokémon in it, but this. Gary didn't like it, so his requirements were obviously very high. It's not a wasted trip, I saw Suicune in it. Gary Salation said. What did you say? Matsuba was shocked and immediately approached Ash and asked hurriedly, did you really see Suicune? Of course, I took a few photos, but unfortunately Suicune suddenly woke up and ran away. Gary said. Can you show me the photos you took? Matsuba asked. Here. Gary was very generous and took out the photos he had just taken, all of which were photos of Suicune resting with his eyes closed. Oh, it's really Suicune? Suicune actually returned to Yaju City. Matsuba smiled with relief after seeing the photos. Because of Ho-Oh's departure, the people of Yaju City deliberately left the Burned Tower to warn future generations not to do anything wrong, and they also hope to be forgiven by the Phoenix Lord. 0*. So the people of Yaju City naturally admired the Ho-Oh guards very much, but since the Bell Tower was burned down 150 years later, Ho-Oh left Yaju City. Before leaving, Ho-Oh resurrected the 3 sacred beasts, but the resurrected 3 sacred beasts also left Yuzo City, and the Ho-Oh guards have not been found in Yuzo City so far. Now seeing the photos taken by Gary, it means that the Ho-Oh guards have returned to Yuzo City, which indirectly means that Ho-Oh has forgiven the people of Yuzo City, and Sanjay is naturally very relieved. Have you finished reading? Can you return the photos to me? Gary said. Sanjay was a little reluctant, because the photos in his hand could be used as evidence of the return of the Ho-Oh guards. Otherwise, if he said to the outside world that Ho-Oh might return, no one would believe it. 0. That. Sanjay looked embarrassed, tangled for a few seconds, and gritted his teeth and said, can you give me these photos? No. Gary refused without thinking. Sanjay didn't expect Gary to refuse so decisively, and said again, you can make a request, as long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. This. Gary hesitated, but after thinking carefully, Sanjay is a gym owner. If he had to say that he has any special abilities, he has a pair of Norman eyes, which is called yin-yang eyes in China, and can see things that ordinary people can't see. But it can only see ghosts, but such an ability is still quite convenient. It seems that Sanjay is very suitable to be an exorcist, but for Gary, it doesn't have much use. By the way, don't you want ghost Pokémon? If you need it, I can give you one. Sanjay suddenly said. Gary was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that Sanjay was a gym trainer, specializing in breeding ghost Pokémon, and he should have a Ghastly with good potential. The ghost Pokémon I need is Gengar, and the potential cannot be low, it must be above the gym level, and there is no upper limit. Gary reminded. I know you don't like the Ghastly in the Bell Tower. You definitely don't like those with potential below the gym level. I happen to have a Ghastly here, and I can guarantee that its potential is above the gym level. Sanjay said. Let's release it and see. Gary said, seeing is believing, and we still have to first determine the potential of Ghastly. Please follow me, Ghastly is in the gym. Seeing that Gary agreed, Sanjay was very happy and took Gary to his gym. Okay. Gary followed Sanjay to the Yaju gym. Knowing that there were few people living near the Burned Tower, Sanjay also arranged the gym nearby. The distance was not far, and it took only 10 minutes to walk to the Yaju gym. After arriving at the gym, Sanjay took Gary to the Pokémon training room, but the room was empty and nothing could be seen. This does not mean that there are no Pokémon in the room. There are many Ghastly and Haunter in the room, but they are all invisible. Gary quickly observed the contest condition of Ghastly and Haunter in the room, and immediately set his sights on a Ghastly. LV30 Ghastly 3/Elite. In the entire room, this Ghastly has the highest potential, but Gary has a concern. 360 Ghastly will evolve into Haunter at around level 25. The Ghastly in front of him is level 30 and has not evolved yet. Gary is worried that this Ghastly will not evolve like Ash's Pokémon. Everyone come out, no need to hide. Matsuba knew that ordinary people could not see the invisible ghost Pokémon, so he shouted. Hearing the sound, the Ghastly and Haunter in the room revealed their figures. There were a total of 7 ghost Pokémon, including 4 Ghastly and Bisongdongstone. None of the 7 ghost Pokémon has a potential lower than that of the gym. Among the 3 Haunters, 2 have quasi-elite potential, and even 2 of the 4 Ghastlys have quasi-elite potential. The Ghastly with the highest potential is still the elite potential. These Ghastly and Haunter are all carefully bred by me. They were originally intended to be the backup Pokémon of the gym. Their potential is not low. You can choose anyone to take away. Sanjay said. What? Ghastly and Haunters were all confused. What did Sanjay mean by that? He was planning to give them away. I forgot to tell you that this boy is called Gary. He wants to capture a ghost Pokémon. It happens that you all have good potential Pokémon, so I thought of letting him choose a breeder from among you. You can rest assured that he is a very good trainer. Matsuba explained with some shame. After all, Matsuba sent them out for Suicune's photo, but there was no way, the photo was too important to Matsuba. Gary was confused. He had known Matsuba for less than an hour. Why did he think he was a very good trainer? Ghastly and Haunter looked at Gary. They were not opposed to following Gary. Anyway, it was boring to stay in the gym. Mr. Matsuba, are you sure it's okay for me to take one of them? Gary asked. The Pokémon of the breeder in the gym are different from those in the breeding house. The breeding house will teach Pokémon from a young age, and a trainer will take them away. The breeder Pokémon in the gym are used as backup Pokémon, and they are all used to deal with gym battles, so they will not make psychological preparations in this regard from a young age. The sudden appearance of a trainer to take them away will inevitably cause them to feel uncomfortable or even disgusted. If the gym owner is not good at these, if the Pokémon is not good, that's fine. The key is that Sanjay is a person who loves Pokémon, and he is one of the few people who loves ghost Pokémon. The Pokémon he personally breeds must love him very much. If I really want to take one of these Ghastly and Haunter, I'm really worried that it will run away the next day. If there is no skill learning device rewarded by the system, Gary will definitely refuse this transaction. They are all very obedient. If you are worried that they will not be obedient, you can stay here for a while, cultivate your relationship with them, and then choose one to take away. Sanjay said. No need, I'll choose it. Gary doesn't have time to cultivate feelings with these Pokémon here. Although there is no real research data at present, many false data show that staying with ghost Pokémon for a long time will shorten people's lifespan, which is absolutely ironclad. Because throughout history, all ghost Pokémon trainers basically die young, and few can live to the end of their lives. They either die young or die of illness due to reduced body resistance. Gary doesn't want to die young, so he only needs to capture 2 or 3 ghost Pokémon, and he doesn't stay with ghost Pokémon for a long time. Oh, it. Sanjay looked surprised. Why? Can't I choose it? Gary asked in confusion. That's not the case. This Ghastly is the strongest and has a stubborn personality. If you want to choose it, it's best to cultivate feelings first. Sanjay said. What the hell? A stubborn Ghastly? Fortunately, this is reality, not a game. Otherwise, just with this personality, even if this Ghastly has the potential to be a champion, it will be useless. Thinking that forcibly taking Ghastly away would leave a bad impression on Sanjay, Gary compromised and said, let's cultivate our relationship first, but Ghastly's Pokeball must be given to me. Okay. Sanjay agreed. The Pokeball was in the room, and Sanjay gave Ghastly's Pokeball to Gary. Gary got the Pokeball, but he didn't rush to take Ghastly in, but walked over to Ghastly to chat. Ghastly, my name is Gary, please give me your advice. Gary said. What a shame. Ghastly looked at Gary and felt that Gary in front of him was too young and was not qualified to be his trainer. Don't underestimate me, I'm also a very strong trainer. Gary said. Just now, Sanjay said that this Ghastly has a stubborn personality, so it must be very strong. In order to make it surrender, Gary has to prove his strength to it. What a shame. Ghastly looked at Gary with disbelief. How about this, Ghastly, let me train you for a week, I guarantee that your strength will surpass the Haunter here. Gary said. Ghastly was shocked. Even Sanjay was surprised. Although this Ghastly was stronger, it was still difficult to beat the Haunter in the training room. Ouch. Ghastly said that he was invincible here, and it was meaningless to beat them. The Ghastly and Haunter around were all dissatisfied, but they didn't resist. Obviously, they were all taught a lesson by this Ghastly. Gary was surprised. Although the level of the 3 Haunters did not reach level 30, they were not much lower than that of Ghastly. They had the advantage of evolution, and their abilities in all aspects must be higher than that of Ghastly. How could they be afraid of a Ghastly? It seems that this Ghastly should have some trump card to suppress these Ghastly and Haunter. Is it stronger than the Haunter here? Gary asked. Yes, it has a strong learning ability. Although it is a Ghastly, it has learned many skills, which are more restrained against ghost Pokémon. Sanjay said. Are you sure you want to give me such a talented Ghastly? Gary asked doubtfully. Gary knew that Sanjay was keen on legendary Pokémon, but just for a few photos, the Ghastly he sent was not only high in potential, but also high in comprehension. Although high comprehension is far less than high potential, if a Pokémon with high potential is combined with high comprehension, it will be amazing. Pokémon with high potential can be rated as SS, and if comprehension is also high, it can be rated as SSR. Especially since Sanjay is also a trainer, if he wants to reach the top, he must have Ghastly with higher potential. I already have Gengar and Haunter, these Ghastly and Haunter are enough to deal with gym battles, and if there are more breeders, it will be too much. Sanjay said. Although Gengar is good, 2 breeders are enough, and 3 are a bit redundant. Besides, Gengar and Haunter, which Sanjay uses as the main force, are not weak. Then let's do this, Mr. Sanjay, come with me to have a gym battle with badge as the stakes tomorrow. Gary said. Are you going to challenge the gym to prove your strength to Ghastly? Sanjay asked. Yes. Gary admitted decisively, looked at Ghastly, and said, if I win, Ghastly, you will be my Pokémon. Okay, shit. Ghastly looked disdainful, saying that it was meaningless. After living in the gym for so long, how could it not understand the responsibilities of the gym trainer? If it just played according to the gym rules, winning would be meaningless. Gary also saw what Ghastly meant, it was nothing more than a gym battle, and Sanjay could not use all the experience. Mr. Sanjay, you can use your main Pokémon in tomorrow's gym battle, and you don't need to follow the rules of the gym battle. Gary said. Shit. X. Hearing this, Ghastly and Sanjay were shocked. Ghastly knew very well how strong the main Pokémon in Sanjay's hand was. Once used, those challengers were not Sanjay's rival at all. Gary, you are still young. My main Pokémon are all carefully bred by me for many years. You may not be my rival. Sanjay reminded gently. Mr. Matsuba, you may not know that I am the champion of the last Kanto Alliance Conference. My main Pokémon is not necessarily weaker than your main Pokémon. Gary said. Matsuba was shocked. He did not expect that the boy in front of him had won the Alliance Conference champion. This was an honor that even Matsuba had never won. However, just one Alliance Conference champion is actually nothing for a gym trainer. The level of the main Pokémon of a normal Alliance Conference champion is still a little different from that of the main Pokémon of a gym trainer. Especially those old gym trainers, the main Pokémon in their hands are basically at the elite level. Even some gym trainers with weak strength have their main Pokémon at the quasi-elite level. The Alliance Conference champion is just the best among his peers. There is still a certain gap compared with the gym trainer. Okay, then we will have a 3-on-3 game tomorrow, using the main Pokémon. Is that okay? Sanjay said. No problem, I'll take one of the photos. I need to take it back to my grandfather for research. Gary said. Your grandfather? Sanjay was stunned for a moment and asked, is your grandfather also interested in legendary Pokémon? My grandfather is Professor Oak, he is very interested in legendary Pokémon. Gary said. What? Professor Oak? Sanjay was shocked. He didn't expect Gary to be so famous. He was actually Professor Oak's grandson. 2. Gary ignored the shocked Sanjay and asked Ghastly, Ghastly, do you want to follow me now or stay in the gym? What a shame. Seeing Gary so brave, Ghastly was also curious about Gary. Although he didn't know what level the Alliance Conference champion was, Sanjay's surprised look showed that the gold content of the Alliance Conference champion was not low. And as Sanjay said, they are only used for gym battles, and they are not Sanjay's main Pokémon. In that case, it is better to choose a trainer who can carefully breed himself. After thinking it through, Ghastly decided to follow Gary for the time being, since he would be back tomorrow anyway. Quaishi. Ghastly floated to Gary's side, expressing his willingness to leave the gym with him. Then come in. Gary pointed Ghastly's Pokeball at Ghastly, and the Pokeball shot out an infrared ray, but Ghastly dodged it. Quaishi? Quaishi. Ghastly immediately refused, saying that he didn't want to stay in the Pokeball. By the way, this Ghastly doesn't like to stay in the Pokeball. Sanjay reminded. Gary was stunned for a moment, and didn't expect that this Ghastly, like Pikachu, didn't like to stay in the Pokeball. Okay, then you stay outside, but you must not scare others. Gary said. Quaishi. Ghastly nodded, and directly hid his body, disappearing from the spot, but Gary could see Ghastly's name floating in the air. Then Mr. Sanjay, let's put our battle tomorrow afternoon. Gary said. Okay, no problem. Ding. Task released, get the Yuja Gym badge/reward, high-level rare candy X5, Shadow Claw permanent skill learner, top quality spell tag, ghost-related skill power increased by 50%. X1. After agreeing to the duel, the system suddenly released the task. Gary was also stunned. Usually, tasks were released before entering the gym. Unexpectedly, this time the task was released after he and Matsubayo 453 Ding battled. Except that there were no changes in skills and props, the rewarded rare candy also became high-level rare candy, and 5 were given at once. Gary thought that when he challenged the gym in the future, he could discuss with the gym owner first and fight with the main Pokémon, so that he could catch the bug and brush the high-level rare candy. Gary's idea was good, but it was doomed to be in vain. If it is a normal private competition, there is no problem for the gym trainer to use the main Pokémon to fight, but there are strict rules for gym battles. If the gym trainer uses Pokémon that exceeds the specified strength, basically no challenger can pass. If this is really done, the Alliance Conference held locally at that time will probably not even have 50 players. The number of participants in an Alliance Conference is less than 100, which is very unpopular. The reason why Sanjay was able to beat Gary's request was entirely because of Suicune's photo. If it weren't for this, Sanjay would never use his main Pokémon in the gym competition. After leaving the Yaja gym, Gary came to the Pokémon Center and contacted Professor Oak to teleport Moltres, Eevee, Weevil, Heracross, and Blastoise, Banjira and Zapdos. Gary didn't know how strong Sanjay was, so he could only show his strongest strength to avoid a setback. After the Pokémon was teleported, Gary came to the public area outside. Novel image. Ghastly, come out for a moment. Gary said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghastly showed up in front of Gary. Gary touched Ghastly and used the Eye of Insight to check Ghastly's attributes. Pokémon, Ghastly 3. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Level, 30. Potential, Elite. Ability, Float, can float in the air without consumption. Skills, Lick, Table Fog, Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, Poison Gas, Mean Look, Will-O-Wisp, Toxic, Payback, Spell, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse. Teaching skills, Foul Play, Protect, Dazzling Gleam, Psychic. Intimacy, 120, full value 255. Carrying items, Everstone. There are actually 4 teaching skills. Gary was shocked. This was the first time he had captured a Pokémon that had so many teaching skills. Moreover, these 4 skills are quite useful, especially Foul Play, which uses Rival's physical attack ability to calculate damage. Borrowing Rival's power to attack it is quite a trick. He also carries Everstone, which should be brought by Sanjay to Ghastly, because Pokémon can awaken racial skills in advance if they continue to level up without evolving. You have a high level of understanding, and you can actually learn 4 powerful skills. Gary praised. What a shame. Ghastly was surprised. It obviously didn't show its skills to Gary, so how did he know that it learned 4 skills by learning from this? Don't be surprised, this is my personal ability, so I will teach you a few more skills. Gary immediately began to teach Ghastly skills. He taught each skill once, but only 3 skills were successfully taught, namely Rest, Sludge Bomb, and Thunderbolt. Strange, why didn't the Destruction Light teach successfully? Is it because it didn't evolve? Gary thought to himself. Destruction Beam is indeed a universal skill, and 99% of Pokémon can master it. Pokémon that cannot master this skill are basically not evolved. For example, Haunter and Jengar both learn boxing skills, but Ghastly has no hands, so he can't learn them. He can only learn these skills after evolution. QAQ. Ghastly was shocked and couldn't believe that he learned 3 skills in an instant. It felt like awakening a skill. Don't be surprised, you won't master more skills in the future, said Gary. Ghastly suddenly crashed. Before, Ghastly was reluctant to follow Gary because he thought Gary was ordinary. Now, Gary showed this skill and immediately convinced Ghastly. Just like Sanjay said, this Ghastly is very strong-willed. When it was sure that Gary was a better trainer than Sanjay, it was not so repulsive. Of course, this was also because the intimacy was improved after teaching 3 skills. Okay, the next is tomorrow's game. As long as you win, you must listen to me in the future. Gary finished speaking and walked towards the Pokémon Center. Sigh. Ghastly wanted to say something, but Gary was hungry after walking far away, so he didn't say anything, hid his figure, and quietly followed. The next morning, Gary checked the contest condition of Pokémon, and went down to the Yuanza gym. Sanjay had already been waiting in the gym. After meeting, Gary took the initiative to say hello, Mr. Sanjay, good afternoon, can we start the battle? Of course, follow me. Matsuba brought Gary to the gymnasium, where a young man was standing in the referee area. The young man was not dressed like a referee at all. He wore a purple tuxedo, a white cape, a red bow tie, beige hair, and a tuft of bangs. Anyway, he looked very fashionable. Shuijing. Gary was shocked. He knew the identity of the man in the referee area. This man named Shuijing was a good friend of Matsuba. Like Matsuba, he was very interested in legendary Pokémon and specialized in studying Ho-Oh guards. The Pokémon he wanted to capture the most was also Suicune, and Shuijing knew Ho-Oh guards very well. In the game, he could encounter Suicune every time, but he just couldn't capture it. In the end, it was captured by the players who were the protagonists, which was considered to be a wedding dress for the players. Shuijing must have appeared here because Yasong called him. It was probably because Suicune's photo was used to lure Shuijing here. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Shuijing. He is also here to watch Suicune's photo, and will be the referee of this gym match. Sanjay introduced. Hello. Shuijing greeted friendly. Did you really see Suicune in the burned tower? Yes, there are photos to prove it. Didn't you see the photo? Gary said. I saw it, but I just wanted to confirm it myself. There are some more details I want to ask you. Shuijing said. If you want to ask, wait until the gym battle is over. Gary said. Gary knew that Shuijing would be a Pokemon professor in the future, and he could be said to be one now. If he wanted to ask questions, he would definitely have no end. Okay, then let's start the battle. Shuijing agreed. Gary and Sanjay both stood in the command area, and Shuijing announced, then please send out your Pokemon. Shuijing knew the special nature of this gym battle, so there was no need to introduce any rules. The rules had been set yesterday. My starting Pokemon is this. Sanjai threw the Pokeball. Great! A grey-black doll made of rags appears. LV52 Bayonet 3/Quasi Elite. Oh, Bayonet. Gary was quite surprised. He didn't expect Sanjai to have Bayonet. This Bayonet is only level 52, the level of Quasi Elite. The level of the remaining 2 Pokemon of Sanjai should be between 50 and 60. Bayonet, then I'll leave it to you to deal with. Gary also took out a Pokeball and threw it out. Great! A terrifying giant beast appeared. LV63 Banjura/Champion. Banjura, Lee's good. Shuijing was shocked. He didn't expect Gary to have Banjura. This is a late bloomer Pokemon, and its strength is definitely not inferior to Sanjai's. Especially the ghost Pokemon used by Sanjai, which is restrained by Banjura in terms of attributes. Banjura roared, and a sandstorm instantly appeared around him, quickly covering the entire venue, directly covering the figures of the 2 Pokemon. Bayonet in the venue couldn't even open her eyes completely, because the sand would blind her eyes, so she could only open her eyes slightly. This sandstorm. Sanjai was also confused. It was the first time he saw such a terrifying sandstorm. Not only the venue, but the entire gym was affected. This Banjura's sand-raising ability was too terrifying. Such a sandstorm was enough to defeat many Pokemon below level 30. This Gary is really not simple, Shuijing said in his heart. He originally thought that Gary was the best among the teenagers. Now seeing Banjura, he knew that Gary was definitely not normal. Banjura, use Dark Pulse. Gary ordered. Hearing the sound, Banjura sprayed a Dark Pulse forward. Although Banjura's figure was a little blurry due to the cover of Sandstorm, Bayonet still saw the attack of Dark Pulse, used Phantom Force, and hid in the different space. Gary looked at the situation in the field. Because of Sandstorm, he couldn't see clearly and it was difficult to observe the situation in the field. Although Bayonet was also blocked by Sandstorm, as a ghost Pokemon, they can sense life energy. Even if they don't have eyes, they can judge the position of the opponent by sensing life energy. Banjura, use Screech. Gary ordered. Banjura let out a piercing roar growl. At this moment, the space on the left side of Banjura moved abnormally, causing a ripple, and Bayonet popped out of it. Bayonet heard Screech as soon as she came out. Bayonet resisted the piercing sound and ran into Banjura head first. Payback. Gary quickly counterattacked. Although Phantom Force hit Banjura, Banjura didn't move at all. Hearing Gary's command, he immediately used Payback and slapped Bayonet away with one claw. Wow! Bayonet screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Just one hit seriously injured Bayonet. If Payback was used after rival attacked him, the power would be doubled. This time, Bayonet was hurt. Dark Pulse. Banjura took advantage of the victory and chased after it. Dark Pulse shot out of his mouth and rushed towards Bayonet quickly. Shadow Ball. Sanjai shouted hurriedly. Bayonet also condensed Shadow Ball in time. Just after throwing it out for less than 2 meters, Dark Pulse attacked and hit Shadow Ball and Bayonet together. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose. When the smoke dissipated, only Bayonet was left in the pit, her eyes spinning. Bayonet lost her ability to fight. Banjura won. Shuijing announced. Seeing Bayonet defeated by Bangala in 2 moves, Matsuba finally understood where Gary's confidence came from. At this time, he might be a Pokemon that can rival the Elite Four. Bayonet, come back and rest. Matsuba took back Bayonet and sent out the second Pokemon. Go, Gengar. Great. Matsuba sent out Gengar. LV54 Gengar 3/Elite. Seeing Matsuba's Gengar, Gary understood why Matsuba was willing to send out Ghastly, with a potential Gengar who already has the potential to be a 10th Song Master. It seems that Matsuba has more than one Gengar. The Gengar used in the battle with Ash should only be at the gym level. Gengar, use Mean Look. Matsuba ordered. Gengar's eyes shot out soul-stirring light, shining on Bangala, making it surrounded by an invisible energy. As long as Gary wanted to take Bangala back, he would be stopped by this energy. Dark Pulse. Bangala ejected Dark Pulse, and the beam rushed straight towards Gengar. Gengar also fired Shadow Ball to counterattack without giving in. Boom! The 2 skills intersected, and Shadow Ball touched Dark Pulse and exploded instantly. The shockwave of the explosion successfully interrupted Dark Pulse. It can be seen that in the confrontation between Bangala and Gengar, Bangala was better. Gengar, use Dazzling Gleam. Sanjai ordered. Gengar's whole body was filled with light, and a dazzling light instantly shone on Bangala. Bangala felt very uncomfortable, but it was not a big deal. In sandstorm weather, the special defense ability of rock Pokemon increased by 1.5 times, and even Fairy's Dazzling Gleam could not cause much damage to Bangala. Such strong defense. It's the sandstorm weather. Sanjai frowned. He also saw that it was because of the sandstorm that Banjura was so resistant. If the sandstorm weather was not resolved, Banjura would be a Mega Meat Shield. Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Bang! Banjura roared, and stone blades rushed towards soaring in the sky. With sandstorm as a cover, it was almost impossible to see the attack trajectory of the stone blades. Gengar, use Dazzling Gleam. Sanjai ordered hurriedly. Gengar used Dazzling Gleam to resist, but the stone blades created by Banjura were too strong. They forcibly suppressed the strong light of Dazzling Gleam. The stone blades were like a star that exploded in the sky and completely suppressed Gengar. Boom! The energy of Dazzling Gleam could not be dissipated. After being squeezed to the limit, it exploded and Gengar was blown away. Dark Pulse Chase. Gary attacked continuously, and Bangala sprayed Dark Pulse to chase, assist Sandstorm covered, until Dark Pulse approached, Gengar reacted and immediately used Shadow Ball to counterattack. Boom! Shadow Ball touched Dark Pulse and exploded instantly. The impact of the explosion sent Gengar flying to the ground. Gengar fell to the ground and wailed. Although he was seriously injured, he did not fall down. Gengar, use the spell. Sanjay Alliance ordered. Gengar cast a spell, and the power of the curse spread. Gengar sacrificed his own rival's physical strength and fell to the ground. Gengar lost his ability to fight. Bangala won. Shuijing said. Gengar finally sacrificed all his physical strength to cast a spell and put curse on Bangala. Really tenacious. Gary said. Sanjay asked Gengar to use Mean Look right at the beginning, with the purpose of using curse if he found that Gengar was not rival. The skill of curse in the game reduces the amount of stamina in proportion. In reality, the same effect exists, but it is not proportional, but depends on the strength of the curse. The stronger the Pokémon, the greater the effect of the curse when the curse is released. Sanjay's Gengar has the strength of a quasi-elite, so the curse he casts will naturally be more powerful, but how powerful it is still unknown. Gary, you are the strongest trainer of your age that I have ever met. Sanjay praised. Mr. Sanjay, let's continue the gym battle and stop wasting time. Gary said. Sanjay was stunned, then smiled, and said, then continue, I will send out my strongest Pokémon. Go, Mismagius. Sanjay threw a Pokeball. Great. A purple Mismagius that looks like a witch appeared. LV57 Mismagius female sign/elite. Gary had always thought that Sanjay's trump card Pokémon was Gengar. Now that he saw the Mismagius sent out by Sanjay, he realized that Sanjay was from the Johto region, so it was normal that the main Pokémon was Mismagius. Dark Pulse. Banjura fired Dark Pulse, but it didn't hit Mismagius. Mismagius relied on his ability to fly and flew into the sky to dodge. Stone Edge. Banjura used Stone Edge and began to chase Mismagius. Mismagius, counterattack with Dazzling Gleam. Sanjay ordered. Mismagius counterattacked with a dazzling light all over his body, but Dazzling Gleam was suppressed by Stone Edge. In terms of skills, even Gengar was not rival of Bangala, let alone Mismagius. However, at this moment, Bangala's face suddenly became solemn, and the stone blade he created instantly dissipated. It was the curse that was activated, which directly evaporated a part of Bangala's physical strength. With just a slight delay, Dazzling Gleam repelled the stone blade and shone on Bangala, making Bangala look painful. But the next second, Bangala sprayed Dark Pulse backhand. Boom! Mismagius was unable to dodge and was hit by Dark Pulse, but it was only one hit, which would not cause Mismagius to fall. After all, it would be useless for a quasi-elite to be killed in one hit. Mismagius, hold on, Bangala has been hit by curse, and will soon die. Sanjay encouraged. Dream. Mismagius nodded, and the energy in his body was released, covering his body. He must defeat Bangala. However, even if Mismagius can win, it is only by relying on curse to wear down Bangala's physical strength. Even so, after Bangala falls, Gary still has the two song spirits. Bangala, attack with all your strength. Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Roar. Bangala raised his foot and stumped the ground, and the stone broke out of the ground and extended towards Mismagius. Mismagius immediately took off to avoid it. Do you think you can escape like this? Gary sneered. Bangala turned around and swung his tail, smashing the stone pillar in front of him. The broken stones flew quickly towards soaring in the sky and hit Mismagius, who was not prepared. What? Sanjay didn't expect Bangala to attack in this way. Dark Pulse. Bangala spit up Dark Pulse towards the falling Mismagius, and Dark Pulse quickly rushed towards Mismagius. Use Shadow Ball to counterattack. Sanjay said. At this time, it was too late to use Dazzling Gleam. Only by using this skill can you attack faster. Mismagius immediately condensed Shadow Ball to counterattack. Obviously, Shadow Ball was not inferior to Dark Pulse. It exploded directly after the collision, and the impact of the explosion rushed Mismagius several meters away. Bangala was like a monster normal, constantly chasing Mismagius with Dark Pulse. Mismagius could only dodge, but this could not determine the winner. Even Gengar's curse no longer affected Bangala. Pain and weakness would only make Bangala more raging. Once Bangala entered the rage contest condition, he would not feel pain or weakness. He would only lose consciousness when he was exhausted. The violent Bangala thoroughly implemented the name of the tyrant. The endless Dark Pulse beat Mismagius without any resistance. In the end, he was defeated by Bangala's Stone Edge because of lack of physical strength. Mismagius lost his ability to fight. Bangala won. Shuijing announced, gym owner Matsuba's Pokémon were all defeated, and the winner is challenger Gary. Even after the battle, Bangala was still not exhausted by the curse and still had the strength to fight. Good performance, come back and rest. Gary also quickly took Banjura back into the Pokeball. As long as it enters the Pokeball, the curse caused by the spell will disappear. Gary, your strength is really beyond my expectation. This is the Phantom Badge, the proof of defeating the Ninja Gym. After the battle, Sanjay also handed his own badge to Gary. Thank you. Gary immediately took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been sent to the space backpack. Kuaishi. At this time, Ghastly suddenly appeared beside Gary. It had been there all along, but had become invisible. Ghastly was also very happy to see Gary win. It seemed that the trainer he recognized not only had magical abilities, but also had outstanding strength. Matsuba saw Ghastly's happy look and saw that Ghastly recognized Gary, and felt a little disappointed. After all, this Ghastly was born in the gym, and was cultivated by Matsuba since the Pokemon Egg period. As a result, it was conquered by others in just one night. This was too fast. Can you tell me about Suicune? Shuijing came over and said. Shuijing came here this time because he heard Matsuba say that there was a photo of Suicune, and rushed here overnight. After knowing that Gary was an eyewitness, he had a lot of questions to ask Gary. Okay, but you have to go to the Pokemon Center to treat the Pokemon first. Gary said. Okay, no problem. The three of them left the Yeju Gym and came to the Pokemon Center. After handing the injured Pokemon to Joy, the three of them chatted about Suicune in the room. 0, asking for flowers. Gary knew a lot about Suicune, even more than Shuijing, but Gary would definitely reveal too much information about Suicune. Shuijing did not interrogate him, but only asked Gary about Suicune's appearance. Even so, Shuijing questioned him for nearly 2 hours. By the way, Gary, your grandfather is Professor Oak. Does he have any research on the Ho-Oh Guard? Shuijing asked the questions he wanted to ask and then began to ask Gary about Professor Oak's research. I don't know about this. My grandfather has always kept his research on legendary Pokemon confidential. Gary responded. 0. This Shuijing is very bad, and he even wants to get Professor Oak's research data. How could he tell you such a thing? Really? It seems that I can only visit Professor Oak in person when I have time. Shuijing said. If it is to discuss Pokemon research, my grandfather should be very happy, Gary said. Although Shuijing wants to capture legendary Pokemon, he is not a bad person by nature, he just wants to understand legendary Pokemon. By the way, I met Entei outside Goldenrod City before, but unfortunately I forgot to take a photo at that time. Gary suddenly said. What? Entei? You actually saw Entei? Shuijing and Sanjai were both surprised. Are you so surprised? Gary said. Gary didn't know the whereabouts of the Ho-Oh Guards, but Shuijing and Sanjai knew it. The three sacred beasts rarely appear in places where humans often appear. The most sighted of the three sacred beasts is Suicune, followed by Raikou, and the one with the most erratic whereabouts is Entei. And in the Ho-Oh Guards, Entei is the main leader, and his status is one level higher than Suicune and Raikou. Gary, Entei has a superior status in the Ho-Oh Guards, and his whereabouts are the most erratic. It can be said that you are very good to meet Entei. Shuideo. Shuijing has been chasing the Ho-Oh Guards for many years, and has only seen Suicune and Raikou so far, and has not seen Entei yet. This Gary is good. He came to the Johto region to travel, and went to the gym along the way, and met you at once. Novel image. Is that so? That's a pity. Gary joked. If I had known, I should have bought a lottery ticket at that time. Matsuba and Shuijing were a little surprised to hear Gary say this. It is understandable that he wants to win the lottery, but Gary is Professor Oak's grandson, so he must not be short of money. The Pokemon props developed by Professor Oak when he was young, the copyright fee alone is enough for Professor Oak's family to continue for 100 years. Thank you for your answer, Gary. Then I won't bother you. I'm leaving first. I also plan to go to Goldenrod City to have a look. Shuijing looked at the time and found that it was almost time for dinner, so he should leave. And knowing that Entei appeared in Goldenrod City, although half a month has passed, Shuijing also plans to go and have a look. Okay, then we say goodbye, and I'll ask Gary to take good care of Ensign. Matsuba said. Mr. Matsuba, don't worry, I will take good care of it. I will use it in the Silver Conference. Gary said. Matsuba smiled. He really wanted to see Ghastly on the Silver Conference. By the way, Mr. Matsuba, Ghastly is carrying Everstone. Don't you want to go back? Gary suddenly said. This Everstone belongs to Matsuba. Now that Ghastly belongs to him, the Everstone should be returned to Matsuba. Gary, Everstone can prevent Pokemon from evolving. In this way, Pokemon can continue to upgrade their levels and awaken their racial skills earlier. Are you sure you want to return the Cloth of Immutability to me? Matsuba said. It's just a piece of Everstone. It's nothing to Matsuba. It's nothing to give it away. The key is that it can awaken Ghastly's racial skills in advance. After all, it's good to have many skills. No need. Gary shook his head and explained, after Ghastly evolves into Haunter, it will grow 2 hands and its attack mode will change. After evolving into Jengar, it will also grow 2 legs and its body size will change even more. The difference in body size before and after this evolution is too big, so it is better to evolve in advance. What a shame. Without waiting for Sanjai to respond, Ghastly took out the Everstone in the carrying space and threw it to Sanjai. Sanjai hurriedly took the Everstone, feeling a little sad. This Ghastly really forgot his father after having a trainer. As soon as Gary mentioned the benefits of evolution, Ghastly decisively threw out the Everstone, completely forgetting what Sanjai, the former trainer, said. What a shame. Ghastly really agreed with Gary's words, because it had wanted to evolve for a long time, but Sanjai said many benefits of not evolving, so it agreed to carry the Everstone. Now hearing Gary's reasons for evolution, it agreed crazily. Gary saw Ghastly take out the Everstone so happily, and he was sure that this Ghastly was not opposed to evolution. He carried the Everstone only because of Sanjai's request. The next moment, Ghastly's whole body shone with white light, which was the light of evolution. Ghastly's figure quickly grew and changed in the light of evolution. The light dissipated, and Haunter with 2 dark purple ghost hands appeared. LV30 Haunter 3/Elite. Sanjai was not surprised. After all, with Ghastly's level, he should have evolved long ago. Now there is no Everstone to suppress him, and Ghastly himself does not suppress him, so he will evolve naturally. Then we will leave. Goodbye, see you next time. After watching Ghastly evolve into Haunter, Sanjai and Shuijing also left the Pokemon Center together. What a shame. After the evolution, Haunter was very happy and looked at himself in the mirror to adapt to his new body. Don't observe, I will let you evolve into Gengar later. Gary said. He planned to do it in one step and directly evolve Haunter into Gengar. What? Haunter looked puzzled. It didn't feel any signs of evolution. It was obviously far from evolving into Gengar. Mr. Sanjai didn't tell you that Haunter needs to evolve into Gengar, but your own strength is not enough. If you want to evolve into Gengar, you need to stimulate your cells with the power of communication to evolve into Gengar. Gary said. What? Haunter was shocked. It was the first time he knew that there were such conditions for evolving into Gengar. Normal Gengar is hard to find in the wild. The power of communication needs assist electronic products to produce it. Of course, there are also in nature. In certain environments, the power of communication can also be produced. As long as a Haunter happens to appear in a place with the power of communication, it can also evolve into Gengar, but the probability of that is too low. As for the Gengars that appear in the animation, except for the super ancient Gengar, the rest of the Gengars have owners, and they become wild Pokemon because their owners have died. For example, the Gengar in the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town has an owner, the original owner of the Pokemon Tower, but the owner has died, and the Gengar has been staying in the Pokemon Tower. Let's go to the lobby and wait. Gary said. Haunter followed Gary and came to the lobby of the Pokemon Center. Gary was looking for a trainer and then found a pretty girl who looked like a trainer. Beauty, are you free? Gary approached and said. The girl was a little surprised when she saw Gary, and asked shyly, is there anything? It's like this, I want to evolve my Haunter into Gengar, but it needs to be connected and exchanged before it can evolve. Can you please exchange Pokemon with me, and then exchange it back? I can pay you a certain fee. Gary said. How much do you want to pay? The shy girl immediately regained her composure. Seeing the girl suddenly become serious, Gary was also quite surprised, but he didn't care and responded, 50,000 yuan reward, what do you think? Okay, 50,000 yuan is not a small amount, just exchanging with each other, it is enough for her to buy a few Ultra Balls. After the two discussed, they came to the switch to exchange, and after the exchange, the girl opened the Pokeball. 3.6 Kuishi. Haunter came out of the Pokeball, and the cells in his body were stimulated by the power of communication, bursting out with dazzling evolutionary light. The light dissipated, and a dark purple Gengar with thorn-like hair on his back appeared. Gengar looked at his new body, saw the short arms and legs, and suddenly felt very happy. He finally evolved to the final stage. That. Hurry up and take Gengar in, we will exchange back. The girl was a little scared when she saw Gengar, and wanted to exchange quickly and leave. Gary noticed that the girl was a little afraid of Gengar. Although Gengar looked handsome, he had a hideous face, which could be described as Gyarados. Although he was handsome, many people were afraid of Gyarados, and Gengar was no exception. Okay, then quickly exchange it back. Seeing the girl was scared, Gary didn't want to see what Pokemon the girl exchanged for him, so he quickly exchanged Gengar back. After exchanging Gengar back, Gary also took a look at Gengar's attributes. Pokemon, Gengar 3. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Level, 30. Potential, Elite. Ability, Curse Body. When attacked by rival skills, sometimes imprison rival attacks its own skills, making them unusable. Skills, Lick, Table Fog, Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, Poison Gas, Mean Look, Will-O-Wisp, Toxic, Payback, Spell, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Shadow Punch, Destiny Bond. Professor Skills, Foul Play, Protect, Dazzling Gleam, Psychic, Rest, Sludge Bomb, Thunderbolt. Teacher Skills, Foul Play, Protect, Dazzling Gleam, Psychic, Rest, Sludge Bomb, Thunderbolt. Intimacy, 250, maximum 255. After 2 consecutive evolutions, Gengar awakened Shadow and Destiny Bond. After the evolution, Gengar can teach new skills, such as Dynamic Punch, Body Slam, and Destruction Death Ray, which could not be taught before. Can you give me the money? The girl asked tremblingly. Okay, 02, here you go. Gary saw that she was scared and quickly took out 50,000 yuan in cash and gave it to the girl. The girl ran away after getting the money without even looking back. Gengar was very unhappy, but it knew that people were afraid of ghost Pokemon during the Ghastly period, so it didn't care too much. Don't worry, Stephanie and Normal are more afraid of ghost Pokemon, and you are obviously very handsome, but they don't understand your handsomeness. Gary said. Gengar nodded in agreement, it always thought it was the most handsome ghost. Okay, let me teach you a few skills. Gary touched Gengar's head and gave him all the skills that he couldn't teach before going to bed. Gengjie, QA. Damn, here we go again. I've experienced this kind of skill initiation once before, but I didn't expect to experience it again, and this time I mastered 5 new skills, all of which are very powerful. Okay, you have time to practice these skills slowly, and you can hide first, Gary said. Gengjie. Gengar nodded and immediately hid himself. Gary looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, so he went to the Pokémon Center cafeteria to eat and prepared food for his Pokémon. As for Zapdos, he would feed it in the room later. It would be too conspicuous to feed it in the cafeteria. Hello everyone, I'm Johto Region TV station reporter Fujikawa, reporting live for you. I'm currently in Green Grassland Town. I don't know why, but with a villa as the center, these crystals have been spreading outwards since the day before yesterday, and will soon affect the city. Currently, several teenagers have entered the crystal body area, and I don't know what's going on. We will continue to report for the audience. What? Why are there teenagers there? Gary, who was eating, immediately looked up and saw that the picture on the TV screen was a huge castle built of crystals, and in the drainage ditch, a boy had a green vine with tree roots wrapped around his waist, climbing up the drainage ditch. Ash, the king of crystals. Seeing this picture, Gary immediately thought of the third theatrical version, but the time point happened so quickly. Everyone, stop eating for a while, we have more important things to do, Gary suddenly said. All the Pokémon were stunned, wondering why Gary's face suddenly became serious. It seemed that something big had happened. Have you seen the TV? My grandfather is also over there. The area over there is very dangerous. I need to go over there to take a look, Gary said. Kami. Blastoise nodded. Since Professor Oak was in danger, he must go. Blastoise spoke, and the other Pokémon nodded in agreement. They were usually taken care of by Professor Oak. Knowing that Professor Oak was in danger, how could they not go to save him? Everyone come in. Gary took out the Pokeball and took back all the Pokémon that were placed outside. The surrounding trainers saw Gary suddenly take back the Pokémon and looked over. After all, it was hard not to attract attention if a Banjura was eating here. Zapdos, come out. Gary released Zapdos and jumped directly onto Zapdos' back. The surrounding trainers were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that they actually saw Zapdos. Zapdos, fly to the green grassland. Gary pointed to the south. Zapdos flapped its wings gently, and its body lightly rushed up to soaring in the sky, then turned into a golden light and flew quickly to the south. Oh my god, that's really Zapdos. Could it be Ditto who transformed? It's possible. People living in the Pokémon Center are all trainers. It is still somewhat credible to hear someone say that Zapdos is Ditto who transformed. In the Green Super Far Town, the crystal that had stopped spreading outward suddenly began to expand rapidly. The expansion speed was very fast. It would spread to the town in a few hours. Then time would be very short. What on earth did Ash and the others encounter? Professor Oak said anxiously while watching the live broadcast on TV. Originally, no one was allowed to approach the Crystal Castle, but Ash was too worried about his mother, so he broke into the castle alone. He didn't know what happened inside. The crystal suddenly began to spread. If all the houses in the town were crystallized, the people in the town would lose their homes. Professor Oak, what should we do now? Juncha asked. The situation was urgent and she had to take action. Let everyone in the town flee, otherwise the houses will be crystallized and they may not be able to get out if they are trapped inside. Professor Oak said. Okay. Juncha nodded and prepared to leave to evacuate the people, and then the TV suddenly heard the exclamation of the reporter. Huh? What is that? There is a golden figure in the sky. Professor Oak and others immediately looked at the TV and saw a golden figure on the screen in the night sky, and the figure was landing on the edge of the crystal. That is Zapdos. Who is that boy? Everyone around Professor Oak was shocked. They didn't expect that even legendary Pokémon appeared. What surprised them even more was that there was a boy on Zapdos' back. Gary, he is here. Professor Oak exclaimed. Professor Oak, do you know that boy? Juncha asked. Yes, he is my grandson. Professor Oak said. What? Professor Oak's grandson. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the boy who suddenly appeared was Professor Oak's grandson. However, it was surprising that Professor Oak's grandson had Zapdos. Has it started yet? It seems a little too late. Gary watched the crystals spreading outwards, knowing that Ash and the others must have disturbed Mitsumi's guilty conscience, causing the crystals to spread outwards. The crystals appeared because Unknown sensed Mitsumi's intentions and used incredible energy to create them. Mitsumi originally just wanted to build her home into a crystal castle, but she didn't think of spreading the crystals outwards. It was because Ash wanted to compete with Mitsumi for her mother, which caused Mitsumi to panic, which caused Unknown to lose control and let the crystals spread outwards. Gary wanted to solve this matter with a gentle means, but now it seems that it won't work. Come out. Gary threw a Pokeball and released Bangala. Bangala, destroy the crystals here. If you encounter Entei, just entangle it, no need to fight desperately. Gary said. Roar. Bangala nodded, indicating that everything should be left to it. If you can't beat Entei, you can pretend to be dead. Gary warned. Huh. Bangala was very dissatisfied. When did I, Bangala, need to pretend to be dead to confuse rival? Don't pretend. When you were a young Kira, you pretended to be a grandson. Entei is a legendary Pokemon. What's wrong with pretending a little? Gary would not give Bangala a chance to pretend, and complained directly. Bangala was embarrassed immediately. Indeed, when it was still a young Kira, it basically hid in the soil and didn't come out. It was just that it was very curious about how Gary knew about my past. I'll leave this to you. I'll go to the Crystal Castle first, Gary said, and flew towards the Crystal Castle on Zapdos. And Bangala watched Zapdos fly away, and the surrounding air was full of sand, forming a sandstorm in an instant to block the spread of the crystal. The rushing sand was like a piece of stone. Normal, although it could not destroy the crystal, it successfully stopped the spread of the crystal. The boy released Bangala and used Sandstorm to block the spread of the crystal. Who is that boy? Fuji asked in surprise. Boom! During this period, a loud noise was heard. Fujikawa and the cameraman immediately moved the camera and saw that Bangala was wreaking havoc on the crystal. Wherever Dark Pulse passed, the crystal was crushed. Coupled with the interference of Sandstorm, the crystal seemed to have lost its regeneration ability. Inside the Crystal Castle. Dad, that scary Pokemon is destroying our home. Dad, go stop it. Mitsumi shouted hurriedly while watching the broadcast on TV. This Crystal Castle is her dream home, and she will not allow outsiders to destroy it. Entei watched the broadcast on TV, and then looked at Ash and Pikachu in front of him. It was too busy at the moment, but Mitsumi's safety was the most important. Mitsumi, don't worry, get rid of the people in front of you, and I'll go deal with the Pokemon outside. After that, Entei spit up a ball of purple flame towards Pikachu. Pikachu was overpowered and injured, so it couldn't fight back for a while. Pikachu. Ash saw that Pikachu was trapped, and immediately rushed over to hold Pikachu. Boom! The purple flame exploded, and the impact of the explosion broke a hole in the crystal wall, and Ash and Pikachu fell out of the hole together. Ash. Delia's heart was almost broken when she saw this scene. Ash and Pikachu fell towards the ground, and there were many crystal spikes on the ground. If they fell, they would be stabbed directly. However, at the critical moment, an orange-red figure rushed towards Ash and Pikachu quickly, and they were caught. Ash and Pikachu, who were saved, screamed when they saw the figure who saved them. Charizard. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu looked at the Charizard who saved them, and were shocked, because the Charizard in front of them was not Ash's, and the size was different. Roar. But the next moment, an orange figure appeared behind Charizard, and it was also a Charizard. This Charizard was Ash's Charizard. Is it Miss GK who is here? Ash asked in surprise. What are you thinking? It's me. Gary chased after him on Zapdos. Gary. Pika. Ash and Pikachu were surprised again. They didn't expect Gary to appear here. Gary, you came just in time. Come and help me save my mother. Ash said hurriedly. Aunt Delia is safe. What we need to do is to solve the problem here. Everything here is what Mitsumi wants. We need to solve the unknown inside the castle, otherwise nothing can end. Gary said. Then what should we do? Ash asked. I will fight Entei, and you go to the castle to solve all the unknown, Gary said. Okay. The two made a decision directly, and Ash's Charizard took Ash and Pikachu over. Then, Gary also lifted himself on Charizard's back and flew to the crack of the crystal tower. Huh? Gary. Misty and Xiaogang were dumbfounded. It was Ash and Pikachu who fell down, so why did Gary see Charizard here? It's him, the one who destroyed the castle outside. Mitsumi said. Entei immediately looked unfriendly. This is the home of it and Mitsumi. If you dare to destroy it, you will be an enemy of it. Entei/Phantom. Gary looked at Entei's data. This Entei is not a real Pokemon, but a Pokemon created by Assist Unknown. There is no specific standard for its strength. Entei, come out and fight me. As long as you win, I will leave here. You don't want our fight to affect Mitsumi, do you? Gary said. Roar. Entei roared and rushed directly towards Charizard. Good job. Charizard immediately rose rapidly. Entei attacked smackdown, and fell towards the ground, but the crystal tower suddenly grew a lot of huge spikes, giving Entei a place to land. Then, crystal spikes grew out from the crystal tower, providing Entei with a foothold, and soon caught up with Gary. Roar. Entei saw that the distance was enough, and opened his mouth to prepare for the spit-up fire attack, but a thunderbolt struck Entei quickly and fell on him. Entei endured the headache and looked up to see a Zapdos in the sky. Entei, don't struggle, you are just a Pokemon born from Mitsumi's thoughts. Mitsumi just misses her father. You should help Mitsumi find her father, not become her father. Gary took the opportunity to shout. This Entei has normal thinking and understands that he is a Pokemon born from Mitsumi's thoughts. He thinks about problems completely with Mitsumi as the center, and has great potential for persuasion. Shut up, I'm Mitsumi's father. Entei didn't care about that, and opened his mouth to spit up a purple flame at Gary. Charizard spit up a ball of flame in his backhand, blocking Entei's flame. The two sides continued to fight on the crystal tower, and neither could take down the other. Gary originally thought that the Entei Phantom created by Unknown was only at the elite level. Now it seems to be true, but this Entei will not fall down no matter what damage it receives. Because Unknown's mysterious power constantly provides energy to Entei, Entei's physical strength and energy are almost unlimited, and it is impossible to completely defeat it. Ash and the others haven't succeeded yet. Gary looked at the crystal tower and thought to himself. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the entire crystal tower continued to protrude spikes, and these spikes grew uncontrollably and continued to spread to the periphery. Entei was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Don't go on, Unknown's power will get out of control. If you don't stop, Mitsumi will also be affected. Gary reminded again. The furious Entei also calmed down. It actually knew everything, but it let Mitsumi do whatever she wanted because it wanted Mitsumi to be happy. Now 270 was reminded by Gary's 2 words, and he didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong. Gary didn't have much hope of persuading Entei, and he mainly wanted to influence Entei's thoughts and buy time for Ash and the others. Seeing the sudden crazy growth of spikes, it can be confirmed that the mysterious power created by Unknown has caused a riot. Ash and the others should have stopped Unknown from running the mysterious power. It seems that the mysterious power is already in an out-of-control contest condition. Don't hesitate anymore, you must stop Unknown, otherwise if there is an explosion here, Mitsumi will not be able to escape. Gary said. Entei ignored Gary, gave up fighting with Gary, and spit up a flame towards the crystal tower. After breaking a hole, he jumped directly in. Let's follow together. Gary also followed with Zapdos and Charizard. Entei knew the situation in the crystal tower very well. Any obstacles encountered along the way were melted by a purple fire, and soon they came to the place where the Unknown gathered. The Unknown huddled together, and a mysterious energy was running among them. Spikes kept coming out around them, blocking Ash and others from destroying the mysterious energy. Entei, Gary. Seeing Entei and Gary suddenly appear, Ash and others were confused about what was going on, and didn't understand why Entei and Gary were suddenly together. Dad. Mitsumi was very happy when she saw Entei. Mitsumi, I'm really happy to be your father. I will do everything you want to do, and now, the last thing I can do for you is to let you escape from here. I was born from your dream. As long as you are willing to believe in me, I can do anything. Entei said. Dad. Mitsumi saw Entei's determination and felt very reluctant. After saying that, Entei rushed towards the Unknowns, but was blocked by an invisible energy shield. Everyone come out to help, and attack together. Gary immediately released Blastoise and Articuno, and Gengar, who had been hiding in Gary's shadow, also emerged. Everyone come out. You too. Everyone come out to help. Ash and the other 2 also sent out their Pokémon and used long-range attack moves to support Entei, but even so, the shield was not so easy to break. Looking at the shield that was not broken, Gary knew that the power was not enough, so he walked to Mitsumi and said, Mitsumi, these Unknown will manipulate the energy according to your wishes. As long as you believe that Entei can do it, Entei's power will be enhanced, and only by doing so can your father be saved from the mysterious space. Akage. Really, Dad is not dead. Mitsumi was shocked. Although the servants at home did not tell her about her father's disappearance, she vaguely guessed something, but she just didn't want to believe her guess. Now that she knew her father was fine, hope suddenly ignited in her heart. It's okay, your father was just sucked into the other dimension by Unknown. As long as Unknown calms down, you can make a wish to let your father come out, and you will definitely be able to save your father from the other dimension. Gary said. I know. Mitsumi nodded resolutely and decided to believe Entei. Entei's strongest skill is the Holy Fire. Give Entei the greatest trust. Gary said. Dad, use Sacred Fire. Mitsumi shouted with all her strength. Entei suddenly gained infinite power, opened her mouth and spit up blue flames, piercing through layers of energy shields and hitting the white energy points surrounding the Unknown. The energy attacked by the blue flames burst into a dazzling white light, and the rioting Unknowns all stopped rioting, floating in the air as if they had lost their fighting ability. Mitsumi. A voice sounded, and everyone opened their eyes and saw Entei standing in the air, right in front of the energy point. Dad. Mitsumi walked over immediately, her eyes full of reluctance. She knew Entei was about to leave her. Thank you for still calling me Dad, I will return to your dream. After saying that, Entei's body was emitting blue light, and it disappeared as starlight, and the energy points disappeared with it. Some Unknowns floating in the air also fell down one after another, turning into square wooden signs, and the pictures and texts on each wooden sign had a different form of letters. These wooden signs also turned into starlight and disappeared. As the wooden signs disappeared, the remaining Unknowns woke up and all entered the extra-dimensional space on the roof. At the same time, a figure fell out of the extra-dimensional wormhole. That's Dad. Mitsumi saw the clothes the figure was wearing and immediately realized his real father. Gengar, use Psychic to catch Professor Zayulai. Gary ordered. Gengar used Psychic to stabilize Professor Zayulai's body and slowly landed on the ground. Dad. Mitsumi didn't care about anything and rushed to Professor Zayulai. Ash and others also surrounded him. It's really Mr. Zayulai. Delia said. Delia had seen Professor Shiuli before, and was sure that the person who fell out of the hyperspace hole was Professor Shiuli. Mitsumi, let me check on your father's condition. Gary simply tested Professor Shiuli and confirmed that he was still alive, but just unconscious. Professor Shiuli was fine, and the wormhole was closed. The crystals covering the castle also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Where am I? Professor Shiuli was unconscious, and she woke up not long after coming out of the wormhole. Dad. Mitsumi saw Professor Shiuli wake up, and immediately hugged Professor Shiuli. Professor Shiuli was confused. He was obviously doing research at Ruins of Ulf, so how could he come back home after waking up, and the key is that he was lying on the floor. Hello, Professor Shiuli, my name is Gary, and I am the grandson of Professor Tien. Gary said. Oh, Professor Oak's grandson. Professor Shiuli was a little surprised, but soon calmed down and asked, "It should be you who saved me from the wormhole." Although it is not clear what happened, Professor Shiuli clearly remembered that she lost consciousness after being sucked into the wormhole before she fell into a coma. "It was not me, but your daughter who saved you. Because of your disappearance, your students sent your unknown wooden sign to your daughter. I don't know why Mitsumi sent the code of the wooden sign and led to unknown." Gary said in short. Unknown sensed what Mitsumi was thinking, which triggered a lot of things. As for the things, I won't say them. Professor Shiuli can understand them by herself. Anyway, you just need to know that it was Mitsumi who saved you from the wormhole in the other dimension. I understand. Anyway, thank you for your help. Shiuli also knew that now was not the time to talk about things. But from Gary's brief words, Shiuli knew that something bad must have happened after she fell into a coma, but the matter should have been resolved. Afterwards, everyone contacted Professor Oak, and Professor Oak drove here with the police and completely blocked Professor Shiuli's house. Although the matter had been resolved, this crisis had occurred, and the house must be searched from top to bottom. Miss Junsha also temporarily sent everyone to the Pokémon Center in town to live. Gary, how did you know what happened here? When he came to the Pokémon Center, Professor Oak had to question Gary. Although the matter was resolved smoothly this time and no casualties were caused, it was too dangerous for Gary to rush in without caring. Yes, and Ash, who asked you to go in and save me without Professor Oak's permission. Aunt Delia also blamed Ash with a rage on her face. Gary and Ash were speechless immediately, because they were still children. Grandpa, you see, we have been busy all night. Shouldn't you let Ash and I rest first? If there is anything, wait until we have a good sleep. Lack of sleep will affect our physical development. Gary said. Yes, rest first, I am almost dying of sleep. Ash seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and nodded frantically. Professor Oak and Aunt Delia didn't say anything else. Indeed, Gary and Ash were busy all night, and it was time to rest, and the two did not continue to preach. Gary, I didn't expect you to have captured Charizard too. Ash asked curiously as they were leaving. By the way, do you remember our agreement? Gary said. Agreement? What agreement? Ash asked. Gary pouted. Ash had completely forgotten the agreement, no wonder he collected badges so quickly. When we left Pallet Town, we agreed to use the Pokémon we captured in the Chengdu region for gym battles, and only after we lost, we could use other Pokémon. Gary said. I did that. Ash said. Did that? Did you use Charizard when you first fought Violet Gym? Gary said. Yeah, is there a problem? Ash said puzzledly. I only captured Chikorita and Heracross at that time, and I used Charizard after they were both defeated. You don't think that in gym battles, you should use the Pokémon you captured first, and if you lose all of them, you can use breeder Pokémon. Gary said. What else? What's the difference? Ash said. Gary, if you think about it carefully, there is indeed no problem. After all, it is impossible for Ash to capture 3 Pokémon as soon as he arrived at the Johto region. However, Gary can't just let it go. Your statement is fine, but our agreement is not like this, so you are considered to have breached the contract. Gary said. What? This is also considered. Ash said that he felt very wronged. Although there are some inappropriate rules, what difference does it make? 0. Ask for flowers. But think about it, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. Ash doesn't care too much. It's just a pity that the ultimate skills can't be learned for the time being. Of course, but this time the agreement is invalid, because I also used the Pokémon I captured before, so we are both considered to have violated the rules. Gary said. What? So you also violated the rules? Ash was confused just now, and now he finally understood why Gary suddenly brought up this matter. It turned out that Gary also violated the rules, so he deliberately caught his own omission. Strange, where did you fight in the gym? How could you violate the rules? Ash asked in surprise. Yuanzi Gym. Gary said. 0. Ash was shocked. He has collected 3 badges so far and is preparing to go to Yuanzi City to challenge Yuanzi Gym. Even Gary's new breeder's Pokémon is not rival. It can be seen that the strength of the Yuanzi Gym leader must be very strong. Is the Yuanzi Gym leader very strong? Ash asked. It's okay, but don't worry, I'm fighting with the gym leader's main Pokémon. He won't use his main Pokémon when fighting you. Gary said. Ash, rightward arrow. Ash is no longer as stupid as in the animation. He already knows the rules of the gym competition. Only those gym leaders who have a badge number requirement for the challenger are very powerful. Most gym leaders just look at the person and serve them. I'm going to sleep. See you later. Gary decided to sleep for 2 hours first, otherwise he would not be able to sleep at night. Afternoon. Professor Oak and the police conducted a series of investigations and finally concluded that it was the items that Professor Shiuli brought out from the ruins of Olf that caused this incident. In fact, Professor Shiuli did not take the unknown wooden sign home. It was because she was sucked into the wormhole of another dimension. The assistant thought that Professor Shiuli had an accident and returned the wooden signs to Mitsumi as relics. However, this is also because previous research did not find any function of Unknown's wooden signs, and thought that they were just made by ancient people for recording. Professor Shiuli did not expect this to happen, but she was more certain that some of Unknown's abilities had certain breakthroughs in research. After 3 days of rest in Green Grassland Town, Gary and Ash are going to start their journey again. Gary, work hard and try to win the Alliance Conference champion again. Professor Oak is also going to return to Pallet Town today to encourage his grandson. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will win this time. Gary said. No, I will win this time. Ash retorted. Haha, I hope you don't lose to me again like the Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary laughed and rode away on his mountain bike. No, I will definitely beat you this time. Ash waved and shouted. However, Gary just waved his hand with his back to Gary and didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he didn't take Ash's words seriously. Damn it, Gary, wait for me. Ash decided to prove himself at the Silver 103 conference this time. You are still as energetic as ever. Seeing Gary and Ash bickering before leaving, Delia felt very relieved. Gary and Ash have grown since they became trainers. Tianbo Kingside. Although the two still love to quarrel as always, they have grown a lot and are even capable of handling such a crisis. In a week, Gary rode to Asagi City. Gary currently carries Pokémon, Articuno, Flash, Gengar, Weevil, Heracross, Charizard, Onix, Crystal. Gary still misses this place, because he learned karate in Cianwood City before and stayed in Cianwood City for 2.5 years during this period. He would naturally take a boat to visit Asagi City. After not coming back for 3 years, Asagi City has changed a lot, with many more buildings. Let's go to Asagi Canteen. Gary missed the taste of Asagi Canteen very much. After putting his luggage in the Pokémon Center, he went directly to Asagi Canteen for dinner. Asagi Canteen is very famous in Asagi City. It has been there since the city was first established, carrying the memories of many people in Asagi City. Entering the cafeteria, almost all seats were occupied. If it wasn't for the time approaching 1 o'clock, there would be more people. Sister Jasmine. Gary soon saw a conspicuous figure, that is Jasmine from the Light Green Gym. Because he lived in Cianwood City for 2.5 years, Gary naturally knew Jasmine. At that time, Jasmine was not the gym leader of the Light Green Gym. She became the gym leader after Gary stayed in Cianwood City for 2 years and Jasmine inherited the gym from her grandfather. Jasmine was eating at Stuffed Cheeks at the moment. There was a small mountain of food scraps next to her. Although Jasmine was thin and weak, she was actually a big eater. Her appetite was bigger than Chuck's. In the past, Jasmine went to Cianwood City frequently to eat Chuck's hot pot. She would eat a whole pot at a time. Sister Jasmine. Gary walked over to say hello. No, this is Ami, who was enjoying the food, was shocked and wanted to explain that the food residue was left by the previous diner, but when she saw Gary's appearance, she was stunned. You are Gary. Jasmine immediately thought of Gary who had actually gone to Asagi City to play. It was just that she hadn't seen him for a few years. Gary had grown a lot taller and was almost as tall as him. If it weren't for the fact that his hairstyle hadn't changed much, she really wouldn't have recognized him. Yes, Sister Jasmine, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your appetite is still as big as before. Gary said. You little brat, you're making fun of me again. Seeing an acquaintance, Jasmine was not so shy and immediately retorted. Boss, give me some eel rice. Gary greeted the boss. Oh, isn't this Gary? The boss of Asagi Canteen also recognized Gary. Yes, I came here on a trip and missed your cooking skills, so I came here to try it. Gary said. Ready, I'll make you a deluxe eel rice set today, said the boss. Thank you, boss. Gary accepted it happily. The boss was very generous and made a deluxe eel rice for Gary, 3 grilled eels, and this side dish, which was very rich. Even Jasmine, who was next to him, was hungry. Gary knew Jasmine's appetite very well, and took the eel rice away from Jasmine. Jasmine felt resentful. Although she was greedy, she was now a gym owner and had to consider her status, so she asked, Gary, you just said traveling, are you here to play in the Johto region? I'm here to challenge the Silver Conference, and I'm here to challenge the gym. Gary said, it seems that you want to challenge me. Jasmine thought about the gym battle later, and she must teach Gary a lesson. Seeing Jasmine's arrogant attitude, Gary knew that Jasmine must not have investigated his information, otherwise she would not be so confident. Gary knows Jasmine's strength very well. He can only say that she is good enough to deal with trainer rookie, but it is a bit difficult to deal with trainer with 1 or 2 years of experience. Although Jasmine's grandfather left his Pokémon to Jasmine, with Jasmine's strong character, she disdains to use her grandfather's Pokémon to deal with gym battles. Yes, let me tell you in advance that I am very strong, so you have to be careful. Gary said. Okay, then you come to challenge the gym in the afternoon, I'll wait for you. Jasmine really wants to see how strong Gary is. Okay, after dinner, I'll go in the afternoon. Gary originally planned to challenge the gym tomorrow, but since Jasmine is so anxious, he can only go ahead of time. Then I'll wait for you to come. Jasmine finished the rest of the meal and left the Shallow Onion cafeteria. After Gary finished eating the eel rice and rested for a while, he went to the Pokémon Center to get his Pokémon back, and then slowly came to the Shallow Onion Gym. Arriving at the entrance of the Shallow Green Gym, Gary saw little Stephanie in a yellow dress, sweeping the floor with a broom. Are you here to challenge the gym? The girl asked immediately when she saw Gary. Yes. Gary nodded and looked at the girl 3.3. Gary knew that the girl in front of him was Jasmine's apprentice. When Ash came to challenge the gym, she pretended to be Jasmine to fight Ash. She was quite brave. KG really wanted to fight with Gary, but Jasmine was in the gym, and it was not easy for her to pretend. The gym owner is in the gym, come in with me. Xiaoke said. Gary looked at Xiaoke, who did not lie, and it must be Jasmine in the gym, otherwise this Zenke would definitely pretend to be Achi to fight the challenger. The two entered the gym's battlefield, and Xiaoke went to the room to call Jasmine out. Gary, you came really fast. Jasmine smiled brightly when she saw Gary. Xiaoke, who was standing by, was stunned. From Jasmine's attitude, it was obvious that she knew Gary. Fortunately, she didn't pretend to be Gary, otherwise it would be terrible. Sister Jasmine, are you ready? Gary asked. You are still as arrogant as before. This should be what I said. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson. Jasmine complained. Gary was very arrogant when he was in Cianwood City. He didn't take children of the same age seriously at all. He also had a rich knowledge of Pokémon. He was the most popular among his peers. Ding! Obtained the badge of the Shallow Onion Gym / Reward, Intermediate Rare Candy X5. Iron Tail Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Grade Metal Coat, Steel Skill Power increased by 50%, X1. Seeing the task issued by the system, Gary knew that Jasmine would not use her grandfather's Pokémon this time, but only her own. It seems that this battle will end soon. Xiaoke, you will be the referee. Jasmine said. Master, do you know that Gary? Xiaoke asked curiously. Yes, he learned martial arts in Cianwood City when he was a child, and often came to Shallow Onion City to play, and then we met. Jasmine said. Xiaoke nodded, lucky that he didn't say anything big in front of Gary. He quickly walked to the command area and announced, the gym competition with badges as the stakes will begin. There are 2 Pokémon that can be used. Only the challenger has the right to replace Pokémon. Now, please release the Pokémon. Magnemite, it's up to you. Jasmine threw the Pokeball without any hesitation. Great! A Magnemite floated in the air. LV30 Magnemite / Gym. Seeing the level of Magnemite, Gary suddenly lost interest and said, Sister Jasmine, if it was just Magnemite, this gym battle would become a piece of cake. Stop talking big, release your Pokémon, I want to see how powerful you are. Jasmine said. Gary shook his head helplessly. If he saw his good relationship with Jasmine, he wouldn't say much. In that case, let Jasmine see my strength. Gary recognized the Pokeball. Great! The Pokeball opened, and a dark and metallic Pokémon appeared on the field. It was Heracross. Heracross. Jasmine was a little surprised. She knew Gary was from Kanto region, and she didn't expect him to use Pokémon unique to Johto region. Heracross has fighting type, which restrains steel Pokémon. Unfortunately, steel Pokémon has high physical defense, and fighting skills are mostly physical attack skills, so even if they restrain, the damage will not be great. Magnemite, use Thunder Wave. Jasmine said preemptively. Magnemite fired a blue electric wave at Heracross, but unfortunately, Heracross directly dig and avoided Magnemite's Thunder Wave. Magnemite, use Gyro Ball to enter the cave. Jasmine chased him directly. Magnemite quickly rotated itself and flew into the cave. Seeing this, Gary was also shocked. This was how much he looked down on his Heracross. Even though Heracross was not a ground-type Pokémon, its power was also very terrifying. Magnemite was definitely not good enough to fight Heracross underground. If he hadn't seen that Magnemite was only level 30, Gary would have thought that Jasmine's Magnemite was level 70. Heracross, let Magnemite taste your power, use Brick Break. Gary shouted directly. The command was issued, and the field was quiet and peaceful. After a while, there was a bang sound, and the ground in the center of the field cracked, and a silver sphere broke out. Then, Heracross rushed out, caught up with Magnemite, and hit Brick Break again, smack down to the ground. Bang! Magnemite's hard body smashed a hole in the ground, and one of its eyes had turned into an X shape. Magnemite has lost its ability to fight, and Heracross wins. Xiaoke announced. So strong, Master's Magnemite was defeated so easily. Xiaoke was surprised, her Onyx couldn't beat Jasmine's Magnemite. Not bad, it seems you are really powerful. Jasmine said as she took back the Magnemite. Sister Jasmine, use your Steelix, Gary said. As you wish. Jasmine threw a Pokeball. Great! An Orberg snake appeared. LV45 Steelix / Gym. Gary was a little disappointed, although this Steelix had some strength, it was not much, mainly because its potential was too low, and Jasmine was destined not to use it for too long. However, it was still difficult for Heracross to defeat the Steelix in front of him, because Steelix's physical defense species strength was as high as 200, and it was very difficult to defeat it with physical attack. Come back Heracross. Gary decisively took back the Heracross. Fighting a protracted war is not Gary's fighting style. Charizard, I leave it to you. Gary threw out the Pokeball and sent out Charizard to restrain Steelix. Don't think that you can defeat my Steelix by attribute restraint. Jasmine ordered. Steelix use Stone Edge. Steelix swung its tail and hit the ground hard, and stone blades broke out of the ground and rushed towards Charizard. Inferno. At the command, Charizard spit up a blue flame, and the high-temperature flame instantly burned the stone blade to ashes, and the blue flame surrounded Steelix. The flame cage made a shrill growl, and Steelix fell directly to the ground. Bang! Steelix lay on the ground, motionless, with burn marks all over his body. Big. Steelix lost his ability to fight. Charizard won. Cassia 387 announced in disbelief. Both Pokémon of gym owner Jasmine lost their ability to fight, and the winner is challenger Gary. Jasmine immediately pursed her lips, looking unconvinced. because she could hardly imagine that the boy had become such a powerful trainer. If she had known that Gary had such strength, she should have used the Pokémon left by her grandfather to fight. Sister Jasmine, you are not shocked, are you? Gary asked. What are you thinking? How could I be shocked? I just misjudged your strength. Jasmine said. Then Sister Jasmine, is the badge? Gary reminded. Take it. Jasmine took the badge and slapped it into Gary's palm, and handed her own gym badge to Gary unwillingly. Ding! Mission completed, rewards have been distributed to the spaceback. Sister Jasmine, then I'll leave first, and I'll come to fight you next time I have a chance. Gary said. Go quickly, I don't want to see you. Jasmine said disdainfully, by the way, leave your phone number, I'll find you next time. Her trump card Pokemon Steelix was killed instantly, which made Jasmine very embarrassed. She decided to practice hard for a while, and then find Gary for revenge. Okay. Gary left his phone number and suggested, Sister Jasmine, you can consider changing to a new Pokemon breeder. Novel image. What? Change it. Jasmine immediately rejected it and said, it's impossible. Steelix is my first Pokemon. I can't change it. But Sister Jasmine, you have bred Steelix for several years, and its strength has not improved much. It can be seen that Steelix's potential is very limited and it is no longer suitable for you now. Gary said. If it were an outsider, Gary would not be so nosy, but who made him familiar with Jasmine? When he was in Cianwood City, he was taken care of by Jasmine. I know this, but I will never breed a Steelix again. Jasmine said. Then just treat it as me talking too much. Goodbye, Sister Jasmine. If you want to challenge me, you can call me. Seeing that Jasmine knew about Steelix's problem, Qin Mao didn't say anything more. After all, Steelix was Jasmine's first Pokemon, so it was normal for her to be reluctant. Anyway, Steelix also had the strength of a gym, which was enough to deal with gym battles. After Gary left the Azalea gym, he came to a paid battlefield and directly reserved a battlefield. Onyx, come out. Gary threw a Pokeball. Great! A Crystal Onyx appeared. LV38 Onyx/Quasi Elite. Crystal Onyx was captured in the Orange Islands. After research by Gary and Professor Oak, it was determined to be a special species of the Orange Islands. Originally, Gary was going to use the liquid metal coat developed by Silphco to evolve it, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided to use the top-grade metal coat rewarded by the system to evolve Onyx. When in the green grassland town, Gary would bring Onyx with him and try to evolve it. Onyx looked at Gary, not knowing what Gary wanted to do with him. After Gary captured Crystal Onyx, he threw it in Professor Oak's laboratory for Professor Oak to study, and he didn't take care of Crystal Onyx. As a result, Onyx's intimacy with Gary is only 145 now. If it weren't for teaching a few skills, the intimacy would be even lower. Onyx, I plan to let you evolve, but I don't know if it can be evolved successfully. Are you willing to give it a try? Gary said. Ordinary Onyx can evolve with metal coat. Crystal Onyx is a special species, but the evolution method is the same as that of ordinary Onyx. After all, the props needed for the evolution of different Pokemon of regional variant are the same. Gary thinks that the same should be true for Crystal Onyx. If the evolution fails, the top-quality metal coat will be wasted. After all, the metal coat must be applied to the Crystal Onyx. Crystal Onyx looked confused. It never knew that it could evolve. Because it is a crystal, Crystal Onyx cannot dive too deep underground. Especially when Crystal Onyx lives in the Orange Islands area, the Orberg particles that make metal coat are deep underground. Crystal Onyx alone cannot go so deep. Therefore, Gary can infer that no Crystal Onyx has evolved since its appearance. This is metal coat. As long as you apply a layer on your body, you may evolve. I have prepared some more. Gary took out some more metal coat from his backpack. Because Onyx was too big, Gary was worried that the premium metal coat rewarded by the system would not be enough, so he also bought some liquid metal coat developed by Silphco, which was specially used for evolution. Asahikawa City is a harbor city in the Johto region, so it is naturally very developed. The Pokemon department store here naturally sells liquid metal coat. Gary mixed the premium metal coat and liquid metal coat together, and after Onyx put Everstone on it, Gary and Gengar applied metal coat on Crystal Onyx together, leaving no inch of skin untouched. It took half an hour to finally apply metal coat on every inch of Crystal Onyx's skin. The body looked very metallic, and the temperature around it also dropped a lot, as if the air conditioner was turned on normal. Okay, Onyx, you can throw out the Everstone. Gary said. Crystal Onyx nodded and threw Everstone out of the carrying space. The next second, the white evolution light shone on Crystal Onyx. Crystal Onyx's body began to change. The originally sturdy rock body began to condense and gradually shrink. Every rock in the body grew a bunch of steel thorns twice. The tail also shrank as sharp as a nail. The head became flat and wide, and the body was a little longer than before. When the evolution light dissipated, a Steelix as white as snow appeared. The Steelix evolved from Crystal Onyx had a pure white body, but it had a metallic luster. LV38 Steelix 9/Elite. Alas, using them at the same time, the potential is still only increased by one level. Gary sighed inwardly. Gary was thinking that using two kinds of metal coat could increase Steelix's potential by 2 levels. Now it seems that Gary thought too much and wasted the top-quality metal coat. Steelix was shocked by his own evolution. He didn't expect that he would actually evolve. None of his peers he met in the wild before had evolved. Gary walked to Steelix and touched Steelix's body. It felt cold, but it was the touch of Orberg, but it was always emitting cold air. When he knocked on it, it made a sound like knocking on Orberg. Gary also took a look at Steelix's current attributes. Pokémon, Steelix, Island Form. Attribute, Steel, Ice. Level, 3-8. Potential, Elite. Ability, Will of Steel. Steel-type skills increase power by 1.5 times. Skills, Tackle, Harden, Bind, Rock Throw, Screech, Dig, Ice Shard, Ice Fang, Ice Pillar Pursuit, Iron Defense, Avalanche. Professor Skills, Destruction Beam, Rest, Stone Edge. Intimacy, 195, maximum value 255. Steelix evolved from Crystal Onyx becomes Steel and Ice dual attributes, awakens Avalanche skill. The key is the ability becomes Will of Steel. This ability is a limit to the improvement of Steel-type Pokémon. Will of Steel is an ability exclusive to Meowth. Apart from Meowth, no other Pokémon has this ability. I never thought that Steelix evolved from Crystal Onyx would have this ability. In comparison, ordinary Steelix usually has the first 2 abilities and 1 hidden ability, which means 3 abilities. Steelix evolved from Crystal Onyx should also have 3 abilities. Unfortunately, Gary only has 1 Crystal Onyx. If he wants to know what the remaining 2 abilities of Steelix are, he can only breed Crystal Onyx with different abilities. Let me improve your strength and see what skills you can awaken. Gary decided to raise Steelix's level to level 50 to see what skills can be awakened. Ditto. Steelix was immediately delighted and accepted it happily. It had experienced the feeling of suddenly awakening skills before. Gary put his hand on Steelix's cold body and used 12 intermediate rare candy to directly raise Steelix's level to level 50. Steelix, QAQ? Steelix thought it was an awakening skill, but found that his strength had also become stronger, and naturally a few skills had also awakened. Pokémon, Steelix, Orange Islands Form. Attribute, Ice, Steel. Level, 50. Potential, Elite. Ability, Will of Steel. Steel-type skills increase power by 1.5 times. Skills, Tackle, Harden, Bind, Rock Throw, Screech, Dig, Ice Shard, Ice Fang, Ice Pursuit, Iron Defense, Avalanche, Autotomize, Hail, Iron Tail, Icicle Crash. Professor Skills, Destruction Beam, Rest, Stone Edge, Body Slam. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Steelix is upgraded to level 50 and 873 awakens 4 new skills, which are all pretty good. Unfortunately, there are a few Steel-type skills, and currently there is only 1 Iron Tail. Steelix, who has the Will of Steel, has only 1 Steel-type attack skill, which is definitely not enough. Unfortunately, the power of Steel-type physical attack skills is not high. Powerful Steel-type skill European special attack, but Steelix is a physical attacker. Even if he can master the Steel-type special attack skill, with the bonus of Steel Will and this attribute, the damage caused can only be evaluated as considerable. Come on, Steelix, test your comprehensive ability first. Gary said. Gary didn't know about Steelix's species strength, so he could only conduct various tests. The physical strength and speed should be the same as ordinary Steelix, and the key is attack and defense. After a period of testing, it can be determined that Steelix is the same as ordinary Steelix, both of which have high physical defense. The damage caused by physical attack skills is stronger than special attack skills. It is obviously a physical attacker. In terms of defense, special defense is no different from ordinary Steelix. Comprehensive evaluation, Steelix's racial ability is similar to that of ordinary Steelix. The only difference is the different attributes. In addition, it is related to Steel Will ability. The Steel-type skills, Aka, used by Steelix will be more powerful, which is much stronger than ordinary Steelix. However, in terms of resistance, there are 2 more 4 times weaknesses, which is a bit of a headache. After recording Steelix's data, Gary went to the teleporter, teleported Steelix back to Professor Oak, and teleported Eevee over. Steelix spent 3 days with Gary. It was not that Gary did not want to fight with Steelix, but that Gary was going to challenge Cianwood Gym next. The Cianwood Gym leader used fighting Pokémon. Steelix had 2 extra 4x weaknesses, one of which was fighting. Even though Steelix had high physical defense, the 4x weakness restrained it. If it was hit by a fighting skill once, the damage caused would be very high, so there was no need for Steelix to stay around, so Eevee was teleported over. After all, Eevee with the danger prediction ability could help Gary avoid some sudden dangers. Bui. Eevee, who returned to Gary's side, immediately acted like a spoiled child. Gary touched Eevee's head and taught Eevee the skills he had gained from challenging the gym during this period. Gary did not stay in Asajai City for long. After a night's rest, he took a boat to Cianwood City the next day. It takes about an hour to get from Asajai City to Cianwood City by boat, so Gary did not plan to go to the cabin to take a car. He stood on the deck outside the ship, enjoying the sea breeze and the sea view. Chi-yi. Gary and Eevee were enjoying the sea breeze. Eevee sensed someone approaching. When he saw the approaching person clearly, he screamed. What's wrong? Gary heard Eevee's scream and found that Eevee was looking behind him. He turned around and saw a boy about his age walking towards him. Ah, it's really you, Gary. The boy behind him immediately recognized Gary and walked over quickly. Richie. Gary was also surprised, but then he calmed down, because Richie also came to Johto region to travel, but he did not attend the Silver Conference. Haha, I didn't expect to meet you here. Long time no see, Richie said happily. Richie was very happy to meet old friends in a foreign land, and Gary was no exception. Yes, I didn't expect to meet here. Did you come to Johto region to participate in the Silver Conference? Gary asked. No. Richie shook his head and said, I came here to travel. I don't think my current strength is enough to win the championship in the Alliance Conference, so I won't participate. Having participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference once, Richie is very clear about his current level, especially the gap between himself and Gary is very large. Richie plans to stay in laser focus for another 2 years, and then consider whether to participate in the Alliance Conference. That's a pity. With your ability, you should have no problem entering the quarterfinals of the Silver Conference, Gary commented. Richie was embarrassed. He was in the quarterfinals of the Indigo Plateau Conference, and he was still in the quarterfinals of the Silver Conference. Isn't it standing still? There is no progress at all. Forget it. I'd better practice on my own for a while. By the way, are you going to Cianwood City? Richie asked. Yes, to participate in the Silver Conference, you must collect the gym badges recognized by the Johto Region Alliance. The gym in Cianwood City is the 10th gym recognized by the Johto Region Alliance. Gary said. That's perfect. I was planning to train in Cianwood City for a while. Let's have a Pokémon battle. What do you think? Richie challenged. Ding! Task released, defeat Richie/reward, Bronze Crown X1. Gary was confused. He didn't expect that Richie's challenge to himself would trigger the system to release a task. Strange, after all, Richie is not the protagonist. Even Jimmy's challenge to himself did not trigger the task, but Richie's challenge to himself triggered the task. I really don't understand the system's task triggering mechanism. However, there is one rule that does not change at present. It must be someone else challenging oneself, and the team will trigger the system to release the task. Okay, how do we play? Gary asked. How about a 3-on-3 battle? Richie suggested. 3v3 is the most suitable, and it can detect the level of Pokémon and trainer. No problem. Gary agreed decisively. After not seeing each other for a few months, Gary was also very curious about Richie's current strength. I remember that in the original plot, Richie didn't capture many new Pokémon, and used the Pokémon from the beginning. An hour later, the ship arrived at Cianwood City. Gary and Richie walked to the public field next to the Pokémon Center. There were not many people at this time, and the public field was empty. Let's fight here. No problem. The two entered the public field and stood in the command area. It has been almost half a year since the Indigo Plateau Conference. At that time, the strength of Richie's Pokémon was at the gym level. After half a year, they should have grown a lot. Maybe Richie's Pokémon have reached the quasi-elite level. Then let's start. My number 1 player is Eevee, Gary said. Cry. Eevee rushed into the field from Gary. It's the Eevee that knows many skills. Richie knows that Gary's Eevee is very special and knows a lot of moves. Fisher, you're on your way. Richie threw the Pokeball. Great. A Fearow appeared. LV47 Fearow 3 Quasi-Elite. This Fearow is the Spearow that Richie used in the game. Now it has evolved into Fearow. The level has been improved a lot, but it is still behind Eevee. Fearow, keep high speed, use double team. Richie gave the order first. Fearow immediately split into several clones to confuse Eevee, but unfortunately this trick didn't work on Eevee. Double team is good, but it doesn't work for my Eevee. Eevee uses Swift, said Gary. Eevee immediately condensed Swift, and the golden stars rushed towards soaring in the sky, automatically rushing towards Fearow. Fearow could not dodge and used Wing Attack to crush Swift, but during this period, Eevee used Thunderbolt, and a Thunderbolt fell on Fearow, with excellent effect. After receiving an effective attack, Fearow was not killed instantly, but the contest condition was not very good. Fearow uses Aerial Ace. Richie saw that keeping a distance was useless, and attacked directly from the front. Fearow quickly rushed towards Eevee, but Eevee was not afraid at all and used Waterfall to meet it. Bang! After the two sides collided with each other, they retreated in the direction behind them. Although Eevee's level was very high, his lightweight was Eevee's biggest weakness. When colliding with rival, he would always be bounced away. Although Eevee was knocked away, Fearow was not much better, especially the water flow created by Waterfall with the feathers on Fearow's body, which would affect its flying. Thunderbolt. Eevee quickly used Thunderbolt, but Fearow dodged it with agility. Eevee then used Swift to chase, and Fearow used Aerial Ace to deflect all the incoming Swifts, and quickly rushed towards Eevee, looking like he was going to fight. Fire Blast. Gary ordered. Chi-Yi. Eevee spit up Fire Blast, hitting the flying Fearow. Boom! A cloud of black smoke rose, and Fearow was directly blown away, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. Gary looked at Eevee. Although Eevee can master a variety of moves, because it is a normal type, other attribute skills do not have attribute bonuses, which is a great disadvantage. If this is replaced with a fire Pokémon of the same level as Eevee, the power of the fire moves used will be stronger. It is estimated that 2 fire skills can hit Fearow and the battle will end. Eevee seemed to have a hard time fighting. Oh, that Eevee is so powerful, it can actually Fire Blast. Yeah, it's really powerful. At this time, a group of men in karate uniforms were watching the game outside the fence. After all, the public field in normal is used for sparring. Trainers will not send their main Pokémon to spar with each other, but mainly send new breeder Pokémon to spar. Therefore, it is difficult to see powerful Pokémon fighting in the public field in normal, and they are basically some small fights. Eevee's Fire Blast is a high-powered fire skill, which naturally attracts many passersby to watch. Karate uniform, apprentice of Cianwood Gym. Gary noticed the people outside the fence. They were all wearing karate uniforms. They should all be Chuck's apprentices, but Gary felt that they were all unfamiliar, and none of them were recognized by him. Fisher, come back. Richie ignored the onlookers, took back the defeated Fearow, and then sent out the second Pokémon. Cruz, it's your turn. Richie threw the Pokeball. Great. The Pupitar covered with a hard shell and shaped like a cocoon appeared. LV40 Pupitar 3/Elite. Gary knew that this Pupitar was captured by Richie after the Indigo Plateau Conference. He could only say that this guy was lucky to capture a quasi-god Pokémon. 0 Please give me flowers. 0. Unfortunately, this Pupitar's potential is only elite, so the evolution cycle will be longer. The higher the potential of the Pokémon, the faster it grows. If there is no trainer, it may take 3 to 5 years for this Pupitar to evolve into Banjura. However, Richie's Pupitar is only level 40, which is not good enough for Eevee to fight. Eevee, use Waterfall. Gary thought it was boring to fight Pupitar, so he attacked directly. Chai. Water burst out from Eevee's body, and it quickly rushed towards Pupitar. Dig. Richie was not going to give up so easily. Bang! Pupitar burrowed into the ground, avoiding Eevee's attack. 0. Eevee, be ready for the water to burst, and attack directly when you feel danger, and trust your instincts. Gary said. Eevee nodded, and its tail lifted up. A layer of water flow covered its tail and turned into a water blade. Eevee stood up with his ears erect, sensing the surrounding situation. Chee. Eevee quickly noticed Pupitar's action, and suddenly turned around and splashed, spinning 3 times in the air, and the water blade on its tail slashed on the ground. Bang! The ground collapsed, and Pupitar was about to rush out, and a water blade slashed on Pupitar's body, smashing the ground into pieces. Pupitar lay in the pit, his eyes spinning in circles. Before Pupitar evolved, it had rock and ground dual attributes, and a 4x weak water skill. This burst of water flow directly took Pupitar's life. Cruz. Richie didn't expect Cruz to be so weak, and immediately took Cruz back to the Pokeball. After defeating 2 Pokémon in a row, Richie did not give up. He knew very well that Eevee was not Gary's strongest Pokémon. The gap is really big, Richie thought to himself. He felt a lot of pressure just watching Gary's game. When he really faced Gary, the pressure was even greater, and it could be described as Alexander. Jibo, please. Richie decided to finish the battle and sent out the last Pokémon. Great. A red figure appeared on the field. LV45 Charmeleon 3/Elite Power. Has your Charmeleon not evolved into Charizard yet? Gary asked. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, Richie and Ash were called the baby team. Unexpectedly, Richie's Charmander evolved first, but it is still only Charmeleon. Richie's Charmeleon should have almost all the skills that need to be awakened. If it does not evolve, it will feel very uncomfortable to evolve into Charizard after a long time. After all, the difference between the previous and the next evolution is too big. Charmander and Charmeleon cannot fly, but Charizard can fly, so it is better to breed Charmander to the final evolution as soon as possible. Turtwig, which Ash captured in the Sinnoh region, did not evolve for a long time and then evolved into Torterra. Because he could not adapt to the final evolution of the body, he performed very poorly in the subsequent battles, and it was difficult to even do a 1-for-1 exchange. It's not 910 yet, is there any problem? Richie asked. Your Charmeleon is at a high level. It should have evolved into Charizard during the Indigo Plateau Conference. But it's been half a year, and it's still Charmeleon. Are you deliberately not letting Charmeleon evolve? Gary asked in confusion. Richie's Charmeleon has elite potential. If it is not suppressed by Everstone, it will not evolve. No, I just hope Charmeleon can awaken more skills, so I use Everstone to suppress Charmeleon's evolution. Richie said. This silly boy is really just trying to make Charmeleon awaken more skills. Do you know that your Charmeleon has almost awakened all the skills that should be awakened, and if you continue to suppress the evolution, it will not awaken any skills. Song has to evolve into Charizard to awaken higher fire skills. Suppressing the evolution of Pokémon can indeed allow Pokémon to awaken their racial skills in advance, but this level of suppression is enough for Pokémon to reach the gym level. If the suppression continues, not only will new skills not be awakened, but the combat mode of Pokémon will also be solidified. If it evolves again, it will be very uncomfortable. Gary said. Really? Richie was shocked. It was the first time he heard of such a thing. Of course it is true, and after Charmeleon evolves into Charizard, it will awaken flying skills and more powerful fire skills. Charmeleon cannot awaken subsequent skills if it does not evolve. Gary said. Okay. Richie nodded and said, I understand. But let's end the battle in front of us now. Then let's start. Eevee, use Dig to dive underground, and I will attack with Waterfall when the opportunity arises. Gary ordered. Eevee immediately dived underground. Charmeleon had no way to deal with the underground, so he could only stay alert in place, staring at the ground carefully, and feel the vibration of the ground. Of course, Eevee would not attack from Charmeleon's feet. Instead, it broke out from 2 meters behind Charmeleon, with water bursting out from both sides of its body, and rushed towards Charmeleon quickly. Bang! Charmeleon also reacted quickly, turning around and using Metal Claw to counterattack. Metal Claw collided with Eevee's head, and the water on Eevee's side burst forward, hitting Charmeleon and knocking it out. Chi-yi. Eevee stabilized his body and fired Thunderbolt. Charmeleon was unable to dodge and was hit by Thunderbolt, but Charmeleon did not fall down. Instead, the flame on his tail burned violently. The hot breath spread out, and the Fierce Fire ability was activated. Jibo, use Flamethrower. Richie countered. Charmeleon spit up flames towards Eevee, and the flames emitted high heat, like a sea of fire. Destroy the Death Ray. Gary faced it head-on. A ball of light condensed in front of Eevee's mouth. The light ball became brighter, and turned into an orange-red beam. It shot out, and the destructive death light split the sea of fire in two, and hit Charmeleon directly. Boom! The explosion sounded. Ding! Mission completed. The reward has been issued to the space backpack. The system's prompt for completing the mission also sounded. The smoke dissipated, Charmeleon lay in the pit, and Eevee successfully completed the record of 3-point penetration. Really strong. Richie also experienced Gary's strength. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, Gary either defeated rival completely or defeated 3-point penetration. Richie thought that after not seeing each other for so long, he could at least catch up with Gary's pace. Unexpectedly, he was abused so badly and was directly defeated 3-point penetration. Gary, I lost. Richie said, it's just a battle. Go and treat your Pokémon quickly. Gary said. After the battle, the two came to the Pokémon Center and handed the Pokémon they fought to Joy for treatment. Then, the two talked about their plans in Johto region. Richie did not plan to attend the Silver Conference. He came to Johto region just to travel. He planned to breed all the Pokémon he had to the final evolution form before considering attending the Alliance Conference. Richie also planned to travel around the Whirlpool Island to capture a favorite water Pokémon. Richie has not captured a single water Pokémon yet. After the chat, Gary went to the Pokémon teleporter and teleported Machamp over. In addition to challenging the gym, he also planned to leave Machamp and Heracross at the Cianwood Gym this time so that Chuck could teach the two-song Pokémon karate. Machamp and Heracross are both combat-oriented, and are suitable for learning karate. With Pokémon's talent, they can learn the basic skills of karate very quickly. 2 months is enough, and then they can apply karate in actual combat. Although Gary can also teach his Pokémon to learn karate, the progress is too slow. It is better to send them to a special place to learn. The professional environment can also help Pokémon learn faster. After defeating Richie this time, Gary has 3 bronze crowns in his hand, which can improve the potential of the Pokémon with quasi-elite potential. Gary still has Executor, Ice 3.2 Pokémon and Forsaken, which are exactly 3 Pokémon with quasi-elite potential. Gary did not say anything and teleported the 3 Pokémon over, using 3 bronze crowns to raise their potential to elite. After the potential was raised, Gary did not rush to teleport them back, and just beat the Cianwood Gym. The next morning, after waking up, Gary went to Cianwood Dojo. Cianwood Dojo is also a place for teaching karate. Morning exercises are held every morning, so the door of the dojo is always open. You are not teacher's apprentice, are you a challenger? As soon as Gary entered the dojo, a young man saw that Gary was unfamiliar, so he must be here to challenge the dojo. Although Chuck accepts apprentices, he does not accept all apprentices. The dojo does not recruit students from outside. If you want to become Chuck's apprentice, you must be recognized by Chuck himself. Brother, don't you remember me? Gary said. Brother. The young man looked at Gary with a question mark on his face. He looked at Gary carefully and found that Gary was really familiar. Looking at Gary's hairstyle, he suddenly remembered that 6 years ago, a child became a disciple of the master. It's you, Gary. Hojo immediately recognized Gary. Yes, brother Hojo, you forgot me after just a few years. Gary complained. Gary was looking forward to it, but he was not recognized. It was really disappointing. You were a child back then, and now you are growing up. I didn't recognize you for a while. Hojo smiled and said, by the way, why did you suddenly come to Cianwood City? I came to challenge Silver Conference. Gary said, Silver Conference, so you came to challenge the master to get the badge. Hojo said, yes, is the master here? Gary asked. Hey, Olivine. Just as the words fell, a voice came from the door, and a middle-aged man with his upper body naked and a Machoke appeared at the door. Hojo saw the middle-aged man, pulled Gary to the middle-aged man, and said, Master, look who's here. The middle-aged man was Chuck, the owner of the Cianwood Gym. Chuck was stunned for a moment, then looked at Gary and said in surprise, you are Gary. Master, long time no see, and Machoke, you too, Gary greeted. Olivine. Machoke also responded politely. Seeing that it was Gary, Chuck said happily, Gary, how come you have time to come to Cianwood City? Master, I came to see you, and challenge the gym by the way to get a badge. Gary said, don't come on, I think you are here for the badge, I'm afraid I'm just here by the way. Chuck said, how can it be? Gary, am not that kind of person. Gary firmly denied. Haha, it's almost noon, let's eat first, our battle will start in the afternoon. Chuck said, okay. Gary accepted it happily. Having lived in Cianwood Gym for 2.5 years, Gary missed the food here. After that, Chuck took Gary to see the master's wife, who was the logistics director of Cianwood Gym, responsible for the food of everyone and Pokemon in the gym, and was a very good breeder. After knowing that Gary had arrived, the master's wife was also very happy and took the initiative to cook Gary's favorite dishes. After eating and drinking, they rested in the gym until 2 p.m. before starting the battle. The battlefield of Cianwood Gym is indoors, and the ground is made of wooden boards. The skill dig cannot be used here. Chuck and Gary both stood in the command area. Chuck didn't rush to start the battle. He said, "Gary, I watched your match at the Indigo Plateau Conference. With your strength, you are fully qualified to participate in the Silver Conference. Do you want to fight with me according to the gym standards or according to my standards?" After speaking, Gary's expression became serious. Chuck is not only a martial arts master, but also a strong trainer. Even the owner of the Hone region, Dewford Gym, Fujiki, is Chuck's apprentice. Even Bruno has visited Chuck. Chuck's strength is not as good as the Elite Four, but he is definitely an elite level Pokemon. "Master, if it is according to your standards, is this place suitable for fighting?" Gary said. "Of course not, we can go to the back of the gym, where the venue is large." Chuck said. "Then let's fight according to the master's rules." Gary said. Ding! Task released, get Cianwood Gym Badge / reward, high level rare candy X5, or a sphere permanent skill learning device, top quality black belt X1. The system suddenly released the task, which surprised Gary. It seems that Chuck intends to use the main Pokemon to fight Gary. "Come with me." Chuck took Gary to the trainer field behind the gym, which was used for apprentices to train. It was half the size of a football field and very spacious. "I don't need to introduce the rules 22, this is my first Pokemon." Chuck threw the Pokeball. Great! A brown humanoid Pokemon appeared. The front of the Pokemon had only a pair of eyes, and no mouth or nose. LV57 Hitmonlee 3/Quasi Elite. Hitmonlee, Chuck's first Pokemon. Gary had seen it before when he was learning martial arts at the gym, but he didn't expect this Hitmonlee to be so high level. "Executor, I leave it to you." Gary casually took out a Pokeball. Great! LV55 Executor 3/Elite. Executor's level has risen to 55, mainly because of its low potential. It was only yesterday that its potential was raised to elite potential, and the speed of its level growth will be faster. Also, after not seeing it for a while, the Executor, which originally had 3 heads, has grown another head again, and now has 4 heads. The maximum number of heads that Executor can grow is 6. Every head that grows means that Executor is stronger. "Executor, I thought you would use fighting Pokemon to fight me," Chuck said with a little disappointment. "Of course there are fighting Pokemon, it depends on whether the master can let me use fighting Pokemon to fight." Gary said. "Really? Then let's start." Chuck immediately ordered, "Hitmonlee, use Blaze Kick." Shua. Hitmonlee covered his right foot with flames, Sucker Punch out, and when he was about 3 meters away from the coconut tree, he kicked out with a spring leg like rubber, and quickly extended it out. Just when Blaze Kick was about to hit Executor, Hitmonlee stood still, and a light blue energy formed a circle on Hitmonlee's body surface, binding it. Then, Hitmonlee's body slammed towards the ground, and it came into close contact with the ground. However, Hitmonlee was very smart and condensed the dark energy around his body to get rid of Confusion's bondage. This is a use of dark energy, because dark energy can break through psychic energy. As long as it is covered around the body, it can easily remove Confusion and Psychic's control. Normal fighting Pokemon will learn this kind of dark energy use, otherwise they will be at a disadvantage when fighting against psychic Pokemon. After Hitmonlee untied the bondage of Confusion, he rushed towards Executor. "Egg Bomb," Gary ordered, and a bunch of white eggs flew out of Executor's body and fell towards the track where Hitmonlee was charging. Hitmonlee did not retreat either, and used the Assist Detect skill to dodge the egg bombs continuously. No bomb could hit it, but, boom, 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 it didn't matter if the egg bomb didn't hit Hitmonlee. After the egg bomb landed, it exploded instantly, and the shockwave directly submerged Hitmonlee. Extrasensory. Gary pursued the victory and did not give Hitmonlee a chance to counterattack. The eyes on the 4 heads of Executor emitted blue light, and an invisible wave of confusion spread out and rushed towards the smoke. "ABU?" But the next moment, Hitmonlee jumped out of the smoke, his eyes emitting blue light, as if he saw extrasensory, passed extrasensory, covered his right foot with flames, and kicked towards Executor. Coconut Egg. A reflect appeared in front of Executor, blocking Hitmonlee's Blaze Kick, and then he hit Size Hawk, and the physical spiritual energy impacted Hitmonlee. Shua. Hitmonlee wailed and fell to the ground, but he did not fall down, but was seriously injured. Hitmonlee's own special defense is very high, but the physical defense is very low, and Sicehawk uses rival's physical defense to calculate damage, so this move caused great damage to Shaveran. Executor, use Gravity. The eyes on Executor's head all emitted blue light, and a heavy pressure descended, which doubled the pressure on Hitmonlee. In the gravity field, it was impossible for Hitmonlee to jump up and move again. Hitmonlee, break through head-on. Chuck ordered calmly. Shua, I'll fight you. Hitmonlee didn't jump either, and rushed straight towards Executor, much slower than before. Executor used Sicehawk calmly. Now, wide guard. Chuck suddenly ordered. Hitmonlee suddenly bent down and slapped the ground with one palm. A rock wall bulged, but after the rock wall blocked Sicehawk, It broke instantly, and Hitmonlee hiding behind it was also knocked out. Bang! Hitmonlee fell to the ground. The effect of Wide Guard is the same as Protect, but it will fail if used continuously. This is mainly because Hitmonlee used Detect before. This move is the same as Protect. It will fail if used continuously. These skills are superimposed on each other. Moreover, the skill Detect relies on foresight to dodge. For that kind of large-scale beat-up attack, it cannot dodge itself. Hitmonlee still did not fall down, and still had the strength to fight. It is worthy of being the Master's main Pokémon. It has not fallen down like this, but it will soon die, Gary thought to himself. Even if Hitmonlee did not fall down, it would not have much physical strength left. It is impossible to turn the tables, especially since the gravity field is still there, and Chuck cannot have any surprise tactics. Hitmonlee, use reversal. Chuck has no other choice but to fight to the death. Hitmonlee's whole body is shining with golden fighting spirit, and he rushes towards Executor with a posture of not fearing death. Chuck and Hitmonlee are fighting. Size Hawk. Gary also chose to attack head-on. Executor used Size Hawk and hit Hitmonlee, but Hitmonlee was not knocked out. Instead, he charged forward and suppressed Size Hawk. Very good, show your will and break Size Hawk. Chuck encouraged loudly. Executor, we don't want to lose to Master and the others. Gary said. Coconut Egg. Executor's foreheads burst out with stronger spiritual power, and Sishok's fluctuations suddenly became thicker, immediately knocking Hitmonlee out. Because of the gravity field, Hitmonlee could not be knocked out, and was deeply knocked back several meters away. Then his body leaned forward and lay on the ground motionless. Hitmonlee, you have worked hard. Chuck saw that Hitmonlee was defeated, and took out the Pokeball to take it back. Gary, you are worthy of being the one who can win the Quartz Conference champion. I really underestimated you. Chuck said. Master, if it weren't for the attribute advantage, my side would have been very difficult. Gary responded modestly. Chuck's Hitmonlee is not weak, both in terms of strength and will. Executor does have the advantage of attribute restraint. Even if it has the attribute advantage, Executor didn't win so easily, and it consumed a lot of mental energy. Don't be modest, I watched the Indigo Plateau Conference game. Executor is not your main Pokémon, your Earl Dervish Pokémon is Blastoise, right? Chuck said. Master, Executor is also my main Pokémon. It was the first Pokémon I captured when I just became a trainer. Gary said. Really? Chuck was a little confused. When he watched the Indigo Plateau Conference game, he didn't think Gary's Executor was that powerful. Compared with Blastoise and Bandura on the field, it was obviously far behind. Never mind. Chuck was too lazy to think about it. Gary was his apprentice. As a master, he couldn't lose too badly. He had to win back a game. Then Gary, I'm going to use my strongest Pokémon next. Take it. Chuck took out a Pokeball and threw it. Great. A humanoid Machamp with light blue skin, muscles all over the body and 4 arms appeared. After the Machamp appeared, he had a serious look, 4 arms wrapped around his chest, and a posture of no one else but him. He looked down on everything and didn't take any Pokémon seriously. He was so arrogant. LV62 Machamp 3/Elite. Chuck didn't only have Machoke, he also had a Machamp. This Machamp was Chuck's trump card Pokémon. As for the Machoke for sparring, it was a rebreeder by Chuck. That Machoke had the potential to be a champion, but the level was a bit low, only level 40. Machamp, use Fire Punch. Chuck ordered. Machamp opened his 4 arms and rushed towards Executor quickly. Executor immediately used Extrasensory to block Machamp. Extrasensory hit Machamp, but did not repel Machamp. Machamp's muscles bulged all over his body, and he resisted Extrasensory forcefully, and did not retreat a step. Then, Machamp approached Executor, and the fists on his 4 arms were covered with flames, and he launched a fierce attack on Executor. Fortunately, there was Reflect, which blocked Machamp's fist, but Machamp's fist was too terrifying. The 4 arms could punch quickly, and Reflect shook violently, as if it would break in the next second. Executor, use Leech Seed. Gary saw that Reflect could not hold up, and decisively changed the command. Executor did not use mental power to support Reflect. The 4 heads spit up 4 Leech Seeds to various parts of Machamp's body. Snap. Delete. Reflect is also the moment Leech Seed was launched, it shattered. Machamp's 4 fists landed on Executor. The terrifying force pushed Executor back several meters, and Executor was seriously injured. Leech Seed also landed on Machamp, absorbed Machamp's physical strength, and quickly grew vines, entwined Machamp, and continuously absorbed Machamp's performance. Executor's contest condition was very bad. He was hit by 4 fire punches, so he was naturally seriously injured. Synthesis. Gary ordered. Coconut Egg. Executor used Synthesis, assist solar energy to recover from his injuries. Oops. Seeing this, Machamp naturally did not give Executor a chance to recover, and quickly rushed towards Executor. Use Hypnosis. Gary knew that this Machamp's ability was defenseless, so the effect of Hypnosis should be very good. Coconut Egg. The eyes on Executor's foreheads emitted blue light, and several hypnotic waves spread out. Under the influence of the hypnotic waves, Machamp did have some reaction, but the effect was still too slow. Before being hypnotized, Machamp came in front of Executor and fired Fire Punch continuously, firing 12 fire punches in an instant, completely defeating Executor. Master's Machamp is really powerful, such a terrifying Comet Punch. Too strong, but the junior brother's Executor is also good, it can withstand so many fire punches from Master Machamp. Chuck's apprentices were also watching the two people's game. After all, they rarely saw Chuck's main Pokemon fight. Machamp's punches are really terrifying, Gary thought to himself. Although Machamp is not strong in the game, Machamp in reality is very terrifying. Under extreme attack, Machamp can punch 1000 times in 2 seconds. Any Pokemon in front of Machamp can basically not withstand 900 of these 1000 punches. After all, in battle, unless the rival is fixed, 1000 punches will definitely not hit all of them. You've worked hard, take a good rest. Gary took back the Executor and then took a Pokeball from his waist. Master, I'm going to send out a fighting-type Pokemon next. I hope you can give me some pointers. Gary said. Huh, brat, it seems you have captured a good fighting-type Pokemon. Let it go and show me, Chuck said. Okay. Gary didn't say much nonsense and threw the Pokeball in his hand. Great. The rage-filled Forsaken appeared. Gary saw Forsaken, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, because Forsaken looked too much like Brother Kun. LV58 Forsaken 3/Elite. Oh, Forsaken. Chuck naturally knew that Forsaken was the only Pokemon with both fighting and ghost attributes, except Marshadow. Chuck had a headache. Ghost-type Pokemon were immune to fighting-type skills, but Chuck's Machamp didn't know the skill Foresight, so fighting-type skills could not be used. But it doesn't matter, Machamp still has other attribute skills. Chuck ordered, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are a ghost type. Machamp, use knockoff. Oops. Machamp, who has no defensive ability, believes in equality. Both sides can hit each other with their skills. It depends on who can't stand it first. Abandoned Monkey, use Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Knock. Abandoned Monkey jumped forward and punched. Bang. Pa. Abandoned Monkey was slapped away by Machamp, and Machamp was also hit in the abdomen by Dynamic Punch. Both sides' skills hit each other, but Dynamic Punch has an additional effect, which puts Machamp into a chaotic contest condition. Use Rage Fist. Gary took advantage of your weakness to kill you, and did not let Abandoned Monkey get close to Machamp to avoid being accidentally injured by Machamp. Ka. A large amount of grey breath burst out from the body of the Abandoned Monkey, and these breaths lingered on the Abandoned Monkey's fists. As the Abandoned Monkey swung his fists, a Shadow Fist with explosive momentum flew out and hit Machamp. Machamp, who was in chaos, felt that he was attacked, and kept punching in the direction of the attack, but all hit the air. Machamp, think about your usual practice, and your heart will be as calm as water. Chuck shouted loudly. Machamp seemed to have heard Chuck's words, and suddenly stayed in place, doing nothing, but the Abandoned Monkey would not give you a chance to recover. Rage Fists were continuously thrown, and kept falling on Machamp. I saw Machamp's body muscles bulge, and he used Bulk Up to resist all the Rage Fists of the Abandoned Monkey. The next moment, Machamp opened his eyes became sharper, and he came out of the chaos-smelling salts. Gary curled his lips and felt his luck. It was only a few seconds of confusion, and he suddenly recovered. How could he play like this? Machamp, use Knockoff to attack and suppress the fist of the Abandoned Monkey, Chuck ordered. Machamp's 4 fists shone red and rushed towards the Abandoned Monkey. All the Rage Fists thrown by the Abandoned Monkey were slapped away by Machamp's palm. Abandoned Monkey, use your fists to attack with the Rage Fist directly, Gary said. The Abandoned Monkey's fists were instantly covered with a large area of dark red violent energy and rushed towards Machamp. After the two sides approached, they began a crazy duel. Oli G. Kai and I. The fists and palms hit each other. Even though the Abandoned Monkey was more flexible, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Machamp always found a gap and slapped the Abandoned Monkey. The Abandoned Monkey did not retreat. The rage in his heart continued to rise, and the energy on his fists became more and more intense, and the fists he swung out became heavier. Abandoned Monkey, vent the rage in your heart, Gary said. Ha. Machamp, use Dynamic Punch to block it, Chuck ordered hurriedly. The power of Rage's fist was too terrifying. Machamp had to use high-powered skills to resist it. Oli G. Machamp used Dynamic Punch with all 4 fists to attack the Abandoned Monkey. Seeing this, the Abandoned Monkey did not attack and let Machamp's Dynamic Punch hit him. Machamp's 4 fists went straight through the Abandoned Monkey's body. The Abandoned Monkey smiled evilly, condensed the energy, and quickly attacked with the Rage Fist, hitting Machamp with 1 punch. Bang! The air exploded, and the Abandoned Monkey's punch had the effect of an air cannon, blasting Machamp away. Bang! Machamp's body rushed back and hit the wall hard. His body was stuck in the wall, and his eyes lost consciousness. Hiss! Master's Machamp was defeated. Horrible, has the junior brother already become so powerful? The apprentices around took a deep breath. They didn't expect Chuck's Machamp to be defeated. It was incredible. Master, I'm so humble. After winning, Gary said modestly, if it weren't for the attribute advantage of the Abandoned Monkey, I would have lost to Machamp. The Abandoned Monkey was able to win because of its own attribute advantage and the special skill of the Fist of Rage, otherwise it would not be so easy to defeat Chuck's Machamp. I really underestimated you. You won this gym match. Chuck didn't feel disappointed. As a martial arts master, his mind had long been calm. After the battle, Chuck also handed the Storm Badge to Gary. Ding! Mission completed, reward has been sent to the space backpack. The skill rewarded this time is not very good. The skill Aura Sphere can be taught, but not many Pokemon can learn it. The Pokemon in Gary's hand can only learn Missile. After getting the badge, Gary hurried to the Pokemon Center to treat the 2 Pokemon. Johto region badge has been collected 6 pieces, and there are still Ice badge and Rising badge left. The strength of these 2 gym leaders is not weak. Mahogany Gym Leader Price is a trainer specializing in Ice Pokemon. His own strength is very strong. Even in the special episode, Price is a mega boss. He captured Ho-Oh and Lugia twice by himself. His ultimate goal is to capture Celebi and let Celebi took him back to the past to save his beloved Lapras. However, in the animation, Price's strength is not so terrifying, and his own experience is also quite strange. When he was young, he lost to a trainer and was burned by a platypus. So, his Pokemon Piloswine went out to find herbs to treat the burns, but was frozen in a cave. It was not until Ash went to Mahogany Town that Piloswine was rescued and Price's heart knot was untied. Claire, the gym leader of Blackthorn, is Lance's cousin and a member of the dragon family. She uses dragon-type Pokemon and is the most powerful gym in the Johto region. Of course, that was before Claire's grandfather died. After Claire inherited the position of gym leader, the title of the strongest gym must be put in double quotation marks. Do you want to get involved in the Whirl Islands? Gary looked at the direction of the sea, hesitating whether to intervene in the Whirl Islands. According to Ash's travel experience, when they challenged the Lighthouse Gym, the light of the lighthouse was sick, and help Jasmine came. I went to Cianwood City to get medicine, and on the way back, I met a mother and son Lugia. Although Lugia is the god of the sea, on par with Ho-Oh, there is not only one Lugia in the world. Lugia exists in populations and can reproduce. Gary is not very interested in legendary Pokemon. After all, when he played the game before, he was tired of catching them, but catching the 3 sacred birds triggered the system's tasks. If Lugia is captured, it will definitely trigger the tasks issued by the system. Referring to the tasks issued by catching the 3 sacred birds, as long as you catch one, you will be rewarded with a gold bottle cap. If you catch Lugia, you will be rewarded with a crown of the gods. Besides, there are many ways to capture Lugia. After catching it, you can just release it. As long as the system releases the task, it will be fine. Go and give it a try. Gary decided to give it a try. After all, if the system task is triggered, it is very likely to get a reward. There is no reason not to intervene. After deciding where to go next and waiting for Joy to heal the Pokemon, Gary returned to the Cianwood Gym again and asked Master Chuck to teach his Pokemon martial arts. That's fine. Chuck asked, but, are you sure you don't want to stay? There is no problem teaching Gary's Pokemon to learn fighting skills. After all, many trainers have come to become his apprentices and asked Chuck to teach their Pokemon. As Chuck's apprentice, Gary would not refuse this request, but during normal teaching, trainers would stay in the gym and practice with Pokemon together, which would definitely deepen the bond between Pokemon and trainer. I still need to collect badges. I will come over after I have collected all the badges. I would like to trouble Master and Master's wife to take care of them during this period, Gary said. Seeing Gary say this, Chuck had no objection and continued to ask, besides Forsaken, what are the other 2 Pokemon? Come out, all of you. Gary took out 3 Pokeballs and opened them, releasing Forsaken, Machamp, and Heracross. Oh, Machamp, Heracross. Chuck was also surprised when he saw the other 2 Pokemon released by Gary. I thought Gary's fighting Pokemon was only Forsaken, but I didn't expect there were 2 more, and these 2 fighting Pokemon were not weak. 0, please give me flowers. Gary originally planned to entrust Machamp and Heracross to Chuck to help teach, but thinking that Forsaken is also a fighting Pokemon, he can also learn from Chuck. It's good to learn more things. You 3 will study with the Master for 2 months. You must listen to the Master. After 2 months, I will come to pick you up, Gary said. Oli G. Heracross. Hey, yeah. The 3 Pokemon nodded. Gary had told them about this before, so they were prepared and didn't feel awkward. They also wanted to improve their fighting skills here. Your 3 Pokemon are all good. I will train them well. In 2 months, I will show you a different Pokemon. Seeing the 3 Pokemon so motivated, Chuck was also immediately motivated. Then I'll leave it to you, Master. Gary believed in Chuck's teaching ability and was relieved to hand over the Pokemon to Chuck. After paying the fee, Gary set off for the Whirl Islands at the end of the day. Because Ash and his group met Lugia at Silver Rock Island, Gary planned to wait for Ash and his group to come. It took Gary 5 days to reach Silver Rock Island. The city on Silver Rock Island is called Casado City, and there are many silver feather-shaped goods inside. Because Lugia lives in the Whirlpool Island area, the cities on the surrounding archipelagos have legends about the silver mysterious Pokemon, and Silver Rock Island is no exception. Gary stayed at the Pokemon Center in the city, and spent the rest of his time wandering around the city, occasionally going to the wild. Days passed, and Gary patrolled the suburbs every day. During this time, Gary also found Joshua's home. As for why he wanted to find Joshua, it was naturally because in the original plot, Joshua was the first to contact Lugia. If you want to not miss the plot, you have to follow him closely. Gary himself did not follow. Let Jengar quietly lurk around Shintaro. As expected, Joshua had already contacted little Lugia at this time, and often secretly played together. You're so lucky. You've already formed a bond with Lugia at such a young age. Gary was a little envious of Joshua's opportunity after hearing Jengar's report. Calculating his age, Joshua will still be 10 years old in a few years, and little Lugia hasn't grown up at all. Legendary Pokémon grow very fast, and a few years is enough to grow to the elite level. If Joshua goes out to travel in the future, if he encounters that little Lugia, there is a high probability that it will become Joshua's Pokémon in the future. There is no way, some people start with the Child of Destiny. Joshua is still lucky. Look at Lugia, who will become a trainer in the future. He started as a Zygarde, and he is still a trainer. Since little Lugia has appeared, Lugia should also be in the nearby sea area, and Team Rocket should also be nearby. Gary decided to explore this 033 area of the sea and let Blastoise take a light to check the nearby sea area. This time, the Rockets captured Lugia, and the team they dispatched was not small. It can be said that it was a member of a base, plus Dr. Nomba and 2 elite Rockets members, and various high-tech weapons, which was a considerable force. Although the Lugia that appeared here was not very strong, it was not weak either. Of course, the main reason for being caught by the Rockets was that his child was caught by the other party, so he was tricked. This Lugia easily destroyed the Rockets' underwater base. With this combat power, the strength is definitely above the elite level, otherwise such a large base would not be so easily destroyed. Gary initially searched for Rocket hideout in the sea area around Joshua's house, but found nothing. Gary thought about it and chose to search in the sea area closest to Kasado City. It didn't take much effort to find the Rocket's underwater base in the deep sea area 10 kilometers away. The Rocket team's underwater base is huge and can accommodate 20 to 30 people. No matter how developed the underwater base is, since there are people and Pokémon inside, it must be supplied. Therefore, it is definitely not possible to be too far away from the city. Supplies must be replenished regularly every period of time. Gary has also prepared the underwater tracker long ago. He asked Jengar to sneak into the Rocket hideout and fix the tracker on the ventilation duct. Next, just wait slowly. 3 days later, Gary has been staring at the electronic map in his hand. There is a green light dot flashing on it, representing the location of the Rocket team's underwater base. At this time, the green light dot keeps flashing and the location is also moving a little bit. The moving direction is also close to the sea near Joshua's home. Let's start the action. Have Ash and the others arrived? Gary looked at the electronic map and thought. However, Gary did not plan to act, because according to the plot, the Rocket team was stopped by Ash and his party the first time they attacked the little Lugia. They succeeded the second time, and then they captured the adult Lugia. After all the Lugia mother and son were captured, it was Ash's turn to go to the Rocket team underwater base to rescue Lugia mother and son. Gary naturally waited until all the Lugia were captured before taking action. 2 hours later, the green light on the electronic map stopped moving. Judging from the location on the electronic map, it was very close to the sea near Joshua's home. Are we going to take action? It didn't take long, about an hour. Soaring in the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. It felt like the time in the Orange Islands, but the dark clouds only lasted for less than a few minutes before dispersing. This meant that the adult Lugia had appeared in front of Ash and his group, and the misunderstanding was resolved. This Lugia is really terrifying. It easily changed the weather. Its strength must be strong. Gary was a little nervous. After all, it was still risky to subdue Lugia's child this time. Blastoise, come out. Gary was a little worried and let Blastoise out. Kami. Blastoise thought he was about to start the action, but when he saw that he was in the room, he wondered why Gary let him out. I'll give you a boost. Gary put his hand on Blastoise's shell and used 6 high-level rare candies. Blastoise LV 64-70. Blastoise's level went straight up to level 70, breaking through the elite level and reaching the champion level. Then, Gary released Zapdos and used 4 high-level rare candies to raise its level to level 70. With 2 champion-level Pokémon around, Gary felt safer. Blastoise could defend, and Zapdos could attack. Even if he couldn't beat Lugia, a few fights wouldn't be a big problem. Gary wasn't sure when Ash and the others would take action. In order not to be delayed, after boosting the strength of Blastoise and Zapdos, Gary went out and took the sea route directly, riding Blastoise to the sea where the Rocket team's underwater base was located. In this sea area, Gary quickly found a ship, which was patrolling nearby. Before Gary could get close, the ship approached on its own initiative. A bald child poked his head out from the railing of the ship and asked hurriedly, "Big brother, have you seen a big round machine passing by here?" Gary was slightly stunned when he saw the bald child. This person was Joshua. Joshua looked for the round machine again, which should be the Rocket team's underwater base, which means that the Rocket team has successfully captured 2 Lugia, including Ash and Richie. What? Are you the only one on the boat? Gary asked. Who are you? As soon as Gary finished asking, a red-haired woman came to the fence. The woman's name was Luca, and she was the client who commissioned Ash and his team to investigate the Silver Feather. My name is Gary, and I'm a trainer from Pallet Town. Gary self-destruct said. Pallet Town. Joshua said in surprise, so, you and Ash 2.6 brother are from the same place. Huh? Do you know Ash? Gary asked knowingly. Yeah, whoa. Joshua wanted to say something, but Luca covered his mouth and reminded him, don't talk, I'll ask. Seeing Luca said that, Joshua also calmed down. Gary, you said you know Ash, what does Xylee look like? Luca asked. Ash is about my age, and there is a Pikachu next to him. That Pikachu doesn't like to stay in the Pokeball. There is also a man and a woman next to him, named Xiaogang and Misty, Gary said. Hearing Gary's detailed words, Luca immediately believed that Gary knew Ash, and apologized. I'm sorry, something happened here, so I questioned your identity. What happened? Gary asked. This is what happened. After confirming Gary's identity, Luca and Joshua quickly told Gary what happened not long ago. Just as Gary knew, Team Rocket first captured Silver, Little Lugia, and then used Silver to trap adult Lugia. Ash and others tried to stop them, but were captured by Team Rocket. Luca and Joshua were not trainers, so they could only search in the surrounding waters, and happened to meet Gary who was passing by. I know, don't worry, Team Rocket won't go far, the surrounding waters are not stable, and the submarines can't get out for the time being. They must still be active in the seabed nearby, and we can search on the seabed. Gary said. Searching on the seabed, isn't that dangerous? Gia said worriedly. Although Gary is a trainer, after all, he is only an 11-year-old child, and Luca is very worried that Gary will get into trouble. I often dive, leave it to me and my lantern. Joshua volunteered. No, you can't go. Luca immediately refused to repair the offer. Joshua is younger than Gary. If something happens to him, Luca will blame himself for the rest of his life. If we waste time like this, Ash and the others will only be in greater danger. Miss Luca, time waits for no one. I will search with Xiu. I will protect him. Gary said in a deep voice. Luca hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, okay, you guys be careful, just find the Rocket Team's submarine, don't fight. Okay. Gary pretended to agree. They are all going, how can they not have a conflict with the Rocket Team? Luca is too eager. There is a dive contest condition on the boat. Gary and Joshua got the underwater breathing converter. As long as they put it on their mouths, they can breathe underwater. Gary and Joshua took their own Pokemon and went into the water to dive. Gary naturally knows how to swim, mainly because he grew up with Ash, and the two of them competed with each other a lot. Whether it is swimming or diving, he has competed with Ash. After entering the underwater, assist lantern's light searched the seabed. Gary and Joshua soon found that there were very few Pokemon on the seabed. They seemed to be running away. In this case, something on the seabed astonished them, so they fled everywhere. Guided by Gary's engraving, the two quickly found the rocket hideout in the underwater. This base was floating on the seabed and was very large. Gary was also amazed at the Rocket Team's arms. He could only say that it was worthy of the Rocket Team. The Hone region's water fleet and lava team combined could not compare with the Rocket Team. Because the base was underwater, a converter was needed to extract the oxygen in the water. There were several holes under the base, which were used to extract seawater and separate the oxygen. Gary and Joshua planned to go in through the hole, but because Gary was too tall, the size of the hole here was not suitable for entering, and he could not speak in the underwater. Joshua made a few gestures to Gary, meaning that he would go in and take a look, and let Gary help take care of his lantern. Gary didn't know whether the cave could be entered, and he had other ways to get in, so he wouldn't agree. He immediately grabbed Joshua's arm, gestured no to him, and then gestured okay, saying that he had a way. Joshua understood Gary's gesture and didn't act rashly. Then, Gary patted Blastoise's head and gestured okay to Blastoise. Blastoise immediately used rapid spin to create a whirlpool, separating the water flow and forming a space for movement. Gary immediately released Alakazam. After Alakazam came out, his eyes emitted blue light, and everyone instantly disappeared from the bottom of the sea, and then came to a closed room with several stacked beds in the room. It was the room of Rocket Team member Rest. This should be the rest place, repair. Gary said. Silver. Before Gary finished speaking, Joshua ran out immediately. Gary wanted to stop him, but Silver had already run out, and he couldn't stop him, and it was unclear whether there was any surveillance outside. This repair dash. Gary had a headache. If he had known, he would not have brought him here. If the Rockets found out, it would be a big deal. Gengar, take this. If you meet Little Lugia, talk to Little Lugia and let it enter the Pokeball. Gary took out 3 Ultra Balls and handed them to Gengar. Gengar nodded, stretched out his tongue and rolled it, swallowed the 3 Pokemon into his stomach, then disappeared and left. Scizor, come out. Gary released Scizor. Gary originally planned to secretly rescue Little Lugia first, and then destroy it, but now Xiu is so reckless, Gary can only use force, which can also attract the attention of the Flash Fire team members, and indirectly protect Joshua's safety. Gary took Scizor and Alakazam out of the room. The passage outside was narrow, and this area seemed to be a dormitory area. Scizor, use Metal Claw to destroy the door when you see it. Gary didn't know the internal structure either. Although he asked Gengar to sneak in here later, he only installed a tracker and didn't let Gengar explore too much, fearing that it would alert the enemy. But now it's different. With Joshua making such a fuss, there's no need to hide. Dang, 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 no door was intact as he passed by. All of them were torn apart by Scizor. There was no one in the room behind the door, and no one knew where the people went. But soon, at a corner, 10 men in black rocket uniforms appeared. You are an intruder. The man also found Gary, especially when he saw Scizor and Alakazam beside Gary. His hand immediately reached for his waist, but the next moment, the man found that he couldn't move. A hole, do you know where this is? Breaking in is a death sentence, let me go quickly. The Rocket Man realized that he was bound by confusion, and immediately threatened. His whole demeanor was like a vicious dog normal. After all, creatures have the habit of bullying in their own nest, and humans are no exception. This is the Rocket base, and there are many Rocket members inside, so they are naturally very confident. Alakazam, hypnotize him. Gary was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. If this person was not still useful, he would have sent him to see Tainan. Alakazam walked in front of the Rocket Man, emitting hypnotic waves, and the man was completely asleep. Take me to where Lugia is imprisoned, Gary said. The Rocket Man nodded and walked in one direction. People who can enter the underwater base will basically stay in this base all the time, and they are very clear about the structure of the base and know what happened recently. Novel image. By the way, have you seen a bald kid? Gary asked as he walked. Joshua just ran out of the room without a Pokemon by his side, and Lantern was still at the bottom of the sea and was not brought in with him. I saw the bald kid. I have handed him over to my colleague to take him away, the Rocket Man responded. Gary was speechless for a while. He thought Joshua could make some achievements, but he was caught not long after running out. He is really a headache. What will happen to the bald kid? Gary asked. He will be detained and wait for Professor Dongbo's order before he will be dealt with, the Rocket Man said. Professor Dongbo? Isn't it Dr. Namba? Gary remembered that the main commander of the Rocket team's operation this time was Dr. Namba. How come there is another Professor Dongbo? Did he remember it wrong? Yes, it's Dr. Namba. I remembered it wrong. Gary, hurry up and lead the way. Yes. The man quickened his pace and soon came to the door of a room. He entered the password and the door opened. The room inside was bright. A huge bird Pokemon was trapped on a huge instrument platform. It was surrounded by a circle of fuchsia-colored transparent energy to prevent the Pokemon inside from coming out. Lugia. The Pokemon trapped inside was Lugia. LV75 Lugia/Legend. When Lugia saw someone coming in, he roared and wanted to come out, but was trapped by the energy shield. He was very raging. Didn't I ask you to take me to find Lugia? Why are you here? Gary said dissatisfiedly. Isn't this Lugia? The man asked in confusion. Gary slapped his head and forgot that there were two Lugia here. He was looking for the little Lugia, not the adult Lugia. But since he was here, he couldn't leave. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Tisk, I've been discovered. Hearing the alarm, Gary realized that he had been discovered. There was no surveillance in the passage outside, but there must be a place where Lugia was imprisoned. Alakazam, explain what happened here to Lugia. I will help it rescue its children and calm it down, Gary said. Alakazam immediately used telepathy to convey Gary's meaning to Lugia. Legendary Pokemon can understand human words, but the Lugia in front of him is not very strong. Once angry, he will not listen to human words. This is a common problem of most legendary Pokemon. Even if they have an IQ that is not inferior to that of humans, in extreme rage contest condition, rationality will be replaced by rage. If Lugia is released now, it will also turn into a beast that attacks randomly, especially at level 75, which is not low in strength. In addition, it is still a legendary Pokemon, and Gary is not sure that he can subdue it with fists. However, telepathy can block the interference of rage and completely convey the meaning you want to express to the other party. Lugia in rage was stunned for a moment, then looked down at Alakazam and Gary, with some confusion in his eyes, wondering who had just conveyed telepathy to him. Alakazam, tell Lugia that I will help it find its child and calm it down, Gary said. Alakazam directly translated Gary's words to Lugia in real time. Lugia calmed down, but it didn't trust humans at all, especially since it was caught by these humans not long ago. In its eyes, humans are not good things now. If I want to hurt you, there is no need to save you. Besides, you can only trust me now, right? Gary said. Lugia is just rage, which does not mean he has no brains. After Gary's analysis, he felt that what Gary said was right. Now it can only ask for help from the human in front of it. Lugia agreed to Gary's request and decided to cooperate with Gary. Okay, release Lugia, Gary said. The hypnotized Rocket Team man immediately walked to the machine and began to operate on the operating table. He turned off the instrument, and the energy shield around the instrument dissipated, and Lugia was freed. Lugia, follow me, I will find your child, Gary said. Ding! Published mission, conquer the legendary large bird Pokemon Ho-Oh and Lugia/reward, Master Rare Candy X20, each captured one will be rewarded with God's Crown X1. Ding! Successfully conquered Lugia, rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. At this moment, the system prompts sounded one after another. Jengar succeeded. Lugia nodded, but looked very anxious. Just now, it suddenly couldn't feel the breath of its own child. Take us to little Lugia, Gary ordered. The Rocket Man nodded and led Gary to the place where little Lugia was imprisoned. The two places were not far apart, but the roads were complicated and it was not easy to find. So many people. When Gary came to a passage, he saw many members of Team Rocket, all of them lying on the ground, and some Pokemon fainted here. Obviously, there was a fight here. It should be that Ash and his team had a conflict with these Team Rocket members in order to save little Lugia. Bang! There was a sound of collision in the distance, and Gary did not continue to follow the man of Team Rocket, but ran over alone, accompanied by two Pokemon on both sides, and Lugia followed behind Gary. Soon, he saw that the door on the first floor of the passage in front was open, and Cal came from inside. Gary rushed to the door and saw Ash and others and Richie confronting Dr. Namba in a big white coat. Dr. Namba sent out an Electabuzz. Electabuzz had a device on its head. This device was called a Rage device, which could increase the rage of Pokemon to increase the power of Pokemon. Even Celestic and Ryan could not do anything to this Electabuzz. Lugia, use Aeroblast on Electabuzz. Gary ordered. Lugia, who followed Gary, appeared and used Aeroblast, a cyclone made entirely of condensed air. Electabuzz, use Light Screen. Dr. Namba reacted and immediately issued an order. Electabuzz immediately created Light Screen to resist, but Light Screen was as brittle as glass in front of Aeroblast, and it shattered at the touch, and Electabuzz was blown away, and even the wall was broken. Boom! Because of Lugia's attack, explosions were heard in the underground base, and sirens throughout the base sounded. The base is under serious attack, emergency rescue is being activated, and it is automatically submerged. The base is under serious attack, emergency rescue is being activated, and it is automatically submerged. The base is under serious attack, emergency rescue is being activated, and it is automatically submerged. The alarm sounded continuously. This base has a self-rescue system. After all, it is an underwater base. If you want to save yourself, you must first float to the surface of the sea. Gary, Lugia, Ash, Richie, and others turned around and were dumbfounded when they saw Gary and Lugia. Richie could understand a little bit, after all, he had met Gary on the ship. Ash and the other two were all surprised and shocked. Who are you? Dr. Namba asked in surprise. He didn't know how Gary appeared here, and how Lugia was released. Bad guys, don't surrender, hand over silver quickly. Joshua shouted angrily. What did you say? Didn't you take away Bulikai? Dr. Namba was angry. Dr. Namba wanted to experiment on the adult Lugia, but the adult Lugia was too strong, so he could only trap it temporarily. So Dr. Namba took a different approach and decided to start with the little Lugia, first controlling the little Lugia, and then forcing the adult Lugia to surrender. However, when Dr. Namba arrived here, he found that little Lugia was missing. Then Ash and others came here, and Dr. Namba naturally thought that Ash and others had taken Lugia away. Alakazam, hypnotize him. Gary said. Alakazam teleported in front of Dr. Namba and used hypnosis to put Dr. Namba to sleep. Gary, we still need to find out where Silver is, we can't let him fall asleep. 963 just said. Don't worry, Silver has been rescued by me. Gary smiled and said, Jengar, show yourself. Jenga. A black shadow emerged from Joshua's shadow. Jengar. When? Ash and the others exclaimed. Jengar ignored Ash and the others and immediately flew to Gary's side, opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, on which was placed an Ultra Ball. Gary took the Ultra Ball and took a look at the data of little Lugia. Pokemon, Lugia. Attribute, Flying, Psychic. Level, 26. Potential, Legend. Ability, Multiple Scales. When the physical strength is full of contest condition, the damage received is halved. Skills, Gust, Whirlwind, Ancient Power, Mist, Safeguard. Intimacy, 101, full value 255. Little Lugia's level is very low, and with this strength, it is difficult to fight in a gym battle. Come out. Gary quickly glanced at the data of little Lugia and opened the Pokeball. Great! A ball of white light, Akab, fell to the ground, the light dissipated, and little Lugia appeared. Silver. Seeing little Lugia, Joshua immediately rushed up and hugged him. Little Lugia also liked Joshua and hugged Joshua with her wings. Gary, what's going on? Ash asked in confusion. Yeah, why was Silver captured by the Pokeball? Richie also asked in confusion. Let's talk about this later, let's solve the problem in front of us first. Gary said. This matter is not a trivial matter. Just this underwater base alone must cost a lot to build, and the key is that Namba was captured on the Bashang. You know, Dr. Namba is a very capable professor. His capture is definitely a huge loss for Team Rocket. Okay, let's solve the problem here first. Gary and others acted together, and tied up all the members of Team Rocket through the surveillance in the base. Cassidy and Zyagillan are not here, they must have run away. In the process of tying people, Ash found that 2 people ran away. Let them run away, they are just tools. The real capable person is Dr. Namba. Catch him, others can't make waves. Gary said indifferently. Although Cassidy and Butch are elite members of Team Rocket, they can only be said to be very useful tools, and they don't have any important talents. Although these 2 people always suppress Jesse and others, they are actually a mess when performing tasks. Later, they quit Team Rocket and ran away to open a store to live. Miss Luca, when will Junsha and others be able to get here? Gary asked. When cleaning up Team Rocket, Luca also came here by boat. She has contacted the police and sent the coordinates. It should be here soon. Luca said. Everyone, I hope you won't tell anyone about Lugia, otherwise it will only attract more people to come here to look for Lugia and her child, and disturb their lives here. Gary said. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Me too. Ash and others promised not to tell anyone, and Gary believed they would keep their mouths shut. Gary then said to Lugia, Lugia, take your child away from here. Although the police won't do anything to you, if they see you and tell anyone, it will definitely affect the lives of you and your child. Yeah, Lugia nodded. It knew that there were all kinds of people in the human world, and not everyone was like Gary and Ash, calling their children to leave. However, little Lugia looked at Joshua reluctantly. They had played together for a while, and little Lugia was also a child, so it would be very reluctant to separate suddenly. Silver, follow your mother, Joshua said reluctantly. He didn't feel anything before, but after this incident, Joshua knew that it would be dangerous for Silver to stay in the area where humans live, and he didn't want Silver to be hurt. Although he was reluctant, it was all for the safety of Lugia and her child. Under the setting sun, the two Lugia, one big and one small, gradually went away, and finally dived into the sea, and their figures disappeared completely. The police also arrived here about half an hour later. Because they didn't know the number of Team Rocket members, the police only sent 2 ships over. When they saw such a large base and many Team Rocket members, Juncha, who came, knew that he had caught a big fish this time. Juncha arranged people to watch the underwater base, and then placed all the Team Rocket members on the ship and sent them back to the detention center on the island, waiting for the Johto Region Alliance headquarters to send people. Gary, Ash, and others also went back to investigate. According to the normal process, they must cooperate for a few days. In order not to waste time, Gary called Professor Oak directly and asked Professor Oak to make arrangements. Soon, Juncha received a call from the top and simply said Gary and the others asked about what happened and sent them to the Pokémon Center to rest. After a busy day, everyone was hungry and gathered in the cafeteria of the Pokémon Center to eat. Xiao Mao, you haven't. How did you get silver when you were young? Ash asked while eating voraciously. Swallow the food in your mouth first before you talk, Gary said. He didn't understand what Ash was saying at all. Ash swallowed the food in his mouth and asked, I'm asking why Silver was captured by you into the Pokeball. As soon as Ash asked the question, Xiaogang, Misty, and Richie were all very curious about this question. They all looked up at Gary, waiting for Gary's answer. Because Miss Lucas said that you and Silver and his mother were all captured, I was worried that you would get into trouble, so I gave Jengar a few Pokeballs and decided to act separately. Gary said, if Jengar finds you first, he will rescue you. If you meet Lugia and find that they are locked in an iron cage, you can use Pokemon to capture them first, and you can also save Silver and his mother. Jengar found Silver first, so he naturally put Silver into the Pokeball. Ash suddenly realized, is that so? Jengar is really convenient at this time, which makes me want to capture a Jengar too. Haha, I believe you will capture it in the future. Gary laughed. That may be a bit difficult. Ghost Pokemon are rarely encountered. Richie said, really? I met a lot of Ghastly and Haunter in the Burned Tower in Yeju City. They are all wild ghost Pokemon. They should be able to be captured. Ash said, I suggest you don't capture them. If you meet a good Jengar on the road in the future, consider capturing them. Gary said, calculating the time, Ash's Jengar has not been abandoned yet. That Jengar is very strong and has the potential to be a champion. If Ash captures a Jengar now, no one will want it. That's right. I think those Ghastly and Haunter don't want to get close to people. Let's forget it. Ash agreed. Ash is no longer a rookie. He doesn't capture Pokemon just because he likes them. He also needs to see if the Pokemon is willing to follow him. Most of the Pokemon that Ash will capture in the future will be captured by Ash as long as they meet one of the following 2 conditions. The first one is to be captured by Ash voluntarily. The second one is a wild and very strong Pokemon. In fact, Ash had already started this when traveling in the Johto region. Except for Totodile, which was obtained by competing with Misty, and Phanpy, which was obtained by hatching, the other 4 Pokemon were captured by Ash voluntarily. Although Noctowl was captured by fighting, it was also because Ash saved it. The owl felt that it was too embarrassed to throw itself into Ash's arms, so it took the initiative to challenge. Although it was captured by fighting, even if Ash lost, Nighthawk would be willing to follow Ash. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed and returned to the room to rest. One night passed. The Johto Region Alliance also sent people to take over the situation here. The Rocket Team's underwater base is a big project. Even if it is sold as scrap, it can sell for a lot of money, not to mention that there are still a lot of research data in the database of the base, which are of great scientific research value. Gary, Ash, and others left Silver Rock Island the next day. Ash and his friends planned to continue to wander around the Whirl Islands. Anyway, the agreement with Gary had been cancelled, and there was no rush to collect badges, so they might as well wander around more. Gary was in no mood to wander around, because he had lived in Cianwood City for 2.5 years. In addition to learning martial arts, Gary would usually travel around the cities of Whirl Islands, so there was no need to wander around. Gary was now rushing to Mahogany Town to capture the heterochromatic Gyarados. From the development of the plot, the heterochromatic Magikarp was interfered by the evolutionary waves of the Rocket Team. When it evolved, it retained the skin color of the Magikarp period, and was not originally a heterochromatic Pokemon. Moreover, the evolutionary waves also affect other Pokemon around. Few Pokemon will evolve due to the evolutionary waves. Most Pokemon will have a fever after being interfered with. It was because of this abnormality around Lake of Rage that Lance's attention was attracted. He came to investigate and captured the heterochromatic Gyarados. This evolution tip was developed by a professor named Silanu, but the research is obviously unfinished. After releasing the evolution wave for such a long time, only one Magikarp in Lake of Rage evolved successfully, and the rest of the Magikarp did not evolve. Obviously, this research failed. Lake of Rage is a large lake with a large number of Magikarp living in it. If the evolution wave is only aimed at Magikarp, it is impossible that only one Magikarp will be affected. So the evolution wave developed by Professor Solano is just a defective product. Maybe it is just because of the special relationship of the Magikarp itself. If the probability of evolution wave making Pokemon evolve is so low, it is a defective product, and the negative impact caused is still very large, and it cannot be used at all. Zero seeking flowers. 7 days later, Gary finally arrived at Mahogany Town. Let's go to Lake of Rage first. Gary planned to go to Lake of Rage as soon as possible, because the heterochromatic Gyarados did not evolve when Ash and his friends arrived at Mahogany Town, but had evolved successfully before Ash and his friends arrived here. Because of the sudden evolution and interference from the evolutionary radio waves, this heterochromatic Gyarados will attack randomly. Team Rocket has been trying to catch the heterochromatic Gyarados, but the heterochromatic Gyarados has been hiding at the bottom of the lake, and Team Rocket cannot catch it. Compared with Dr. Namba, Professor Sierra's research is a bit lame. Dr. Namba has already started with legendary Pokemon, but Professor Sierra can't even handle a Gyarados. What a rubbish. 0, 0. Gary came to the vicinity of Lake of Rage and observed the contest condition of Pokemon here along the way. There were no sick Pokemon. It is unknown whether Team Rocket has turned off the spread of the evolutionary radio waves or has not started the experiment. Gary came to the lake and observed it. Lake of Rage is said to be a lake formed by seawater, so the lake water is blue and very clear. You can see the depth of 3 or 4 meters underwater. Blastoise, come out. Gary decided to explore the situation at the bottom of the lake and let Blastoise out. Blastoise, go underwater to find Gyarados. Gary said. Kami. Blastoise nodded, jumped into the lake, and dived to the bottom of the lake to search. There is a passage connecting the Lake of Rage to the sea. When the Magikarp in the normal Lake of Rage realizes that it is about to evolve, it will swim to the passage leading to the sea, and it will also have to jump over a high mountain. Those who can jump over it can evolve into Gyarados, and those who can't jump over it will hardly have the opportunity to evolve. Although Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados at level 20, that is a setting in the game. It is difficult for Magikarp in reality to evolve into Gyarados. Think about the number of Magikarp. The level limit of ordinary potential Pokemon is level 30. Doesn't it mean that Song can evolve into Gyarados if he is a Carp Master? Magikarp that can evolve into Gyarados have potential above the gym, otherwise they can't evolve successfully. Novel image. Kami. A few dozen minutes later, Blastoise surfaced and shook his head at Gary, indicating that he had not found Gyarados. Go to the center of the lake and have a look, said Gary. Lake of Rage is very big, and this is only a part of Lake of Rage. It will take a long time to explore the whole Lake of Rage. Although he did not find Gyarados, Blastoise still found more Magikarp. It is said that the potential of Magikarp in Lake of Rage is very good. After all, the potential of Magikarp in the place where the carp can leap over the Dragon Gate is not bad. When Blastoise swam to the area in the middle of the lake surface suddenly became agitated, and red figures jumped out of the lake. These red figures are Magikarp in Lake of Rage, and water Pokemon such as Goldeen. What's wrong? Gary stared at the lake surface, thinking that the red Gyarados was about to appear. However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, let alone the red Gyarados, the shadow of Gyarados was not seen. Instead, there was a commotion in the bushes behind Gary. Weedle, Caterpie, Spinarak landed from the tree, looking sick. Gengar, are you feeling unwell? Gary asked. Gengar. Gengar poked his head out from Gary's shadow. He didn't feel anything. It seems that the evolution wave has no effect on Pokemon that have evolved to their final form. Gary thought to himself. Gary observed the Pokemon in the forest behind him and found that all of them had not evolved to their final form. It can be determined that the evolution wave is only effective for Pokemon that have not completed their final evolution. Kami. Suddenly, Blastoise in the middle of the lake shouted. Gary immediately looked towards the middle of the lake and saw a golden Magikarp jumping out of the water, 5 or 6 meters high, emitting golden light all over its body. Its body grew rapidly and soon grew to a length of nearly 10 meters. The light dissipated and a heterochromatic Gyarados appeared. Huh? It was originally heterochromatic. Gary was a little confused when he saw the golden Magikarp suddenly jump out of the water. Professor Solano in the plot said that the Magikarp was not heterochromatic, but because of the evolution wave, the Magikarp retained its original color after evolution. But the red Gyarados in front of him was obviously evolved from a heterochromatic Magikarp. It should be that Professor Solano made a wrong judgment. After all, Lake of Rage is so big, Solano Professor certainly can't monitor every Pokemon in the lake in real time. Professor Solano can only monitor the situation on the lake surface at most. In addition, after Magikarp evolves, the size before and after is very different. He didn't observe that Magikarp itself is heterochromatic, and mistakenly thought that something went wrong during the evolution process, which made Gyarados retain Magikarp's original skin color. LV55 Gyarados 3/Champion. Why is the level so high? Gary asked in surprise. If Magikarp doesn't evolve, the level limit is only between 1 and 25 levels. Even in the game, the heterochromatic Gyarados in Lake of Rage is only level 30, and the Gyarados in front of him is actually level 55, which is too abnormal. The appearance of Gyarados instantly restored the Pokémon that floated out of the lake and fled in all directions. After all, the size of this Gyarados is too big, and the Pokémon in Lake of Rage are just babies in front of it. Roar. After evolving into Gyarados, Gyarados is very rage, seeing the Pokémon running away, ignored them. When he saw Blastoise floating on the water, he immediately spit up 10 hydro pumps. Kami. Seeing this, Blastoise also fired a hydro pump from the cannon on its shell. The powerful hydro pump dispersed Gyarados' hydro pump and hit Gyarados. The huge impact washed it to the shore, right in front of Gary. It's so big, completely beyond the size of a normal Gyarados. Looking closely, Gary found that the physique of this heterochromatic Gyarados was far beyond that of a normal Gyarados. Roar. Gyarados roared, condensing an orange light ball in its mouth, and an orange beam shot at Blastoise. Blastoise dived into the water, avoiding the destructive death beam, and then rushed out of the water, covered with a layer of water, and slammed into Gyarados' head, knocking it to the ground. Gyarados was a little overwhelmed after being attacked twice in a row, and his rage also decreased. He looked at the lake and planned to escape. Blastoise, Mega Kick. Gary ordered. Blastoise jumped up and fell towards the position where Gyarados was. With the acceleration of gravity, he kicked Gyarados on the head with a heavy kick. Gyarados' eyes suddenly turned white, and his body fell backwards and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Go, Pokeball. Gary threw the Pokeball. Bang! The Pokeball hit Gyarados and put it into the Pokeball. When the Pokeball stopped moving, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been issued to the Space Backpack. The capture mission issued by the system has finally been completed. There are many good things in this wave of rewards. Then, Jengar used Psychic Control to move the Pokeball to Gary Fang. Gary assist Pokeball, check the attribute of this different colored Gyarados. Pokemon, Gyarados, Flash. Attribute, Water, Flying. Level, 55. Potential, Champion. Ability, Intimidate. When in use, intimidate rival, reduce rival's physical attack by 1 level. Skills, Splash, Tackle, Leer, Whirlpool, Ice Fang, Bite, Waterfall, Crunch, Autumn Rain, Aqua Tail, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Hurricane, Thrash, Destruction Ray. Intimacy, 75, maximum value 255. Carried item, Everstone. Everstone. This Gyarados has Everstone in its carrying space. No wonder it didn't evolve at level 55, but with Everstone, why can it evolve? Could it be that the reason why this Gyarados evolved is because of Everstone? Gary asked in confusion. Everstone is used to suppress Pokémon evolution, while evolution waves are used to promote Pokémon evolution. The two are in conflict with each other, which leads to the evolution of Magikarp. In this case, Professor Solano's evolution waves can't make Pokémon evolve at all, but it can make Pokémon that have not evolved to the final form become listless or even feverish. After all this time, it turns out that the evolution waves developed by Professor Solano are useless, and Gary is still a little interested in evolution waves. Because in the 6th generation movie version, a man named Jarvis used mysterious science to develop a device that forced Pokémon to Mega Evolution. This device will emit a kind of wave called Megalight Wave, and Pokémon interfered by Megalight Waves will be forced to Mega Evolution. It seems that not all the professors of Team Rocket are elites. There are also some professors who are just filling in the numbers. Gary commented in his heart. Soon, the roar of the engine came, and a strong man with 2 men in black Team Rocket came to this side by car and stopped. Team Rocket. Gary remembered the strong man in front of him, but he didn't remember his specific name. He was the special member of Team Rocket who assisted Professor Solano this time. Gary remembered that this guy was quite strong and could fight Lance back and forth, but Gary was not afraid of him. Captain Tyson, the surveillance just captured a Blastoise fighting a different colored Gyarados. It should be the Blastoise in front of us. A subordinate next to Tyson immediately reported. Kid, where is Gyarados? Tyson asked. Here. Gary showed the Pokeball in his hand. Damn it, that Gyarados belongs to our Team Rocket. Hand over Gyarados and your Blastoise if you know what's good for you, then we'll consider letting you go. The 2 men behind Tyson sang the same tune, totally ignoring Gary, and thought that the Blastoise next to Gary was a Pokemon they released. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Bullet and Mawai didn't have a good face for the Rockets. Gary didn't intend to cause trouble, but since Team Rocket had come to him on their own initiative, Gary wouldn't be polite to them. Kami. Blastoise's barrel fired 2 Hydro Pumps. What? Tyson was startled, and his years of adventure experience made him aware of the danger, and his body subconsciously rolled to one side. Bang! Tyson's 2 men were not so lucky, and the car behind them was hit by the Hydro Pump, which exploded directly, blowing them up into the sky, turning them into 2 stars and disappearing into the sky. Damn it, come out, Firo. Tyson realized that Gary was not a normal kid, and immediately threw 2 Pokeballs. Great! LV55 Firo 3/Quasi Elite. LV54 Firo 3/Quasi Elite. Tyson's Pokemon are 2 Firos, both of which have the strength of Quasi Elite. This strength can be compared to Executive in Team Rocket, but it is still not enough in front of Gary. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Gary ordered. Blastoise immediately used Hydro Pump, but the two Fearows were not so easy to deal with. They flew towards both, making it impossible for Blastoise's Hydro Pump to chase at the same time, and in the end, no one was hit. It's useless. Even if your Blastoise is powerful, it can't play its advantage against flying Pokémon. Tyson waved his hand and ordered, find an opportunity and attack with Aerial Ace. Hearing the sound, the two Fearows attacked Blastoise from different directions, making it impossible for Blastoise to take care of both ends. For a moment, Blastoise didn't know who to deal with first. Blastoise, Water Pulse, attack the Fearow on the left first. Gary said. Kami. Blastoise faced the left, and water balls shot out of the barrel, rushing towards the Fearow attacking from the left. Fearow saw such dense water pulse and quickly took off to avoid it. His movements were very skillful. Obviously, he had been cooperating with another Fearow for a long time, so he was so proficient. The other Fearow saw his companion being attacked, and accelerated his speed to rush towards Blastoise, with violent wind power lingering all over his body. Gary looked at the attacking Fearow indifferently and said indifferently, "Open Volt." A golden lightning shot out from Gary's shadow. The next second, the lightning tore through the wind power on Fearow's body, bathing his whole body in thunder. What? There is another Pokémon. Tyson didn't expect that there was another Pokémon hidden in Gary's shadow. Bang, 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 crack. Soaring in the sky also heard a wail. Fearow was hit by water pulse continuously and fell directly from the air. He fell to the ground with white eyes and lost consciousness. Tyson shouted that it was not good. He knew that he underestimated Gary. This Gary was not a normal trainer at all. If he had known, he should not have brought only two people. Kami. Blastoise's attack did not stop. After dealing with one Fearow, he faced another Fearow. Bang, bang, bang. Water pulse fired continuously. Fearow was attacked by Thunderbolt, flying speed decreased, and he was hit by a water ball, and then hit by water pulse again, and instantly lost consciousness. Come back. Tyson took out the Pokeball, took back the two defeated Fearows, and ran away. Gary did not stop him, because he knew that even if Tyson was sent to the police station, he would most likely be rescued. The Rocket members who would not be rescued were all abandoned by Ban Mew. Although Gary looked down on Ban Mew in the animation world, it must be said that Ban Mew would do his best to protect those who were loyal to him. The huge amount of money owed by the Rocket Trio was all paid back by Ban Mew, and even the huge Pokémon Island built by the Rocket team was destroyed by Jesse and others, but Ban Mew chose to forgive them. It can be seen that Ban Mew treats his loyal subordinates very well. However, Gary doesn't look down on such a Ban Mew. In the special comics, Ban Mew was decisive in killing and decisively abandoned those who had no use value. As for killing the opponent directly, Gary didn't want to do it for the time being. It's okay to just kill a few minions, but if he really killed the elite members of the Rocket team and executive, that is to fight to the death, and become a real enemy with Itsuki. Gary has also destroyed the Rocket team's actions many times before, but he has not suffered revenge until now, and it is also because those main characters are not in danger of life, otherwise Itsuki will definitely take action against Gary. Of course, there is also the relationship that Gary is Professor Oak's grandson. If they really want to kill Gary, Kanto Alliance will definitely punish the Rocket team severely. Moreover, the founder of the Rocket team in the animation world is not Itsuki, but Itsuki's mother. Itsuki's mother does not have the same ambition as Itsuki. Her mother's original intention of creating the Rocket team was to make money, and the business spread to the two regions of Tokyo and Johto region. It was not until Itsuki's mother died that Itsuki took over the Rocket team, and then he began to have the idea of dominating the world. Therefore, the Rocket team in the animation was originally just an organization with the goal of making money, but only after Itsuki took over, he began to want to conquer the world. I hope this person and Silano can be more sensible and don't seek death. Gary didn't kill him this time, but if Tyson and Silano come to him, Gary will not hold back anymore. After driving Tyson away, Gary did not stay in Lake of Rage for long and rushed back to Mahogany Town. Novel image. Back in Mahogany Town, Gary contacted Professor Oak directly, teleported Caesar back, and then teleported Magneton over. The capture task issued by the system has been completed, Magneton can also evolve, and the top-quality Thunderstone has been prepared. After Xiaojian teleported Magneton over, Gary left the Pokémon Center and came to the public space outside to release Magneton. LV52 Magneton/Elite. After not seeing it for a while, Magneton's level has not increased much. Because he joined the team late, his level has only increased by 2 levels. Magneton, it's time for you to evolve. Gary took out the Thunderstone that he had prepared long ago from his backpack. As long as Magneton evolves with the top-quality Thunderstone, its potential will be raised to champion, and it can level up for a long time. Hey! Magneton immediately came closer, and Gary took the opportunity to put the Thunderstone on Magneton. Stimulated by the energy in the Thunderstone, both sides immediately reacted, all emitting dazzling white light, and the light of evolution was radiant. Magneton's body shape changes rapidly, from the original body of 3 Magnemites combined together, gradually changing to a flat direction, until it becomes a disc and stops, the light of evolution dissipates, and a brand new Magnezone appears. Because Magneton is a shiny Pokémon, after evolution, the color of the body is silvery white metallic, the pupil of the middle eye is also blue, and the color of the 3 Magnemon under the body is a little dark red. Overall, the color is brighter. LV52 Magnezone/Elite. Huh? Why hasn't the potential changed? Seeing Magnezone's basic information, Gary was stunned for a moment, and didn't understand why Magnezone's potential is still elite after evolution. That's right, I used the top-grade Thunderstone. Gary thought about it and felt that Pokemon department store would definitely not sell him fakes, because he had compared them before buying. Compared with ordinary Thunderstone and top-grade Evolution Stone, the difference in both individual and color is very large. Gary frowned, thinking hard, and thought of a possibility. Could it be that the effect of the top-grade Thunderstone in improving potential is the same as the Bronze Crown, and is only useful for Pokemon with elite potential or below? Thinking carefully, Gary used Evolution Stones to evolve Pokemon. Except for Magneton, the potential of the remaining Pokemon is basically gym potential. This is the first time that an Evolution Stone has been used to evolve a Pokemon with elite potential. When Gary guessed this possibility, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was right. But fortunately, it was only a waste of a top-grade Thunderstone, and the props rewarded by the system were not wasted. Looking at it this way, if the system rewards evolution props, it will also be useful for Pokemon with elite potential. Gary fumbled. The Sneasel that was captured before was elite potential. After evolving with the Razor Claw rewarded by the system, the potential was increased by 1 level, which means that the evolution props rewarded by the system are useful for Pokemon below the champion potential. System, what kind of Pokemon is the top-grade metal coat you gave effective for? Gary could only ask. Although the system usually ignores Gary, it will still give an answer if it asks about the props rewarded by the system. The props rewarded by the system, when used to evolve Pokemon below the champion potential, the potential level is +11. Why didn't you say it earlier? The props rewarded before only introduced the amplification effect of the props, but did not introduce the detailed information for the evolution of Pokemon. However, the system did not give any response. Gary took a deep breath and could only blame himself for his bad luck. It seems that he still needs to ask carefully when he gets multi-purpose props in the future. Gary didn't want to worry about these things, so he looked at the attribute of Magnezone first. After evolution, it should be able to awaken a skill. Pokemon, Magnezone. Attribute, Electric, Steel. Level, 52. Potential, Elite. Ability, Analysis. After using the move, the power of the skill will increase. Skills, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Gyro Ball, Spark, Screech, Magnet Rise, Flash Cannon, Release, Metal Sound, Light Screen, Lock On, Electric Terrain. Teacher Skills, Thunderbolt, Signal Beam, Rest, Destruction Beam, Gravity, Body Slam. Intimacy, 255, full value 255. Electric Terrain, it's a good skill. Gary nodded with satisfaction. Electric Terrain can increase the power of electric skills and prevent sleep contest condition, which is a good field skill. Just stay with me for the time being. Gary said. Hey. Magnezone nodded. It was very happy to be with Gary. Magnezone evolved. The next step was to deal with Gyarados. It had an intimacy of 75, but it would not get close to the trainer. Before releasing it, it had to be watched by other Pokemon. Gary returned to the Pokemon Center. Your Gyarados has been treated. Please accept it. Joy handed the Pokeball containing Gyarados to Gary. Gary left the Pokemon Center after getting the Pokeball and rented an indoor venue. After releasing Blastoise and Alakazam, he released Gyarados. Gyarados had regained consciousness after treatment. When he saw Gary, he realized that he had been captured. After all, there were too many fish in Lake of Rage, and many fishermen would come to Lake of Rage to fish. When Gyarados was still a Magikarp, he ate a lot of food given by fishermen. He also saw his companions who were caught by fish being captured by Pokeball. Because this Magikarp carries Everstone, it has not evolved until level 55. Normal fishermen cannot catch it. It has long been the king of Lake of Rage. Manyo-Zhao, Gyarados, you are my Pokemon now. You should listen to me in the future. I will help you become stronger and we can be friends. Gary said. Huh. Gyarados was skeptical and did not believe Gary's words. He turned his head to the side and ignored Gary. Gary saw that Gyarados had an attitude of resignation and knew that although the other party was not convinced by him, he could only accept his fate because of his strong strength. Gyarados, do you not want to evolve? Gary asked. Gyarados ignored Gary and closed his eyes to rest. If you don't want to evolve, I can understand that you are in a bad mood, but if you want to evolve but can't evolve, then I can tell you that it is caused by the Everstone in the space you carry. Gary said. Although there are indeed Pokemon that are unwilling to evolve, they are definitely a minority, and this situation is basically impossible for wild Magikarp. If it is a domesticated and ornamental Magikarp, it is normal for them to be unwilling to evolve if they are taken care of by humans. But wild Magikarp is different. Magikarp is one of the weakest Pokemon. There are not only Magikarp in Lake of Rage, but also Goldeen. Even a level 55 Magikarp is probably not as good as a level 20 Goldeen. So if Magikarp can evolve, it will definitely choose to evolve. There is also the phenomenon of jumping the Dragon Gate in Lake of Rage. This Magikarp has lived here for so long and must have seen it. Gary doesn't believe that Magikarp will not be envious when it sees its own kind evolve into Gyarados. Duh. Hearing Gary's words, Gyarados opened his eyes, squirmed his body, and a stone fell out from the gap between Gyarados' scales. Gary looked at the stone that fell out, and it was Everstone. It seems that Gyarados himself wants to evolve, and it didn't evolve because of Everstone. Although Gyarados has evolved now, it probably listened to Gary's words and thought about how it felt like it hadn't evolved in all these years, and it seemed that it was all because of carrying Everstone. Gary smiled, and 513 put his hand on Gyarados and taught it the Iron Tail skill. Roar. Gyarados suddenly felt that a new skill had awakened, and looked at Gary with a suspicious look. I'll teach you another one. Gary showed an unfathomable smile and taught Gyarados the rest skill. Gyarados, surprised face? QAQ, this is my ability. I can teach you more skills in the future. Follow me, you won't suffer any loss. Gary said as he patted Gyarados' solid body and taught it the remaining skills. Gyarados' intimacy also increased from 75 to 135, which was enough to make Gyarados listen to him. Gyarados was also confused. Awakening 6 new skills at once scared it. It only awakened a bunch of skills at once when it evolved today. I suddenly felt that Gary in front of me was very abnormal. Eat something? Gary took out 2 purple energy cubes, each of which was the size of a fist. These were Gary's special satiety energy cubes, specially prepared for the big-eating Pokémon. Gyarados looked at the 2 energy cubes in Gary's hand and was very confused. These 2 small things were not enough for it now, not to mention its current state, even its previous state was not enough. Gary didn't care about that, and approached Gyarados directly, throwing the 2 energy cubes into Gyarados' mouth. Gyarados didn't refuse. After all, it had just evolved and fought a battle, so it was already hungry. It directly gave the energy cube in its mouth to swallow. The next moment, Gyarados' belly bulged and it was full. Gyarados was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would feel full after eating 2 small pieces of food. He even felt a little bloated. It seems that he needs to lose some energy cubes. Gary looked at Gyarados' swollen belly and knew that he had fed too many energy cubes. He only needed to feed 1 energy cube in the future. This was mainly because Gyarados' physique was larger than that of other Gyarados of the same level. Gary prepared 1 more energy cube. It seemed that Gyarados' appetite was not as good as Snorlax's. Come in. After dealing with Gyarados, Gary took back all the Pokémon that were placed outside. Although Gyarados' intimacy with Gary was not full, the intimacy value of 135 was enough, and it could be gradually improved in the future. I don't know if this will interfere with anything, Gary said to himself. According to the normal plot development, Lance would come here to stop the Rocket's plan and capture the heterochromatic Gyarados. Now, the heterochromatic Gyarados has been subdued by Gary, and Tyson has also been driven away by Gary. The other party is unlikely to continue the experiment here. However, as long as this matter does not affect Ash's journey, it doesn't matter. Speaking of Ash, Gary thought of the theater version of Celebi, Time Travel, where Celebi brought Professor Oak to the present when he was a child. However, Gary didn't remember the specific location very clearly, but this matter concerns Professor Oak's safety. As Professor Oak's grandson, it is not good to ignore this matter, at least to ensure Professor Oak's safety. Although the specific location is not clear, the approximate location can still be determined. At that time, Ash had collected 8 Johto region badges and was on the way to Silver Town, and then passed through a forest, so the location should be near MT Silver. If he asks about it, he should be able to find it. If this can't be found, Gary can only pray that there will be no accidents in the plot, so as to avoid his grandfather. However, Ash is different now. Although he is still breeding new Pokémon, his overall strength is definitely much stronger than in the original plot. I don't know what kind of rewards will be given by the system task triggered by challenging the Silver Conference this time. Gary was curious. After a day of rest, Gary went to the Mahogany Gym. The Mahogany Gym is also an ecological park for ice Pokémon to survive. There are a lot of ice Pokémon captured by price. When he arrived at the entrance of the gym, the system issued a task. Ding! Issued task, get Mahogany Gym Badge/Reward, Intermediate Rare Candy X6, Ice Punch Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Quality Never Melt Ice, Ice Skill Power increased by 50%, X1. It's a pity, it would be better if it was Ice Beam. Gary wanted Ice Beam more. Although Ice Punch is also good, Blastoise currently lacks special attack ice skills. Gary wants to make his Blastoise more comprehensive. Hey, young man, where did you come from? You are not a kid from the town. At this time, the gym door opened, and an old lady stood inside. Although the old lady's hair was not white, the wrinkles on her face betrayed her age. Gary remembered that the old lady in front of him seemed to be Price and the Pokémon who was also responsible for taking care of the gym. Yes, I am from Pallet Town and I am here to challenge the gym. Gary explained his purpose. Is that so? Then come with me. Price is in the gym. Seema took Gary into the ecological room in the gym. There are many ice-type Pokémon in the room, but they are all repeated. There are only 5 types of ice-type Pokémon: Seal, White Sea Master, Shelter, Cloyster, and Lapras. There is an old man in a shirt, watching the Pokémon inside. This man is the owner of the Mahogany Gym, Price. Isn't it cold? Looking at Price who was wearing thin clothes, Gary didn't understand what kind of physique Price had. The temperature in the room was below 0. Even Gary, a mega rookie, felt a little cold. Price, a trainer from another place is coming to challenge the gym. Seema yelled. Price, who was watching the Ice-type Pokémon, immediately turned around with a fierce expression on his face, exuding an aura that kept people away from Norman. Price in the animation world became so cold because of Piloswine's departure, and he looked at everyone with a serious face. Have your Pokémon rested well? Price asked. It has been 2 days since I rested. Gary said. It seems that you are ready to charge, come with me. Price nodded and took Gary to the gym. The Mahogany Gym is an ice gym, so the ground is also made of ice. The ground is made entirely of ice, and there are stones made of ice on the ice surface. There is also a pool in the center of the field. Because all the ice Pokémon in Price's hand have water type, a pool is specially prepared on the field for his Pokémon to swim. It must be said that the later the gym owner is, the more favorable the venue they choose is for themselves. No wonder the gym battle rules set by the Alliance do not allow gym owners to replace Pokémon, otherwise, not many trainers can participate in the Alliance conference. Seema walked to the command area and changed into a professional referee uniform. This Lady Seema is an official referee certified by the Alliance and can serve as a referee for the open competition. Then let's start the gym challenge now. There are 2 Pokémon that can be used. When both Pokémon of one side lose their combat ability, the game is over. In the game, only the challenger is qualified to replace Pokémon, and the gym trainer is not. Then, the game begins. Then Gary and Price threw the Pokeballs in their hands. Go, White Sea Master. Although Price is old, he looks very capable and throws the Pokeball very powerfully. Great. LV42 White Sea Master / Gym. KH. White Sea Master came out of the Pokémon and immediately jumped into the pool in the center of the venue. The Pokémon sent by Gary is Magnezone, because he knows that Price will take advantage of the venue. Magnezone has electric type, so the Pokémon hiding in the pool will become a living target. Electric Pokémon. Price frowned and immediately realized that Gary in front of him was not a normal trainer. He used the wrong Pokémon, but as a gym owner, he was not qualified to replace Pokémon unless he voluntarily admitted defeat, but Price would not do that now. Magnezone, use gravity. Gary ordered. Magnezone manipulates the magnetic force of the field, and the eyeball in the center of the body emits psychic, and an invisible gravity field covers the field, but this gravity has no effect on Magnezone. Because Magnezone uses gravity through magnetic fields, and Pokémon that can manipulate magnetism can easily resist such gravity fields. White Sea Master Aurora Beam. Price saw that Gary wanted to trap his White Sea Master in the pool, and launched an attack directly. Yo! White Sea Master half of his body emerged from the water, and shot a beautiful aurora at Magnezone. Thunderbolt. After saying that, Magnezone shot Thunderbolt, and the Golden Thunder tore the Aurora Beam apart. Yo! White Sea Master saw his Aurora Beam being torn apart, and was scared to hide in the water, but Thunderbolt fell directly into the water and spread out instantly, and the White Sea Master hiding underwater was naturally electrocuted. Electric Terrain. Gary was not in a hurry to defeat the White Sea Master. Since the other party was willing to send out weak Pokémon for testing, Gary naturally had to seize the opportunity to set up the venue. Hey! A large amount of electricity burst out from Magnezone's body, spreading outward quickly, and the venue was coated with a layer of golden electricity. Because the venue was an ice surface, the ice surface could reflect light, making the venue look magnificent. The skin of Gary and the other 2 was stained with a layer of gold. White Sea Master, use Sheer Cold. Price took a risk and decided to use a one-hit kill move. Even if it couldn't kill Magnezone instantly, it would cause great damage. The White Sea Master poked his head out, and the ice blue cold air condensed in his mouth. An extremely cold airflow quickly rushed towards Magnezone. Thunderbolt. Magnezone used Thunderbolt again, and the thunder tore through the cold current and hit the White Sea Master again. Yo! The White Sea Master was bathed in lightning, wailing in pain, and soon lay flat on the water. The White Sea Master lost his ability to fight. Magnezone wins. Seema announced immediately. Seema looked at the fallen White Sea Master. She knew that this time's challenger Gary was not normal. Price had met an enemy that he had never met before. 0. Please give me flowers 0. Gary, it seems that your strength is not normal, so I will also be serious. Price's serious face suddenly smiled crookedly, looking a little bit handsome. I couldn't ask for more. Gary was also very curious about Price's strength. From the original plot, Price's Piloswine could fight Ash's Pikachu on PAR. You know, that Piloswine was frozen for decades, and its strength has not changed. It can fight Pikachu on PAR, but Price breeder's Pokemon for decades must be very strong. Go ahead, Lapras. Price threw the Pokeball. Great! Lapras, which looks like a plesiosaur, appeared. Lapras is a very rare Pokemon in the Kanto region, and Price has a lot of them. Just before in the ecological park, Gary saw 4 Lapras. LV55 Lapras 3/Elite. Seeing the level of Lapras, Gary could accept it. It was only level 55, which was slightly higher than the level, but it didn't have much impact. Lapras, use Ice Beam. Knowing Gary's strength, Price was no longer polite. Lapras sprayed a Cianwood-colored beam and quickly shot at Magnezone. Magnezone immediately used Thunderbolt to counterattack. With the blessing of the field and the top-grade magnet, the power of Thunderbolt destroyed the Death Beam, instantly suppressed Ice Beam, and forced it back little by little. Boom! However, Lapras still had some power. Although Ice Beam was suppressed, it finally exploded, but was only damaged by the impact of the explosion. Magnezone saw that Lapras's counter was not his rival, and used Thunderbolt again. Lapras knew that he was not a rival, so he slid quickly on the ice, hid behind an ice rock, avoided the attack of Thunderbolt, and then used Hydro Pump to sneak attack. Magnezone immediately took off, avoided Hydro Pump, and continued to chase Lapras with Thunderbolt, but Lapras moved very fast on the ice, and even the electric moves could not catch up. The main reason was that the ice rock on the ice became Lapras's cover, blocking Magnezone's attack. Magnezone, use Gyro Ball to smash all the ice rocks, Gary ordered. Hey! Magnezone rapid spin, turned into a silver spinning top and rushed quickly on the field, smashing all the ice and rocks. Even if Lapras used Blizzard, he couldn't stop Magnezone's destruction. After wasting a few minutes, Magnezone finally smashed all the ice and rocks on the field. Now, Lapras has no place to hide. Lapras, use Blizzard. Pryce was not panicked and took the initiative to attack. Lapras released Blizzard, and Magnezone also used Thunderbolt. Boom! The two skills collided and exploded directly. The aftermath of the explosion continued to hit the bodies of the two Pokémon. But Magnezone, who has the body of Orberg, will obviously not be affected too much. On the other hand, Lapras is not like that. Although he has a shell, his body can't retract into the shell when it is exposed outside. Most of his body is exposed outside the body, so the impact damage is naturally greater. Magnezone, use Lock On, Gary ordered. The three brains in Magnezone worked frantically, locking on Lapras. Okay, the game is over. At this moment, a scarf was thrown into the field, and Pryce took the initiative to admit defeat. Gary was stunned, a little unbelievable. Although Pryce also admitted defeat in the battle with Ash, that was after Pryce found Piloswine. In this way, Pryce is still the same Pryce as before, but he has become more severe on the outside, and his heart is still as before, caring for his Pokémon very much. The gym trainer took the initiative to admit defeat. The gym challenge is over, and the winner is the challenger Gary. Seema made the final judgment. Mr. Pryce, are you sure you want to admit defeat? Gary still couldn't believe it. He didn't expect Pryce to admit defeat. Your strength has been recognized by me, so there is no need to continue the battle. Pryce said indifferently. It can be seen that Pryce is still the same as when he was young. Even though he was betrayed by Piloswine, he just became soft-hearted and honest. Okay, then admit it. Come back Magnezone. Gary didn't ask any more questions and took Magnezone back. This is the ice badge. Take it. Pryce also took out his own gym badge from his pocket and handed it to Gary. Thank you. Gary took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. After getting the ice badge, Gary left the Mahogany Gym. As for the matter between Pryce and Piloswine, let Ash and the others solve it. Gary came to an open place and taught Ice Punch to learn skills. Although Ice Punch is not Gary's favorite Pokémon, many of his Pokémon can learn it. Gary also teleported Blastoise back and teleported Weevil over, and taught Ice Punch to Weevil. The next gym to be challenged is the Blackthorn Gym in Blackthorn City. The Blackthorn Gym is the strongest gym in the Johto Region Alliance, and uses Dragon-type Pokémon. However, the current Blackthorn Gym leader is Claire, and her strength is naturally far inferior to that of the previous leader. This is a good opportunity to train Weevil's dragon-slaying ability. After all, Weevil is an ice-type Pokémon, and sooner or later he will have to slay a dragon, so let's try Claire, the Dragon Rider. Trainers who specialize in dragon-type Pokémon are called Dragon Riders, no matter which region they are in. Then, Gary replenished supplies in Mahogany Town, and at night he specially asked Gengar to pay attention to the surrounding situation. After all, he intercepted the Rocket Team's Gyarados, and although Gary felt that Professor Solano would not cause trouble for him, he could not guarantee it, so he still had to be vigilant. After a night's rest, the next day, Gary rode a mountain bike to leave Mahogany Town. After riding for a long distance, Gary still didn't find any trace of Team Rocket. It seemed that they had given up on getting the Gyarados back. 3 days later, Gary and his Pokémon were taking a nap after lunch. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly sounded, startling Gary and his Pokémon. Huh! Gary looked in the direction of the support, and saw soaring in the sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds, and lightning was constantly drilling in and out of the clouds like Loach normal. This weather is too abnormal. The dark clouds appeared suddenly, which is definitely not a natural phenomenon. The only Pokémon that can cause such a large-scale weather change is legendary Pokémon. Could it be Raikou? Gary frowned. He remembered that there was a legend of Raikou in the anime spin-off. The protagonists in the story were Jimmy, Vincent, and Marina. If we calculate the time, it is about this period. Everyone come in. Gary took back all the Pokémon outside and planned to join in the fun. Zapdos, take me over. Gary released lightning and jumped directly onto Zapdos' back. Zapdos flapped dual wing beat, jumped lightly, and flew quickly to the dark clouds. There is an advantage of flying on Zapdos, that is, you don't have to worry about being struck by lightning in thunderstorms. Zapdos can control the lightning in the thunder. Soon, Thunderbird took Gary to the area covered by dark clouds. From the outside, he saw a purple energy shield that trapped Raikou. 2 teenagers were confronting 2 members of Team Rocket. Really? Seeing this, Gary knew that he had encountered the legendary Raikou plot by chance. However, it is better to arrive early than to arrive late. The other party did not notice him at all. Gengar, come out. Gary said. Gengar came out from Gary's shadow. Gary jumped directly onto Gengar and said to Zapdos, Zapdos, see that machine? The crystal on that machine can absorb all electricity. Remember not to use electric skills. Zapdos nodded. Don't worry about the machine crystal. Get rid of the rockets first. Attack the 2.2 robots and use Brave Bird, Gary ordered. Zapdos immediately rose into the dark clouds, and Gary lay on Gengar and slowly approached. On the battlefield, Raikou had been knocked down by the crystal device. Jimmy and Marina were fighting hard with the two Pokémon of the rockets and were at a disadvantage for a while. Just surrender. You two are not our rival, Person said disdainfully. He thought the two little ghosts were very powerful, but they turned out to be mediocre. If it weren't for the crystal device trapping Raikou, a random lightning bolt would kill Jimmy and Marina's Pokémon instantly. Impossible, I will definitely rescue Raikou. Jimmy will not give up, especially knowing that the opponent is Team Rocket. He will not hand Raikou over to them. Fight to the last. Basha said disdainfully. Steelix, use sharp stones to attack. De-Nei. Steelix swung his tail and hit the ground hard. Stone pillars emerged from the broken ground. The next moment, the ground under Typhlosion shattered, and a stone pillar lifted it up to the sky. Byaku. Typhlosion wailed and fell to the ground. His body twitched and he couldn't stand up for a while. Typhlosion. Jimmy was worried about Typhlosion's injury, but he didn't have time to care about it. After all, the rockets in front of him would not let him check Typhlosion's injury. What a waste of time. Pusin, catch Raikou quickly. Basha said disdainfully. He thought the boy in front of him had some strength, but Typhlosion was defeated in 2 moves. Okay. Pusin didn't want to waste time either, so he immediately operated the machine and prepared to capture Raikou. However, at this critical moment, a cry resounded through the sky, and a fiery red figure rushed out from the dark clouds and fell rapidly. Zapdos, whose whole body was covered with red energy, aimed at the robot operated by Pusin. What? Zapdos. Pusin was also startled. He didn't expect that the crystal device would attract Zapdos. He immediately shouted, Skarmory, stop Zapdos quickly. Gah! Zapdos immediately flew towards soaring in the sky and used his body to resist Zapdos. The two sides collided with each other, and Skarmory was directly bounced away. Zapdos rushed towards Pusin with undiminished power and hit the machine driven by Pusin. The robot under fierce attack had arcs everywhere and trembled violently. Damn it! Pusin was electrocuted by the current from the robot and immediately jumped off the robot. Zapdos. Jimmy was also shocked. He didn't expect Zapdos to appear suddenly. Basha frowned, but immediately figured out a problem. The crystal device is not specifically aimed at Raikou. It can target any electric Pokémon. As long as Zapdos uses electric skills, the outflowing electricity will be absorbed by the crystal device. The only system that controls the crystal device is on the robot. Now that the robot is destroyed, the crystal device will start the black hole mode and continue to absorb the surrounding electricity. Even if Zapdos does not use electric skills, it will be useless. Jimmy, Marina, I didn't expect to see you here. A voice came from above. Jimmy and others looked up at the same time and saw a Gengar landing, and a teacher-like boy was sitting on the back of Gengar. Basho and Pusin didn't know Gary, but they judged that Zapdos's appearance was not attracted by the crystal device, but was related to the boy on Gengar's back. Gary. Jimmy and Marina exclaimed at the same time. They never expected Gary to appear here. Seeing that they were close to the ground, Gary jumped off Gengar's back and landed safely. At the same time, Zapdos also flew to Gary's side, indicating that Zapdos and Gary were in the same group. Zapdos. Gary. Jimmy was stunned. He only knew that Gary was a very strong trainer, but he didn't expect that Gary could even subdue Zapdos. Ouch. A tiger roar came, and Raikou, who was originally trapped by the energy shield, was suddenly absorbed by the crystal device. The electricity in his body was constantly absorbed by the crystal decorate, and the purple crystal on it completely turned black. What's going on? Marina asked puzzled. It was Zapdos who destroyed the robot operating the device. The crystal device is set to automatically complete the goal. If the operating system is destroyed, it will automatically operate. Now the crystal device will completely absorb the electricity in Raikou's body. Basha said. What will happen then? Jimmy asked. When the electricity in the body of an electric Pokémon is completely absorbed, it will be in a near-death contest condition, and then you can capture Raikou directly. Basha said. Capture Raikou? Do you think I don't exist? Gary casually opened all the Pokémon on his waist. Alakazam, Magnezone, Weevil, Gyarados appeared one after another, all facing Bashu, Pusin, and others. Jimmy and Marina were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Gary to carry so many Pokémon on him, all of which were final evolution Pokémon. The daily food expenses for these Pokémon are not small, so normal trainer can only carry 3 main Pokémon when going out. If he carries 6 Pokémon, the logistics preparation will be very troublesome. This is also why the rockets move so fast, because they carry fewer Pokémon. They don't need to prepare too many supplies, and it is more convenient to move. For people with 6 Pokémon on their body, the Pokémon are basically in baby form, otherwise it will take a lot of time to prepare feed. Son, retreat. Basho immediately ordered. Steelix, use Dig. Steelix immediately used Dig, and Psun also cooperated by throwing a smoke bomb. Zapdos blows away the smoke. Gary said. Zapdos fanned dual wing beat to blow away the smoke, and Basho and Sun's figures disappeared. Only ground broke a hole, obviously escaping from underground. Although we can catch up, but Raikou in front of us is being madly absorbed by the crystal device. We must not ignore it. Gary, how can we save Raikou? Jimmy asked hurriedly. This crystal device can absorb lightning, not only Raikou's electricity, but also any electricity from electric Pokémon. According to the original plot, the energy passport will be attacked by the outside world, and after 443 electricity is absorbed, it will explode. Because Raikou has been running around, the electricity in his body has long been insufficient. It is unlikely to expect Raikou's electricity to fill the crystal. Zapdos, create a thundercloud, aim all the lightning at the crystal device, and then use the Zap Cannon to attack. Gary immediately ordered, Gengar, Alakazam, Gyarados, Magnezone, listen to my instructions. When I say attack, you all use Thunderbolt at the same time, and gather energy first. All the Pokémon nodded and began to gather energy. A cry came from soaring in the sky, and Zapdos condensed a Zap Cannon and hit the crystal device below, and the lightning in the thundercloud also struck downwards. #9. Gary gave an order, and Gengar, Alakazam, Gyarados, and Magnezone fired Thunderbolt at the same time. The crystal device sensed the external power and immediately began to absorb it. The terrifying power of heaven and earth, plus the power of many Pokémon, directly filled the power inside the crystal. Instantly, several cracks appeared on the dark crystal surface, and the stored power inside leaked out, instantly becoming ineffective. The surrounding energy passports dissipated, and Raikou fell from the crystal device. Gary hurried to check on Raikou. Raikou fell into a severe coma, contest condition, and was not far from dying. He had to be sent to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Novel image. Where is the Pokémon Center around here? Gary asked. I know, there's one over there. Jimmy pointed to the direction behind him. They came from the Pokémon Center. Gary nodded, took out an Ultra Ball, and put Raikou in it. Gary, what are you doing? Jimmy and Marina were confused. Shouldn't they send Raikou to treatment? How did you take out the Pokeball to capture him? Don't get me wrong, Raikou is too heavy, and it's too troublesome to move it. Putting it in the Pokeball will make it easier to transport. After Raikou is treated, it will leave by itself. Gary explained. Jimmy and Marina had nothing to say about the reason given by Gary. Gary was right. Putting a Pokemon into a Pokeball is not a real capture. It can only be tamed. During the explanation, the Ultra Ball stopped shaking, indicating that the capture was successful. Ding! Task released. Conquer the 3 sacred beasts of Ho-Oh-Guard/rewards. For every one of the 3 sacred beasts conquered, you will be rewarded with Gold Bottle Cap X1. For all conquered, you will be rewarded with God's Crown X1 and Master Rare Candy X10. Ding! Conquer Raikou, one of the 3 sacred beasts of Ho-Oh-Guards, and the reward has been distributed to the Space Backpack. The system immediately released the task, which was similar to the task released when conquering the 3 sacred birds, and the reward was the same. Gary immediately picked up the Pokeball, put the Pokémon except Zapdos and Gengar into the Pokeball, then jumped onto Zapdos and flew quickly in the direction Jimmy pointed. Jimmy and Marina could only run back. Gary took advantage of this gap to look at the male's attribute. Pokémon, Raikou. Attribute, Electricity. Level, 80. Potential, Legend. Ability, Pressure. When rival uses skills, it will consume more energy. Skills, Leer, Charge, Depth, Click, Quick Attack, Spark, Bite, Calm Mind, Roar, Thunderfang, Howl, Crunch, Extrasensory, Release, Reflect, Rain Dance, Thunder, Zap Cannon. Intimacy, 110, maximum value 255. Gary was quite surprised that Raikou had a high intimacy with him. I remember that in the original book, Raikou's favorability towards humans was not high. When Jimmy saved it for the first time, it didn't look good to Jimmy. It was only after being rescued for the second time that it was sure that Jimmy wanted to help it that it became more docile. It seems that after Raikou was absorbed by the crystal device this time, Raikou saw that Gary saved it, so the density was so high. Gary was not sure whether Raikou was willing to follow him, so he taught him all the skills he could first. Even if Raikou was unwilling to follow him, it was good to have a good relationship with the legendary Pokémon. Raikou's skill pool was still very broad. Gary taught Raikou 8 skills and raised his intimacy to 190. This intimacy might make Raikou willing to follow him. Raikou, who was level 80, was absolutely terrifying and could definitely compete with all the current champions of trump card Pokémon. Zapdos quickly came to the nearby Pokémon Center, and regardless of the gazes of the people around him, he quickly entered the Pokémon Center and handed Raikou to Joy for treatment. Joy was also confused. She didn't understand how a teenager could capture Raikou, but she knew that Raikou was a legendary Pokémon, so she didn't dare to delay and quickly prepared a highest standard entourage room for Raikou. Gary stayed outside and observed Raikou's contest condition through the glass window. About 10 minutes later, Jimmy and Marina also came over. Gary, is Raikou okay? Mikey asked about Raikou's condition as soon as he arrived. It's okay, he is slowly absorbing power and recovering. I believe he will wake up soon, Gary said. Jimmy and Marina finally felt relieved after hearing Gary's answer. Then, the three of them talked about their recent trips and why they came here. Marina only wanted to be a celebrity and had no interest in being a trainer. She just ran around and went wherever she could. As for coming here, it was naturally because she knew that Jimmy and Vincent were going to participate in this silver conference, so she came to watch the game. Jimmy was going to Blackthorn City to collect badges, but before collecting badges, he fought in the suburbs to improve the strength of his Pokémon. It must be said that Jimmy's growth rate is very fast. After not seeing him for a while, his Typhlosion level has grown to level 42, which is enough to show his edge at the Alliance Conference. However, it is still very difficult to enter the top 16. After all, Gary doesn't know which Pokémon Jimmy has captured so far. The last time he fought with Jimmy only used Beedrill and Donphan, plus Typhlosion, a total of only 3 Pokémon. While everyone was chatting, Raikou woke up. He wanted to resist, but when he saw Gary and the other two outside through the window, he gave up the struggle and lay down on the bed to rest. Raikou is awake, I'll go call Joy over. Marina immediately ran to call Joy. Joy rushed over immediately after learning that Raikou had woken up, and wanted to conduct a comprehensive examination of Raikou, but was warned by Raikou with a grin. Raikou, Nurse Joy just wants to check your physical condition, no harm. Jimmy said. Raikou didn't believe Jimmy's persuasion, and still maintained a very vigilant attitude. Gary also walked in, ignoring Raikou's grin, and took the initiative to walk in front of Raikou and said, Raikou, don't worry, these machines are not crystal devices, they can help you restore the electricity in your body, you should be able to feel it. After hearing Gary's words, Raikou calmed down and stopped grinning. Seeing this, Gary continued, Nurse Joy, how to use these testing tools, let me check Raikou. Okay, I'll tell you. Joy told Gary how to use the testing equipment. Raikou's injuries have actually recovered, and he just needs to check it out. The testing equipment is also very simple to use. Joy said it once and Gary used it. Jimmy and Marina watched from the side, envious in their hearts. They didn't understand why Raikou only got close to Gary when they both helped to rescue Raikou. Raikou is indeed a legendary Pokémon. When his physical strength is restored, his power is also restored quickly. In just half an hour, the power in Raikou's body is fully restored, so Raikou plans to leave. Joy is still a little worried, but she can't stop Raikou. Gary didn't stop Raikou from leaving, and took the initiative to take Raikou out of the back door of the Pokémon Center. Raikou, next time you see Amethyst, don't use electric skills indiscriminately. Gary reminded. Although the crystal device was destroyed, there is no guarantee that the rocket force will not create another one. Ouch. Raikou seemed very dissatisfied with Gary's exposure of his shortcomings. He roared in dissatisfaction, jumped a few times, entered the woods, and disappeared. Jimmy and Marina both had relieved smiles on their faces and watched Raikou leave. Jimmy, Marina, you continue to spend your honeymoon here. I'm going to Blackthorn City first. Gary didn't plan to stay here any longer. He took out the mountain bike and prepared to leave. What are you talking about? Marina said shyly. Jimmy also blushed and remained silent. These two people obviously like each other, but they just don't want to point out the relationship. Young people are used to this kind of pulling back and forth. Bye. Gary waved and rode away on his mountain bike. Jimmy and Marina stood side by side, both of them turned their heads to the side, not daring to look at each other's faces. After a long time, the two of them finally calmed down and went back to the Pokémon Center to rest. Both of their Pokémon had experienced battles and were seriously injured, needing to rest before they could be sold. A week later, at 070, Gary finally arrived at Blackthorn City, a small town cut into the mountains. Blackthorn City is called a city, but it is actually a small town, a very quiet town. Because of the Dragon's Den, most of the trainers here are dragon trainers. There is also a Master of Skills in Blackthorn City. Gary plans to let Charizard learn Blast Burn, so it's a good opportunity to learn here. But before learning the fire skills, he got the last badge first. After settling down at the Pokémon Center, Gary called Professor Oak to report his safety, and teleported Magnezone over and Charizard in. Anyway, there are still 2 months before the start of the Silver Conference. Gary plans to stay in Blackthorn City and wait for Charizard to master Blast Burn before setting off for Silver Town, which is just right for him to wait for Ash and the others. According to the time calculation, Ash and the others should have arrived in Mahogany Town, and Ash also needs to speed up. Alas, it's a pity that Raikou still doesn't want to follow me. Gary looked at the mountain behind him and felt very sorry that Raikou didn't follow him. Originally, he thought that the intimacy of 190 XJ would be enough for Raikou to follow him, but in these 7 days, Gary didn't even see Raikou's hair, which shows that he likes Oyuzukin more. But it doesn't matter, at least the task issued by the system was triggered, and a gold bottle cap was obtained. For this, Gary's gold bottle cap reached 5, and Gary used one on Zapdos to increase its potential to the legendary level. After resting for a night in the Pokémon Center, the next day, Gary came to the entrance of the Smoker's Pavilion. Blackthorn Gym is a little different from other gyms. The gym building is not like a gym, but a huge castle. Gary came to the door, and the system also issued a task. Ding! Issued task, get the Smoke Gym Badge / reward, High Level Rare Candy X6, Dragon Pulse Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Quality Dragon Fang, Dragon Type Skill Power increased by 50%, X1. Dragon Type. Seeing the task reward Dragon Fang, Gary found that he had been a trainer for almost 2 years, and he had not even captured a single Dragon Type Pokémon. I heard that there are many Dragon-type Pokémon in Dragon's Den, but unfortunately these Pokémon are prepared for the trainers of Blackthorn City, and Gary, an outsider, is not qualified to capture them. Young man, what are you doing standing at the door? At this time, an old man in the Iron Gate came over and asked. The old man is the gym manager and the housekeeper of Claire's family. His name is Cabu. He was cleaning the door of the gym, and he saw Gary standing at the door of the gym in a daze, not ringing the doorbell, and didn't know what the other party was going to do. Hello, my name is Gary, and I'm here to challenge the Smoke Gym. Gary responded. Is that so? Then come with me, the lady is in the gym. Cabu saw that Gary was a trainer, and took Gary into the gym. Entering the battlefield in the gym, a blue-haired woman was on the field. Miss, a trainer is here to challenge the gym. Cabu said. Claire turned around and saw Gary, and asked, since you are here to challenge the gym, tell me about your background. My name is Gary, from Kanto region, I am here to challenge your gym, can you have a gym match with me? Gary responded. From Kanto region, it's quite close, but you came at the right time. If you came a few days later, I wouldn't be in the gym. Claire said. What do you mean? Gary asked puzzled. The lady is a member of the Yulong family. The family has to perform a purify ceremony every 3 years. If you were 2 days later, you would have to wait a little longer. Cabu explained. Gary thought of a ritual that the Yulong family had. He remembered that it was a baptism of a dragon fang. That dragon fang was very special. It was a tooth of a dragon-type Pokémon. It didn't look like the teeth of an ordinary dragon-type Pokémon, but it looked a bit like the teeth of Rayquaza. Then I'm really lucky. Can we start the gym battle? Gary asked. You can start, but before you start, I need to see how many badges you have collected. To challenge the Smoky Gym, you need to have the other 7 gym badges in the Kanto region to be eligible for the challenge. Claire reminded. Gary silently took out the badge box and opened it. There were 7 gym badges in the Kanto region inside, and the only one missing was the Smoky Gym badge. You actually collected 7 badges. Not bad. I agree to fight with you. Claire nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Claire's big posture, Gary was very curious about Claire's strength. Although Claire's strength was not as good as her grandfather, in the original plot, Gary defeated Claire with Snorlax, Pikachu, and Charizard. You know, when traveling in the Johto region, the 3 strongest Pokémon in Ash's hand were Pikachu, Charizard and Snorlax, which shows that Claire's strength is very abnormal. Just from the task rewards released by the system this time, it can be judged that Claire must have the strength of the quasi-elite level. Then let me be the referee. Cabu walked to the command area and announced, Gary will conduct the Smoky Gym Challenge. There are 3 Pokémon that can be used in this competition. The challenger has the qualification to replace Pokémon, but the gym owner does not. Now please send your Pokémon. Let you see my Pokémon first, Kingdra, go. Claire sent out the Pokeball first with grace. Great. The Pokeball opens, a ball of white light falls into the water, and the seahorse-like Kingdra reveals its true form. LV52 Kingdra 3/Elite. As expected of the last gym, the first Pokémon is so strong. Gary expected Claire to send out a Pokémon of quasi-elite level, but he didn't expect it to be the first one. This Claire didn't disgrace his grandfather's reputation, she still has something. This is your first gym battle, go ahead. Gary threw the Pokeball in his hand. Great. A huge monster fell into the water, and Kingdra was also frightened when she saw the Pokémon sent by Gary. What? Red, different colored Gyarados. Claire was surprised, she didn't expect to see different colored Gyarados. As a dragon-type Pokémon trainer, Claire naturally likes Gyarados very much, and even bred one herself. Oh, what a big body, much bigger than Mrs. Gyarados. Cabu was also amazed. Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Gary was not polite and took the lead to launch an attack. Gyarados rushed towards the pool. The venue was a normal pool. The pool was not large, so Kingdra had no chance to dodge. Kingdra, use Hydro Pump. Claire ordered hurriedly. Kingdra spit up Hydro Pump, but the power of Hydro Pump was not enough to stop Gyarados. Gyarados rushed into the pool and rushed to Kingdra with a tail swing. The sharp ice teeth bit Kingdra's body, and the hit part immediately formed a layer of ice. Kingdra, use Swift. Claire counterattacked immediately. Kingdra played Swift, but Gyarados was not afraid at all. He used Aqua Tail, assists huge body to smash Swift, and also pumped Kingdra to the shore. Kingdra on the shore couldn't move flexibly, and could only move by jumping, and the speed was touchingly slow. However, Claire did not intend to play a flexible tactic and immediately ordered, Twister. Kingdra sent a Twister to attack Gyarados. The Twister quickly enveloped Gyarados and continuously caused damage to Gyarados' body, trapping Gyarados for a while. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance in the opposite direction, and then use Twister to counterattack. Gary ordered. Hearing the sound, Gyarados immediately covered it, turned himself around, used Dragon Dance, and used Twister at the same time. The 2 Twisters suddenly merged into one, forming a larger Twister, rushing out of the pool, and approaching Kingdra in a few blinks. Kingdra used Hydro Pump to block it, but Hydro Pump was directly bounced off by Twister, and Kingdra was also hit by Twister and flew out backwards. Bang! Kingdra hit a stone pillar on one side and fell to the ground, his eyes spinning in circles. Seeing Kingdra fall, Gyarados also stopped Twister. Kingdra loses the ability to fight, Gyarados wins. Cabu said. Kingdra lost unfairly, because of the limitation of the venue, he could not play his own advantages. If it was a completely water venue, Kingdra would at least not be defeated so quickly. Kingdra, come back. Claire took back Kingdra and looked at Gyarados again. I have to say that the red Gyarados is too handsome. Any trainer who likes Gyarados can't resist the fatal attraction of the big red ferocious. Gyarados, leave it to you. Claire sent out the second Pokémon. Great! A blue Gyarados appeared and fell into the water. The two Gyarados confronted each other, all looking at each other fiercely, as if they would fight in the next second. LV54 Gyarados/Elite. Claire's Gyarados is female, with white whiskers extending from both sides of the mouth, and is also Arnold's size than Gary's Gyarados. Gyarados, come back. Gary took out the Pokeball and took back the Gyarados. Although Gyarados can continue to fight, the appearance does not want to win 3 games with 1, and other Pokemon must also have a chance to play. Gengar, you go. Gary said. Gengar. Gary's shadow suddenly raised a head, and a Gengar came out of it, jumped lightly, and jumped into the field. Gengar. Claire was surprised, mainly because Gary's shadow actually hid 10 Gengars. Claire breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Gary's Gyarados was too strong, and Claire really couldn't guarantee that her Gyarados could win. Gyarados, use Dragon Breath. Claire launched an attack. Gyarados opened his mouth and spit up a large piece of green dragon breath like a flame, leaving no room for Gengar to escape. Shadow Ball. Gary ordered, and Gengar quickly condensed Shadow Ball and fired it. Shadow Ball was like a baseball, unstoppable, and easily penetrated Dragon Breath. 0 flowers. Boom! The Shadow Ball hit Gyarados' jaw and exploded directly, interrupting the spray of Dragon Breath. This Claire was really inconsiderate, letting Gyarados use special attack moves to attack. Isn't this asking for trouble? Gengar's special attack species strength is 130, Gyarados' species strength is only 60, more than double the difference, not to mention that Gengar's Shadow Ball also has this attribute bonus, plus the improvement of the top grade spell tag. Shadow Ball has a power of 160. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Claire also reacted immediately and used physical attack skills to attack. Gyarados swung his body, cleared the water, and a layer of water was wrapped around his tail, and the tail was whipped towards Gengar. Front attack, Thunderbolt. Gary ordered. 0. Gengar. Gengar's whole body was emitting sparks, and he shot a golden lightning towards Gyarados, regardless of Gyarados' Aqua Tail. Snap, roar. The two side skills hit each other, and Gengar was directly blown out of the field and hit the wall. Gyarados was bathed in lightning and suffered severe damage. In an instant, Gyarados' huge body fell to the ground, his eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness. Gyarados lost his ability to fight, and Gengar won. Cabu announced. He actually knows electric skills. Claire said in surprise. Although Gengar is strong, he is not necessarily Gyarados' rival. Gyarados knows Crunch, and as long as he can hit Gengar, he will definitely deal a heavy blow. Claire originally planned to let Gengar take it lightly, wear him down first, and then use Crunch to decide the winner. As a result, Gengar actually knows Thunderbolt, which Claire did not expect. Gyarados has both water and flying attributes. Electric moves can cause 4 times the damage to Gyarados. Even if Gyarados has a high special defense, it cannot withstand 4 times the damage. Come back. Claire is no longer as confident as she was at the beginning. She becomes serious and takes Gyarados back. Gary is also curious about what Claire's third Pokémon will be. According to the original plot, Claire also has a Dragonair, but it is only a Dratini and has not evolved yet. Claire has seen Gary's strength and will definitely not send Dratini to the field. She will send other Pokémon. Claire's grandfather's Dragonite has not yet recognized Claire and cannot be commanded, so Claire's third Pokémon should send out a Pokémon that Gary does not know. Charizard, I'm counting on you in the end. Claire threw the Pokeball. Great! A Charizard that walks on 2 legs and looks like a Western dragon appeared. Charizard? Gary was embarrassed to see that the Pokémon Claire sent out was Charizard. From this point of view, except for Kingdra, which has Dragon type, the other 2 Pokémon sent out by Claire are not Dragon Pokémon. Claire is also a pseudo-dragon trainer like her cousin. LV56 Charizard 3/Elite. The Pokémon in Claire's hands have high potential and all start at Elite. Could this Charizard also be from Charizard Valley? Gary thought to himself. 8087. Claire and GK are best friends, and Claire's Charizard is most likely captured from Charizard Valley. Gary originally wanted Weevil to fight, but Claire sent Charizard as her last Pokémon, so Weevil is obviously not suitable to play anymore. Gengar, come back. Gary said. Gengar wanted to continue fighting, but when Gary said so, he withdrew from the battle, returned to Gary, and lurked in Gary's shadow. Claire frowned. Gary changed Pokémon so frequently, obviously wanting to defeat her. Suddenly, Claire felt a little angry. Anyway, Blackthorn Gym is also the strongest gym in Johto region. Since the opponent dared to challenge with the mentality of winning, it was too disrespectful to his own gym. So no matter what, Claire must defeat the Pokémon sent by Gary and must not humiliate the reputation of her own gym. Since it's Charizard, let's have a Charizard fight. Gary took a Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. Great! A Charizard that is even taller than Claire's Charizard appeared. This Charizard. Claire saw Gary's Charizard and immediately felt familiar. I captured this Charizard in Charizard Valley. It is the strongest Charizard in it. Gary said. What? You went to Charizard Valley? Claire was shocked. She also wanted to capture the strongest Charizard in Charizard Valley, but it was not rival, so she had to choose another Charizard. Unexpectedly, Gary actually captured the strongest Charizard in Charizard Valley, and they met again and became rival. Roar. Charizard roared, and it also recognized Claire's Charizard. In Charizard Valley, Claire's Charizard also performed well. Roar. Seeing the strongest Charizard in the valley, Claire's Charizard also gave a resounding response. Charizard, let your seniors see how much you have grown now. Use Dragon Claw. Claire ordered. Roar. Claire's Charizard deployed dual wing beat and rushed towards Gary's Charizard, with the power of dragon lingering on her claws, forming a pair of energy dragon claw to attack. Go to the sky, use air slash. Gary ordered. Charizard flew into the sky, avoiding rival's sucker punch. Claire's Charizard stopped charging and immediately looked up at the sky, only to see wind blades falling from the sky. Claire's Charizard immediately waved Dragon Claw to crush the wind blades. As soon as it came into contact, Claire's Charizard felt the power of the wind blades and used all her strength to crush one wind blade. The subsequent wind blades fell one after another, instantly submerging Claire's Charizard. A cloud of dust rose up, and when the dust cleared, Claire's Charizard was seen with scars left by the wind blade all over his body. This single blow had severely injured Charizard. There was still a gap between Elite and Quasi-Elite, and the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. Shadow Claw. Gary ordered. Charizard leaned down, and Claire's Charizard immediately sped up to block the flames, but the flames were easily torn in half by Charizard's Shadow Claw, which mercilessly pounded on Claire's Charizard and knocked it out. Gary's Charizard took advantage of the victory and jumped up to catch up with the blown Charizard, and pressed Claire's Charizard to the ground with a body slam. Bang! Claire's Charizard was hit hard continuously and finally fell down. The game is over, and the winner is the challenger Gary. Cabu announced reluctantly. Cabu thought it would be a very exciting game, but he didn't expect his young lady to be completely suppressed by Gary. Claire was very dissatisfied after losing the game. There was nothing wrong with losing, but the key was that she lost too badly. This Gary was really unkind and deliberately wanted to defeat her. Seeing that Claire was slow to speak, Gary took back Charizard and asked, Miss Claire, can you give me the badge? Claire took a deep breath. She was no longer a little Stephanie. She couldn't act on impulse. She calmed down and took out her own gym badge and said, This is the Rising Badge, the proof of defeating the Blackthorn Gym. Thank you. Gary thanked and took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. The reward has been sent to the space backpack. Ding. Task released. Get Silver Conference Champion / rewards. Intermediate Rare Candy X10. Advanced Rare Candy X10. Bronze Crown X1. Silver Crown X1. Gold Bottle Cap X1. Ability Enhancement Stone X3. Note. Use Pokemon that has not participated in the Alliance Conference to win the Silver Conference Champion. All rewards will be doubled. Gary was stunned for a moment. The task released by the system this time is a bit special, with an additional condition of doubling the reward. That is, Pokemon that have participated in the Alliance Conference cannot be used in this Silver Conference. That is, the Pokemon that Gary used in the Indigo Plateau Conference cannot be used in the Silver Conference. Once used, the reward will not be doubled. Gary is a bit troubled. This time, he will meet Ash in the top 16 of the Silver Conference. According to the original plot, the two had a fierce all-member battle. In the end, Gary's Blastoise lost to Ash's 2.1 Charizard and went on to the top 6. If this requirement is met, Blastoise and Banjura will be unusable, causing Gary to lose 2 generals. Gary can't remember which Pokemon he used at the Alliance Conference. He quickly returns to the Pokemon Center and searches for the game recordings of the previous Indigo Plateau Conference online to see how many of his Pokemon have been banned. The game recordings can be found on the Kanto Alliance's official website. The complete game recordings of the champions will be saved. Gary is the last Quartz Conference champion, so all the game recordings are naturally saved. Gary quickly browsed through them and found that there were 10 Pokemon used at the Indigo Plateau Conference, namely Blastoise, Executor, Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus, Pidgeot, Forsaken, Aerodactyl, Banjura, Zapdos, Eevee, and Arcanine. It's such a headache. The 10 Pokemon used at the Indigo Plateau Conference are all Gary's main Pokemon, and their levels are relatively high, especially the strongest Blastoise, Banjura, and Zapdos, which cannot be used. You should know that this time at the Silver Conference, Ash will use Kanto Region Breeder Pokemon. Under Gary's intentional or unintentional training, Ash's current strength is 1 level stronger than the original. The Pokemon of Kanto Region Breeder before Ash are naturally not weak. The last time they parted at Silver Rock Island, Ash's Pikachu was already level 58. It is estimated that by the time they reach the Silver Conference, it is very likely to reach level 60 and enter the Elite level. Gary's other Pokemon are also not weak. Charizard and Snorlax must have the strength of the Quasi-Elite level, not to mention Yayu who defeated Ash. Even if Yayu only stopped at the top 4 of the Silver Conference, it means that the players of the Silver Conference are 1 level stronger than the players at the Indigo Plateau Conference in terms of overall strength. The one who defeated Yayu trainer John is the champion 02 player of the Silver Conference, but this guy was able to win because Ash severely injured Yayu's Blaziken and he did not recover before the game, otherwise John would not have had a chance to win the championship. He is a lucky guy. Although the main Pokemon was banned, it did not have much impact. Gary had more than 30 Pokemon, which was enough to deal with the Silver Conference. But Gary was thinking about whether the tasks issued by the system in the Alliance Conference he would challenge in the future would also have such requirements. Then the Pokemon used by Silverwood Gold and Quartz Big Gold could not be used again. Then go to Sinnoh region to participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference. How to deal with the Beastman. From the battle between Ash and the Beastman, the strength of the Pokemon in the Beastman's hand is at the elite level. It's still a little short of the championship level. Therefore, this Silver Conference, Gary must try to use fewer Pokemon to win the championship, otherwise there will be no Pokemon to use in the Alliance Conference in the future. After determining which Pokemon were banned, Gary went to Blackthorn in the afternoon, the house where the skill teaching master of the city lives. Arrived at the door of the skill teaching master's room, Gary looked at the house in front of him. It was a very simple house. Compared with the witch's mansion in Caei Islands, it was very different. This made Gary doubt the level of this skill master. Gary went forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? An old voice came from the door, and then the door opened. A hunchbacked old man stood in the door. The old man looked very old, at least 80 years old. Hello, Grandpa, are you a skill master? Gary asked. Yes. The old man nodded slightly and said, from your appearance, you are not from the town, right? My name is Gary, from Pallet Town in Kanto region. I heard that there is a master of ultimate skill teaching in Blackthorn City, so I came here to learn. Gary said. The old man nodded and continued, since you are here to learn ultimate skills, you should know that only certain Pokemon can learn them. Which Pokemon do you want to learn? It's Charizard. Charizard, you can learn it. Let your Charizard out for me to see, the old man said. Although the old man looked very mysterious, Gary doubted his teaching ability. After all, the old man was too old. Gary followed the old man's instructions and released Charizard. Oh, seeing Charizard, the old man's slightly narrowed eyes finally opened and commented, your Charizard breeder is good, with high potential, and is qualified to learn Blast Burn. 11. Then Grandpa, when can you start teaching? Gary asked. Although he doubted the old man's ability, there was no other place to learn ultimate skills at the moment. He couldn't go to Caei Islands now. Tomorrow, just pay 2 million. The old man said. 2 million. Gary's eyebrows jumped wildly. It was not that he could not afford the money, but the Caei Islands only charged 1 million, and you asked for 2 million. This is a rip-off. Gary can accept being ripped off, but the premise is that he does not know the price, just treat it as paying an IQ tax. And now Gary knows the teaching fee of the ultimate skill. If you insist on 200 VW, Gary can't stand it. Ultimate skills are difficult to learn, and 2 million is not expensive at all. The old man reminded. Is it 100% guaranteed that you will learn it? Gary asked. No, I will only teach you for 1 month. Whether you can learn it depends on your Pokemon's own luck. The old man said. The Caei Islands only teach ultimate skills for 1 million. Grandpa, you want 2 million, isn't it too expensive? Gary said. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect Gary to have learned from other skill masters, but the old man said calmly, then your Charizard hasn't mastered Blast Burn, which means the skill master you found is not good enough to teach. I went to learn Hydro Cannon, not Blast Burn, and I also learned it. Gary said. The old man sweated profusely, and found that the boy in front of him was not so easy to fool, but he would not lower the price. Salation said, this is my price. If you think it's too expensive, then go to Caei Islands to learn. No need, just learn the 4th level here, Gary said. Just think of it as being cheated. 2 million is not too expensive anyway, and Gary doesn't have time to go to Caei Islands again. Caei Islands are far away from Blackthorn City, and it takes a long time to go back and forth. Moreover, Gary wants to join in the excitement of Celebi, so it is impossible for him to leave 327 Johto region in the near future. Can I pay by credit card? Gary asked. Of course. The old man returned to the room and took out the credit card machine. Gary looked at the number on the credit card machine, swiped the card directly, and paid 2 million. The teaching will start tomorrow. The next day, Gary came to the old man's house as promised. Grandpa, where are we going for training? Gary asked. Learning ultimate skills still requires practice, and this is a city, which is definitely not possible. Come with me. The old man rode his electric bike and took Gary to the northern suburbs of Blackthorn City. In front of a lake, there was a cave similar to a dragon's mouth. When they arrived, Gary was dumbfounded. If he remembered correctly, this was Dragon's Den, which led to the Dragon Sanctuary. Grandpa, this is the Dragon's Den of the Dragon Clan, right? Outsiders are not allowed to approach. Gary asked in confusion. That's for sure, but I'm not an outsider, the old man said. Gary was shocked. He realized that he didn't know the old man's name. Since the other party dared to take him to Dragon's Den, it meant that the old man was a member of the Dragon Clan. Grandpa, are you a member of the Dragon Clan? Gary asked. Of course, my name is Yulongxian. You don't know me, but you want to learn ultimate skills from me, Yulongxian said without a smile. Gary did ask people in Blackthorn City, but he didn't know his name, only his address. I did ask, but no one in the city told you your name. Gary said embarrassedly. That's normal. I'm usually low-key. The younger generation of people go out to work. Young people in the city don't know my name. Yulong Xian said. Then Mr. Yulong plans to teach my Charizard in the Dragon Sanctuary. Gary asked. You think too much. It's just teaching outside. Don't even think about entering the sanctuary. You are not allowed to enter there. Yulong Xian shook his hand. Really? Gary expressed doubt. In the plot, Ash entered the Dragon Sanctuary and fought with the Dragonite in the sanctuary. There was nothing else in the sanctuary except a Dragonite and some wild Pokémon, and many of the wild Pokémon were Dragon-type Pokémon. Gary really wanted to go inside the Dragon Sanctuary, but they didn't allow him to, so Gary naturally wouldn't dare to go in. Then, Yulong Xian took Gary to a mountain wall, asked Gary to release Charizard, explained the key points of Blast Burn skills in detail, and released a Typhlosion. LV75 Typhlosion male sign/champion. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect that Yulong Xian had a champion-level Typhlosion, which was as high as level 75, higher than all the Pokémon in Gary's hands. Sure enough, the old ones are still the best. This Yulong Xian is really good at hiding his strength, but Gary was very surprised. Yulong Xian is obviously a member of the Yulong family. Even if he doesn't breed Dragon-type Pokémon, he has to breed a Pokémon with the name of Dragon. What's going on with this Typhlosion? Although he was doubtful, Yulong Xian's Typhlosion was still very strong. Its size alone was much taller than Jimmy's, and the flames that erupted from it were also very hot, which even aroused Charizard's fighting spirit. Charizard, Typhlosion is your teacher now, remember to respect your teacher. Gary reminded. Roar. Charizard nodded, suppressed his fighting spirit, and decided to have a good fight with Typhlosion after learning Blast Burn. Typhlosion had no idea that Charizard would have such an intention, and it still taught Charizard the key points of the skill with great care and responsibility. Having had the experience of learning ultimate skills once, Gary knew that if Charizard wanted to successfully master Blast Burn, he would need the power of the bond between him and the trainer, and Gary had always been with Charizard. A week passed quickly, and Charizard still hadn't mastered Blast Burn, but he had begun to use Blast Burn, and he believed that it would not take long for him to master it. Yulong Xian, like the witches back then, gave Gary and Charizard some pointers and let them practice near the mountain wall. Every 2 days, he would come to see Gary and Charizard's progress and give them some advice from time to time. On this day, Gary and Charizard were still practicing here. Suddenly, a huge roar came from the other side of the mountain wall. Dragon Sanctuary. Claire was directly repelled by the impact of the explosion. The two Charizards sprayed flames at the same time, blocking Dragonite's destructive death light. Calculating the time, 10 days had passed, and Ash had arrived at Blackthorn City. He had already failed in the challenge once, and now the plot of the Dragon Concubine domain had been triggered. LV80 Dragonite/Quasi Legend. Gary was looking at the smoke and could be sure that the location was the Dragon Sanctuary. There was a Dragonite guarding there, and only the 3 ignorant guys of the rocket team dared to mess with it. Roar. Flamethrower. We can't continue to fight like this. If the flames continue to burn like this, the Dragon Sanctuary will be completely destroyed. Cabu said anxiously. Ash was startled. The situation was urgent just now, and he didn't notice the 2 flamethrowers just now. He immediately followed Claire's gaze, and when he saw Gary, he was surprised and said, Gary. Charizard's mouth blew out colorful dragon energy, a dragon-shaped wave gushed out, and spread its wings to rush towards Dragonite. Charizard landed immediately. Gary jumped to the ground when he saw that the distance was close. He said, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems that you are in trouble. You know each other. Claire was also surprised. She didn't expect that Ash and the others knew Gary. But Claire was very surprised. Gary defeated her a week ago, but she didn't expect him to stay in Blackthorn City. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let Dragonite recover quickly, miss. Dragonite seems to have used outrage and fell into a chaotic contest condition. Cabu interrupted hurriedly. Boom, are you okay? Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Gary ordered. Charizard, let's go and take a look. Gary said, jumping on Charizard's back. The pain felt by the attacked Dragonite made Charizard spit up the destructive death light. Dragonite attacked indiscriminately, flew directly into the sky, used Hurricane to attack Claire's Dragonair, and then began to attack the surrounding forest continuously, carrying out indiscriminate attacks. Qian is good, ABOS. Ash and the others immediately surrounded Claire. Claire was not seriously injured, but was knocked down by the impact. Misty and Xiaogang were also surprised. They didn't expect to meet Gary here. Gary and Ash said in unison, this Dragonite is really strong. No wonder Ash and Claire can't beat this Dragonite together. If this Dragonite didn't come from the chaos-smelling salts, no one could stop it. I'm fine. Is that Charizard? Gary. Claire was fine. She looked up and saw a Charizard soaring in the sky, and a young man kneeled on one knee behind Charizard. Originally, there was Dragonair helping to use Rain Dance to reduce the fire, but Dragonair was just killed by Dragonite and now there is no way to stop the fire. Miss Claire. Wow, potential of Quasi Legend. Level 80. Charizard unfolded the dual wing bead and took off, flying towards the direction of the smoke. The distance was not far, and he soon arrived at the destination. Looking down from above, he saw Ash and his group and Claire facing a Dragonite. Danger! Ash shouted, but it was too late. Fortunately, Charizard behind Ash reacted quickly and immediately sprayed out a flame. At the same time, a flame was sprayed out from soaring in the sky. The two flames hit the destruction light and detonated it. The furious and chaotic Dragonite doesn't care who you are. It gathers an orange beam in its mouth and is ready to shoot it out. Roar! Dragonite, I'm Claire. Claire still wanted to rely on herself to force the Dragonite to calm. Leave it to me. Gary threw a Pokeball casually, and the Pokeball opened in midair, and a golden figure appeared. What? Zapdos. Claire and Cab were stunned. They never thought that Gary actually had Zapdos. Ash and Team Rocket were not surprised. They all knew that Gary had Zapdos. Zapdos, use Rain Dance. Gary ordered. Zapdos cried at soaring in the sky, and dark clouds instantly covered the entire Blackthorn city. Heavy rain fell, and the momentum of the flame was immediately suppressed. The two Charizards were in trouble. They didn't like rainy days. Bah! Dragonite felt the heavy rain and was very manic. He looked at Zapdos unhappily and rushed straight towards Zapdos. Thunder! Zapdos immediately attracted the lightning in the thundercloud. A flash of lightning fell, and boom! With a sound, Dragonite was struck by lightning and fell into the lake below. Splash! The next moment, the lake surged, and Dragonite was surrounded by blue energy, turning into a dragon of light and rushing towards Zapdos, knocking Zapdos away. What are you still standing there for? Attack together! Little 380 Mao urged. This Dragonite is level 80, and Zapdos is only at the champion level. It is not suitable for this Dragonite to fight alone. Okay, Charizard, use Flamethrower. Gyarados, use Dragon Breath. Ash and Claire joined forces to attack. Dragonite's two fists are no match for four hands. Although Ash and Claire's Pokemon can't cause much damage to Dragonite, the frequent attacks will interfere with Dragonite's actions. What's more, Zapdos's strength is not weak. Its electric skills can still hurt Dragonite. Although Dragonite is confused, it has a strong sense of combat. It feels that Zapdos can cause danger to it, so it focuses on Zapdos and beats it. Is this really chaotic? Gary looked at the Dragonite who was staring at Zapdos and felt that Dragonite had recovered and was now deliberately looking for his Zapdos to fight. There is no reason to stare at a confused Pokemon. Bah! Dragonite once again used Dragon Rush, the dragon energy lingering around him, directly deflected the attacks of Pikachu and Charizard, and rushed forward to Zapdos. Zap Cannon! Gary ordered. An Electro Ball condensed in front of Zapdos, and the electricity continued to crush it. The Electro Ball trembled violently and turned into a golden beam, shooting straight at the attacking Dragonite. The Light Dragon collided with the Zap Cannon beam, and the terrifying Light Dragon instantly suppressed Zap Cannon, forcing Zap Cannon back little by little. Ash and others were dumbfounded. It was the first time they saw Gary's Pokemon fall into a disadvantageous situation. What a terrible Dragonite! The Pokemon that Xiaomao bought are not rival. Why don't we run quickly? Yeah, meow. The culprit who caused Dragonite to fall into chaos. The three members of Team Rocket saw that the situation was not good and discussed running away. Boom! Dragonite forced Zap Cannon back and directly knocked Zapdos out. Pikachu! Roar! Pikachu and Gyarados used Thunderbolt and Hydro Pump to attack Dragonite, but Dragonite seemed to be prepared normal, dodged with a flash, opened his mouth and spit up the Destruction Death Light, and the Destruction Death Light directly hit Gyarados, killing him instantly. Roar! Seeing this, Ash's Charizard rushed towards Dragonite quickly, and his sharp claws were covered with a layer of white energy. They suddenly stretched out and used a slash to attack, but Dragonite still dodged Charizard's slash with a flash, and then a tail flicked Charizard smackdown. Boom! Soaring in the sky, a thunderbolt suddenly fell and hit Dragonite directly. Zapdos flew up again. Soaring in the sky, the Dragonite just now rushed didn't defeat Zapdos. Bah! Dragonite saw Zapdos and roared in anger. A layer of red energy lingered all over his body. He rushed towards Zapdos quickly. His speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he quickly came to the side of the lightning bird. With a fist flashing with cold light, he punched Zapdos to the ground. Frozen punch. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect that this Dragonite could even have ice skills. Charizard, Flamethrower. Roar. Zapdos, come back. Gary immediately took out the Pokeball and took back Zapdos in time. Gary ordered immediately. Bah! However, Dragonite still did not stop, and rushed towards Charizard quickly, with lightning flashing on his fist. A roar came, and the tiger roar shook the sky. Boom! Are you really confused? Jengar, Shadow Ball. Come at me. Gary didn't expect that Dragonite was so reckless and actually rushed towards him. But no matter what, Dragonite must be stopped, otherwise Charizard will definitely lose consciousness after being hit by a Thunder Punch. Just now, you knew to use Freeze Punch when fighting Zapdos, and now you know to use Thunder Punch when fighting Charizard. Are you sure this is the performance of a confused contest condition Pokemon? What? Bah! Charizard punched the ground, and the ground on the giant light dragon cracked, and a large amount of flames erupted. The flames touched the light dragon and exploded directly, instantly detonating the giant light dragon. Boom! Jengar! Bang! Success! Gary was immediately happy. Sure enough, only at the critical moment, the Pokemon group would explode. Dragonite wailed in pain, his body fell straight to the ground, His eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness. Gengar condensed a shadow ball and threw it out. Charizard also spit up a fire snake, and the two skills converged and rushed towards the huge light dragon. Roar! Just as Gary was about to speak, a thunderbolt fell and hit Dragonite directly. Charizard was stunned, then nodded, and a lot of heat burst out of his body, and a series of blue flames lingered around him. Charizard accumulated all his strength and poured it into this attack. If he didn't succeed, he would die. After losing its target, the huge light dragon did not disappear. It rushed towards Gary alone. Dragonite saw Gary taking back Zapdos and immediately shifted its target to Gary. Roar! The energy surrounding Dragonite was broken, and Dragon Rush was successfully cracked. After knocking Zapdos away, Dragonite did not stop attacking. He used Dragon Rush to continue chasing Zapdos. Zapdos was still immersed in pain and his body was stabilized. If he was hit by Dragon Rush again, he would definitely be killed. Charizard, use Blast Burn, Gary said. Everyone was shocked. Dragonite, who was unbeatable just now, was suddenly struck by lightning and fell down. The shadow ball was directly bounced off by the light dragon, and the flames were also dispersed. Dragonite was unmatched, and no skills could break through the energy lingering outside the body. Gary, danger! Ash shouted hurriedly. 9. Everyone looked in the direction of the roar, and no one said a word, all looked stunned. The dragon's sanctuary was in the valley, surrounded by mountain walls. On the mountain wall, a golden figure stood on the mountain wall. That's Raikou, Kabu said in surprise. It's Raikou. Ash and the others were also surprised. They had been to Yaju City and knew about the 3 sacred beasts, but they didn't expect to meet Raikou here. Gary was also surprised. He didn't expect Raikou to appear and save him at the critical moment. This guy. Gary breathed a sigh of relief, and was even relieved in his heart. I thought Raikou had left, but I didn't expect this guy to follow me and didn't go far. Seeing that everything here was resolved, Raikou didn't stay for long and jumped down the mountain wall directly, disappearing without a trace. Seeing Raikou gone, Claire reacted immediately and ran over to check Dragonite's injuries. Dragonite was not defeated. When the paralysis was lifted, he showed an innocent look. Looking at everything around him, he suddenly showed a sad expression. This Dragonite is the Pokémon of the previous gym owner. It is a gentle female Dragonite who has been guarding the Dragon Sanctuary. It's okay. It's not your fault. Everything is over. You don't have to blame yourself. Claire comforted. Bah! Dragonite still felt a little guilty, with a face full of resentment. He definitely couldn't come out of it for a while, and needed to spend time to recover. However, the contest condition of Dragonite during the chaos was too fierce. Compared with now, he was completely different. Since everything is settled, we'll leave first. Yay, it's sweet. Bye, meow. The 3 members of Team Rocket ran away immediately after seeing that everything was settled. You guys. Kabu didn't know what to say for a while, and the other party ran too fast. Hey, Dragon Fang. Kabu soon found that the box he brought was missing the Dragon Fang inside. Team Rocket. Ash immediately realized that it was Team Rocket who stole it. A thief never leaves empty-handed. We can't take nothing away, James said proudly, holding a simple Dragon Fang in his hand. Gengar, use Psychic to get the Dragon Fang back, Gary ordered. Gengar cast Psychic and gave the Dragon Fang back to Snatch. Damn it, give me back the Dragon Fang, James said angrily. Gengar ignored James and handed the Dragon Fang to Gary. Okay, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash saw that the Dragon Fang was in hand, and attacked Pikachu without hesitation. Pikachu shot out a golden Thunderbolt, instantly hitting the Rocket Trio. Boom! Ash was stunned for a moment. He thought Gary was also here to challenge the gym, and found that the gym owner was not there, so he went to Chingliu to take a look. What are you talking about? What skills are you learning? Ash grasped the key to the question. He really wanted to know what Pokemon Gary wanted to learn. Gary was silent. He was just talking casually, but Ash really had the opportunity to learn ultimate skills. This was not good. Okay, I'll take you there. Miss Claire, Mr. Yulong is your grandfather. Can you make some concessions? Ash immediately shifted his target to Claire. He was helping to protect the stability of the Dragon Sanctuary. It should be no problem to learn ultimate skills for free. Yes, it's a secret skill, Gary said. As for me, Mr. Yulong took me to the outskirts of Dragon's Den to learn skills. I happened to hear the movement from the Dragon's Sanctuary, so I came to take a look. Gary told the truth. Gary didn't think it was not good for Ash's Charizard to master ultimate skills, but the timing was not good. When Ash heard that he had to spend money, he froze. He knew how expensive it was to learn ultimate skills. Gary, how did you find the Dragon's Sanctuary? Claire asked. After that, it was the story of Celebi. The ultimate skills were extremely difficult to learn. It took his own Charizard 10 days to master them in an emergency. Then can I let my Charizard learn it? Ash asked. 0, Flowers 0. Grandpa Yulong, can I ask? Ash asked nervously. Although Gary helped a lot this time, the Dragon's Sanctuary does not allow outsiders to enter. Gary appeared here, so Claire naturally needed to understand the situation clearly. With a blast, the Rocket Trio flew up to soaring in the sky again, completing today's curtain call performance. Who said Ash was stupid? Once it came to money, he was smart. So, everyone left the Pokemon Center and came to the house where Yulongxian lived. He's not He defeated me a week ago. Claire said. Of course, as long as you are willing to spend money. Gary said. Mr. Yulong, it's the third grandfather. Claire was shocked. The only person who can be called Mr. Yulong in Blackthorn City is the third grandfather in the family, because only the third grandfather can teach skills. Blast burn? Gary said. Gary, are you here to challenge the Smoky Gym as well? Ash couldn't help asking after handing the Pokémon to Joy. After listening to Claire's narration, Yulong Xian looked at Ash. I can't do this. Third grandpa is a bit eccentric, and he is an elder. I can't make decisions for third grandpa, but I can ask for you. Claire was a little embarrassed, but she decided to ask for Ash's help. Claire, how come you have time to come to see third grandpa, and bring so many people with you? Yulong Xian saw Claire coming with a group of people, which was obviously to find him for something. Even if Ash was the son of luck, it would take at least half a month for his Charizard to learn Blast Burn, which might delay Ash's travel progress. If he couldn't catch up with the story of Celebi, what would Professor Oak do? It's no problem to teach you the ultimate skills. I can give you a discount, 1.5 million. Yulong Xian said. The skills that Gary wanted to learn must be very good skills. Ash felt it was necessary to know something about it. Is it the skill that your Charizard used just now? Ash said. What are you waiting for? Ask for me now, Miss Claire. Ash asked impatiently. What? 1.5 million for. Gary couldn't persuade him, so he could only wait and see what happened next. Third grandpa, it's like this. Claire told Yulong Xian about what happened in the Dragon Sanctuary not long ago, and also told him that Ash wanted to learn the ultimate skills. Afterwards, everyone, led by Claire, left the Dragon Sanctuary and came to the Pokémon Center in Blackthorn City to treat the Pokémon. Good. Gary was secretly happy. Ash would definitely not learn anything that was paid. Ash was very stingy. Not to mention 1 million, he hadn't even compensated Misty for her bicycle. He even ate and drank Misty's food all the way. Finally, Ash was actually having an affair with Sabrina. Are you worthy of Misty? Gary hoped to lock Ash and Misty together and never defile her other sisters again. Grandpa Yulong, are you sure there's a discount? Ash immediately said, I remember that the cost of learning the ultimate skill is only 1 million. Of course there's a discount. The tuition fee is definitely different. Gary next to you spent 2 million to learn. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to learn. Yulong Xian didn't give Ash a cheaper price just because he helped. Third grandpa, do you think 760 can be cheaper? Claire was also a little embarrassed. After all, the tuition fee was indeed too expensive. There was also a skill teaching project in their own gym, and the tuition fee was only a few $100,000. Claire, third grandpa has given you face and has reduced the price by 500,000. You should know that I have been expelled from the Yulong family, and I have to earn some money for my retirement. Yulong Xian said. This. Claire was speechless when she heard this, and said helplessly, Ash, I can only help you up to this point. If you don't mind the price, just learn. The master's teaching ability is still very good. Yes, Mr. Yulong's teaching ability is quite good. You get what you pay for. Gary agreed. It must be said that Yulong Xian is much more responsible than the Witch of Caei Islands. The witch only talked about some key points and didn't say anything else. Although Yulong Xian only explained the key points of Blast Burn, he would often come to practice with him. Even if he didn't come, his Typhlosion would come to help. Gary was a little curious about why Yulong Xian was expelled from the Yulong family. It seems that he is a man with a story. Then forget it. I don't have money. Ash gave up decisively. Gary was very satisfied, so he didn't have to worry about Ash not being able to catch up with the plot. If that's the case, please go back. Yulong Xian didn't care. After all, people like Ash are often encountered. After leaving Yulong Xian, everyone also learned about Yulong Xian from Claire. Yulong Xian has been rebellious since he was a child. He didn't listen to the arrangements of his family. He insisted on choosing the 3 major Pokémon in the Johto region and was unwilling to use Dragon Pokémon. But this is nothing, but as Yulong Xian grew up, as one of the most important young people in the Yulong family, he naturally had to cooperate with the family's marriage. Yulong Xian, who has been independent since childhood, naturally would not agree to the family's marriage, and directly got a marriage certificate with an ordinary girl. This move angered the elders of the Yulong family, and directly expelled Yulong Xian from the family. Yulong Xian is also a stubborn character, so he really left the family and has continued to this day. Since Mr. Yulong has left the family, why does he still live in Blackthorn City? Gary asked curiously. Since he was expelled from the family, with Yulong Xian's personality, he should not be willing to live with his family. Looking at Claire and Cabu walking away, Gary suddenly said, Why, Ash, you haven't beaten the Smoky Gym yet. I won't use the Pokémon used in the Indigo Plateau Conference at this silver conference, so your pressure can be reduced a lot, Gary said. Really? Not only was Ash surprised, Xiao Gang and Misty were also surprised. Ash had nothing to say, because he was defeated by Claire yesterday. Since he sent the old Pokémon back, Ash's gym battles have been extremely difficult. This time, he has already lost the Smoke Gym. What did you say? By the way, I have another good news for you. Gary said. Miss Claire, I will come to challenge the gym tomorrow. Ash said. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ash, okay, then I'll do this too. Ash said unconvinced. Claire nodded and left with Cabu. Ash held his mouth. He couldn't be tough. As Gary said, the number of Pokémon he captured was too small. Is it the invincible lance? Gary asked. Ash only captured 6 Pokémon in the Johto region. Forget it, how many Pokémon did you capture in the region? Gary said. This is mainly thanks to the fact that the grandson of the third grandfather is very outstanding, and the elders of the older generation have passed away. The clansmen of the same generation as the third grandfather don't care much about this matter, so they took the third grandfather back, but the third grandfather still had some grudges in his heart, so he bought a house in Blackthorn City and lived by himself. Claire said. That means I'm better than you. I cleared all the gyms in one try. What about you? Gary asked. It's lanes. Claire said. Gary, why did you do this? Ash asked. During the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash used all the Pokémon used in the Kanto region. If it is disabled, the 6 Pokémon captured in the Johto region will not be enough. Of course, it's because the level of the Alliance Conference is not good enough. Using Pokémon used in the Indigo Plateau Conference will make the battle very boring. It's a challenge to myself. Gary said. X. Who is Mr. Yulong's grandson? Misty asked. Gary was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yulong Xian was actually Lance's grandfather. It was really unexpected. What's so great about it? Collecting all the badges doesn't mean anything. Ash retorted. Invincible is too exaggerated, but he is indeed the strongest trainer in the Johto region. Claire said modestly. Good news. Ash looked confused, not knowing what the good news could be. Everyone was stunned, including Gary. Gary looked at Ash and found that Ash was also shocked. Obviously he knew Lance, but he had subdued all the heterochromatic Gyarados, so how did Ash know? The 3 of them had watched the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although they didn't remember everything, they knew that Blastoise, Bangala, and Zapdos had participated in the conference. These 3 were the strongest Pokémon in Gary's hands. If they didn't participate in the Silver Conference, it would greatly weaken the strength of 1.4 Gary. Ash, M. Everyone walked and chatted, and soon returned to the Pokémon Center. The Pokémon had been treated. Claire took back her Pokémon and said goodbye to Ash and the others at the Pokémon Center. Gary sighed helplessly. It seems that I am still one step ahead of you. I have already collected all the badges in Kanto region. The next day, Gary left Blackthorn City and rode his mountain bike to Silver Town. There were only 2 months left before the start of the Silver Conference, and it would take a lot of time just to travel from Blackthorn City to Silver Town. A week later, Gary arrived in Silver Town. After settling down at the Pokémon Center, Qin Mao contacted Master Chuck as soon as possible. It had been 2 months since he had left Machamp and Heracross with Chuck for training, and it was time to take them back. Master, how have Machamp and Heracross been training in the past 2 months? Gary asked. They are all very good, and they have been training very seriously. They have also learned new fighting skills in the past 2 months. Chuck said. Really? What skills are they? Gary was curious. Teleport them over, and you'll know. Chuck deliberately kept it a secret. Okay, then please teleport Machamp and Heracross over. Gary said. Soon, Chuck put Machamp and Heracross into Pokémon and teleported them to Gary. Just check Machamp and Heracross carefully, and work hard in the Silver Conference. I will watch your game. Chuck said and pushed the phone. Gary looked at the 2 Pokeballs in his hand and used the Eye of Insight to check the attributes of Machamp and Heracross. Pokémon, Machamp. Attribute, Fighting. Level, 54. Potential, Elite. Ability, Perseverance. If it becomes a status condition, it will use Perseverance and the attack will increase by 50%. Skills, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Revenge, Foresight, Low Sweep, Knock Off, Brick Break, Scary Face, Vital Throw, Submission, Machamp, Double Chop, Cross Chop, Bulk Up, Seismic Toss, Dynamic Punch. Professor Skills, Mega Kick, Dig, Rest, Destruction Beam, Fire Blast, Body Slam, Ice Punch, Brick Break. Intimacy, 255, Full Value 255. Pokémon, Heracross 3, Flash. Attribute, Bug, Fighting. Level, 54. Potential, Champion. Ability, Overconfidence. If you defeat rival, you will be full of confidence and your attack ability will increase by 1 level. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Arm Thrust, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Horn Attack, Counter, Brick Break, Pin Missile, Mega Horn Skill, Close Combat, Reversal. Skills taught, Dig, Stone Edge, Rest, Destruction Beam, Lunge, Body Slam, Shadow Claw, Bulk Up. Intimacy, 255, Full Value 255. Machamp and Heracross are both level 54, and their levels have increased slightly. The new skills they master are Brick Break and Bulk Up, which are both very practical skills. Not bad. After careful search, Gary found the place where the incident happened. In the Celebi Forest, there happened to be a village in the forest called Wild Fruit Village, which can be confirmed to be the place where the incident happened. When Celebi recovers his energy, he will naturally send Professor Oak back to 40 years ago. However, this time is no different. As for Crobat, we have to wait a little longer. When Gary gets the Silver Conference champion, Crobat and Arcanine can be freed, and even one of them can be raised to elite potential. No matter how you look at Bixia's Dusk Ball, it is a Pokémon made with modern technology, so it should be a product of modern technology. Moreover, the Pokémon captured by the Dusk Ball will not 100% obey Bixia's words. There is still a certain probability that the controlled Pokémon will be awakened. Then, among the champion potential Pokémon, Scizor has the highest level. He consumes a gold bottle cap to raise its potential to the quasi-legendary level. Bixia's is a tough guy in Team Rocket, and even Banmu can't control him. It is very similar to the rage device made by Dr. Namba, which uses emotions to enhance the strength of Pokémon and then forcibly controls Pokémon. So, Gary spent 2 high-level rare candy to upgrade Alakazam's level to level 60. Alakazam happens to be the highest level among all the elite potential Pokémon. Gary uses a silver crown to raise its potential to the champion level. Gary was very satisfied with the improvement of the 2 Pokémon, and he did not plan to upgrade the levels of these 2 Pokémon. Celebi Forest. Gary decided to choose Alakazam. Alakazam has never participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference, and it has a Mega Evolution form. In the future, the scarce resources rewarded by the system will definitely be given priority to Pokémon like Alakazam. Then, according to the rules set before leaving Pallet Town, Gary will upgrade the potential of the Pokémon with the same potential by 1 level for the one with the highest level upgrade. The levels of the new Pokémon that Gary captured in the Johto region were not high. Except for Gyarados, the levels were all below level 55, which was no problem for dealing with the silver and the gold. Arcanine has been stuck at level 49 for a long time, and today he can finally break through the shackles. Alakazam, it's your choice. If we count the elite Pokémon, we only have Scizor and Charizard. It's not safe. We need another elite Pokémon. Gary thought with his chin in his hand. As for why the bounty is so high, it is naturally because Bixia's not only hunts Pokémon illegally, but also actively attacks public officials when he encounters them. It can be said that he is very rampant and the bounty is naturally very high. 670 His Dusk Ball should be developed through scientific research, Gary thought. Because he did not carry them with him, and the levels of those Pokémon were relatively high, the improvement was not large. Except for Scizor and Eevee, which reached level 60 and entered the elite level, the levels of other Pokémon were roughly in the range of 55-60. In the original plot, the controlled Celebi was awakened by Professor Oak and Ash. However, although Celebi was awakened, the Lake of Life could not restore him because of the overdrawn energy. In the end, it was Celebi who came from other time and space to heal him. This spot is naturally reserved for Arcanine, who makes Arcanine's appearance high enough, so Crobat can only be wronged for a while. Then, Gary contacted Professor Oak's laboratory and looked at the levels of the Pokémon in Professor Oak's laboratory. If Gary wants to intervene in this matter, he will never let Bixia's have the possibility to subdue Celebi. It is best to get rid of Bixia's directly, so that there is no need to worry about what will happen later. Bixia's information was found. This guy has been wanted and the bounty is as high as 100 million. The players in the Silver Conference are stronger than those in the Indigo Plateau Conference. It's obviously not enough to rely on 2 elite Pokémon as trump cards. Gary no longer has any quasi-elite Pokémon, so he uses his only bronze crown on Arcanine to raise it to the quasi-elite level. Then, Gary looked for information about Bixia's on the internet. You should listen to Professor Oak and Xiaojian and train well, Gary said to the video call. On the other side of the video were Gary's Pokémon. Because he had to go to the Celebi Forest, Gary had no time to supervise his Pokémon training, so he had to arrange the training plan and let Xiaojian help supervise. Xiaojian is now Professor Oak's assistant, and all the Pokémon in the laboratory are taken care of by Xiaojian. Gary brought a few powerful Pokémon with him, namely Blastoise, Banjura, Zapdos, Charizard, Mantis, and Gyarados. Bixia's didn't have many Pokémon, only 3 in total, namely Banjura, Sneasel, and Scizor. The levels of these 3 Pokémon were not high, but because of the Dusk Ball, the power of the 3 Pokémon could be increased to the limit, which means that the strength of Pokémon with elite potential would be directly raised to the elite level. Celebi is so terrifying, naturally, because his potential is high enough, otherwise Dusk Ball can't increase the strength of Pokémon to such a terrifying price. From the plot, Celebi's strength is at least legendary potential. Only legendary Pokémon can draw the power of the surrounding heaven and earth for their own use. As the guardian of the forest, Celebi has legendary strength and can definitely use the energy of plants and trees at will. The strength shown by Sneasel and Scizor is normal, and it is estimated that it is only the potential of the gym. The key is that the Banjura is very strong and can compete with Suicune. It can be confirmed that the Banjura snatched by Bixia's has the potential of at least the champion level. Gary has seen Entei and Raikou, they are both level 80, and Suicune is naturally level 80. If Banjura does not have the potential of champion, it is impossible to fight Suicune. Gary has experienced the power of champion-level Pokémon, so he will not be careless again. He must carry the strongest Pokémon with him. If he can't beat them in a single fight, then he will fight them in a group. After getting ready, Gary rode Charizard to the Forest of Celebi. The Forest of Celebi is not far from Mt. Silver. After flying for a distance, Gary arrived at a small town outside the Forest of Celebi. The town is built next to a river. Going up the river, you can enter the Forest of Celebi. The people of the Wild Fruit Village will bring the resources in the forest to the town for sale. Gary originally planned to find the people of the Wild Fruit Village and wanted to visit the Wild Fruit Village, but he found out after he arrived. Because the wild fruit village is in the forest of Celebi, the quality of the fruit produced there is very high. Every time the fruit is transported to sell, it is sold out. Basically, it is sold out before noon, and then the people of the wild fruit village will go back. The key is that the people of the wild fruit village only come once a week. They just came this morning, and they left long ago. I don't know if Ash and the others have arrived. Gary looked in the direction of Celebi Forest and decided to go directly to Nomura to guard. Gary turned on his phone and looked at the electronic map to determine the route to Nomura first, but a voice came from behind. Hey, are you a trainer? Gary turned around in confusion and saw a fat boy wearing a blue vest, a yellow shirt inside, and shorts. Do you want to challenge me? Gary asked. If you can ask yourself if you are a trainer, then you must challenge yourself. After becoming a trainer, Gary has encountered such trainers on the road. And the trainers who take the initiative to challenge are not strong in normal strength, and there is no point in fighting with them. If Gary has a baby Pokemon, he can fight them once. Yes, I think you look like a trainer. I am very strong. Do you want to have a fight? Said the fat boy in shorts. Gary looked at the fat guy in shorts carefully, and confirmed that he didn't know him, so he declined politely. Sorry, I have something else to do, so I don't have time to fight with you for the time being. What do you want? Seeing that he was rejected by Gary, the fat guy in shorts was very unhappy. Gary was very troubled. Although the other party's words were beyond the rules, he looked like a child, so Gary couldn't say anything. I'm going to the wild fruit village later. Gary said. What? Another one going to the wild fruit village, the fat guy in shorts complained. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Gary was stunned for a moment and said, Why? Have you fought against the trainer in the wild fruit village? That's not the case. It's just a trainer who is going to the wild fruit village. I fought him yesterday. Shorts little fatty said. Is it a boy with Pikachu? Gary asked. How do you know? Shorts little fatty was surprised. He didn't tell the information of the trainer. Gary can be sure that it is Ash. Apart from Ash, few trainers will travel with Pikachu. But it seems that the situation is not good. Gary remembered that in the original plot, after Ash met Celebi and Samuel, he lived in the Celebi forest for one night. The next day when he went to the shrine, Celebi was caught by Bixias. Calculating the time, it is about this time. Charizard, there is no time to rest, fly directly to the Celebi forest. Gary immediately released Charizard and jumped on Charizard's back. Roar. Charizard spread his wings and flew high, taking Gary with him to the direction of the Forest of Time. Wow, there's Charizard. Luckily we didn't fight, or we would have lost. Seeing Gary going away, the fat man in shorts was also amazed at his courage. He dared to challenge a trainer with Charizard. He was really asking for trouble. Soaring in the sky, Gary had a serious face. He originally thought that he would arrive early, but he was still late. It was almost noon, and Ash and the others had already arrived near the shrine. Charizard, speed up. Gary said. Roar. Although Charizard didn't know what happened, he heard Gary's serious tone, which was obviously very important, and flew harder. After half an hour, they finally arrived in the Celebi forest. From a distance, they saw a forest giant made of grass and wood residues. The appearance of the giant was mainly based on the appearance of Celebi itself, but it was slightly abstract. I didn't catch up. Gary pouted. He was still a step late, letting Bixias succeed, so he had to take action. Charizard, fly over there. Gary pointed at the grass giant and said. With a target in mind, Charizard accelerated and flew over. Soon he saw the grass giant's specific appearance. The entire grass giant was 23 meters long, like a Gigantamax Pokémon. Bixias was standing on the grass giant's right hand, looking down at everything around him, with a posture that he would reach the top of the world. This time, the grass giant had been blocked by Ash and others in the Lake of Life, and the two sides were confronting each other. Celebi, deal with them. Bixias didn't notice the situation of soaring in the sky at all, and ordered Celebi to attack Ash and his group. Fire blast. Gary ordered immediately. Roar. Charizard approached quickly and spit up a large flame below. Bixias immediately sensed Cal's sudden change in the sky, looked up and saw a large flame falling, and hurriedly jumped to the side and landed safely on the ground. Boom! Fire blast hit the grass giant's arm, and the hot flame instantly ignited the grass giant's right arm, but soon the grass giant's right arm grew green vines, extinguishing the flames and returning to its original state. Gary, Ash and the other two saw the figure on Charizard's back, exclaimed, and were immediately overjoyed. Reinforcements had arrived. Bixias looked up at Charizard on soaring in the sky, feeling confused, but he didn't care about that anymore. He took out a dusk ball from the groove of his armor and threw it out. Roar. A Banjura with an evil aura appeared. LV69 Banjura 3/Elite. Gary was speechless. He thought that Banjura of Bixias was very powerful, but it turned out to be only elite potential. Banjura, you deal with these little devils. Celebi, you deal with Charizard. Bixias ordered. Duh. Banjura opened his mouth, and an orange ball of light condensed, turning into a beam of light and shooting at Ash and his group. Ash and his group didn't send out any Pokemon, and Pikachu alone couldn't defend. Blastoise, use Protect. Gary immediately threw a Pokeball at Ash and his group. Great. Kami. Blastoise landed right in front of Ash and his group, and used Protect to block the destructive death beam. What? Bixias was a little surprised. He thought this Banjura was pretty good. He didn't expect that a Pokémon of a child breeder could actually stop Banjira. What a waste. Celebi, hurry up. Bixias didn't care. Anyway, he already had Celebi, so it didn't matter whether Banjira was strong or not. Celebi, who was hiding in the throat of the grass giant, gathered energy and sharp leaves flew out from the throat of the grass giant and quickly shot towards Charizard. Roar. Charizard sprayed large flames to block all the leaves. Blastwaz, use Hydro Cannon. Gary also ordered Blastwaz to attack. Kami. Ukfk. Blastoise's double cannon sprayed 2 huge hydro pumps-like beams, which hit Banjira. Banjira couldn't resist and was directly washed into the Lake of Life. What's going on? After dealing with Banjira, Gary turned around and asked. Celebi was captured by that person's Pokeball, and then followed that person's instructions. Celebi is inside this giant. Samuel explained quickly. This machine controls Pokemon by emotions. You can try to wake up Celebi by shouting. Do you dare to enter the body of this grass minister? Gary asked. Of course. Samuel and Ash said in unison. You guys come out too. Seeing that both of them agreed, Gary released Banjira, Scizor, and Zapdos. What? Zapdos. Bixias saw the Pokemon released by Gary and immediately targeted Zapdos. Scizor, use Metal Claw to smash Bixias's breastplate. Gary ordered. Gary was too lazy to pay attention to Bixias. This guy was useless except for Dusk Ball. LV49 Sneasel 3/Gym. Scizor and Sneasel are only gym potential, not good enough. Bang! Not far away, 2 Bang IRAs were fighting each other. The Banjira with an evil aura suddenly lost control and was knocked unconscious by a dynamic punch from Gary's Banjira. At this time, the Banjira that was hit by the Beard of Life swam up and returned to Bixias. A hole was opened in Bixias's chest armor, ember overflowed, and electric current flashed continuously. The dusk balls in the 6 grooves on the chest armor also lost their effectiveness. Banjira, you can deal with that Banjira, Gary said. Miku and the others in the Wild Fruit Village were stunned. The reinforcements that suddenly appeared were like special forces. They crippled Bixia's Pokemon in just a few moves. Boo! Scizor turned into a red light, and the red light flashed by. A red figure came in front of Sneasel and knocked him away directly. Roar! Scizor pulled out a white light band and quickly rushed to Bixias, swinging the ruthless metal claw with a sound of concave. Zapdos, use Hurricane to help Charizard escape. Gary ordered. What? Bixias didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing. He immediately looked at the grass giant and found that the grass giant could no longer move. At this moment, Ash and Samuel had already entered the grass giant's body through its throat. Gary was very relieved about their safety. After all, they were all from Pallet Town. Use Lunge on Sneasel. Gary ordered. Boy, the Pokemon you have is really good, but it will be mine later. Bixias said proudly, as if he had taken Gary for granted. Ja, what? Bixias was very surprised. He didn't expect his Pokemon to be so useless in front of Gary's Pokemon. Zapdos rushed to the sky and used Hurricane. The violent wind blades tore the body of the grass giant and Charizard was able to escape. Ja, great, whoosh. Gary also looked at the grass giant. Although Celebi was controlled, he couldn't do 2 things at the same time. Not only did he have to deal with Zapdos and Charizard, but he also had to face Ash, the succubus. His psychological defense line soon collapsed, and the grass giant was directly stagnant and unable to move. Roar! Gary's Banjira rushed forward immediately, and so did Bixia's Banjira. The 2 Bang IRAs immediately trembled together. Samuel was also traveling, and happened to be involved in the Celebi forest in Chengdu region. Okay, it's our turn next. After sending Ash and Samuel away, Gary looked directly at Bixias. Sneasel wailed and fell to the ground motionless. He was killed instantly by Scizor's lunge. Charizard, come here. Gary immediately called Charizard over and asked him to carry Ash and Samuel and send them to the throat of the grass giant. Zapdos was responsible for covering. LV49 Scizor Male Sign Gym. Before Bixias could react, his Scizor was also hit by Blastoise's Water Pulse and was instantly killed without any resistance. Do you think I don't have Pokemon? Bixias took out 2 Pokeballs from the chest armor and threw them out. Celebi, what are you doing? Get rid of them quickly. Bixias shouted. However, the grass giant did not respond. Give up. Gary ordered. Scizor, use False Swipe. Ja. Scizor rushed towards Bixias, and hit Bixias with his pliers. Bixias was unable to resist Scizor at all, and was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground instantly. At the same time, the grass giant standing on the Lake of Life also collapsed. Celebi used Confusion to fly back to the shore with Swamau and Ash. Just after Samuel and Ash landed, Celebi seemed to have overdrawn normal and fell from the air. Ash quickly caught Celebi and held him in his arms. Celebi, what's wrong with you? Ash asked hurriedly. La. Celebi called out weakly, and his body began to wither, gradually entering the dying contest condition. Hurry up, put Celebi in the Lake of Life, Miku reminded him. Ash ran into the Lake of Life and put Celebi in the lake, but Celebi still showed no signs of recovery. Is it because the water is too turbid? Samuel asked in confusion. This. Ash looked at the turbid Lake of Life, and he couldn't make the water clear immediately. At this moment, a cool north wind blew, and a handsome figure appeared on the lake, and this Pokemon actually stumped on the lake, just like walking on the ground. Suicune. Miku said in astonishment. Suicune ignored everyone and exuded a mysterious energy. The turbid lake water under his feet spread in a circle, and the lake water instantly became clear wherever he passed. As Suicune jumped a few times on the lake of life returned to its original clear appearance. Ash immediately understood what Suicune meant, and hurriedly put Celebi into the lake of life again. However, Celebi floated on the water without any reaction, as if he had died. Everyone saw Celebi motionless, and they all looked sad and stood aside in silence. Ash and Samuel both cried bitterly because of Celebi's death. Among the people present, only Gary knew what was going on. Anyway, he didn't feel bad, and Celebi would not die so easily. When Ash's tears fell on Celebi's face, a miracle happened. Space ripples appeared in the space of the Lake of Life sky, and a blue ripple emerged and spread to the surroundings. The whole Celebi forest was filled with the sound of the forest. All the Pokémon in the forest approached the Lake of Life. The time ripples of sky spread rapidly like ripples. Soon, Celebi emerged from the time ripples and rushed to Ash. With a wave of his hand, the Celebi in Ash's hand flew into the sky and entered the time ripples. The forest exuded more mysterious sounds. Celebi gradually recovered in the time ripples, and his wrinkled skin became smooth and delicate again. This is the time ripple, Gary said in surprise. Time ripples? What is that? Samuel asked curiously. The wanted order states that it doesn't matter whether he lives or dies, which shows that Bixius will be sentenced to death if he is sent to the police. But after thinking about it carefully, Gary was very confused. This Suicune is level 80. How could those Pokémon hunters be Suicune's rival? Ash and Samuel said goodbye reluctantly. Celebi took Samuel away from this time and space, and the Celebi forest returned to peace. Everyone, let us deal with this bad guy. A middle-aged man stood up and said, LV80 Suicune/legend. Celebi quickly woke up and surrounded Ash and Samuel. Since we are dealing with it as 3 parties, then the 100 million will be divided equally, and each person will get 33 million. How about it? Gary discussed. Of course. Rubby. 0.0. Anyway, the incident has ended. Gary doesn't mind exposing Samuel's true identity. After all, time and space are multiple. Although Professor Oak of that era and Professor Oak of his own era are the same person, they are both independent people. There is no necessary connection between the two. Gary looked at Suicune and immediately thought of the shame of the divine beast on the journey. But Gary couldn't beat Suicune now, otherwise he must subdue Suicune to avoid humiliation. Samuel is not from this era, why should he be counted as one party with you? Ash said unconvinced. No, you alone have to share so much money. Ash said dissatisfiedly. I didn't know he had such a high bounty. I just wanted to help you deal with the follow-up matters. Don't get me wrong. White explained quickly. Bixius is not loyal to Ban Mu. After being caught by the police, although it is unclear what the final result will be, it is definitely not good. Samuel was shocked. It was the first time he heard such a statement. After all, Samuel was just a teenager and had no intention of doing Pokémon research. 3 parties? Who is the third party? Ash asked in confusion. This guy is the highest executive of Team Rocket, named Bixius, with a bounty of 100 million. Don't you think you are a little greedy, brother? Gary looked straight at the middle-aged man. Ash, you and Xiaogang and Misty are one party, the people from the Wild Fruit Village are one party, and I am alone in one party, a total of 3 parties. Gary said. What? That person is Professor Oak. You are lying. Ash said in disbelief. 0. After seeing off Celebi, Gary looked at Bixius, who was still in a coma. Contest condition, but this guy can't run away on his own initiative. Wait a minute. Gary immediately interrupted Ash. Everyone was very happy, but the happiness was short-lived. Celebi knew that Samuel was brought to this era by himself, and it needed to take Samuel back with it. What's wrong? Ash looked puzzled. This is time energy, which is also the source of Celebi's energy. Celebi travels through time ripples. Gary said. Great, Celebi recovered. Meiju said in surprise. My grandson didn't think it through, please forgive me. The grandmother of the two stood up to apologize forever. The rest of the Celebi also returned to the time ripples and disappeared without a trace. What? He is worth 100 million. Ash was also confused. He didn't expect that someone from Team Rocket could be so valuable. Don't you know that Samuel is my grandfather? Gary reminded. Yes, my brother is not that kind of person. Meiju said. Of course not, strictly speaking, Samuel and I are counted as one party. Gary said. After all, the 3 sacred beasts are not unique. The one subdued by Guhao is just Suicune may not be Suicune in the Phoenix Guard. Of course it's true. My grandfather's name is Samuel Oak, and that man looks exactly like my grandfather when he was a child. Gary said. Ash was speechless. Gary even mentioned the photo, so there must be no problem. He believed that Gary would not lie to him about this matter. Then why don't you meet Samuel? Misty asked in confusion. Although time and space are multiple existences, it is only a high probability. What if I tell my grandfather too much about the future and it affects the present? Gary said. What do you mean? What time and space are multiple existences? Ash was a little dizzy after hearing it, and didn't understand it at all. Let alone Ash, even Xiaogang and Misty, and everyone present were a little confused. To put it simply, if the past and the future are connected by 387, if Samuel knew that you would receive a novice Pokemon from him in the future, he could not give you Pikachu, so that your Earl Dervish Pokemon would not be Pikachu, understand? Gary gave an example. What? There is such a thing? Ash said in disbelief. Scientists in the past thought so, but in modern times, more possibilities have been deduced, such as the existence of multiple time and space, the same people in two time and space, but the timelines of both sides are not the same. Gary spent almost 10 minutes to finish all the deductions about modern time and space. Do you understand now, Ash? Gary said. The key is that Clinks Kotai is a business tycoon, and his status in the Sinnoh region is equivalent to Jack Ma. For such a person, it is easy for him to take action against Gary and Ash. Can I assist Master Rare Candy to help legendary Pokemon step into the legendary level and pie them? Gary thought of his space backpack Master Rare Candy, which can be used for Pokemon below level 90. I know, don't worry. Misty 1.7 smiled. Gary, Ash, and others also cooperated with Miss Gensha, made confessions and records, and told how to capture Bixias, even the matter of Celebi, but did not tell about Samuel. Scizor and Sneasel are because their potential is not high enough, even if they are forcibly pulled to the limit level, there will not be too many side effects. As for why Celebi is like this, Bixias can't give a reasonable explanation. Gary directly transferred 33 million to the bank accounts of Ash and others, so that he would not have to wait until the money arrived before transferring money to them. At present, the time ripples in Clinks Kotai's body have been gradually reduced, and he is planning to capture Celebi, who will visit Crown City again after 2,000 years. Everyone was very happy after getting the money, except Ash. I hope Misty can grasp it well. Misty, don't touch my money, Ash muttered. Bixias has no heroic temperament at all. He lost the Dusk Ball and is nothing. He even knelt down and begged for mercy. He really has no temperament. He wants to rule the world with such courage. He really wants to eat peaches. Because Ash's bank card was opened by Aunt Delia, it does not support large transfers, and if you want to change it, Aunt Delia must change it. Gary was happy to hear it. Johto Region Alliance and Interpol knew that Bixias was captured, and sent people to take care of Bixias personally. This person is Clinks Kotai, who is also the villain in the movie. He specializes in studying Celebi. After finding Celebi in Crown City, he touched the time ripples, absorbed them, and gained the ability to see the future. But if Clinks Kotai knew that there were a large number of Celebi in the Celebi forest, there was no guarantee that he would not change his plan and target this place again, and even Gary and the people who experienced this incident would be targeted. That afternoon, everyone took the spaceship made by Walter himself back to town and handed Bixias to Miss Gensha. As for the Dusk Ball on Bixias, Gary kept one. Although Bixias can forcibly control Pokemon with the help of Dusk Ball, it is mainly based on the device on the chest armor, but Pokemon cannot be controlled by Dusk Ball. For example, if a monk wants to become an immortal, he must go through the Thunder Tribulation, and if Pokemon wants to become a legendary Pokemon, it must go through some difficulties. Song wants to step over it to become a legendary spirit. Where the money is, the man will be there. Ho-Oh guards died once 150 years ago and were resurrected by Ho-Oh. It has been 150 years and the level is still stuck at 80. Clinks Kotai became a successful businessman with the ability to see the future, but time ripples are consumables. As time goes by, the time ripples in Kotai's body are gradually consumed. He is planning to capture Celebi again in an attempt to obtain time ripples again. Moreover, although the power of Pokemon captured by Dusk Ball is increased to the limit, the price paid is extremely high, which will consume the life of Pokemon itself. According to the agreement between Ash and the other three, each person got 11 million, but Gary gave 11 million to Xiaogang, and the remaining 22 million was deposited into Misty's bank card. But in Gary's opinion, for Pokemon to enter the legendary level, it may not only be necessary to meet the level requirements, but also to go through something. After Bixias was handed over to the police were also very surprised. This is the most wanted criminal, and he is extremely evil. They reported him to Interpol immediately. Gary naturally ordered Ash and others to keep the matter of Samuel secret. After all, this kind of thing is too troublesome, and once it is revealed, it may be targeted by someone. Although Xiaogang and Misty understood the general idea, there were still many things they didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask, which would make them look stupid. Haha, let's go to the police station to exchange for the bounty. Ash's knowledge reserve is not enough, and he was already confused when he heard halfway. It can be seen that even if the level of Pokemon reaches the legendary level, the upgrade speed is very slow, and it may not grow in 100 years. After dealing with Bixias, Gary dropped his bank card number, and Interpol will transfer the bounty to Gary's bank account. So, everyone didn't talk much about this issue, and they all agreed to Gary's plan to divide the spoils. 11 million is not a small amount, so it naturally cannot be deposited into Ash's card, so Gary deposited Ash's money into Misty's bank card, which made Ash very depressed. Even Professor Oak had to give Kotai some face, especially since Kotai still has the ability to see the future. It is not appropriate to be his enemy at this time. After resting for 2 days in the town outside the Celebi forest, Gary, Ash, and others left. There was still some time before the Silver Conference began. Gary knew that Ash would have to go through the young Kira incident before arriving at Silver Town, so Gary did not get involved. After resting, Gary rode Charizard back to Silver Town and began to practice near MT Silver. This practice was mainly about fighting, because some Pokémon could not participate in the Silver Conference, so they naturally served as sparring partners for other Pokémon. Blastoise, Zapdos, and Bandura are all champion-level Pokémon. They are well equipped with land, sea, and air. They are very suitable for sparring and can train the low-level Pokémon in the team in all aspects. Time flies, and soon, 2 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Gary interrupted his training a week ago and came to Silver Town to have a good rest. Pokémon still needs time to recover and prepare for the Silver Conference. Like the Indigo Plateau Conference, before the start of the Alliance Conference, a Sacred Fire Relay ceremony will be held. This time, the Sacred Fire relayed is not Moltres' flame, but Ho-Oh's flame. Unfortunately, this Ho-Oh flame is just a kind of fire preserved from ancient times. Although it is Ho-Oh's exclusive flame and has some healing functions, it cannot summon the Phoenix Lord. Although it is a little unlikely to capture Ho-Oh, Gary still wants to try it. After all, Lugia has been captured. As long as Ho-Oh is put into the Pokeball, it will be considered captured. If you really want to capture Ho-Oh, it is actually not difficult. Pokémon is definitely not good, but the power of technology can do it. After all, even Rayquaza has been captured by the villain organization. If Gary can develop a technological weapon to deal with Ho-Oh, he can complete the task by knocking him out and then subduing him. No problem. Gary. However, because of Gary's appearance, Ash's current strength is definitely stronger than the original plot. If Gary really doesn't participate in the Silver Conference, Ash still has a chance to win the championship. After all, with Ash's current strength, even if Gary didn't participate in the Silver Conference, Ash couldn't win the championship. The selection meeting will start tomorrow. 3 games will be played in one day. The venue is a temporary venue built in the player village. The venue is like a public venue and is relatively simple. It's noon, let's eat. The game was in full swing. In the 3rd game, it was finally Gary's turn. Like the Indigo Plateau Conference, during the Silver Conference, all food and drinks in the contestants' village are free. Gary came to the competition venue of the selection meeting, and there were people everywhere. All the contestants of the Silver Conference competed here. However, this method is a long way to go. Gary will not do it unless it is absolutely necessary. It is not a good thing to offend Ho-Oh. After all, the Phoenix Master has the ability to make people reversal. The 3 games of the selection meeting will be completed within 1 day today. Gary and Yuji responded. Before the Alola Alliance Conference, the Alliance Conference where Ash had the best chance of winning the championship was actually the Hoenn Region's KO Conference. Although he also stopped in the quarterfinals extended, Ash was defeated by the champion Tyson. After a full meal and a good drink, the selection meeting officially began the next day. The staff inside the venue called out to the outside of the fence, "Please enter the game, Yuji and Gary." Ash immediately called Gary. "You can start anytime. You are really in a hurry. The selection meeting is tomorrow, and you just arrived today," Gary complained. After the words fell, Yuji and Gary, whose names were called by the staff, walked into the venue. Unlike the Indigo Plateau Conference, the Silver Conference will first hold a selection meeting. The main reason was that Ash only used the Pokémon captured in the Hoenn region to participate in the competition at that time, otherwise Ash would definitely win the KO Conference champion. "Really? I hope you can do it. Bye." Gary didn't care about Ash's bold words at all. LV40 Noctowl/Quasi Elite. The rules of the game are 1 vs 1. Please send out your Pokémon. The referee said. The level of the gym in the Johto region is so high, and there are so many people participating. It shouldn't be. Gary walked through the temporary venues, and the contestants who were competing inside, and the Pokémon they sent out were really a group of cute little ones. Gary looked at the Pokémon sent by the first 2 players. Their strengths were all at the gym level. Machoke was slightly higher by 2 levels, but was restrained by Owl. The outcome was naturally clear. Owl, who had the advantage in the air, easily defeated Machoke. The selection meeting will eliminate more than 200 players to 48. Each player has 3 opportunities to fight in a one-on-one format. After that, the players will be promoted based on their game results and gym performance. The staff looked at the 2 people and confirmed that they looked the same as the photos on the public screen, so they allowed the 2 to enter the command area. Looking at the dusty Ash, Gary knew that they must have just arrived in Silver Town today. Gary looked at the time and saw that it was already noon, so he went out to the restaurant for lunch. There are even Pokémon like Furret. It's not that Furret is not powerful, but it's really not powerful. Not only is the species strength low, the ability is not powerful, and the skill pool is also ordinary. The 3 games of the selection meeting are still very important. After all, each game is 1 vs 1. Once you lose, there is no chance of a comeback, so the Pokémon used are basically the main Pokémon of the players. There should be many players who get the opportunity to participate in the competition through the appraisal test. Gary inferred. After all, the difficulty of the Johto region gym is still very high, much stronger than the gym in Kanto region. It is estimated that not many people participate in the Silver Conference by collecting badges. Gary came to the D venue, which is the venue of Gary's selection meeting. The 3 games will be played in one day, so there are not many venues, so you can only take your time, and the game is exchanged for 950 rounds. After playing a game, you can rest for 3 games before it's your turn. You can play 3 games in one morning. The time is 9 o'clock, and the game officially begins. LV42 Machoke/Gym. So, Gary went out and went to the snack area in the contestants' village. When he passed the registration office of the Silver Conference, he happened to see Ash and his group coming out. Are you ready, both of you? The referee asked immediately. There were a total of 600 games to be hosted today, and the referee didn't want to waste time on work. No way, I planned to come early, but I encountered something on the way and was delayed. Ash retorted. Also, I will definitely beat you in this Silver Conference. After he finished speaking, the two threw out their Pokeballs. Go ahead, Magcargo. I'll leave it to you, Gyarados. LV45 Magcargo 3/Quasi Elite. LV56 Gyarados 3/Champion. Yuji's Pokemon is Magcargo, Gary's Pokemon is Gyarados. Gary's advantage is in his favor. Gyarados. Yuji was also confused, secretly sighing that his luck was too bad. The first Pokemon was restrained. It seemed that the first time would be very disadvantageous. Seeing that both sides had sent out Pokemon, the referee immediately announced, the battle begins. Magcargo uses Solar Tail. Aqua Tail. The two issued attack commands at the same time. Although the sun was good today, it was not enough for Magcargo to use Solar Tail. Gyarados twisted his body, and a layer of water flow covered his tail, whipping towards Magcargo. Bang! Magcargo couldn't escape at all, and was directly whipped away by Gyarados' tail, hitting the fence, and the solar energy gathered on his body also dispersed, and fell to the ground. His eyes were spinning in circles. Magcargo loses his ability to fight. Gyarados wins, the referee announced immediately. What? Yuji's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that his Magcargo was killed instantly. Gyarados, come back. Gary took back Gyarados, walked out of the iron gate, and continued to stay outside to watch. Magcargo's defense ability is very strong, but compared with Gary's Gyarados, the level gap is too big, plus the attribute restrained. It is normal to be killed in seconds. Yuji had no choice but to take back the defeated Magcargo and quickly sent it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. After all, he still had 2 games to play. The players in the D field also looked at Gary. They were all trainers who could participate in the Silver Conference. Naturally, their eyes were not too bad. They could see that Gary's Gyarados was very strong and a strong opponent. They all thought that if they met Gary in the future, they must use the pressure card Pokemon. Time flew by. After watching 3 more games, it was Gary's turn to appear. Gary's second match rival was a girl named Momi. Both sides were already standing in the command area and were ready. Please release the Pokemon. After saying that, Gary and Momi threw out Pokeballs at the same time. Great! LV43 Bellossom/Quasi Elite. LV66 Charizard 3/Champion. What? Charizard. Momi was also dumbfounded. She thought Gary would send Gyarados, so he sent Bellossom. The battle begins. At the beginning of the game, Charizard spit up a flame towards Meganium, and Bellossom immediately used Petal Dance to counterattack. However, with only gym-level strength, Petal Dance was instantly burned up by the flames, and Bellossom was also engulfed by the flames. When Charizard stopped Flamethrower, Bellossom lay on the ground, his whole body charred, and he had no reaction. Bellossom. Momi looked at the fallen Bellossom in disbelief, unable to accept such a result for a while. Bellossom loses the ability to fight. Gary wins. The referee said. After the battle, Gary took back Charizard and went outside the fence to continue watching. The other players were dumbfounded. Without any surprises, Electivire killed Octillery with a Thunder and won all 3 games. At this time, outside the venue, there stood a pink-haired lady. Her name was Hu Tao, and she was a famous announcer in the Johto region. Today, she was assigned by the Johto Region Alliance to be the announcer for this Silver Conference. The cameraman also keenly caught the camera and shot Gary. 2 hours had passed since the start of the selection meeting, and 3 matches must have been played. Hu Tao naturally had to interview the trainers coming out of the venue. Someone came out. It should be a contestant. Let's go interview him. Soon, Hu Tao noticed that a boy came out of the venue. This boy looked like a contestant. After that, Gary and Forrest threw out Pokeballs at the same time. Hu Tao was stunned for a moment, and her eyes showed astonishment. She didn't expect Gary to speak so arrogantly and look down on the players of the Silver Conference. I thought Gary's Gyarados was powerful enough, but I didn't expect there was another powerful Charizard, and both games killed rival in 1 hit, which was too strong. After the battle, Gary left the competition venue. The two stood in the command area, ready. This is Electivire. Forrest was also dumbfounded. He saw the Pokemon used by Gary in the first 2 games and thought that it was safest to use Water-type Pokemon. As a result, Gary sent out Electric-type Pokemon. Gary was about to go back to the contestant village. When he saw Hu Tao with a man carrying a camera, he knew that it was a reporter interview, and he stopped on his own initiative. No, I'm from the Kanto region, from Pallet Town. Gary responded. Great. Hello, handsome boy, I am a reporter from the Johto Region Alliance TV station. Is it convenient for you to be interviewed? Hu Tao asked. It seems that I am lucky. Although there is no pressure in the selection meeting, the Pokemon sent out by Gary restrain the opponent every time. After the game is over, it is time to buy a lottery ticket. Hello everyone, today is the day when the Silver Conference selection meeting begins, and it has been 2 hours since the start of the game. I believe that there are already 3 players who have finished the game. Excuse me, handsome boy, what's your name? Are you a contestant of the Silver Conference? Hu Tao asked. Okay. Gary nodded in agreement. Please release Pokémon at the same time. 3 wins. Gary said. Gary didn't care about it at all. He also observed the players in the D field. None of them looked familiar, which meant that the players who could enter the full-player battlefield in the Silver Conference were playing in other fields. Hu Tao was very surprised. She didn't expect that the first contestant to come out of the venue would be from another region. I guess so. Anyway, the players in my arena are very weak. They are not my rival at all. I hope the players in the official competition can be stronger, otherwise the Silver Conference will be too boring. Gary said. LV45 Octillery 3/Quasi Elite. Gary looked at Hu Tao. She was not a beauty, but she looked very well behaved, and the key was that her voice was very nice. After waiting patiently for more than 10 minutes, Gary's third game also arrived. Rival was a teenager named Forrest. Then Gary, are you from the Johto region? Seeing that Gary answered very salation, Hu Tao continued to ask, winning all, is it easy? The battle begins. My name is Gary, Wang Zhao, is a contestant. Hu Tao brought the cameraman and walked quickly to the boy. LV58 Electivire 3/Champion. Then Gary, how are your results in the 3 games? Hu Tao asked. None of the players in the D field could be taken seriously by Gary. As a reporter, she must find something explosive. Walnut doesn't mind interviewing Gary more to see what amazing things Gary can say. Gary, aren't you being too high profile? The contestants of the Silver Conference are all the best among young trainers. Walnut said. To ordinary trainers, they may be considered the best, but to me, they are still too weak. And as a Quartz Conference champion, it's normal for me to win the Silver Conference. Gary said. What? You are the Quartz Conference champion? Walnut was shocked. She didn't expect that a random contestant she interviewed would turn out to be the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference. As a reporter this time, Walnut naturally investigated the Alliance Conference and knew what the Alliance Conference in other regions was. If Gary in front of him was really the Quartz Conference champion, he would be qualified to say such things. Yes. Gary nodded, and then asked, are you live streaming? Hu Tao didn't know why Gary asked this, but nodded and responded, of course. Then can I say something? Gary said. No problem. Hu Tao handed the microphone to Gary, and the cameraman also filmed Gary's face. Silver Conference players, if you meet me in the next game, I hope you can give your all to fight me 673, otherwise I will feel very bored. Gary said. Hu Tao and the cameraman were stunned. Gary is undoubtedly the player of the entire Silver Conference in Taunt. This is the first time in history that someone has done this. Even when Gary participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference, he was not so arrogant when he was interviewed. Miss, I have something else to do. The interview ends here. I'm leaving first. Gary waved goodbye. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. See you next time. Hu Tao was very happy. He was worried that the interview would not be good. Unexpectedly, before the official Silver Conference game started, he delivered a hot interview content. At this moment, in the Pokémon Center of the Players' Village, most of the players who won the afternoon competition gathered in the Pokémon Center to give their Pokémon maintenance massages to prepare for the afternoon competition. The screen in the Pokémon Center will naturally play Alliance TV station, and many people saw the scene of Gary being interviewed. Gary, this guy is so arrogant, I will definitely beat him this time. Ash looked at Gary's back on the screen and swore secretly. It's Gary, he's really tall. Yeah, I will definitely beat him this time. Me too. Not far from Ash, 2 teenagers also said angrily. Ash and the other 2 also heard what the 2 teenagers said, and immediately looked over and found that they didn't know these 2 teenagers at all, but from what they said just now, they should know Gary. Hello, do you know Gary? Misty asked. Jimmy and Vincent were stunned for a moment and looked at Ash and others. Vincent responded, yes, when we just became trainers, we were both defeated by him once, and we all agreed to defeat him at the Silver Conference. Ash and the other 2 were very surprised. They didn't expect Gary to have other strong rivals. Wait a minute, you also know Gary? Vincent asked after reacting. Gary and I are from the same place. We have been strong rivals since childhood. Misty came to ask about it when she heard you talking about Gary just now, Ash explained. Vincent and Jimmy were very surprised. They didn't expect to meet Ash's strong rival here. So that's how it is, but the person who defeated Gary will be me. Vincent said. What are you talking about? The person who defeated Gary is me. Jimmy retorted. What are you talking about? The person who defeated Gary must be me. Ash saw that someone was competing with him to defeat Gary, and he was immediately dissatisfied. In an instant, the anger between the 3 people came up. Misty and Xiaogang looked at each other, and they were very embarrassed. They originally only regarded Gary as a strong rival. How come there were suddenly 2 more competitors? The 3 of them were all very stubborn, edge, and in the end, each of them decided to defeat the other 2 and Gary, and then ended the dispute over who would defeat Gary. At this time, Gary, the culprit who caused the quarrel between Ash, Jimmy, and Vincent, had returned to the room where the players were staying to rest. The selection meeting was to be completed within 1 day, but the selection quota would not be announced until tomorrow. After all, there would be more than 48 players who could win 3 consecutive games, and finally the 48 players who would participate in the official competition would have to be evaluated through the gym competition. 1 day passed. Jimmy, Vincent, you are also attending the Silver Conference. Gary said in surprise. What's going on? Why are they quarreling? Here it comes again, it's really a headache. Misty said it was a headache. It was troublesome enough to have Ash alone, and now there are Vincent and Jimmy, which is really a headache. Wrong, it's me? Yes, with your trainer rookie strength, you are already very strong to be able to attend the Silver Conference by gathering badges. Gary encouraged. Of course. Vincent said confidently, showing a narcissistic look. It has been a while since he was a trainer. Vincent is no longer the rookie, and he also understands how difficult it is for a rookie trainer to participate in the Alliance Conference. Gary, you must be defeated by me. Ash said. Ash. Gary arrived at the Pokémon Center 10 minutes early and immediately saw Ash and the other two. When someone called their names, Ash and the others turned around and saw Gary. Of course, we said we would beat you at the Silver Conference. Vincent said. No, it's me. All the contestants of the Silver Conference gathered in the Pokémon Center in the Players' Village. How did these two get together with Ash? Huh. Stop arguing. If you want to beat me at the Silver Conference, you should first see if you can be selected to participate in the official competition. Gary reminded. The next day, although they had just shouted that they wanted to beat Gary, this selection was not only based on the competition results, but also on the performance of the gym competition, so they were all quite nervous. Gary suddenly stopped, because the people who turned around were not only Gary and the other two, but also Vincent and Jimmy. Hearing what Ash said, Vincent and Jimmy immediately quarreled. After all, when Ash and the other two challenged the gym, they also had mistakes and failed challenges, so it was unlikely that they would not be selected because of these things. As soon as this was said, the three people who were arguing all stopped and immediately looked at the TV hanging on the wall, and suddenly their faces were tense. Time passed by little by little. 8:59. 9 o'clock? As the time in the upper left corner of the screen turned to 9 o'clock, the picture on the screen suddenly changed. The official list of Silver Conference contestants is released below. After the words fell, the photos of the contestants appeared on the screen. All the contestants held their breath at this moment, staring at the screen nervously, looking for their own photos. Gary did the same, and soon found his photo in the first row, and he was relieved. If he was not selected, it can only be said that there must be something fishy about the Silver Conference. Ash and the other two were also very nervous, fearing that they would not be selected. After watching carefully, the three of them also saw their own photos. Great, I was selected, I am really good. Vincent said excitedly. I was selected too. Me too. Jimmy and Ash also found their own photos, and suddenly, the nervousness disappeared without a trace. However, some were happy and some were worried. After all, only 48 people would be selected, and there were more than 200 players participating in the Silver Conference. Most of them looked gloomy and lowered their heads in frustration. Congratulations, you have all been selected, so you should pray that you will not be arranged to meet me, but if you meet me in advance, you will be eliminated. Gary said frivolously, without giving Ash and the other two a chance to speak, and turned and left. Although Ash and the other two were full of resentment, they were defeated by Gary after all. It would be a bit embarrassing to say too many harsh words, so let's say the truth. The official competition of the Silver Conference is divided into two games, a preliminary league and a decisive tournament. The preliminary alliance competition system is a 3-on-3 format, and there will be a 3-person round-robin competition. For example, Ash, Vincent, and Jimmy are divided into a group, and they will play against each other, and each person will play a game with the other two. The competition adopts a points system, with the winner getting 3 points, the loser getting 0 points, and the tie getting 1 point. After the round-robin competition, the player with the highest score will advance to the final tournament. If there are players with the same score, there will be a 1-on-1 elimination match. The list of 48 players has been released, and the opening ceremony of the Silver Conference will be held in the evening. Every player must participate in the opening ceremony. In the afternoon, the torch relay has begun to run. At 7:30 p.m., it will run into the Silver Conference and officially start the opening ceremony of the Silver Conference. Because the Silver Conference will be held at 7:30 p.m., the players will naturally eat in the restaurant in advance and go to the venue to wait before the opening ceremony. At that time, they need to enter together. After dinner, Gary came to the venue to line up. He glanced and saw Jimmy and Junji in the front. Jimmy and Vincent just became rookie trainers this year. They are naturally very excited to participate in the Silver Conference, so they arrived early. Has it started? It was almost 7:30 when Ash came late and lined up at the end. Gary shook his head helplessly. Although Ash changed a little under Gary's influence, he still had the habit of being late. He was the last one to receive the Pokémon and the last one to attend the opening ceremony. I felt so anxious for him. After a while, the door was pushed open again, and two people in work uniforms walked in, but their hairstyles were red and blue, which was very conspicuous. Team Rocket. Gary recognized the other party as the 3 members of Team Rocket at a glance. The hair was too obvious, but Ash didn't recognize them at all. This is the Pokémon footprint board used for landing to commemorate the Silver Conference. Have you applied for it? James asked. No, I haven't applied for it. Ash said with a puzzled look. Really? If you delay any more, you might be disqualified. Jessie said. Oh, really? Ash was a little panicked. So please go there and apply for it immediately. James said. Okay, I understand. Ash nodded to show that he understood, and he didn't doubt that the two staff members in front of him had any questions. Gengar, hypnotize those two people, Gary said. A black shadow separated from Gary's shadow, rushed towards Ash quickly, and appeared in front of Ash. Gengar. Ash was shocked, not knowing what happened to Gengar who suddenly appeared. Jessie and James hadn't reacted to what was going on. Gengar directly released hypnosis on the two of them, and in an instant, the two fell asleep. 0 please flowers 00. Ash was confused, and he didn't know what happened until now. He just went to apply for registration. How did it suddenly become like this? You are really slow. These two people are Team Rocket. Didn't you recognize them? Or are you color blind and can't tell red from blue? Gary came over and complained. What? Team Rocket? Ash was startled and looked carefully at the sleeping Jessie and James. Looking closely, they really looked like the three members of Team Rocket, except that there was one Meowth missing. Meowth, hiding in the corner at the moment, was trembling and looking at this side. Too scary, Meow. It's better not to act when there are little furry guys. It's better to take advantage of the Silver Conference to work hard and make money, Meow. Meowth sighed. Meowth didn't plan to rescue Jessie, James, and others from Gary, and quietly ran away. Gary also looked around, trying to find Meowth. This Meowth is not normal. Although it is not strong, its talent in mechanical manufacturing is definitely top-notch, and it can create a robot at any time. Ash's growth along the way, his Pokémon can improve so fast, in addition to Ash himself is a wave guide, and thanks to the special training of the Rocket Trio. Seeing that Meowth could not be found and the opening ceremony was about to begin, Ash directly contacted the staff of the Silver Conference and handed Jessie and James to them for handling. Continue to attend the opening ceremony with Ash. As for Jessie and James, Gary was too lazy to care about them. These guys are more trouble than help. Anyway, they will escape sooner or later after being put in prison. Let them develop freely as long as they do not interfere with the progress of the Silver Conference. The Silver Conference was held as usual, and everything went very smoothly. Until the end of the opening ceremony, the Rocket Trio did not appear again. After the opening ceremony, the list of preliminary alliances will be released the next morning, and players can go to the Pokémon Center to check who their two rivals are. The preliminary alliance will have 4 days of competitions, held simultaneously in 4 stadiums. Anyway, as long as you win 2 games in a row, you don't have to worry about being eliminated. After one night. The next day, Gary came to the Pokémon Center in the Player Village to check his competition contest category 0. Arriving at the counter, Gary asked, Nurse Joy, my name is Gary, what is my contest category? Please wait. Joy tapped on the keyboard skillfully for a few times, and 3 photos appeared on the display screen beside her. They were Gary and 2 strangers. The 2 strangers were a man and a woman, both of whom looked younger than Gary. The man was called Fiorella Cappuccino and the woman was called Mai. Gary's first rival in the afternoon was Mai. She looks about the same age as Sabrina, so she should be quite capable. Gary said. After all, it takes time to train Pokémon, so older trainers are stronger in normal. After confirming who his rival was, Gary returned to the room and looked up Mai's information on the computer in the room. The computers provided in the contestant village can be used to check which Pokémon the contestant 040 used in the competition, which is very convenient. Jumpluff and Slowbro, only 2 Pokémon were used. Gary was a little surprised. It seemed that Mai had some strength. She could pass the selection meeting with 2 Pokémon, which meant that she used one of these 2 Pokémon to fight 2 games in a row. Then, Gary watched Mai's selection meeting game video. After watching Mai's game video, Gary murmured, Jumpluff is really a bit difficult to deal with. Jumpluff is not a powerful Pokémon, but its strength is not weak at all, especially Mai's Jumpluff is also a chlorophyll ability. Sunny Day, she used Jumpluff in 2 games in the selection meeting. Sunny Day is equipped with chlorophyll ability, plus Jumpluff's own speed, which is faster than Ninjask. Combined with Jumpluff's powder skill, it is difficult to defend, which can be said to be very disgusting. It's not that Gary doesn't have Pokémon that can deal with Jumpluff, but most of the Pokémon that can deal with Jumpluff have been banned. Although there are Pokémon that can be used, but thinking about the Alliance Conference in the future, the Alliance Conference tasks issued by the system will definitely require Gary not to use Pokémon that have participated in the Alliance Conference, otherwise the doubled rewards will be gone. It's really troublesome, just go straight to the 3rd place one. Gary didn't think much about it. Indigo Plateau Conference crushed all rivals, so Silver Conference is no exception. If he can't even do this, how can he defeat Dakoto in the future? Noon. Gary came to the cafeteria of the players' village to eat. While eating, he saw Mai walking towards him. Gary, I saw your interview, I will beat you, Mai said. Gary looked at Mai, not knowing where the other party got the courage. After all, she is not young anymore, even if she is young and frivolous, she should be more restrained. Do you know who your rival is? Since you have seen your interview, don't you know that you are the Quartz Conference champion? I hope you can do it, Gary said indifferently. Seeing Gary's contemptuous attitude, Janai was very angry, but she could do nothing about Gary. She could only wait for the game to defeat Gary head-on. So, Janai left angrily. At 2 p.m., the preliminary alliance officially began. 48 players, 3 people in a group, were divided into 16 groups, and every 4 groups played in a venue. Gary was assigned to Stadium B, and the first game was between him and Janai. Welcome to the audience who came to Stadium B to watch the game. Next, please invite the players of the first game to play. The host announced enthusiastically, please invite players Gary and Janai to enter. Both players have entered the official competition after layers of selection. In the 3 games at the selection meeting, they all won all 3 games. As they spoke, the 2 players entered the stadium from the exclusive passage of the player area. Gary, so handsome. Go, Jumpluff. Great. Gary heard the voice from the audience, and he broke into a sweat. He didn't expect that his cheerleading team also had won in the City Pig City region. Gary, come on. In particular, the sports lottery welcomes a strong player in the competition, so that many people will come to bet. Raising Pokémon is very expensive. Ordinary trainers cannot afford to raise Pokémon without participating in competitions to earn money. Yes. Alakazam, this is your first open tournament, do well. So the ban is a very serious punishment for trainers. After all, most trainers make money by participating in various competitions, so that they can maintain their regular expenses. LV61 Alakazam 3/champion. Fortunately, Gary went directly to CAI Islands at that time, otherwise he might be followed by those fans. Of course, there are also many people who hope that Gary can turn over, which would be a surprise. The host continued to introduce, the one on the left is Janai, from Cherry Grove City, who joined the Silver Conference by collecting badges. Understood. The host said a little more when introducing Gary. Gary is also very interested in sports lottery, but unfortunately, as a player, it is forbidden to buy sports lottery. Once it is found that the contestant has bought sports lottery, all the results of the competition will be invalidated, and he will be banned from participating in any public competition for at least 3 years. It has been so long, Gary didn't expect those fans to be so persistent. Not only did they not disband, but they even ran to Silvertown to watch the game. These fans are too overheated. Pokémon battles are so popular, naturally because everyone can buy sports lottery, and there are even peripherals. Mayu's Pokémon is Jumpluff, while Gary's Pokémon is Alakazam. Neither of their attributes can restrain the other. Host commented. Since he became the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Gary has gained a lot of fans. For this reason, many fans want to go to Pallet Town to see Gary. LV46 Jumpluff female sign/Quasi Elite. The one on the right is Gary, from Kanto region. Gary is no ordinary player. He is the champion of the last Indigo Plateau Conference. He is very strong. He even made a bold statement in an interview that he hopes other contestants in the Silver Conference can be stronger. It is obvious that he is very confident in his own strength. Gary and Mai both said they were ready. Now let's start the match between Gary and Mai in 1.2. There are 3 Pokémon that can be used in this match. The match ends when all the Pokémon of one side are defeated. Do you understand? Said the referee. After that, Gary and Mayo threw out their Pokémon. After all, since the day of the interview, Gary has become a hot player in the Silver Conference. Everyone wants to know whether Gary, who has won the Alliance Conference champion once, can win it again. Gary and Mai have entered the field, and the next step is to hand it over to the referee, said the host. Then please release Pokémon at the same time. You really started with Jumpluff. Gary was speechless when he saw Mai start with Jumpluff. After all, the players can see the video of the selection meeting. Since it is a contest category, the players must have watched each other's game videos. In Mai's game at the selection meeting, Jumpluff used the sunny day tactics. Since Gary saw it, he must be on guard. It is obviously not a good decision to start Jumpluff at this time. Alakazam. Mai was confused. She naturally watched Gary's 3 games in the selection meeting and knew which 3 Pokémon Gary used. Although Jumpluff was restrained by Charizard, Mai believed in the speed of her Jumpluff. Although Gary sent out a new Pokémon, Mai was not worried. Although Teleport was difficult to deal with, it could still be dealt with if she was careful. Seeing that both of them released Pokémon, the referee immediately announced, the battle begins. Jumpluff, use Sunny Day. Mai ordered immediately. Jumpluff is very familiar with the Sunny Day tactic. When he is released, he is ready to use Sunny Day. The cotton ball on his head shoots out a light ball, which emits hot sunlight and shines on the entire support ground. Jumpluff is exposed to the sunlight, and ability 02 is triggered, running around in the air. If Jumpluff does not pause in the movement, otherwise only Jumpluff's shadow can be seen. Very good, Jumpluff, start attacking, confuse Alakazam, and find an opportunity to use sleeping powder. Mai ordered. Jumpluff immediately started to move, not attacking directly from the front, but circling Alakazam, constantly looking for Alakazam's flaws, and he still had some brains. Although Jumpluff was very fast, in front of Alakazam, Jumpluff's speed was useless. Alakazam, gravity. Gary ordered. Alakazam's eyes emitted blue light, and a majestic gravity descended, and the surrounding space was distorted into black lines. Bang! Jumpluff, who was moving at high speed, could not adapt to the sudden gravity, and his body fell directly to the ground. What? Mai was also sorry, she didn't expect Gary to use gravity to deal with her. But it must be said that Jumpluff can be so fast because it can fly. Jumpluff, who can't fly, can't be so fast. Oh no, Jumpluff is affected by gravity, and the advantage of speed cannot be brought into play. Host exclaimed. Gary snapped his fingers and ordered, "End the fight, Psychic." Alakazam crossed the spoons in his hands, and a pink beam shot out, hitting Jumpluff, knocking him out of the field. Bang! Jumpluff fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Jumpluff loses his ability to fight. Alakazam wins. The referee announced. "Oh my god, instant kill." Host exclaimed, "Gary is really strong, worthy of being a player who has won the Alliance Conference champion once. AFK, this Gary is really something. Yeah, I thought he was bragging before, but I didn't expect he was really strong. Come on, Gary, I bought you a 3-in-1. A red-faced and thick-necked man shouted loudly. "Brother, you are too arrogant, you can bet on a 3-in-1 day. What do you know? Have you seen Gary's performance in the Indigo Plateau Conference? Except for the battle with a trainer named Ash, where his Pokémon was defeated, he won all the other games against rival, and even won 3 games in a row. Houndoom, come back." However, at the critical moment, Mai quickly took out the Pokeball and took back Houndoom before Sicehawk hit her. "I didn't expect that you also prepared a dark Pokémon, but it's a pity that it is useless for my Alakazam. Alakazam, use Miracle Eye," Gary ordered. Hearing the sound, Alakazam condensed a light screen in front of him, offsetting some of Snarl's damage. Alakazam closed his eyes and began to calm mind. His body automatically floated in the air, and his mind ability became sharper. The audience around the big man couldn't help laughing. They just listened to the big man's analysis, but the next moment they were slapped in the face. "It doesn't matter if you lose face, the key is that the money is gone." Alakazam's eyes emitted a strange white light, seeing through the essence of Houndoom, so that it would be hit by psychic skills later. After Alakazam Calm Mind was finished, Gary directly ordered, "Sicehawk, go ahead, Houndoom." The Houndoom that was hit did not fall down, but fell into a chaotic contest condition, and his body was shaking. A Houndoom with a black body and a pair of goat horns on its head, like a hellhound, appeared. "Use light screen to block it." "Calm Mind," Gary said. "Gary, if you don't replace Pokémon, I will call you Daddy." The big man with a red face and thick neck shouted. The red-faced man shouted, "It's been almost a year, and Gary's strength will only get stronger. I bet that Gary will win both games in the preliminary alliance, or at least win all or 3 games in a row." On the field, Mai, who had defeated a Pokémon, took out the Pokeball on the left side of her waist and threw it out. He bought Gary to defeat 3, but Mai sent out a Houndoom. Dark-type Pokémon are immune to Psychic-type skills. Gary will definitely replace Alakazam. This way, it won't be a 3-in-1 record. Crunch. Mai changed Command 210. Teleport dodges, looking for an opportunity to use Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered calmly. Houndoom reacted quickly and also used Crunch to fight back, but it was no match for Alakazam in a head-on confrontation and was directly hit by Alakazam's Dynamic Punch. "Really? Are you so sure? Houndoom, use Snarl." Mai gritted her teeth and ordered. "If you don't believe me, forget it." Oh no, Houndoom fell into a chaotic contest condition. Alakazam used Calm Mind to improve his ability. "If Houndoom doesn't wake up quickly, it will be bad," Host explained quickly. Bang! LV44 Houndoom 3/Gym. "Great." The people around all sneered. "You are making things difficult for people. How can a psychic Pokémon fight against a dark Pokémon?" Houndoom roared, and black sound waves spread quickly, and he would be attacked as long as he was on the field. Houndoom quickly ran towards Alakazam. However, Alakazam did not confuse Houndoom too much. After teleporting to dodge Houndoom, he used Teleport again and teleported directly in front of Houndoom. 10 dynamic punches hit Houndoom's head. But soon, the audience was confused. Gary saw that after Mai sent out Houndoom, he did not choose to replace Pokémon, but continued to fight with Alakazam. AFKU, Houndoom. In the audience, the big man with a red face and thick neck wanted to curse. Alakazam used Teleport to dodge Houndoom's attack. Houndoom missed and immediately observed the surrounding situation carefully, constantly observing Alakazam's movements. Really? Gary pursed his lips, thinking that Mai was just killing time. Wouldn't it be better to just accept the failure? It was a close call. Fortunately Mai took back Houndoom in time, otherwise she would be hit by Sicehawk and would most likely be killed instantly. The host also breathed a sigh of relief for Mai at this moment. Mai was very ashamed and angry now. At noon, she had threatened Gary and said that she would defeat Gary, but in the end she was completely suppressed and didn't even make a single effective attack. Although Mai took back Houndoom in time, Gary didn't care much. His Alakazam had gone through a calm mind, so no matter who the opponent sent out, they would be killed instantly. Slowbro, leave it to you. Mai threw out the Pokeball and sent out the third Pokemon. Great. LV45 Slowbro female /Gym. Mai's Slowbro is of a decent level, but his potential is not high. It is probably because of the Pokemon that has been with Mai for a long time, most likely Earl Dervish Pokemon, that he has been with her all the time. Psychic Pokemon have high resistance to psychic skills, and Slowbro has both water and psychic attributes, so he can use water skills. In this way, if both sides trade damage, Songlo will undoubtedly have an advantage. Destruction Ray. Gary ordered. An orange ball of light quickly condensed in front of Alakazam. Mai saw it and quickly ordered, use Amnesia. Bayou? After the words fell, Alakazam fired a destruction ray, and the beam rushed through the entire venue, eliminating the dung shell. Boom! A roar sounded, and a cloud of black smoke rose slowly. When the black smoke dissipated, Slowbro had already fallen. Slowbro loses the ability to fight. Alakazam wins. What? Mai couldn't believe that her Slowbro was killed instantly by hit. Slowbro's special defense is not low, and Amnesia can increase the special defense ability by 2 levels. It can't resist it, which means Gary's Alakazam is very powerful, and its level exceeds the average level of the Silver Conference. Oh my god, such a powerful destruction ray, it killed Slowbro instantly. It seems that Calm Mind has brought a great improvement to Alakazam. The host explained. Beautiful fight, Gary, hold on, only Houndoom is missing. In the audience, the red-faced uncle with a thick neck was excited. As long as Gary uses Alakazam to take down Houndoom again, it will be a 1-on-3, and he will make a fortune. Oh my god, he really made a fortune. After winning the game, Gary also left the stadium and returned to the Pokemon Center in the players' village, handing Alakazam to Nurse Joy for treatment. I don't know what to say, he's awesome. Black light came out of Houndoom's mouth, and energy surged out of the exit. A beam of black light shot out. Boom! Dark Pulse hit Alakazam. Although Alakazam is fragile, the level gap between the two is too big, and with the protection of Light Screen, this Dark Pulse did not cause much damage to Alakazam. Houndoom appeared again. Ash's Squirtle is not low in level, and he must be of the Quasi-Elite level, but Squirtle has not evolved, so in terms of physical strength, it is naturally not a match for Quilava. Ash used physical attack skills to fight Quilava right from the start, which is asking for trouble. Great! Seeing Dark Pulse hit Alakazam, Mai's solemn expression finally relaxed a little. However, when the smoke dispersed, Alakazam was standing on the ground intact, as if Dark Pulse did not cause any damage to it. Houndoom, use Dark Pulse. While Alakazam had not recovered from the stiffness, Mai ordered hurriedly. Damn, I only bought that Gary would defeat 1 Pokemon, but I didn't expect that he could defeat 3. Because the game ended too quickly and there was still some time before lunchtime, Gary sat in the hall and watched the games in other stadiums on TV. Ash. Houndoom sped up Dark Pulse, but after Dark Pulse came into contact with Sicehawk, it instantly broke apart and was pierced by Sicehawk. Houndoom was also knocked out by Sicehawk and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Houndoom, please. Mai knew that she had no chance of a comeback, but she still sent Houndoom. Houndoom, whose Pokeball was taken back, also lifted the Miracle Eye and Chaos Contest condition and appeared again. Houndoom was very calm and didn't dare to attack rashly. This guy is too strong, Fiorella Cappuccino murmured. Houndoom, use Dark Pulse to fight back. Mai fought back with all her might. Many people wanted to see Gary's jokes, but they were all speechless after seeing his strong performance. The two sides fought fiercely. In the end, Squirtle defeated Quilava with Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump and won the first game. This is an open competition. If she voluntarily admits defeat, it would be too embarrassing. Mai can't afford to lose this person. Fiorella Cappuccino's game will be tomorrow morning. Although rival is not Gary, I feel particularly heavy after watching the game between Gary and Mai. AFK, Gary is so strong, he beat 3 opponents in 1. As soon as he sat down in the rest area, he saw a game on the TV screen. It was Ash's game. Ash's rival was a girl named Macy, who looked younger than Ash. Qianzhao, both sides only had 1 Pokemon left. Macy's Pokemon was Quilava, and Ash's Pokemon was Squirtle. The two sides fought back and forth, which made Gary frown. It seems that Ash's special training is not enough. The Silver Conference must severely punish him. Reverse Attribute Battle is fine, but you have to command him properly. Houndoom loses his ability to fight. Alakazam wins. The referee immediately announced, all 3 Pokemon of Mai have been defeated, the game is over, and the winner is Gary. Great, Rich, Club. They just didn't expect Gary to be able to defeat 3 opponents at once. The 48 players of the Alliance in the preliminary round were selected from more than 200 people. How could the gap between Mai and Gary be so big? End the battle, use Miracle Eye, and then use Sicehawk. Gary ordered. Gary's first game ended, and he won, scoring 3 points. As long as he wins another game tomorrow, he will get 6 points and advance directly. The rival of Gary's second game is Fiorella Cappuccino, who is in the audience at the moment. Alakazam's eyes fired a materialized pink mental energy towards Houndoom. Ash is being stupid again. Gary was speechless to Ash. He could have solved rival faster, but Ash just gave random instructions. The big man with a red face and thick neck believed that Gary would defeat 3 opponents at once. The others could naturally see that Gary was stronger. After all, he won the Alliance Conference once, so it was impossible for him to not even advance to the final tournament. The next day, Gary took a break and went to watch the match between Mai and Fiorella Cappuccino. The fight was very intense. Fiorella Cappuccino used all 3 Pokemon, Sudowoodo, Ampharos, and Platypus, and finally won. Fiorella Cappuccino won 1 game, and as long as she won 1 more game, she would advance to the final tournament, so she would definitely do her best in tomorrow's match. After a night. The next morning, the B Stadium of Silver Conference was full of people. Good morning to the audience and the audience in front of the TV. Today is the 3rd day of the preliminary alliance competition. After 2 days of fierce competition, the top 16 players will be roughly determined after today's competition. The host made an opening introduction. Although the preliminary competition of Alliance is a 4-day competition, it can actually be completed in 3 days. The main concern is that in the same group, 2 players will have 1 win over EPI. In this case, they will both have 4 points and will have to play another match. As long as there is no tie, there will be no competition on the 4th day, and you can have a good rest for a day. Now, please invite the first group of players to enter the venue. Please invite Gary and Fiorella Cappuccino to enter. The flowers fell, and Gary and Fiorella Cappuccino walked into the stadium from the passage beside the stands. Dad Mao, come on, you will definitely win 3 games this time. Whether I can start a family depends on you. Just as Gary passed the middle of corridor 233, 10 uncles sitting near the corridor suddenly shouted. Gary was shocked. He was only 11 years old, but someone recognized him as his father. Gary quickened his pace and hurried into the stadium. Gary, come on. Gary, so handsome. After entering the stadium, Gary's cheerleaders shouted in unison, which was very impressive. Oh, as expected of Gary, he already has fans supporting him in the preliminary alliance. Host explained. The camera also gave Gary's cheerleaders a special shot. These girls in miniskirts appeared on the big screen, which immediately attracted a group of wolf howls. Gary was sweating because the cheerleaders' banner was too exaggerated. The front read, Tianming Mao, we love you forever. Gary had only seen this kind of banner at celebrities' concert. These female fans were too crazy. Gary didn't know what attracted them. Gary admitted that he was handsome, but he had never shown any talent. Logically, he should not have such fanatical fans. Normal people who like Gary should be trainers, and female trainers are definitely a minority. Okay, both players are in place, and now it's up to our referee. Host said. Inside the stadium, Gary and Fiorella Cappuccino both stood in the command area, and the referee immediately announced, the next game will be between Gary and Fiorella Cappuccino. The number of Pokémon that can be used in this game is 3. Now please send out Pokémon at the same time. After the referee finished speaking, the 2 threw out the Pokémon in their hands at the same time. Go, Sudowoodo. Charizard, today's battle is up to you. Great. LV43 Sudowoodo/Gym. LV66 Charizard 3/Champion. Great. Fiorella Cappuccino was very happy to see that the Pokémon Gary sent out was Charizard. Oh no, Gary got off to a bad start. Charizard's attribute is restrained by rock and is very afraid of rock skills. Host explained. Dad Mao, come on, fight to the death, 3 in 1, all the money is on the bed. Dad Mao, you can replace Pokémon, just win the game. Grandpa Mao, my son is not as greedy as them, I only bought you to defeat Fiorella Cappuccino's first Pokémon. You dare to take advantage of me. The audience who bought sports lottery and peripherals all worshipped Gary as their own elder. After all, the Alliance Conference held once a year is the opportunity for these people to turn over. The battle begins, the referee announced. Fiorella Cappuccino ordered first, Sudowoodo, use Rock Tomb. Whoosh. Sudowoodo raised his foot and stomped on the ground. Suddenly, pieces of rock broke out of the ground from all directions around Charizard and pressed towards Charizard, trying to control him. Use Iron Tail to crush the Rock Smash Stone. Gary ordered. Charizard's tail was covered with a layer of silver light, and he turned around quickly, swinging his tail like a dragon, breaking all the rock blocks. What a quick reaction! Fiorella Cappuccino exclaimed. Fire Blast. Gary ordered. Roar. Charizard spit up a ball of fire at Sudowoodo, and the flame formed a big character and flew quickly towards Sudowoodo. The attack range of Fire Blast was too large, and Sudowoodo could not escape. He immediately used his arms to block his body and prepared to forcibly resist Fire Blast. Fiorella Cappuccino did not care too much. He knew that Sudowoodo was slow and it should not be a big problem to be hit by a fire skill. Boom! After Fire Blast hit Sudowoodo, it exploded directly, bursting with smoke with flames. When the smoke dispersed, Hukagwai was lying in a pit with a diameter of nearly 3 meters, motionless, with his eyes rolling in circles. Sudowoodo has lost his ability to fight, Charizard, said the referee. What? How could it be? Fiorella Cappuccino looked at the fallen Hukagwai, unable to accept what was happening before her eyes. Sudowoodo is a rock-type Pokémon, highly resistant to fire-type skills, so why was it killed instantly by a fire blast? Fiorella Cappuccino admitted that there was a level difference between her Pokémon and Gary's Pokémon, but the difference was not big enough to use the reverse attribute skill to directly kill her Pokémon. Amazing! Charizard defeated Sudowoodo with a fire blast, just one hit, too strong. Host exclaimed. Oh my god, this Gary is too strong. Yeah, I didn't expect that in addition to Alakazam, he has such a strong Charizard. Dad Mao, you really make me happy, keep it up, whether my son can have fun every night in the future depends on you. The audience was also very surprised that Gary had such a strong strength, and immediately began to cheer and shout. Almost the entire stadium audience was supporting Gary. Fiorella Cappuccino took back Sudowoodo and sent out his second Pokémon. Ampharos, please. Great. A yellow-skinned, sheep-like Ampharos appeared. It was hard to imagine that this guy had anything to do with a dragon. LV47 Ampharos 3/Quasi Elite. Ampharos, use Thunder Wave. Fiorella Cappuccino took the initiative. He saw how powerful Charizard was and had to come up with a surprise move. Dig. Bang! Charizard broke through the ground and went straight in. What? Charizard. Dig. Fiorella Cappuccino was shocked. He felt that Charizard would dig, which was inappropriate no matter how he thought about it. Ampharos, be careful with the ground. If there is any vibration, use discharge directly. Fiorella Cappuccino didn't care about that and ordered immediately. Ampharos immediately stared at the ground vigilantly, looking a little nervous. Charizard's attack was not that slow. Ampharos immediately felt the ground under his feet trembling, and the electricity in his body burst out instantly. With a bang, the ground broke, and Charizard carried the lightning and pushed Ampharos out. Bang! Ampharos fell to the ground, screamed in pain, and fainted. Ampharos has lost his ability to fight. Charizard wins, the referee announced. Fiorella Cappuccino was a little numb, and a deep sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. She raised her hand and said, I give up. Hey, what? Fiorella Cappuccino voluntarily admitted defeat, the host exclaimed. Although there have been players who voluntarily admitted defeat in the Alliance Conference in history, they are a minority, and most of them admitted defeat before the official competition. The preliminary alliance is also the stage of the official competition. Fiorella Cappuccino's sudden surrender is indeed a bit surprising. However, Gary can understand Fiorella Cappuccino. After all, he sent out 2 Pokémon that restrained the opponent in a row, but they were killed instantly by the opponent's Pokémon, and his mentality was directly broken. Fiorella Cappuccino, are you sure you want to admit defeat? The referee asked in confirmation. Fiorella Cappuccino took a deep breath and responded, I admit defeat. Confirming that Fiorella Cappuccino had admitted defeat, the referee immediately announced, Fiorella Cappuccino voluntarily admitted defeat, and the winner of this game is Gary. Fiorella Cappuccino has given up. Congratulations to Gary for advancing to the final tournament. Gary advanced instantly, but Fiorella Cappuccino was in a mess. Everyone in the audience went crazy. Fiorella Cappuccino, you are a ballless thing. You actually gave up. Are you a man? You useless thing. You actually gave up. You might as well have given up at the beginning. You made me lose so much money. Fiorella Cappuccino, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will ignore you every time I see you. The people who went crazy were naturally those who bought sports lottery and outside bets. If they just bought Gary to win the first victory, they would still make money, but those who bet on a complete victory and a 1-on-3 record all lost money. How come the Pokémon that Gary captured in Johto region is so strong? Ash said puzzledly. Ash's match was this afternoon, so he came to watch Gary's match. He didn't expect Gary's strength to be so terrifying. Ash, who owns Charizard, knows how powerful Charizard is. He can be sure that Gary's Charizard is not inferior to his own Charizard, or even stronger. Ash, that Charizard was originally the strongest in Charizard Valley, so its strength is naturally strong. Misty said. Ash looked serious. He had seen those Charizards in Charizard Valley, and his Charizard was only second to last there. Although Ash has placed Charizard in Charizard Valley for training for some time, it is not the strongest Charizard in Charizard Valley yet. I believe my Charizard will not lose to Gary's Charizard. Ash said seriously. Charizard has been training in Charizard Valley for a long time. The last time he came back from the smoke gym, Charizard's strength was greatly improved, and he could even compete with the Dragonite in the Dragon Sanctuary. Now 3 months have passed, and Ash believes that his Charizard must be stronger. Yes, but Gary, you should prepare well for the afternoon game. If you lose to Vincent, you will get 3 points like Macy, and then you will have to play a third game. Misty reminded. Don't worry, I even beat Macy, so I will definitely not lose to Vincent. Ash said confidently. Misty and Xiaogang expressed their concerns because they knew that Ash would use the Pokémon he captured in Johto region to fight. Although the Pokémon Ash captured in Johto region were not weak, there was still a certain possibility of failure. A day later, each player in the preliminary alliance had 2 duels, and the trainers who won 2 games in a row advanced to the final tournament. There was no tie in the 16 groups. In addition, Ash also won both games and did not tie with Vincent. Because before the preliminary alliance started, the 2 sides knew each other and were competing to defeat Ash. Therefore, the 3 Pokémon Ash used in the battle with Vincent this time were Pikachu, Bulbasaur and Squirtle, all of which were Ash's original Pokémon. Although they had not evolved, they were all terribly strong, and they were naturally not his rival. In addition, Jimmy did not advance and was defeated by the Silver Conference champion in the original plot. John was defeated and lost regretfully. Zero asked for flowers. So far, the 2 rookie trainers favored by Professor Elm were both eliminated and did not even enter the official competition. However, judging from the performance of Vincent and Jimmy, they were already very good. After all, Gary in the original plot was only in the top 10 at the Indigo Plateau Conference. This result is already very good for Vincent and Jimmy. After all, Ash, the son of luck, basically stopped in the top 8 and top 16 at the Alliance Conference. At the Pokémon Center in the player village, the 16 players who advanced gathered in the hall, waiting for the list of the final tournament to be released. Because there was no tie, the list was released in the morning. Gary, I will definitely beat you this time. Gary was discovered by Ash as soon as he arrived at the Pokémon Center, and he came to announce that he would defeat Gary. 0. You'd better pray that you don't meet me right away, otherwise you will stop in the top 16. Gary said. According to the development of the original plot, Gary and Ash entered the final tournament and faced off in the first match. Gary originally thought that his appearance changed the original plot. After all, it led to Jimmy's participation in the Silver Conference. Unfortunately, Jimmy did not enter the final tournament. Then the original plot was not changed much. It is likely that Gary and Ash will face off in the first full member battle. No, I will definitely win this time, Ash retorted. Then let's wait and see. Gary did not compete with Ash. Ash's current strength was a little stronger than in the original plot, but compared with Gary, the gap was still very large. The time came to 9 o'clock. Now let's start announcing the matchup schedule for the final tournament. After the words fell, an ascending match table appeared on the big screen. The 16 players immediately looked at the bottom of the table. There were photos facing each other, with VS logo in the middle. In the second group at the bottom of the table, Gary saw his own photo. When he saw his rival, he immediately looked at Ash. Ash also looked at Gary, and the two looked at each other. Hehe, it seems that we met in the first game. Prepare well for tomorrow's game. I'm leaving first, Gary said, and turned to leave. Ash silently watched Gary's back as he walked away. I met Gary in the first game, Misty said with a worried look. Don't worry too much, Gary will not use the Pokémon used in the Indigo Plateau Conference this time. Ash, if you use the previous Pokémon, you still have a chance to win, Xiaogang said. Xiaogang, are you so pessimistic about the Pokémon I captured in the Johto region? Ash said a little dissatisfied. You forgot your first battle with Macy, you won by a narrow margin, Xiaogang reminded. Ash, Indeed, Ash knew that Gary said he would not use the Pokémon used in the Indigo Plateau Conference, and he wanted to do so. In the selection meeting and the preliminary alliance, the Pokémon used were all captured in the Johto region. The situation in the selection meeting was better, but in the preliminary alliance, when he faced Macy, Totodile, and Fanpy were defeated. If it weren't for G's 693 Turtle, he might have really overturned. So in the second round against Vincent, Ash didn't dare to mess around, and used all the Pokémon he had used in the previous breeder. But this time, he fought against Gary's whole team. Gary said he would not use the Pokémon used in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash also wanted to do so, but the key was that the Pokémon he captured in the Johto region were not Gary's Pokémon rival at all. If Ash wanted to save face, he would go to learn Gary. You are doomed to lose tomorrow's game. No more talking, I need to think about tactics. Ash was indeed very motivated just now, but after calming down, he knew that the battle with Gary was very difficult, and he had to think about tactics carefully. After returning to the room, Gary couldn't help but sigh about Ash's fate. Ash could have made it to the quarterfinals, but unfortunately he has to become the top 16 now. Obviously, Ash was still a quarterfinal player during the Indigo Plateau Conference. This time he will drop a rank. I hope Ash won't be too hit. In the afternoon, Professor Oak and Aunt Delia came. They all watched the game and knew that Gary and Ash had advanced to the final tournament, so they came to watch the game. When they knew that Gary and Ash would face each other in the first round, Professor Oak and Delia cheered for the two. Gary also accompanied them for dinner, and then rested well for a night to prepare for tomorrow's game. The Silver Conference Stadium was now full, and there were already players competing on the field. The final tournament adopts the form of all-player battles, and the battlefield is divided into grass. There are 4 venues: rock, water, and ice. The venue will be randomly selected before the battle begins. When one side loses the ability to fight with 3 Pokémon, they can take a 5-minute break before the second half of the game. This guy is really bad. He can't beat Sneasel with Machamp. Gary saw the live broadcast of the game on TV. It was broadcasting the first round of the decisive tournament. Yayu vs Zhengxuan. Zhengxuan's strength is not good. He can't even force Yayu's Blaziken. Yayu only used 3 Pokémon to defeat Zhengxuan's entire team. Even Machamp was defeated by Sneasel. It's really embarrassing. However, the venue is the ice field. Sneasel has the home advantage and can use his speed to play with Machamp. It's not too embarrassing. Gary looked at the rock field, which was all uneven rock, and the rock blocks were densely distributed. Speed-type Pokémon simply couldn't move quickly in such a field. As the host finished speaking, Gary and Ash walked out of the player channel, immediately causing cheers from the audience. Okay, let's see where the battlefield of this game is. Gary will attack first. Okay, let's see what the first Pokémon of both sides is, the host said. As soon as the fact that Gary is the grandson of Professor Oak was exposed, it immediately attracted the attention of many women. Grandpa Mao, I will be low-key this time. I will forget about a 1 in 6. I will just win the first victory. After a round of competition, there is a 10-minute break. Gary looked at the audience and soon saw his cheerleaders. They were dressed fresh and beautiful, which was definitely a beautiful scenery at the conference. While the host introduced, the cameraman immediately showed Professor Oak a picture. Brother, you don't treat Ash as a human being. It's hard to win a complete victory, and you still want to win the whole game with a 1 in 3. You are dreaming. Is it necessary to talk about this kind of thing? Ash said that he was embarrassed. Although he had let it go, he still felt uncomfortable when it was mentioned in public. Listening to the cheers of the audience around them, the 2 players entered the command area in the field. Great. Because the distance between the rocks is very short, it is not enough for the Pokémon to accelerate. As long as they are people, they don't want others to mention their past failures. The host introduced, Gary is very strong. He won 3 games in the 2 preliminary games of Alliance. Moreover, Gary is the grandson of Professor Oak. Gary, I want to be your girlfriend. I can do anything. Next, decide the order of attacking first and then attacking. The host said. Dad Mao, we must win this time. Anyway, I bought a 1 in 3 and a 1 in 6 in the first and second half. On the huge screen in the stadium, a circular icon is divided into 4 parts, each of which has a field mark, and the red light flashes. Finally, the area with the hill pattern is selected. Let me introduce you. Both players are from Pallet Town. They come from the same place and are fighting on the same stage. Tisk, the odds for the first win are so low, but you bought it. Don't you believe that Grandpa Mao can play a series of 3 in the first half? The venue has been restored. Next, the second round of competition will begin. Please invite Gary and Ash to enter. Next, it's my turn with Ash. Gary came out of the player room and walked towards the player channel. Alakazam, the first battle is up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. The turntable on the screen flashed, and the light finally stopped in the red area. Gary was the red side. Oh my god, Mr. Mao is the grandson of Professor Oak. Oh my god, tall, rich and handsome. It's the rock battlefield. Maya, go. The field suddenly sank and shrank to both sides, revealing the rock field below by 0.8, and the field quickly rose. 10 minutes later, the host then introduced, the opponent, Ash, is a trainer who made it to the quarterfinals in the Pokemon Alliance Indigo Plateau Conference. They also played against each other in the Indigo Plateau Conference before. I didn't expect to meet again in the Silver Conference. Go away. Gary is ours. You are so old. If you do anything to Gary, we will find Junsha. Alakazam, who has a humanoid body, appeared. Alakazam looked around the field and looked directly at Gary, waiting for his rival to appear. For Alakazam, then you will be the first to attack. Ash thought for a second and threw the Pokeball. Go ahead, Snorlax. Great. A fat Snorlax appeared. LV59 Snorlax 3/champion. It actually has the potential to be a champion. Gary had never seen Ash's Snorlax and had always thought that this Snorlax had elite potential. He didn't expect that its potential was so high and its level was also very high. Ash had captured this Snorlax and never took care of it. Except when he needed it in battle, he threw it into Professor Oak's laboratory and Professor Oak took care of it. Ash was really a waste of talent. He didn't take the good Snorlax to breeder and kept it in the laboratory. No wonder its strength improved so slowly. Gary's first Pokemon is Alakazam, and Ash's Pokemon is Snorlax. I wonder what kind of matchup it will be. Host said. Snorlax has a high special defense, use Psychic 0 to attack. Gary ordered. Huh. Alakazam's eyes radiated psychic energy, and a substantial pink beam rushed towards Snorlax, hitting Snorlax's belly. Kirby. Snorlax was hit by Sicehawk, and his fat body staggered back a few steps, but he still successfully resisted Sicehawk. Snorlax, use Body Slam to counterattack. Ash ordered. Snorlax jumped up, and although it was fat, it jumped very high, and the landing point was also where Alakazam was. Teleport Flash, continue to attack with Sicehawk. Gary ordered. Bang! Snorlax landed, and the ground was instantly smashed into a hole, and the surrounding protruding rocks were also broken. Alakazam dodged with this teleport, and backhanded a neural shock, hitting Snorlax on the back. Although Snorlax was in pain, he stood up immediately with his strong physical strength. Snorlax, use Defense Curl. Ash saw Snorlax in pain and immediately gave up attacking and increased his physical defense first. Kirby. Snorlax immediately used Defense Curl, and his body seemed to become wider and rounder. Disable the imprisoned Defense Curl skill. Gary said. This Snorlax is tanky, and if the physical defense is increased, Alakazam will have a hard time fighting. Huh. Alakazam's eyes radiated spiritual energy, and an invisible energy landed on Snorlax, and the Defense Curl skill was imprisoned. Snorlax, use Ice Punch. Ash ordered. Snorlax's huge fist was covered with a layer of ice energy, like an ice hammer normal, and rushed towards Alakazam. Gary was very calm and did not issue any orders. Alakazam first launched a Sicehawk attack. Snorlax forcibly resisted the damage of Sicehawk, approached Alakazam, and punched out, hitting a rock, and the rock broke. Alakazam had already dodged with Teleport, and then used Sicehawk to sneak attack Snorlax. Snorlax used Heavy Slam to chase him, and the two sides chased each other. Alakazam kept flying kites to consume Snorlax's energy. After several rounds, when Snorlax was hit by Sicehawk again, his physical strength was obviously not enough. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and his physical strength was close to the limit. Snorlax, use Rest. Ash immediately ordered. Snorlax immediately used Rest and his physical strength recovered rapidly. Ash wants to fight a war of attrition to consume Alakazam's mental energy, but looking at Alakazam's contest condition, it seems that he can continue to fight. Host explained. Gary also saw Ash's plan, and had to say that this method was indeed feasible. If Alakazam didn't know Sicehawk, this tactic would be even more perfect. Seeing Snorlax fall asleep, Gary didn't rush to attack, and ordered, keep using Calm Mind. Alakazam crossed his legs, suspended in the air, and used Calm Mind to refresh his special attack and make his mental power stronger. Snorlax, get up quickly. Ash felt something was wrong and shouted. However, Snorlax was sleeping very deeply, with no signs of waking up, and Alakazam kept using Calm Mind to improve his special attack ability. In a short while, Alakazam's suspended legs opened and fell to the ground. Calm Mind had already increased Alakazam's special attack ability to the limit. Gary snapped his fingers and said, "It's time to end the battle, use Size Hawk. Snorlax, come back." And at this moment, Ash suddenly took out the Pokeball, took back the Snorlax, and hit Size Hawk in vain, smashing all the rocks on the track. It kept hitting the shield before it stopped. The battle is over, Gary thought to himself. Gary's Alakazam is elite level, and a quasi-elite Pokemon can compete with an elite-level Pokemon. But now, after Alakazam's ultimate Calm Mind, a quasi-elite Pokemon will definitely not be able to withstand an attack from Alakazam. This is also thanks to Ash's consumption strategy. He wanted to consume Snorlax's high physical strength, high special defense, and rest skills, but forgot that Gary's Alakazam has the skill to strengthen its own ability. Ash must be feeling bad now, and I don't know if Ash has a way to deal with it. If not, he can only defeat 3 Pokemon first to end the first half of the game. Oh no, Alakazam's ultimate Calm Mind is very terrifying. What should Ash do? If there is no way, then everything is over. Host nervously explained. Mook, please. Ash threw the Spirit Ball. Great. LV52 Mook/Quasi-Elite. Gary didn't care when he saw Mook. In the original plot, Ash used Mook to fight Gary, so he was not surprised by Mook's appearance. Moreover, Mook is a Poison-type Pokemon, but it is afraid of Psychic skills. Putting Mook on it can only be said to be a gift. Alakazam, use Psychic. Gary ordered. The next moment, Ash also quickly ordered, Mook, use Kurodo. Gary was shocked. The Haze skill can correct the change of ability, whether it is an increase or decrease, as long as it is contaminated by Haze, it will be corrected. Alakazam also played Psychic before Haze touched him, and Psychic broke through Haze and hit Mook's body. Wow! Mook wailed in pain and was directly knocked out of the field by Psychic, and instantly lost consciousness. Mook loses the ability to fight. Alakazam wins, the referee immediately announced. Although Mook was defeated, Haze also successfully touched Alakazam and corrected and eliminated all the amplification of Alakazam's Calm Mind. It can actually be black. Gary didn't remember Ash's Mook knowing this move, it seems to be Mook's racial skill. Damn Mook, why use Haze? I killed 3 Pokemons in the first half. It doesn't matter. With my pride, I won't replace Alakazam. I must use Alakazam to fight to the end. P will fight to the end and win. Don't hold back just because you are from the same hometown. Seeing Alakazam's improved ability eliminated can make a group of people furious. They are all gamblers who bought 3 Pokemons in the first half. When they saw Alakazam being hit by Haze, their hearts almost jumped into their throats. Originally, they thought Ash was similar to the players in the preliminary alliance. They thought Ash's Pokemon was also killed in one move. Unexpectedly, he could withstand so many attacks from Alakazam. Obviously he has original strength. It seems that he has grown a lot. Gary said with relief. I watched the match between Ash and Macy before, and Gary was speechless. It's just, what should Ash do next? He should continue to use Snorlax. That tactic won't work. Snorlax, please. Ash sent out Snorlax again. Kirby. Snorlax came out of the Pokeball and opened his eyes immediately, just waking up. Snorlax, use Defense Curl, then use Heavy Slam. Ash ordered. Ash did the same thing, and Alakazam used Disable again, imprisoning the Defense Curl skill. This time, Gary didn't use Teleport plus Size Hawk again. Use Reflect to block Snorlax's attack, and then use Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Alakazam condensed Reflect. Bang! Snorlax hit Reflect hard, knocking Alakazam back several meters. Alakazam teleported behind Snorlax, and the space around his right fist seemed to be distorted, and he punched Snorlax on the back of his head. Snorlax felt a sharp pain, and a dizziness came over his head. He wanted to defeat Alakazam, but everything he saw was dizzy. Alakazam, use Calm Mind. Gary ordered. After all, Pikachu has experienced various opportunities to have such strength. Size Hawk. Gary ordered. Great. Pikachu immediately rushed into the venue. He lost to Gary once at the Indigo Plateau Conference, and Pikachu always remembered it. Caesar, it's your turn. Gary threw out the Pokeball. The battle with Snorlax consumed a lot of Alakazam's mental energy. If he continued to fight, it might not be a match for Pikachu. If the levels are the same, Gary and Ash can still compete with each other. The key is not the difference in command, but the difference in strength is too big. Kirby. Pikachu. Alakazam used Size Hawk again, and the powerful wave of telekinesis knocked Snorlax to the ground. This time, Snorlax couldn't hold on and lay on the ground with his eyes spinning in circles. Snorlax lost his ability to fight. Alakazam won, said the referee. Gary successfully took down 2 Pokemon from Ash. Great. One more. Yes, one more, and we'll be done with 3 in the first half. Dad Mao. No, Lord Mao, one more. Please, son, please. Ancestor, take down another Pokemon from Ash, and I'll kowtow to you. If you can't take it, I won't recognize you. The audience was excited. This silver conference really made them a lot of money. Alas, Ash is still far behind Gary. Delia said worriedly. Indeed, Gary's breeder Pokemon is very fast, and Ash's Pokemon is far behind in level. Professor Oak said. Professor Oak has carefully observed Gary and Ash's Pokémon and can clearly see that Gary's Pokémon's level is rising very fast, completely suppressing Ash's Pokémon. Snorlax, who was hit by Sicehawk, let out a painful wail, but even so, Snorlax did not fall down, and even lifted the chaotic contest condition, but its contest condition at the moment was quite poor. Scizor was a Pokémon that Gary had captured a long time ago, but he had never appeared in the Indigo Plateau Conference. This was his first appearance in the game. Giant Mantis. Ash frowned. He knew that Gary had a Scizor, but he had never seen this Scizor in battle. But what was certain was that this Scizor was a Pokémon that Gary had captured a long time ago, and it must be very powerful. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash ordered. Pikachu. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to attack Scizor. Double team, dodge, and then bullet punch attack. Gary ordered. Ja. Scizor immediately used double team. Pikachu's Thunderbolt hit one clone, and the rest of the clones quickly rushed towards Pikachu. Pikachu couldn't tell which one was the real one, so he could only try one by one. However, Pikachu attacked several times in a row, and all the clones were hit. The original Scizor came to Pikachu's sucker punch from the left. The one on the left is the real one. Ash shouted hurriedly. Bang! Alakazam, come back. Gary also took back Alakazam. Snorlax heard Ash's command and used Ice Punch, but the target of the attack was not Alakazam, but a rock next to him. You did it on purpose. Gary didn't know what his odds were. He just fought at his own pace. Alakazam's eyes radiated a huge amount of spiritual energy, which formed a ball of light and rushed towards Snorlax. After not seeing it for a while, Pikachu has also reached the elite level. Unfortunately, Bulbasaur and Squirtle, Ash's first-generation breeder, are very potential, but they don't like to evolve and are destined to not become the main force in the future. Okay, you can attack now, use Psychic. Gary didn't go too far, just let Alakazam combine twice, and then immediately launched an attack. Pikachu, please. Ash bowed his head. Kirby. LV60 Pikachu 3/champion. Snorlax, cheer up and use Ice Punch. Ash shouted hurriedly. Snorlax, use Crunch. Ash ordered. Scizor appeared. The red armor on his body reflected the luster of metal and looked very hard. Mr. Mao? No, why did you take back Alakazam? Keep fighting. It's just a Pikachu. What are you afraid of? Woo woo woo. I lost my house and I still owe a mortgage. Ha ha ha, luckily I played it safe and bought a perfect win in the first half. I made a profit. LV60 Scizor 3 Quasi Legend. Snorlax rushed towards Alakazam, opened his mouth wide, and a dark red energy covered his teeth. Alakazam used Calm Mind again. Although Pikachu is an actor, it can really turn into Pikachu if it is really angry. Pikachu. Pikachu looked to the left, with electricity all over his body, and wanted to launch Thunder Shock, but Scizor was faster, and the red giant pincers attacked continuously, blasting Pikachu. Pikachu was directly knocked out, and the Thunder Shock launched was also deflected, smashing the rock next to it. Too light. Gary was still thinking that Scizor could defeat Pikachu with Bullet Punch, but Pikachu was too light and was directly knocked out by the Bullet Punch. Bang! Pikachu was very sensitive. When it fell to the ground, it supported itself with its tail and landed steadily, avoiding the damage of falling. Gary looked at Pikachu and saw that it was not seriously injured. It seems that Ash's Pikachu is also higher in species strength than ordinary Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash ordered. Pikachu. Pikachu quickly fired a Thunderbolt, and the Thunder Shock was released at a very fast speed. Before Gary could speak, the Thunderbolt had already arrived in front of the Mantis. Ja. Scizor wanted to dodge, but was still a step too slow and was hit by the Thunderbolt. Because it was the Rock 157 venue, the ground was also made of rock, and it was impossible to conduct electricity into the ground, so it took a complete Thunderbolt from Pikachu. Long. Gary ordered. Swish. Scizor quickly pounced on Pikachu, and Pikachu also used Quick Attack to counterattack. The two sides collided with each other, and with a bang, Pikachu was caught and flew out. Pikachu. Pikachu stood up with difficulty. The contest condition in his body was very bad, and the lunge caused significant damage. Deal with Pikachu, X-Scissor. Gary ordered. D. Scizor prepared to move, but found that his body could not move. A strong sense of paralysis attacked the joints of his limbs, making Scizor unable to exert force. Scizor did not follow Gary's order. What happened? Host asked in surprise. Instantly, the audience became nervous. They all bought Gary to win. If Gary lost a Pokémon, many of them might meet on the rooftop. Gary was also surprised, but he knew that Scizor was paralyzed. Ash's Pikachu had the static electricity ability. Song was Gary did not expect that his Mantis would be hit. Pikachu, use Thunder. Ash saw the opportunity and immediately asked Pikachu to use the strongest electric skill. Pikachu. Pikachu shot a Thunder Dragon, which came to Scizor in an instant and hit him. Ja. Steel-type Pokémon can easily conduct electricity. Even if electric skills do not restrain Steel-type Pokémon, they can still hurt the flesh inside the steel armor, causing great damage. Gary did not expect this to happen, and he had no chance to replace Pokémon. Replacing Pokémon is not unlimited. There is a replacement skill in each duel. Alakazam was replaced just now, so Gary can't replace Scizor. Unless Pikachu is defeated, it cannot be replaced. Caesar, use lunge. Gary ordered. Since it can't be replaced, then just close the attack. Caesar endured the discomfort of paralysis and went to Pikachu lunge. Because of the paralysis, Caesar's movement was not fast. Pikachu jumped to avoid Caesar's lunge and counterattacked with a thunder. Paralysis contest condition is a gamble on luck in the game, but in battle, reaction and speed will be slowed down, which is very fatal. Caesar, use Leer. Gary also accepted his fate and lowered Pikachu's defense first, which was considered to be a little help for the Pokémon later. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash did not hold back at all, and Pikachu used 10 million volt Thunderbolt. Ja. Caesar screamed in pain, then lost consciousness and fell backwards. Caesar lost his ability to fight. Pikachu won, the referee announced. Too amazing, Ash's Pikachu defeated Caesar, and this is the 10th time Gary has lost a Pokémon since participating in the Silver Conference. The host commented. FK, the victory is gone, and my youth is gone. Gary, don't you know how to change to a more powerful Pokémon? The Banjura you used in the Indigo Plateau Conference made me lose money. You guys think Ash can beat Gary, right? What are you thinking? This is a full team battle. Look carefully. Ash has defeated 2 Pokémon, while Gary has only defeated 1. And how can Pikachu be defeated when he is seriously injured? Although many people have suffered losses, the audience still thinks that Gary will win. I made a wrong decision. Come back and rest. Gary wanted to rely on Caesar to push the team, but unfortunately he was paralyzed by Pikachu and lost the battle. The next step is up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Electivire with Tiger pattern appeared. LV60 Electivire 3/champion. Gary sent out Electivire, which is a very strong electric Pokemon. Is Gary going to have an electric civil war? Ash saw Electivire and immediately said, Pikachu, come back and rest. Pikachu. Pikachu immediately ran out of the field and returned to Ash. Because he had seen Gary's Electivire early in the morning, Ash naturally knew that Electivire was not afraid of electric skills, so he chose to take back Pikachu. Bulbasaur, please. Ash threw the Pokeball. Great. LV53 Bulbasaur 3/elite. Seed. Bulbasaur saw Gary and shouted that he wanted to take revenge on the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although your Bulbasaur is good, if it doesn't evolve, it's not my Electivire's rival. Gary said, my Bulbasaur is very strong, even if it doesn't evolve, it doesn't matter. Ash retorted. Seed. Bulbasaur also agreed. Then try this move, Electivire Thunder, Gary ordered. Wow. The tentacles on Electivire's head emitted golden lightning, and a thunder dragon was shot out. The lightning quickly flew towards Bulbasaur and hit him directly. Seed. Bulbasaur was forced to take it down by thunder. Even though he had high resistance to the electric type, Bulbasaur still suffered some damage. If you evolve into Venusaur, you can be less injured. Gary said. Bulbasaur looked dissatisfied. Bulbasaur, let Gary see your strength, use Razor Leaf. Ash ordered. Seeds. Countless leaves flew out from both sides of Bulbasaur, and the sharp leaves cut through the air and flew quickly towards Electivire. However, these razor leaves had no chance to get close to Electivire. Swift. Electivire waved his hand, and countless golden energy stars gathered and rushed forward, smacked down all the flying leaves, and continued to rush towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur reacted quickly and immediately used Vine Whip to smash all the Swifts, but at this moment, Electivire took the opportunity to get close to Bulbasaur. Ice Punch. Gary ordered. Electivire's right fist was covered with a layer of ice energy, and the huge fist was like an ice hammer, knocking Bulbasaur out with one punch. Bulbasaur fell to the ground, suffering serious injuries, and his physical strength was close to the limit, but Bulbasaur still stood up with backbone. Your strength is too weak, Ash's Silver Conference journey is over, Gary said coldly. Seeds. Bulbasaur was stunned for a moment, and looked back at Ash. He thought about how he had been following Ash since he came out of the forest. Ash was always humble to him. He lost to Gary at the last Indigo Plateau Conference, which led to Ash's elimination. This time, he finally participated in the Silver Conference and met Gary again. Now Bulbasaur can feel that his physical strength is almost exhausted. If he does not evolve, he will definitely lose if he is attacked effectively again. Seeds. Our journey will never end. Bulbasaur showed a resolute expression on his face, and Vine Whip suddenly stretched out. Vine Whip was tied with an Everstone, and was thrown out by Bulbasaur. That is, Everstone? Could it be? Without the suppression of Everstone, Bulbasaur's whole body shone with the light of evolution. Bulbasaur's body grew rapidly and stopped when it was twice its original size. The light of evolution dissipated, Bulbasaur disappeared, and an Ivysaur took its place. Oh my god, Bulbasaur actually chose to evolve. Host said in surprise. Bulbasaur, you. Ash was very surprised, because Bulbasaur obviously didn't want to evolve. Where are the seeds? Ivysaur turned around and called out, showing a high-spirited look. Although it didn't want to evolve, it didn't want Ash to fail like this. I understand. Ash nodded heavily and immediately ordered, Ivysaur, use Leech Seed. Ivysaur's whole body was covered with a layer of green light, and the Lush ability was activated. The flower bud on its back sprayed a stream of Leech Seed and quickly shot it towards Electivire. Ice Punch. Electivire punched the seed away, and the Leech Seed was instantly frozen. Use Razor Leaf. Ash saw that Ivysaur's ability was activated and continued to attack. Ivysaur released Razor Leaf again. This time, Razor Leaf was much stronger than before. After evolving, the skill power would naturally be higher. In addition, the Lush ability was triggered, which once again increased the power of Razor Leaf. Thunder. Gary ordered. Electivire's whole body was emitting violent golden thunder, and it shot out a thick thunder snake. The terrifying thunder tore everything that came to it into pieces. What? What kind? Ash and Ivysaur were both shocked. They had evolved, and the ability was triggered, but it was still not Electivire's rival. Although Bulbasaur had evolved, Ivysaur was not good enough. There was a level gap. Even if it was to evolve, it had to evolve to the final stage. Ivysaur, use the solar technique. Ash ordered. Ivysaur immediately began to absorb the sun's energy, and the buds on its back continued to condense sunlight. Destroy the death ray. Gary ordered. An orange ball of light condensed in front of Electivire's mouth, and the light ball turned into a beam of light, quickly flying towards Ivysaur. Boom! A cloud of black smoke rose, and Ivysaur was blown out of the field, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness immediately. Ivysaur loses the ability to fight. Electivire wins. The referee announced, Ash's 3 Pokémon are defeated, and the halftime break begins. The first half of the game ends, and the 5-minute break begins. At this moment, the outsiders are grabbing the 5-minute time to open the market. This time, it is no longer guessing whether Gary can win, but guessing how many Pokémon Gary will defeat, and the odds are quite high. Defeat 2 Pokémon, odds 1 to 3. 0 Ask for flowers. Defeat 3 Pokémon, odds 1 to 10. Defeat 4 Pokémon, odds 1 to 20. Those who originally thought Gary would win a complete victory began to place bets again. In the rest area. Ash, are you okay? Xylo asked with concern. Currently, Ash has defeated 3 Pokémon. Although Pikachu defeated Gary's Scizor, he was also seriously injured. In the second half, it is said that there are 3 Pokémon, but in fact there are only 2.5. I'm fine. Ash is in a heavy mood now. This battle is not as embarrassing as the Indigo Plateau Conference, but Gary did not use his full strength. Gary has not used any of the Pokémon used in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Most of the Pokémon were captured in the Johto region, or Pokémon that were captured before but not used. 0. The Pokémon used by Ash were all captured in the Johto region, and the breeder time was the longest. Compared with the 2, Gary was completely letting it go. Gary is really amazing. Even Ash was suppressed. Jimmy said in surprise. Although he had fought with Gary, Jimmy could not feel the gap between him and Gary because he was too weak. After participating in the Silver Conference, Jimmy also knew his own strength. The trainer who could beat him was completely crushed in front of Gary, and even Ash was beaten. Yes, Ash is the one who defeated me, but he was beaten by Gary. Is Gary a monster? Vincent said. Chun Xiang is very narcissistic. Although he has not fought with Gary, he understands how terrifying Gary is at this moment. His strength completely surpasses his peers. Players in the Silver Conference who can beat Gary with 1 Pokémon are considered powerful. Soon, 5 minutes passed and the break time ended. Gary and Ash went to the command area again. Grandpa Mao, you must win 3 in a row in the second half, don't waste it anymore. Yes, you can't waste it, you have to stay stable, a complete victory is also fine, don't lose again. Grandpa Mao, you must win. Your grandson kneels down to you. Although many people went bankrupt in the first half, there is still the second half. As long as Gary plays well in the second half, there are still many people who can turn the tables. The second half of the game has begun. Gary has 5 Pokémon left, while Ash has 3. How will the game go? The host said. Obviously, the situation is very unfavorable to Ash now. According to the rules, Gary attacked first in the first half, so Ash will attack first in the second half. Ash, please send out your Pokémon, said the referee. Go, Rakshasa. Ash threw the Pokeball. Great. LV56 Rakshasa 3/Elite. Ash sent out Rakshasa. Gary thought that the Indigo Plateau Conference was over, so Ash would send Rakshasa to Anthony. Unexpectedly, Ash still thought of Rakshasa. Ash's last Pokémon was Charizard. He was really brave. He didn't bring any Water-type Pokémon. The other 3 venues of 913 were fine, but if he randomly got to the Water venue, how could he play without Water-type Pokémon? Alakazam, I leave it to you. Gary also threw out Pokémon and sent Alakazam out again. After resting for more than 10 minutes, his mental strength was almost restored. Great! Alakazam appeared on the stage. After more than 10 minutes of rest, Alakazam's mental strength was also restored a lot, and he could continue to fight. Alakazam and the Forsaken Monkey restrained each other in attribute, and neither of them took advantage. The game begins. After saying that, Ash immediately ordered, Forsaken Monkey, use Shadow Punch. Digi. Forsaken Monkey punched out, and Black's Fist Shadow flew quickly towards Alakazam. Because Shadow Ball is a must-hit move, Alakazam can hardly dodge it by teleporting. Alakazam immediately used Reflect to resist the attack of the Forsaken Monkey, and then, his eyes fired Size Hawk, and the energy impacted the Forsaken Monkey. Forsaken Monkey, use Shadow Punch continuously. Ash was very stubborn and wanted to win in exchange for injury. Use Future Sight. Gary ordered calmly. Alakazam took the punch from the Forsaken, used Future Sight, and then used Size Hawk to trade damage with the Forsaken. The skills of both sides restrained each other. Even if Alakazam had Reflect, it would not be easy to be hit by Shadow Punch, who made the ground too fragile. However, Gary was not panicked at all. After the two Pokémon exchanged injuries 3 times, Soaring in the Sky dropped a spiritual energy on the Forsaken, interrupting the Forsaken's actions. Gary took the opportunity to order, use Recover. Alakazam used Recover, and the damage on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? It can actually recover. Ash was very surprised. He planned to use the Forsaken to die with Alakazam. Now Alakazam can recover, which is too easy for the Forsaken. Gary shook his head slightly. Because he took Sabrina away, Ash had never fought with Youngjira, so he didn't know that Alakazam could learn Recover, and there was a flaw in the tactics. Abandoned Monkey, use the Rage Fist. Ash ordered hurriedly. Didigi. Abandoned Monkey gathered a lot of ghost power around his right fist, turning rage into power, punched out, and the energy on the fist flew out of his hand and quickly flew towards Alakazam. Alakazam directly used Teleport to avoid the Rage Fist and used Sicehawk to attack the Abandoned Monkey. The Abandoned Monkey, who was hit, looked very brave, but his physical strength had long been close to the limit. This bravery was naturally because of the Abandoned Monkey himself. The Abandoned Monkey who entered the Rage Contest condition would not feel pain. The Rage Fist was fired continuously, trying to kill Alakazam instantly. The Abandoned Monkey is now relying on luck and leaving it to fate. If the teleport cannot be blocked, everything will be in vain. Finally, after the 8th attack, the Forsaken fell down, and there was no intact rock on the field. All the cloth was crushed by the Forsaken's fist. Although Alakazam won, his mental energy was too much. If he continued to fight, neither Ash's Pikachu nor Charizard would be able to defeat him. Ash has only 2 Pokémon left. I don't know if he will send Pikachu or the remaining Pokémon that has not yet appeared. Host said. Ash, come on, defeat another Pokémon of Mr. Mao. Yes, defeat one more, and I will introduce my girlfriend to you. Brother, you are going to die, and you are giving your girlfriend away. Mr. Mao, use Bangala to end the battle. The audience shouted one after another. Because of Ash's wonderful performance, many people bought Ash to defeat Ash's Pokémon during the halftime break. These people are really annoying. Misty heard the voices from the audience and was very unhappy. It's really annoying, but did you buy a lottery ticket, Misty? Xiaogang asked. I did. Misty didn't deny it. After all, as a gym trainer, this Alliance Conference is also a rare opportunity for most gym trainers to make money. After all, the gym owners who can enter the official competition have fought with each other. They will naturally remember the powerful challengers. If these trainers appear at the Alliance Conference, they will definitely buy their tickets. Who should I send? Ash is very entangled now, because he knows that Gary has Electivire. If he sends Pikachu to the field, he will definitely be targeted by Electivire. If he sends Charizard, he will be restrained by Electivire, so it's difficult to make a decision. Ash looked at Pikachu. Although he had rested for a while, Pikachu's contest condition had not been fully restored. If he sent Pikachu out now, Gary would definitely send Electivire out. Ash took the Pokeball from his waist and threw it out with all his strength. Charizard, I'm counting on you. Ash shouted. Great. A red figure appeared on the field. Roar. Charizard roared, staring at Gary. The fire in his eyes was about to overflow. Charizard had been following Ash since the Charmander period, and had suffered the most defeats from Gary. 0.6 Charizard had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and finally faced Gary again. This time, it would use all its strength to defeat Gary. LV61 Charizard 3/Champion. Gary was surprised that Charizard's level actually surpassed Pikachu. It seemed that Charizard had been training very hard in Charizard Valley. Alakazam, come back and rest. Gary took Alakazam back and then threw a Pokeball. Electivire, Charizard will be left to you. Great. Wow. Electivire appeared and looked at Charizard. It could feel Charizard's strength, which was much stronger than the previous Bulbasaur. Charizard, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt. The two issued commands at the same time. The tentacles on Electivire's head flashed with electricity, and golden arcs flashed out, gathering into a thunder dragon rushing forward. Charizard's throat surged, a hot breath spread out, and a red flame sprayed out. Wherever the flame passed, the nearby rock was slightly red, which showed that the temperature of the flame was very high. Boom! The flame and Thunderbolt hit each other. Thunderbolt suppressed the flame, but it only pushed it back a little distance before it exploded. Seeing the result of the skill battle, Gary knew that Charizard's special attack move was not Electivire's rival. Electivire did not use all his strength in the flame just now. Thunder Punch. Gary ordered. Electivire rushed towards Charizard quickly. Take off. Hearing the sound, Charizard flew into the sky. Seeing this, Electivire also stopped and used Thunderbolt towards soaring in the sky. Charizard accelerated to avoid it and turned around to spit up an energy ball. It's Dragon Rage. Don't hold back, use Thunderbolt. Sparks appeared all over Electivire's body. Thunderbolt with all its strength, Dragon Rage was pierced before it could resist for long. Thunderbolt went straight up and rushed towards Charizard. Charizard immediately took off, avoiding Thunderbolt's attack. Continuously attack with Thunderbolt. Gary said calmly. Although Charizard has the advantage of soaring in the sky, this kind of Pokemon that relies on wings to fly consumes a lot of energy when soaring in the sky, especially when it needs to dodge attacks. It needs to stop and turn quickly, which consumes more energy, and it can't hold on for a few minutes before falling to the ground. It's just like running. You can jog for a few hours without any problem, but if you run as fast as you can, your speed will decrease in less than 3 minutes. Similarly, Pokemon will consume energy when releasing skills continuously, but Electivire is not afraid. Except for legendary Pokemon, Electivire is the Pokemon with the most electricity in its body among electric Pokemon. The electricity in Electivire's body can supply a city for a year, which shows how terrifying the electricity in its body is. Electivire continuously releases Thunder Shock and launches it into the air. Charizard can only deal with it and can't even counterattack. He can only occasionally spit up flame to resist the Thunder Shock attack. Gary is not worried at all. Such consumption is actually Charizard is at a disadvantage, and Ash doesn't seem to know the specific situation of Electivire. Why is there still so much power? Ash wondered in his heart. He was a breeder of Pikachu. During training, after Pikachu released Thunder Shock more than 10 times in a row, the subsequent Thunder Shock would weaken, and the Electivire in front of him released Thunderbolt more than 20 times in a row, and the power showed no sign of decreasing. On the contrary, Charizard was a little tired. Ash, do you still plan to continue to consume it? If you continue to consume it, will your Charizard still have the physical strength to fight back? Gary asked. Ash gritted his teeth and immediately ordered, Charizard, use the Fire Vortex to fight back. Hearing the sound, Charizard stopped dodging and turned around to spit up a ball of fire. The fire was like a big net, covering Thunderbolt. The fire and lightning intertwined, and with a bang, soaring in the sky burst out a ball of haze, which buried Charizard's figure. The smoke did not dissipate for a long time, and became thicker and thicker, covering the entire venue. What's going on? The smoke did not dissipate, but covered the venue instead. Host was surprised. Gary looked at the smoke that gathered but did not disperse, and his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. He naturally saw that this was Ash's way of covering the attack. Charizard, use Mega Punch. Ash ordered. Hearing the sound, Gary immediately ordered, Ion Deluge. In the smoke, Electivire closed his eyes, and blue static electricity kept flashing on his body. He could only sense the surrounding movement by sound, because the smoke was from Charizard's spit up. The smoke used by fire Pokemon has a certain temperature and is very dazzling. It is difficult for Pokemon covered by it to open their eyes. With a muffled sound, Charizard attacked from one side and punched Electivire several meters away, but Electivire was not damaged at all. The tentacles on his head generated a lot of electricity, and the ability was triggered. The static electricity directly blew away the smoke. What's going on? Electivire's ability seems to have been triggered. Host asked in surprise. Because of the smoke, everyone couldn't see the situation inside the smoke. As for the trainer's instructions, they naturally couldn't hear it. The host could only explain it based on what he saw. Ion Deluge. Ash saw this move for the first time and was a little confused for a while. It's time for us to fight back, use Thunder Punch. After saying that, Ash immediately reacted and quickly ordered, Flame Vortex. Swoosh! Just as Charizard was gathering the flames, Electivire came quickly. Although it was huge, it did not affect its speed at all. It rushed to Charizard in 2 breaths and knocked Charizard back with a lightning punch. Roar! Charizard also forced a vortex of flames to spit up while being knocked back. The flames instantly surrounded Electivire, but it was torn apart by a pair of hands covered with lightning. Discharge! Gary ordered. Wow! Electivire released it to the utmost, and electric currents scattered everywhere. Charizard had no room to dodge and was hit by an electric current 573. It was painful and numb all over. You can still discharge like this. Ash was also shocked. He couldn't understand how much electricity Electivire had in his body. Could the electricity in his body be used up? Use charge. Gary ordered. Golden arcs of electricity burst out from Electivire's hair, turning it into a charge contest. Condition: the power of the electric skills will be doubled. Ash knew the effect of charge, but Charizard could not fly for the time being. Although the discharge did not paralyze Charizard, it was impossible to fly fast. If he flew into the sky now, he would be caught up by Electivire's electric skills. Charizard, use the Flame Vortex to block. Ash ordered. Charizard spit up a ball of fire at Electivire, and the fire turned into a flame twister and rushed towards Electivire. Thunder. Electivire's whole body radiated electricity, and a thick thunder shot out, cutting the flame vortex in half and instantly falling on Charizard. Roar! Charizard howled in pain after being baptized by thunder. When the thunder and lightning baptism was over, white smoke was coming out of Charizard's body. Charizard held his head high, and his body fell forward unconsciously, lying on the ground. His eyes were closed, and the flame on his tail was obviously a little weak. Charizard loses the ability to fight. Electivire wins, the referee announced. What a wonderful game. After a fierce battle, Electivire won. Now Ash only has one Pikachu left. Can he make a comeback? Host commented. Comeback? If Ash can do it, I'll eat a ton. What the hell? Can this host explain it? This Pikachu just played, and its strength is just so-so, but Gary still has 3 Pokemon that haven't played yet. Yeah, Pikachu fought with Scizor in the first half, but it took a lot of time. Ha ha ha. A complete victory in the second half, I bought the right one. The audience didn't think Ash had a chance to turn the tables. After all, the only Pokemon Ash had left was Pikachu. Everyone had seen Pikachu's performance. It was simply a pipe dream to fight 1v5. In the arena, Ash stood in the command area, clenched his fists, and was very unwilling to accept the result. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, he lost to Gary once. He didn't expect to lose again this time. However, this time, Ash was not as miserable as at the Indigo Plateau Conference. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, although Ash also defeated one of Gary's Pokemon, it was because Gary did not replace the Pokemon, and it was also because Ash used Curse to exhaust the stamina of Banjira. This time, Ash fought back and forth with Gary. If it weren't for the attribute restraint, Charizard might not have lost. Pikachu, I'll rely on you in the end. Ash said. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded heavily and rushed into the venue. Gary looked at Pikachu. At present, Ash's Pikachu only has electric and normal type attack skills. He will master Iron Tail later, but that was only mastered when traveling in the Hone region. Although in the future World Championship, Ash let Pikachu use 10 million volt Thunderbolt to directly blast the electric Electivire, but that was for the future. The current Pikachu can't do it. Electivire, use Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Wow. Electivire rushed towards Pikachu quickly. Pikachu, attack all over. Ash ordered. Pikachu. Pikachu sacrificed himself and rushed towards Electivire. Without any hesitation, Electivire punched Pikachu with a heavy punch. Pikachu. Pikachu was light and flexible, and it was not that he could not compete with Electivire in strength. He was directly knocked into the sky. Body slam. Gary did not give Pikachu any chance to rest. Electivire splashed high, and soon surpassed Pikachu's height, and landed with Pikachu. Pikachu. Looking at Electivire above, Pikachu was helpless. Electric skills could not be used. Pikachu had no means to stay in the air, and could only watch Electivire fall. If he did not run in time after landing, he would definitely be crushed by Electivire. Pikachu, after landing, use Quick Attack to escape. Ash shouted loudly. Bang! As expected, Pikachu used Quick Attack as soon as he landed, speeding up his escape, and Electivire missed, pressing a small hole in the ground. Use Quick Attack to catch up. Gary ordered. Wow! Electivire quickly caught up with Pikachu, just like a cat playing with a mouse, and easily caught up with Pikachu, and directly knocked Pikachu out. Pikachu. Pikachu dragged its injured body and stood on the ground with difficulty, with a fierce look on its face. It had not given up yet. Good fighting spirit, but it ends here. One move will decide the outcome. Electivire uses Thunder Punch. Gary ordered. Yayu's match today was the first game, and he advanced. The next match is the winner of the second game. Electivire's fists were covered with lightning. Pikachu sacrificed all its performance and used a desperate self-sacrifice attack, rushing quickly. Gary also left the stadium and went to the Pokémon Center, Zhao's, in the players' village, and handed over all the Pokémon that played today to Joy for treatment. Wow, Mr. Mao, I won't hold you accountable this time. This Ash is pretty good. He should be able to win the next game without any surprises. Bang! Damn it, why can't you win all the games? I bought all the nights. Gary's footsteps naturally attracted the attention of Ash and the others. Damn it, why not 3 in a row? However, Yayu was comforting Ash at the moment. The two had met on the way to Silver Town. They were acquainted once and their friendship was not deep. Especially when Ash saw Gary, he looked like he wanted to speak but couldn't. It was so funny. Pikachu. Ash was supposed to win, but now Gary has won. The next match is Yayu, the next match is John, and finally the other players. Pikachu has lost its ability to fight. Electivire wins. The referee announced, all of Ash's Pokemon have lost their ability to fight, and the winner of this game is Gary. The main reason is that there are several very strong players in the Silver Conference, such as Ash, Yayu, and John, and the level of the rest of the players is similar to that of the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash, although you gave it to me for nothing, I have to say that you have made great progress, much better than in the right conference. Gary comforted. Then, Gary found Ash waiting in the waiting area, and Xiaogang and Misty were also there. The key point is that Yayu was also there, because the matches were arranged according to the match table. Great, I bet right. Wow, Electivire was also shocked. He didn't expect Pikachu to force him back. When Electivire looked at Pikachu, Pikachu had already fallen to the ground, lying on his face, motionless. So the probability of Gary winning the next 2 games is very high, and those who bet on a 1-out-3 must be involved. After the words fell, the venue erupted in huge cheers. Obviously, these viewers thought too much. Gary will win the next game, but it is unlikely that he will win completely. After all, Gary did not use 2 powerful Pokemon. Pikachu's body was knocked out, and Electivire staggered back a few steps. Pikachu, use a self-sacrifice attack. Ash also immediately issued an order. At this time, Ash has already left with Pikachu. Mr. Mao, make your debut. I will definitely buy all the peripherals you release. Electivire did not underestimate Pikachu, and punched with both fists, colliding violently with it. Are you comforting Ash? Misty asked with a puzzled look. It should be considered. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash was completely crushed and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Xiaogang said. Yayu, who was standing by, was silent after hearing what Xiaogang said. He didn't know Gary, but he knew that Gary and Ash were from the same place. Cheer up. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat something. Seeing that Ash didn't say anything, Gary didn't make himself bored. He left after saying a word. Xiao Gang and others watched Gary leave the Pokemon Center. Yayu suddenly asked, "Excuse me, what was the situation when Gary and Ash fought at the Indigo Plateau Conference?" "Well, it's nothing. Ash and Gary fought at the Indigo Plateau Conference and lost at that time," Gang said. "And Ash was beaten badly at that time and didn't have the strength to fight back. This time, Ash fought back and forth with Gary, which is pretty good," Misty said. "No reason, Gary didn't use his full strength at all. He hasn't used any of his strongest Pokemon since the Silver Conference," Ash retorted. He was very calm at first, but he couldn't bear it when Misty praised him. Although his performance in this competition was better than that in the Indigo Plateau Conference, the key point was that Gary didn't use his full strength at all, and the Pokemon he used were all Pokemon that he had never used in the Indigo Plateau Conference. What? Yayu was also shocked. He admitted that Gary was very strong, but he didn't expect Gary to hide his strength. 793. That's right, but Gary also said that he would use Pokemon that he hadn't used in the Indigo Plateau Conference when he participated in the Silver Conference this time. The Pokemon he is currently using, such as Scizor, Electivire, and Alakazam, are all Pokemon that he captured in the Kanto region, Misty said. But these three Pokemon are not Gary's strongest Pokemon. Ash was mainly concerned about this. If he was defeated by Gary's main Pokemon, he wouldn't be so depressed. The key is that these Pokemon are not Gary's main Pokemon. Strictly speaking, they can only be regarded as Gary's second team. He can't even beat Gary's second team Pokemon. The gap with the first team Pokemon is obvious. How do you know it's not strong? Gary might just want to give all his Pokemon a good workout, and the Pokemon that Gary breeds in the Johto region have never been used. Misty said angrily that Charizard was originally the strongest Pokemon in Charizard Valley. If Gary breeds Pokemon from its original form like you, he might not be as good as you. Is that so? Ash was somewhat persuaded. Indeed, half of the Pokemon that Gary used in the Silver Conference were captured in the Kanto region, and the other half were captured in the Johto region, but they were all Pokemon that evolved directly to their final form, and they were very strong in themselves. Of course, if Gary captured the same Pokemon as you, and then bred them, and came to participate in the Silver Conference, he might not even be able to enter the official competition. Misty consoled him against his will. This is unlikely, but it is true that he will not lose to him, Ash said. Then don't look like you've been wronged. It's just a loss. It's not like you haven't lost before. Misty slapped Ash on the back and encouraged him. This is not like you at all. Cheer up. It doesn't matter if you lose the Silver Conference. Other regions can also participate in the Alliance Conference. Okay, I got it. Ash nodded and his mood improved a lot. It was noon. Everyone gathered in the restaurant of the players' village to eat. Gary was there, of course, because he was called by Professor Oak. Gary, congratulations on advancing to the second round. And Ash, although you lost the game, your performance was also very good. Professor Oak saw Gary and Ash and praised them. Yes, Ash, Gary, you are both very good. It's not easy to advance to the official stage. Aunt Delia agreed. Professor Oak, Mom, don't comfort me, I'm fine, Ash said. Seeing Ash was calm, Professor Oak and Aunt Delia nodded with relief. Accepting failure is a kind of growth. Gary, I won't say much about the competition. Let's talk about the future. What are you going to do after the Silver Conference is over? Professor Oak asked. In Professor Oak's opinion, it was enough for Gary to win 2 Alliance conferences. After all, the conditions for participating in the World Championships have been met. At this point in time, the entry standards for the World Championships are very high. Only trainers who have won the Alliance Conference champion are eligible to participate, and Gary has already met this qualification. However, it is possible to participate, but it is a bit difficult to get a good ranking. Gary predicted that with Gary's current strength, if he put together a team of level 70 Pokemon to participate in the World Championships, it would be the limit to enter the top 100, and it would be impossible to enter the top 50. Counting the 8 region champions and the Elite Four, 40 seats are occupied. If some particularly powerful gym leaders are counted, the top dozens of places will be occupied. Elite Four just represents that they are this in a region. The 4 strongest trainers, except for the champion, do not mean that their Pokemon can only be upgraded. It is certain that any Elite Four has 3 or 4 Pokemon with champion potential, and their levels are naturally between the champion level, so they are not weak. Moreover, the later the Pokemon level is, the harder it is to upgrade. Blastoise was the first to be pulled to level 70 by Gary. 2 months have passed, and Blastoise is still at level 70. It can be seen that it is very difficult to upgrade Pokemon after reaching the champion level, and it takes too long. Think about the Dragonite in the Dragon Sanctuary, who has lived for decades and has only reached the threshold of quasi-legendary Kankai. If Gary wants to defeat the 8 Masters, he will need at least 1 or 2 years of training. The key is that Master Rare Candy can only be obtained by conquering legendary Pokemon, so Gary can only settle for the second best and upgrade the potential of Pokemon. After all, the higher the potential, the faster the level of Pokemon grows. For example, the Rocket's Mewtwo, with God-level potential, only spent 10 years to reach level 70. The key is that during these 10 years, Mewtwo was basically dormant. If he had trained instead of resting during those 10 years, Mewtwo would definitely be able to break through to the pre-legend level. Gary also plans to help his Blastoise break through his potential. There are 2 Crowns of God in the Space Backpack, both of which are used by Blastoise, which can just improve Blastoise's potential to the top god. After the Alola Alliance Conference is over, it is estimated that his Blastoise can easily beat Charizard of the Dan Emperor. I'm planning to travel to Hoenn region, Gary said. Hoenn region is very far from Kanto region. Are you planning to attend the Alliance Conference held in Hoenn region? Professor Oak asked. It depends. I should attend. Gary said. Okay, I want to go too. Ash, who was eating, heard that Gary was going to attend the Alliance Conference in Hoenn region. He must avenge his previous shame this time. Of course you have to attend. As my rival, you can't even win a conference champion. You are not worthy of being my rival. Gary said. Gary, you wait for me. I will definitely beat you in the next Alliance Conference. Ash said firmly. Really? It's hard for you to win the Alliance Conference with me. Otherwise, I won't attend the Alliance Conference in Hoenn region, so you have a chance to win the championship. Gary said. Ash's current strength is okay, especially under Gary's intentional or unintentional training. Ash's strength is much stronger than in the original plot. As long as he doesn't make mistakes in the KO conference, it will be no problem for him to win the championship. In the original sentence, Ash participated in the KO conference and stopped in the top 8, and was defeated by the champion Tyson. It was not easy for Tyson to defeat Ash. Song he won by Meowth. This is mainly because the Pokémon Ash used in the KO conference were mostly Pokémon captured in the Hoenn region. If he used old Pokémon, it would be the Alliance Conference where Ash had the best chance of winning the championship. As long as Ash doesn't waste time and Gary doesn't participate in the KO conference, it won't be difficult for Ash to win the Evergrande Conference champion. You don't have to let me, I will defeat you at the Alliance Conference in the Hoenn region. Ash said firmly. Gary had a headache, because the system issued tasks. In the Alliance Conference after Gary, it is estimated that the Pokémon used in the previous Alliance Conference will not be able to be used. It is okay to use them, but the rewards will not be doubled. Gary has so many Pokémon to upgrade, and doubling the rewards is still very important to Gary. If Ash continues to use the Pokémon from Kanto region breeder at the Evergrande Conference, the strength of these Pokémon will definitely be between Quasi-Elite and Elite. After all, Pikachu and Charizard have reached the Elite level, and Ash's Snorlax will sooner or later enter the Elite level, and Bulbasaur has also evolved, and it is likely to evolve into Venusaur. In this way, Ash already has 4 Elite level Pokémon at the Evergrande Conference, and the number of Quasi-God Pokémon is even greater. This strength is enough for Ash to challenge Gary. Then you work hard. Gary didn't care at all, Ash was still far from his peak. The next day, the second round of the Silver Conference final tournament began. The stadium was bustling with people, because the first game was the highlight. Gary vs Yayu. The 2 players were already standing in the command area, waiting for the game to start. Let's see what the battlefield will be. The field icon on the big screen began to rotate, and the red flashing light stayed on the green leaf logo. It's the grass battlefield. As soon as the words fell, the field opened to both sides, revealing the grass field below, and the field quickly rose to the platform. Okay, let's see who will attack first. The light on the screen stayed at Meadow Zone, indicating that the green player attacked first. Gary attacked first, said the host. Gary didn't expect that he would attack first. According to the Pokémon Yayu used in the previous game, there were no electric Pokémon, so he didn't have to worry about being targeted when using water Pokémon. Gyarados, you come to be the vanguard. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. A huge red body appeared on the field. Boom. Great. I don't know how strong this Gyarados is. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Gary ordered. A green figure appeared on the grass, and the color of its body immediately blended with the green of the field. Gyarados lost his target and did not rush to attack. He wanted to find Kecleon in the grass, but he couldn't find him at all. Kecleon, I leave it to you. Yayu threw out the Pokeball. Ash was also surprised. He didn't expect Gary to have another Gyarados. What? Gyarados can actually use Fire Blast. Professor, is this possible? Ash exclaimed. Ash and others are used to Professor Oak's behavior. Gyarados, it's actually red. Yayu was shocked. He also checked Gary's information. Gyarados was indeed used in this conference, but the Gyarados picture given in the Silver Conference computer was an ordinary Gyarados, and there was no introduction that it was a layered Gyarados. What? It can actually have fire skills. Yayu was also very surprised. It was the first time he saw a water Pokémon use a fire skill. LV46 Kecleon 3/Gym. Fire burst out of Gyarados' mouth, and a ball of flames spit up, and the flames quickly rushed to the deep grass area. The grass was instantly ignited by the flames. Li Yinlong rushed out of the deep grass area in a hurry. Maya actually has Gyarados, what a surprise. Professor Oak, when did Gary capture the Gyarados? Ash asked curiously. Yes, I have seen it. Misty nodded. As a trainer specializing in water Pokémon, she naturally knew that Gyarados could learn fire skills. Song is very difficult. Seeing that both of them sent out Pokémon, the referee announced, Gary will attack first, and the game begins. Oh my god, Red Gyarados, so cool. Kecleon immediately became invisible, but the pattern on his belly did not disappear and could still be seen, but Kecleon jumped directly into the deeper grass and lost his trace in an instant. Because the grass field is divided into shallow grass area and deep grass area, the grass in the deep grass area is very lush, basically more than 1 meter. 0. Ash immediately showed a bitter face. If that's the case, Gary is not a very powerful trainer. Is it possible for him to? I heard that there are some powerful trainers who can teach Gyarados to master fire skills. Professor Oak said. 0. Please give me flowers. Aqua Tail. Gary ordered. Gyarados raised his tail, and a layer of water flow wrapped around it. At this time, Yayu suddenly shouted, Kecleon, hide in the grass. Roar. I don't know either. I can be sure that Gary captured it in the Johto region. However, this Gyarados is really big. I really want to study it. Professor Oak is now thinking about how to study Gary's Gyarados. Use Fire Blast on the deep grass area. Gary ordered. Kecleon lost the bushes to hide in. He was short and slow, and had no place to hide. Quick, use Psybeam to fight back. Yayu ordered hurriedly. Kecleon sent out Psybeams from his eyes, hitting the Aqua Tail that was swinging over. The Psybeam was instantly broken, and the Aqua Tail hit Kecleon with undiminished power. Bang! Kecleon was directly blown out of the field, hit the protective shield hard, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. Kecleon lost his ability to fight. Gyarados, the referee announced. Oh my god, Gyarados killed Kecleon instantly. Host exclaimed. FK, what's going on, Mr. Mao, are you playing me? We played like that in the last round, and now we kill him instantly. Is that Ash really that strong? Damn it, I didn't buy a complete victory. I bought that Gary would have 4 Pokemon left after 0-20. What's wrong with Yayu? How come the Pokemon he captured from his hometown are so weak? Yayu, don't play me. The audience was stunned. Because Gary performed poorly in the last game, many people did not bet on Gary to win a complete victory or win 3 in a row. As a result, Yayu's starting Pokemon was killed instantly at the beginning of the game, as if he had returned to the Alliance preliminaries. Yayu looked at the defeated Kecleon, and he knew how strong Gary was in his heart, so he immediately took Kecleon back. Gary, you are too strong. Fortunately I didn't get ahead of myself. I will use all my main forces this time. Yayu said. Gary was stunned. Yayu was a trainer in the Hone region. Before coming to the Kanto region, he had participated in the Alliance Conference in the Hone region. The Pokemon he used in the Silver Conference this time were all Pokemon captured in the Kanto region. His previous Pokemon used Kecleon and Blaziken. Could it be that there were other Pokemon? However, thinking about the battle between Yayu and John, he did not use Blaziken, and the other 5 Pokemon were not shown, so he must have used other Pokemon. But Gary felt that the Pokemon that Yayu captured in his hometown probably had low potential, and Kecleon was only gym potential, which showed that Yayu did not have many high potential Pokemon. Go, Cacturne. Yayu threw the Pokeball. Great! A humanoid plant appeared on the field. LV49 Cacturne male sign/gym. As Gary inferred, Yayu's Pokemon strength is not very good, and the only Pokemon he can show off is a Blaziken. And the strength of this Blaziken cannot be compared with Ash's current Charizard. After all, Ash is much stronger than before. Before, Gary thought that Yayu might have some strength, but now it seems that Gary obviously thought too much. Ice Fang. Gary ordered. Roar. Gyarados rushed towards Cacturne quickly, with a cold light coming out of his mouth. A layer of ice-blue cold air wrapped around Gyarados' fangs, biting Cacturne. Use spikes to defend. Yayu ordered. Cacturne's body was covered with spikes, forming a sharp protective layer to block Gyarados' attack. At the same time, Gyarados was also injured by the spikes. The effect of spike defense is the same as protect, but it has an additional effect. If you touch it closely, you will be hurt, but this little injury is nothing to Gyarados. Hurricane. Gary ordered. Roar. Gyarados roared at Cacturne, and a gust of wind whirlwind passed by. In an instant, the grass and trees flew up. Cacturne could not avoid it and used her body to bear the hurricane. Fire Blast. Bullet Seed. The two issued orders one after another. Gyarados spit up attacked with large flames, and Cacturne sprayed out seeds formed by the energy of plants and trees, like bullets normal, but these seeds were instantly destroyed after touching the flames, and Fire Blast also fell on Cacturne. Boom! Cacturne was hit by Fire Blast, but still did not fall down, but the skin on his body looked drier and wrinkled. Cacturne, use spikes. Yayu ordered. Hearing Yayu's order, Gary directly ordered, Ice Fang. Gyarados rushed forward quickly. Cacturne ignored Gyarados, the spikes on his body flew out, and dived into the ground. Gyarados also approached Cacturne and bit it. Quick, use Destiny Bond, Ye shouted hurriedly. What? Gary was shocked. He didn't expect Yayu's Cacturne to have Destiny Bond 0. At this time, Gyarados' attack still couldn't stop, and Ice Fang bit Cacturne. Dream. Cacturne wailed in pain, his eyes were full of spite, emitting red light, and then fell directly. At the same time, Gyarados was also disturbed by Destiny Bond and fell down. Cacturne and Gyarados lost their fighting ability at the same time. The referee announced. Everyone was surprised and didn't expect this situation to happen. Oh my god, Yayu did a great job, great Destiny Bond. Haha, come on Yayu, defeat Gary with one more Pokemon, and I won't have to work anymore. Mr. Mao, you better do your best, I bought you and you will have 5 Pokemon left, don't lose again. Gary didn't expect Yayu to use Destiny Bond, it was really surprising. The two took back the defeated Pokemon. The first half of the game was not over yet, so there was no first attack or second attack, and Pokemon had to be released at the same time. I don't know what Pokemon the two players will send out next. Host asked curiously. Seeing that the two were ready, the referee said, the game continues, please release Pokemon at the same time. After that, Gary and Yayu threw Pokeballs at the same time. Go ahead, Sneasel. It's your turn, Charizard. ## 0.7. LV46 Sneasel 3/Elite. LV66 Charizard 3/Champion. Charizard fell to the ground, and Spikes, who was hiding underground, immediately attacked, causing some damage to Charizard. Gary looked at the spikes that emerged and said that it was not a big problem. Not good, Sneasel sent by Yayu was restrained by Charizard sent by Gary. I wonder if Sneasel can turn the tide. Host said. Mr. Mao actually has Charizard. I don't know if this Charizard is strong. How can Charizard not be strong? The trump card of the King Dandy is Charizard. At present, Dandy is recognized as the strongest trainer, and his trump card Pokemon is Charizard, so Charizard will naturally attract people's attention. Anyway, as long as you see Charizard, you will not think that Charizard is weak. Yayu was in a headache. He didn't have any water-type Pokemon, and the rest of the Pokemon were not rival of Charizard. Even Blaziken was restrained by Charizard in attribute, so he could only bite the bullet and fight. Sneasel, use quick attack. Yayu launched an attack, and Sneasel quickly rushed towards Charizard. Dragon Claw, Gary ordered. Charizard's claws were surrounded by a layer of dark green energy, forming a pile of dragon claws. Charizard slapped Sneasel directly at the rushing Sneasel. Sneasel made an abrupt stop and turned to avoid Charizard's Delia, and hit Charizard's belly headfirst, but Charizard didn't move at all, and Sneasel was bounced away. Charizard saw this and slapped with his other claw without hesitation. Huh? Sneasel flew backwards and fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Sneasel loses its ability to fight, Charizard wins. The referee announced, Yayu's 3 Pokemon all lose their ability to fight. The first half of the game is over, and the halftime break is 5 minutes. The first half of the game is over and the halftime break begins. Gary and Yayu both left the command area and took a rest in the rest area. This Charizard is so strong, that Sneasel can't even block a single move. Xiao Gang exclaimed. As for Yayu, Sneasel, Ash, and the others saw Yayu capture it with their own eyes, and they met it at the Wind King Court on the way to Silver Town. At that time, Yayu spent a lot of effort to capture it. I didn't expect this Sneasel to be so weak in front of Gary's Charizard that it couldn't even block a single move. It seems that Yayu is not Gary's rival. Gary is going to take the championship of the Silver Conference. Misty said. Ash said nothing. He knew that Yayu was not Gary's rival, but he wanted to see how strong Yayu's Blaziken was. So far, Yayu had not used Blaziken in the Silver Conference. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the game continued. Gary and Yu were already standing in the command area. I will bring you the second half of the game. In the second half, Yayu will attack first and Gary will attack later. Currently, Yayu has 3 Pokemon left and Gary has 5 Pokemon left. The host explained, obviously, Gary has a big advantage. Of course, Yayu will definitely have a chance to turn the tables. Let's leave it to the referee next. After speaking, the referee announced, the second half of the game begins. Please ask Yayu to send out Pokemon first. Yayu nodded and threw the Pokeball in his hand. Go, Hypno. Great. LV45 Hypno 3/Gym. A Hypno covered in yellow fur appeared on the field, holding a ring tied with a string in his hand. This ring is specially used for hypnosis. Charizard, the second half is up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Roar. Charizard appeared again. Gary continued to send Charizard to fight, while Yayu sent Hypno. I really look forward to the next battle. Seeing that both sides sent out Pokemon, the referee directly announced the start of the battle. Charizard killed again. The audience was talking about it. They didn't care about the outcome of the game, but only the final result, because many people bet that Gary would have 5 Pokemon left in the end. Although the ratio was not high, he could still win a lot. Too cruel, this Charizard is too invincible. I have the down payment. Gary, that's great. Great, this. Hypno, hold on. Yayu was also confused. He just wanted to change the attack trajectory of the flame, but he didn't expect the power of the flame to be so terrifying. Psychic could only restrain it and couldn't change the trajectory. Flamethrower. Gary ordered. Zangoose waved his claws and swung at the flames in front of him. His sharp claws successfully tore a hole in the flames, but the subsequent spiraling flames continued to surround him, completely trapping Zangoose in the flame cage. The flames turned into a piece of flames and devoured the mongoose. Charizard sent a flame forward. The flame was like a giant python, trying to swallow the nightmare taper. Duh. When the flame subsided, Hypno was still standing on the field, but his whole body was black. His body twitched twice and fell to the ground. However, the duel between the two was fair. Yayu and Ash's Pokemon were mostly captured in the Johto region. The two were 337 and 8 caddies. Dad Mao, defeat Yayu's last one, and I will recognize you as my father. Meow. Tear Inferno apart with Crush Claw. Yayu ordered. Fortunately, I bought it right. Mr. Mao keeps it up. If he defeats the remaining 2 Pokémon of Yayu, I will have the down payment for my house. Oh my god, it's another instant kill. Is it going to be a 1-on-3 in the second half? Go, Zangoose. Yayu sent out his 5th Pokémon. There were fierce shouts from the audience. Their excitement at this moment was more exciting than Gary, the person involved. After all, it could affect their future lives. Inferno. Gary ordered. When the flames went out, Zangoose lay on the ground, his hair was burned black, and even the burned skin could be seen. A 2-legged Zangoose appeared. Zangoose looked like a big cat, with long black claws on its front paws and a social expression. Hypno's eyes radiated blue light, and an invisible telekinesis spread out, trying to restrain the flame. The flame was successfully blocked, but it was not transferred, but was stuck in midair. Moreover, although Charizard continued to flamethrower, the area of the flame was constantly expanding, and the confusion that restrained the flame became unstable. The ability to restrain the flame was blown up, and the flame burst out. The flame instantly engulfed half of the field. Hypno was naturally no exception and was swallowed by the sea of fire. Zangoose lost his ability to fight. Charizard won, the referee announced. Bang! Roar! Damn, I didn't buy it. I made a mistake of 100 million. Gary looked at the field. Most of the field was black, and the field no longer existed. Hypno, use Psychic to transfer the flame. Yayu ordered immediately. LV-47 Zangoose 3 Gym. Light blue flames rose from Charizard's body, lingering around him, and then spit up a blue flame, which turned into a spiral and surrounded Zangoose. Gary shook his head slightly. Yayu's strength was really not good. He could beat Ash because Ash was just playing around. Hypno lost his ability to fight. Charizard won, the referee announced. Gary, come on. Yayu has only 1 Pokémon left. Yeah. Ash nodded and said, that Pokémon should be Blaziken. I don't know if it can beat Charizard. By the way, Professor Oak, do you know Blaziken? Ash asked. Ash had been curious about Yayu's Blaziken when he saw it in Ho-Oh before, but the Pokémon Pokédex given by Professor Oak only had limited information about Pokémon. Although he knew the name of Blaziken, he didn't know the specific information. Blaziken is a Pokémon unique to the Hoenn region. It has the dual attributes of fire and fighting. Its hands and feet can emit flames. It also has a strong jumping ability and can easily jump over a 30-story building. Professor Oak said. Although Blaziken's information was not written in the Pokédex, Professor Oak himself is a walking Pokémon Pokédex. It can jump so high. Ash's eyes widened. It was hard for him to imagine that Blaziken could jump to the height of a 30-story building. These are the data researched by the Hoenn region professor. They should be correct. Professor Oak said. On the field, Yayu took back the defeated Zangoose, took a Pokeball from his waist, his eyes fixed, and said in a deep voice, Blaziken, I'll leave it to you in the end. Go, Blaziken. Yayu threw the Pokeball. Great. The Pokeball opened, a ball of white light fell to the ground, and Blaziken with a white feather appeared. The Pokémon sent by Yayu is Blaziken. This is a Pokémon from the Hoenn region. The host was surprised. At the Normal Alliance conference, there are still relatively few trainers from other regions, and most of the winning trainers are local, so Pokémon from other regions rarely appear. LV58 Blaziken 3/Quasi Elite. What's going on? How can I get Quasi Elite potential? Gary always thought that Yayu's Blaziken had elite potential, or even champion potential, but he didn't expect it to be Quasi-elite potential. From this point of view, Yayu has been a trainer for a few years. After all, a Pokémon with Quasi-elite potential cannot be upgraded to this level without a few years. Gary himself also has Pokémon with elite potential. If Gary hadn't used Rare Candy, the current level of those Pokémon with Quasi-unmain potential would definitely not be as high as the Songhuo baked chicken in front of him. However, this Quasi-elite Blaziken is not Charizard's rival. Blaziken is still a good Pokémon, but it's not my Charizard's rival. Gary said, Charizard, use Air Slash. Charizard flapped Dual Wing Beat, and a 1-meter-long wind blade was generated, attacking Blaziken. Use Blaze Kick to break Air Slash. Yayu ordered. Ja. Blaziken's heel burst into flames, and a ball of flames wrapped around his legs. He kicked out and blocked the wind blade with a high kick, but the wind blade was not kicked to pieces as Yayu thought. Instead, Blaziken's body flew backwards and was taken away by the wind blade. The subsequent wind blades hit Blaziken one after another. Blaziken half knelt on the ground and was not killed instantly, but this move directly injured him severely. How could the gap be so big? Yayu couldn't believe that his strongest trump card was half crippled with just one move. How could he fight? Hurricane. With an order, Charizard flapped Dual Wing Beat. Hurricane swept across the entire venue. Blaziken had no ability to resist and fell to the ground after being hit by Hurricane. Blaziken lost his ability to fight. Charizard won. The referee announced, all Pokémon of Yayu lost their ability to fight, and the winner is Gary. The game ended, Gary won the second round and advanced to the semifinals. Oh my god, 1 against 3. Oh my god, Maoya didn't use the full calendar in the previous game. I don't know, but Maoya is really strong. Yes, not only is he strong, he is also handsome, and the key is that he is the grandson of Professor Oak. Is Kanto region finally going to have a champion? Currently, among all regions, only Kanto region and Alola region have no champions. Alola region has no champion because the alliance has not been established, but Kanto region has had an alliance for a long time. After the previous champion retired, it has been several years and no June has appeared. It's not that Kanto Alliance does not want to have its own champion, but to become the champion of Kanto Alliance, you must first participate in the Alliance Challenge and defeat the Elite Four of Kanto Alliance to become the champion. But you have to know that the Elite Four of Kanto region are not weak. The key is that the strongest one among the Elite Four is Lance. He is not only the Elite Four of Kanto Alliance, but also the champion of Chengdu Alliance. In other words, to become the Elite Four of Kanto Alliance, you have to defeat the champion of Chengdu Alliance. The difficulty is still relatively high. However, if you look carefully, if it is a trainer from other regions, if they want to become the Alliance champion, they must not only defeat the Elite Four, but also defeat the active champion. On the Kanto Alliance side, Song needs to defeat the 4 masters to become the Alliance champion. Thank you for your hard work. Gary took back Charizard and turned away. It seems that the Silver Conference is like this. Gary thought that the players in the Silver Conference would be stronger than those in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although they were stronger, they were still not Gary's rival. After defeating Yayu, Gary still had to play 2 more rounds to win the Silver Conference champion. The rival of the 3rd round was John. Gary also investigated John's information. John, a native of the Johto region, was from Cherry Town, a town at the junction of the Kanto region and the Johto region, with Pokémon from 2 regions nearby. John was about the same age as Yayu, and had been a trainer for several years. He had no experience in the Alliance Conference before, and was considered a late bloomer. His strength was at most about the same as John, Limahao. After a day of rest, the Silver Conference semi-finals began, and the match between Gary and John was held in the morning. At this time, the two had already arrived at the arena, standing in the command area, waiting for the referee to announce the interference. After the host's introduction, the game officially began. The venue was the rock venue, and Qin Mao attacked first. Okay, let's see Gary's starting lineup. What is Pokémon? After the host finished speaking, Gary threw out the Pokémon in his hand. Great! Scizor in red armor appeared. Why is it Scizor again? This Scizor can't even beat Pikachu, is he playing me? Dog Gary, the down payment just paid yesterday is not enough for the loan. Because Scizor was defeated by Pikachu in the duel with Ash, the performance was not satisfactory, and now seeing Gary send out Scizor again the audience was furious. What are you gamblers saying? Gary is a trainer, and he has already won the Silver Conference. Gary can naturally use the competition to train weaker Pokémon. That's right, Gary hasn't used his full strength yet, so what's wrong with using weaker Pokémon? Gary's cheerleaders immediately fought back. They are not gamblers, they really support Gary. Even if they also bet, it doesn't matter. They only care whether Gary can win the Silver Conference champion. Okay, Rapidash, you deal with Scizor. John did not hesitate and sent out Rapidash, which could restrain Scizor. Great. LV48 Rapidash 3/Gym. Gary. I thought John's Rapidash would be at a higher level, but it was only at the gym level. It can be seen that at the end of the game, the Pokémon of these players were already exhausted, and the trump card Pokémon were not suitable to continue fighting. John sent out Rapidash, and the destruction Pokémon can restrain Scizor very well. Host said. Seeing that both of them sent out Pokémon, the referee immediately announced, the game begins. Scizor, get close to Rapidash. After saying that, Scizor quickly rushed towards Rapidash. Without the skill to accelerate Scizor's speed. Rapidash, use Flamethrower. John counterattacked 140 times, and Rapidash immediately spit up flames at the Mantis. Block it with Sword Dance. Gary ordered immediately. Scizor stopped charging and began to perform Sword Dance, spinning his body, and the power of Assist's rotation bounced the flames away. What? John was surprised. He didn't expect Scizor to be able to resist the flames in this way. That's the move of Violet, the gym leader. Misty said in surprise. I didn't expect Gary to know it. Ash was also surprised. When he challenged Bugsy, Ash encountered this problem, but he didn't expect Gary to learn this move. Stop the flames and use the flame vortex. John said hurriedly. Although he saw this move for the first time, he also saw the weakness of Sword Dance. He could break it by surrounding it with flames. However, Gary would not give Rapidash a chance to fight back. Lunge. Gary ordered. Ja. Scizor rushed forward and knocked Rapidash out before he could spit up the vortex of flames. Bang! Rapidash fell heavily to the ground. He did not fall down, but was seriously injured. Rapidash, stand up quickly and use Flame Wheel. John ordered urgently. Although Rapidash was seriously injured, he stood up with his willpower. The flames on his back burned violently and spread, rushing towards Scizor. Bullet Punch. Ja. Scizor met the attack and rushed towards Rapidash. When the distance between the two sides was less than 1 meter, Scizor's metal pliers covered with steel energy were swung out continuously like bullets. Only a silver light could be seen flickering. Bullet Punch tore the flame coat on Rapidash hit the Rapidash inside, knocking it to the ground. Rapidash also closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Rapidash loses the ability to fight. Scizor wins, the referee announced. John was stunned. His Rapidash was defeated by Scizor. He might have bred a fake fire Pokémon. Although he couldn't accept it, it was the fact. John could only accept it, took Rapidash back, and then sent out the second Pokémon. Great! A brown upright bear appeared. LV50 Ursaring 3/Quasi Elite. Gary looked at Ursaring with a ferocious face and calmly ordered, Iron Head. Caesar rushed quickly, facing the circle bear with his head, and rammed it head-on. Ursaring used his arm hammer to counterattack, and the huge bear paw slapped the hard head of the mantis. Bang! At the moment of collision, Ursaring's arm was knocked away, and Caesar rammed into Ursaring's abdomen. Ursaring felt a headache coming from his abdomen, and his body flew up uncontrollably, flying backwards. Ursaring fell to the ground, sat up, covered the part hit by Caesar, and gasped for breath, obviously seriously injured. Bullet punch. Swoosh! Caesar rushed to Ursaring, and in front of Ursaring's astonished eyes, bullet punched again, knocking him down again. This time, after being knocked down, he completely lost consciousness. Ursaring lost his ability to fight. Caesar wins, the referee announced. Oh my god, is Caesar cheating? So strong. FK, is he going to beat 3 in 1? This. Is Ash's Pikachu really strong? Seeing Caesar beat John's 2 Pokemon in a row, those who thought Caesar was a weakling were very surprised, and those who bet on him regretted it even more, because they didn't expect Gary to beat 3 in the first half. John also felt great pressure at this moment, so he took back Ursaring and sent out the 3rd Pokemon. Go, Double Egg Gas. Great. LV47 Double Egg Gas / Gym. Bullet Punch. At the command, Caesar quickly flashed in front of Double Egg Gas and fired Bullet Punch continuously. In a few seconds, Double Egg Gas was hit by dozens of bullet punches and was blown away. Wow. Double Egg Gas screamed in pain, but did not fall down. What? Gary was surprised that Double Egg Gas was not killed instantly. Even though Double Egg Gas had high physical defense, its physical strength was not good. His Caesar had the Technical Master ability. Could it be that this Double Egg Gas's ability was Chemical Change Gas, which could invalidate or make the ability of Pokemon on the field ineffective? Quick attack. Swoosh. Quick, use self-destruct. John shouted hurriedly. The whole body of Double Egg Gas was shining with white light. Caesar also came in front of Double Egg Gas and knocked it out. Double Egg Gas exploded less than 2 meters away. Boom! The powerful shock wave knocked Caesar out, but Caesar was not hurt too much and stood up immediately. Double Egg Gas lost its ability to fight. Caesar won. The referee announced, all 3 Pokemon of player John were defeated. The first half of the game ended and entered the halftime break. The first half of the game ended. Oh my god, Caesar is too strong. He took the damage of self-destruct. Brother Mantis, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted your strength. Brother Mantis, I was wrong, you are too strong, so strong that I can't stand it. Those who had been scolding and pinching before changed their attitudes when they saw Caesar's 1-on-3 victory. They were all masters of face-changing. After the 5-minute break, the second half of the game continued. Gary and John appeared again. Next, let's see what John's starting Pokemon is. John threw a Pokeball. Great! A Rhinoceros appeared. LV42 Rhinoceros / Gym. Gary was speechless. He even sent out a level 42 Pokemon, but the key point was that Rhinoceros had not evolved yet. Electivire, the rest of the Baitang is up to you. Gary threw a good ball. Electivire appeared. Oh, Gary actually sent out Electivire, but it was restrained by Rhinoceros. The host explained. The audience didn't care. What if the attribute was restrained? They hadn't seen Electivire's strength. They could just counter the attribute. The battle began. Rhinoceros rushed straight towards Electivire and used Drill Run. Facing the opponent's attack, Gary did not have the slightest idea of evasion, and faced it head-on. Dynamic Punch. Electivire stepped out quickly, raised his right fist during the charge, and when the two sides were about to get close, he fired a Dynamic Punch. At the moment when the fist hit the head, the body of the armored rhino stopped suddenly, and as Electivire swung his arms, the body of the armored rhino also flew backwards. Bang! The armored rhino fell to the ground, motionless. The armored rhino has lost its ability to fight. Electivire wins. The armored rhino is not a match for Electivire, and was directly defeated head-on. Damn it, I won't admit defeat. John was desperate, but he refused to admit defeat and continued to send out the 5th Pokemon. Great! LV47 Skarmory 3 Gym. No wonder it's never been used. Gary finally understood why the Pokemon John sent out had attributes that were basically not targeted at his Pokemon. It turned out that the attributes of the Electivire prepared by Jin were not targeted at Gary's Pokemon. Thunder. As expected, Electivire used Thunder to kill Skarmory instantly. The audience and the people in front of the TV went crazy. Gary was going to perform a 1-on-3 record in the final tournament. Since the start of the final tournament, Gary has never performed a 1-on-3 record, but today it will happen. Looking at the previous Alliance conference, there are very few such records, so naturally the proportion of sports lottery and peripherals is very high, and some of the stud gamblers are crazy. Ha ha ha, there is always a way out. I don't have to owe debts anymore, and I've made a profit. Awesome, even in the semi-finals, Mr. Mao can still suppress us. You are worthy of your bold words in the interview. Indeed, the players in the Silver Conference are far behind Mr. Mao. People were not surprised that Gary would win, but it was still very surprising that Gary could win 3 games in a row. John still didn't give up. I'll trump card for the last time. Go ahead, Feraligatr. John didn't give up and sent out the last Pokemon. Great! LV56 Feraligatr / Quasi Elite. This Feraligatr is not low in level, and it has the strength of a Quasi Elite. It can be confirmed that this Feraligatr should be John's first choice of Pokémon. Not bad, I should have sent out such a Pokémon a long time ago. Gary smiled and ordered, Thunder Punch. Electivire rushed towards Feraligatr quickly, his fists covered with lightning. Feraligatr, don't let Electivire get close, use Hydro Pump. John didn't dare to let Electivire get close. Feraligatr immediately sprayed Hydro Pump, and the rocks collapsed wherever it passed. Electivire was too big to avoid the Hydro Pump, and a Thunder Punch hit the Hydro Pump, and the lightning on the fist was guided along the Hydro Pump to Feraligatr. Feraligatr reacted quickly, and when he saw the current coming, he immediately interrupted the launch of Hydro Pump. Gary thought that the society would have a head-on confrontation, and since they still had to play tactics like this, he couldn't blame him. Electivire, use Charge and then use Thunderbolt. Gary ordered. Golden arcs flashed around Electivire, and it entered the charge contest condition. Seeing this, John ordered, use Rock as a cover to get close to Electivire, avoid Thunderbolt, and use Aqua Tail to counterattack. Feraligatr used Rock as a cover and kept moving. Electivire was fully charged and fired a Golden Bolt strike. The thunder instantly hit a piece of rock. The rock was shattered by Thunder Shock and hit Feraligatr, who was hiding behind the rock. Zero, please give me flowers. Ah, Feraligatr wailed in pain. This Thunderbolt really hurt. However, after Feraligatr took this Thunderbolt, he did not fall down. Instead, he aroused his masculinity and quickly ran towards Electivire. A layer of Aqua Tail was wrapped around his tail. After approaching, he swung his tail and whipped Electivire. Feraligatr seemed very fierce, but his speed and reaction were too slow on land. Electivire immediately used Thunder Punch to block Feraligatr's Aqua Tail. At the same time, the lightning on his fist flowed along the water and was directed back to Feraligatr, causing him to feel severe numbness and pain. Damn it, Feraligatr, use Thrash. John ordered. Feraligatr was angry and started to hit Electivire without thinking, waving his claws and grabbing him. Electivire kept using his arms to block. Use Ion Deluge. Gary ordered. Electivire's body was covered with blue static electricity. Feraligatr's claws were covered with static electricity. All attacks were accompanied by electric type. Electivire's ability was triggered. Then, Electivire retreated, pulled away, and then used Thunder Punch. With an uppercut, he hit Feraligatr's jaw and sent him flying several meters into the sky. Bang! Feraligatr fell to the ground and tried to stand up, but because of his severe injuries, he fell down after a few seconds. Feraligatr lost his ability to fight. The referee announced, John lost all his Pokémon, and the winner of the trapped game is Mao. Congratulations to Gary for advancing to the finals. Gary took back Electivire and did not stay on the field for long. He turned and walked towards the passage with a strange look, as if he had never experienced a game. Wow, Gary's expression is killing me. No, I want to become AI Mao, I am much better than others. Mao is awesome, in the next game, Encore will win 3 games in a row. Gary left the field with the cheers of the audience. At noon, Gary had a meal with Professor Oak, and Delia and Ash were naturally there. Gary, congratulations, it seems that you can win another trophy for Pallet Town. Professor Oak said for a long time.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.